Chapter 255. Black Bamboo City. Duan Ling Tian and the two little girls couldn't help but start laughing when they saw the actions of the little gold mouse. The eyes of the two little pythons went cold, and they transformed into two bolts of lightning that flew out, opening their mouths to bite at the little gold mouse. 800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above each of them. Little black, little white, don't! K'er exclaimed in surprise. She wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing the two little pythons, and it raised its claws to slap out towards them. 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above it. The two little pythons were successively slapped down by the little gold mouse's claws. Although the little pythons weren't a match for the little gold mouse, it didn't dare attack with a killing blow, as it noticed the gaze of warning that Duan Ling Tian shot at it. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons felt pain, but they were still unwilling and continued to confront the little gold mouse. Little black, little white, come back. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed. He never thought that these two little fellows were so aggressive. He didn't even react until after they had fought with the little gold mouse. The two little pythons returned onto Duan Ling Tian's hand, but their eyes still stared fixedly at the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse was unwilling to lag behind. It twisted its ass around and swayed its ass at the two little pythons in provocation. That's about enough. Noticing the mood of the two little pythons becoming restless and slightly losing control, Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse and frowned. The little gold mouse seemed to be slightly afraid of Duan Ling Tian, and it obediently lied down. All right, you two little fellows will surpass it sooner or later. You two are younger than it by more than a year. After a year, you two will surely be stronger than it is now. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the two little pythons were still unwilling to return into his sleeve, so he comforted them. Of course, he wasn't talking nonsense when he said this. Based on his observations of the two little pythons for almost 3 years, their potential was absolutely not inferior to the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, and when they matured in the future, they might become existences comparable to demon emperors. The two little pythons were both variant fierce beasts, and there weren't any records of the two little pythons within the memories of rebirth martial emperor. But based on their recent growth rate, they'd long since surpassed the growth rate of most demon beasts. Hiss hiss. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's comforting words, the two little pythons obediently returned to his sleeve. This caused the two little girls to laugh helplessly as well. The two little pythons and the little gold mouse simply seemed as if they were born to be enemies. That Sha Guang really let me gain a lot this time. Duan Ling Tian withdrew the 3 spatial rings. They were precisely the spatial rings of Sha Guang and the two old men. There wasn't much within the spatial rings of the two old men, but there was a large amount of wealth within the spatial ring of Sha Guang. The origin-strengthening pill that he'd refined had returned to his possession, and the light-edge inscription that was inscribed on a ring was there too. He left all these at that because they were worthless to him. Most importantly, there was an entire 20 million gold in Sha Guang's spatial ring. Now the combined wealth in Duan Ling Tian's possession had already come close to 50 million gold. Hurrying on their journey at a gallop, after 2 months' time, Duan Ling Tian's group finally arrived at a city near the 7-star sword sect. This city had an area that wasn't inferior in size to Black Wind City. Duan Ling Tian found out the name of this city by looking at the 3 words above the city's gate: Black Bamboo City. At the beginning, Duan Ling Tian still found it difficult to understand why a city would have such a poetic name. And only after he entered the city and saw the black bamboos that were jet black like ink that rose up from the ground that he came to a sudden understanding. So this was the origin of the name, Black Bamboo City. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian saw some people who wore a uniform, green-colored attire. These people were mostly young men and women. The same symbol was embroidered on their clothes: a sword encircled by 7 stars. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xianxia and asked curiously, "They're all members of the 7-star sword sect?" Li Fei and K'er, who wore veils, looked at Xianxia as well, and their beautiful eyes had a sense of wondering mixed within. Xianxia nodded. "Yes, young master. This is the uniform attire of the 7-star sword sect. The 7 stars on the symbol of an outer court disciple's clothes are copper in color. They're silver for the inner court disciples, and gold for the 7-star sword sect elders. The 7-star sword sect's test is another half a month away. Let's first look for a place to stay in." Before long, Duan Ling Tian directly bought a courtyard house. "Xianxia, you can't follow us to the 7-star sword sect, so you'll stay here from now on," Duan Ling Tian said to Xianxia. If I have anything I need you to do in the future, I'll come look for you. Yes, young master. Xianxia hurriedly nodded in a respectful manner. 10 days later, origin energy rushed out from within Duan Ling Tian's body. He had finally broken through the final bottleneck of the 3rd level of the origin core stage and smoothly stepped into the 4th level of the origin core stage. Lightly using strength, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Ling Tian, the strength of 71 ancient mammoths. Compared to ordinary 4th level origin core martial artists, he had entire strength of 11 ancient mammoths more. Even if compared to an ordinary 5th level origin core martial artist, he still had an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth. A brilliant smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. I've finally broken through. After breaking through, Duan Ling Tian's mood was elated, and he called Xianxia before leaving the courtyard house with the 2 little girls and finding a restaurant to have a meal. The restaurant was ancient-styled, giving one an extremely comfortable feeling. Duan Ling Tian brought the 2 little girls to find a table that was beside a window, then he sat down and ordered some dishes. 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. Duan Ling Tian's sharp eyes noticed with a glance that amongst the 3 7-star sword sect disciples in the neighboring table, the stars that encircled the sword-on symbol of one of their clothes was silver. This young man that was around the age of 25 was obviously a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian could confirm that the strength of this 7-star sword sect disciple ought to be at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. Merely around 25 and at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be astounded. As expected of an inner court disciple of a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-star sword sect. After all, among the martial artists of the younger generation that he knew of, when they were around this age, the strongest. Amongst them was the junior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, Ni Fen. However, even though Ni Fen was older than this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, his strength was inferior. As for the other 2 young men, they were around 22 and 23, and they were 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Their strengths weren't weak either, they were both at the 4th level of the origin core stage or above. Looks like even little Fei can only be considered to have ordinary natural talent once she's at the 7-star sword sect, Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Li Fei was 21 this year, and she had broken through to the 3rd level of the origin core stage a month ago. Of course, the reason why Li Fei had her current cultivation was because she consumed the high-purity medicinal pills that Duan Ling Tian refined. Before long, their food had arrived, and Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 started eating. Squeak squeak. The 3 of them had only started eating for a while when the little gold mouse sprung out from under K.'s sleeve. Its green eyes flickered with a strange light as it stared at the food on the table and gulped down a mouthful of saliva like a human. What, you want to eat too? Duan Ling Tian noticed the little gold mouse's current appeared and couldn't refrain from laughing. The little gold mouse hurriedly nodded. Duan Ling Tian blinked his eyes and said to the little gold mouse, "Come, roll twice and I'll let you eat." Unexpectedly, the little gold mouse raised its head and showed an arrogant and disdainful expression as it ignored Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's face sank. This little gold mouse is really intelligent. Duan Ling Tian could almost be certain now that the little gold mouse was absolutely able to completely understand human speech, and not only that, its intelligence wasn't inferior to a human's. Scoundrel, don't bully little gold. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian, then she clamped up a piece of meat and put it before the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse picked up the piece of meat and started nibbling on it with gusto. As it nibbled, it looked in anticipation at K.'. K.'. couldn't help but laugh. She picked up a few pieces of meat and then placed them before the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse nodded in satisfaction. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard an exclamation in surprise from the neighboring table. "Senior brother, is that a gold for mouse?" This was something said by one of the 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples from the neighboring table. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple couldn't help but turn his head and look at Duan Ling Tian's table when he heard what the outer court disciple said. The other outer court disciple looked over with a curious expression as well. Infant gold for mouse. The eyes of that 7-star sword sect inner court disciple lit up, and a flowing light of greed flashed within his eyes as if he'd seen some sort of treasure. Although the greed within the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's eyes flashed by quickly, Duan Ling Tian still noticed it, but he paid no attention to it. An infant goldfur mouse indeed posed an extremely large temptation to a martial artist below the void-prying stage. So beautiful. Right at this moment, one of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciples noticed the appearance of K.R., who had already removed her veil and started eating, and his eyes shone. The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple looked at K.R. as well when he heard what the other outer court disciple said, and a trace of a burning gaze flashed within his eyes. Only that 7-star sword sect inner court disciple glanced indifferently at K.R., then his gaze once again descended onto the little gold mouse. His interest for the little gold mouse was obviously more than his interest towards K.R. Duan Ling Tian didn't continue to look at those 3 7-star sword sect disciples, and his gaze returned to the little gold mouse, then he shook his head and smiled. This little gold is a glutton like little black and little white. And at the moment Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a burst of agitated movement occurred within his sleeve. Obviously, it was the 2 little fellows concealed under Duan Ling Tian's sleeve that were unhappy when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian shook the 2 little pythons that were concealed under his sleeve and coiled around his arm and comforted them with a light voice. "All right, I won't talk about you two." Only then did the 2 little pythons quiet down. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian frowned, because he noticed that the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple had stood up and was slowly walking over to their table. He was coming over with bad intentions. Chapter 256. Fence Sitter. This 7-star sword sect inner court disciple around the age of 25 had an ordinary appearance, but a trace of gloominess was vaguely mixed between his brows. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple arrived before Duan Ling Tian's table and indifferently said, "How much do you want for this infant goldfur mouse?" "I'm buying it." K.R.'s beautiful brows frowned when she heard this. She was slightly unhappy. The little gold mouse seemed to have understood what the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple said, and it glared its jade green eyes at him while baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. However, with the little gold mouse's fluffy fur, even if it acted fierce, it didn't have any power of deterrence. Green-eyed goldfur mouse. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's eyes shone, and the first thought that arose within his heart was, "I've encountered a variant goldfur mouse." A goldfur mouse when grown to its peak would possess a strength at the half-step void stage. If it was a variant goldfur mouse, it could even break through to the void stage and become a demon beast. Duan Ling Tian noticed the greedy light that arose within the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he said indifferently, "Leave, we're not selling it." "We're not selling it." What Duan Ling Tian said caused the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple to be stupefied. Do you know who I am?" The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian and intentionally lifted up his chest, causing the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple symbol to be completely revealed. "Are you putting on a monkey show?" Duan Ling Tian frowned and was slightly impatient. "I know you're a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, but so what about it? Could it be that since you're a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, I must give up a cherished possession and sell this little gold mouse to you? Putting on a monkey show?" The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face went grim when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and he said, in a low voice, "Kid, be careful, misfortune comes from the mouth." When had he even been humiliated by someone like this? As far as he was concerned, this sentence that was similar to a joke was no different from humiliation. Seeing the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple suddenly turning hostile, Duan Ling Tian swept him with a calm gaze, then he lowered his head to continue eating, not paying any more attention to him. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple thought Duan Ling Tian was afraid of him when he saw Duan Ling Tian doing this, and he sneered. "Really a contemptible wretch." He raised his hand as he spoke and a stack of silver appeared out of thin air, then he slapped it on the table and said, in a low voice, "This is 100,000 silver to buy your infant goldfur mouse, 0.100000 silver." Duan Ling Tian was stunned. He swallowed the mouthful of food in his mouth, then he glanced at the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple as if he was looked at an idiot. "I'll give you 1 million silver to get me another infant goldfur mouse. How about it?" K.R. and Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows lightly frowned as well, and they had faces of dissatisfaction. This 7-star sword sect inner court disciple was really going too far. Right at this moment, the other 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples stood behind the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple and stared fiercely at Duan Ling Tian, and one of them threatened, "Kid, if you're sensible, hurry and hand over the infant goldfur mouse. My senior brother is someone you can't afford to offend." Exactly, our senior brother is an outstanding inner court disciple of the 7-star sword sect, and he is an existence that will become a 7-star sword sect elder in the future. If you're sensible, give this infant goldfur mouse to our senior brother. In this way, you might be able to form some good faith, the other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple said to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, and he looked at the two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. According to what you two have said, submissively giving this infant goldfur mouse to your senior brother now is my most sensible and wisest choice. Of course, the two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples said at the same time. Ha ha. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile, and he raised his hand to grasp the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse nodded to Duan Ling Tian and bared its claws and brandished its fangs, then it turned around to look at the three 7-star sword sect disciples. Duan Ling Tian naturally was able to discern what the little gold mouse meant. The little gold mouse was currently asking him if it could attack and kill these three hateful fellows. Duan Ling Tian naturally believed that the little gold mouse had the ability, but he shook his head. If these three 7-star sword sect disciples were really killed by the little gold mouse, then he would have really come for nothing this time. At that time, the 7-star sword sect would absolutely not allow him to enter the sect. Kid, you're sensible. One of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples saw Duan Ling Tian shake his head and thought that Duan Ling Tian was refusing the little gold mouse's request to stay with him, and the corners of that 7-star sword sect outer court disciple curled into a complacent smile. Not only was it him, even the other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple and the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had the same thought. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face revealed a smile of victory. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and extended out his hand. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted, and he coldly swept the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple with his gaze and said in vigilance, "What are you doing?" The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank. "Kid, are you playing tricks on me?" "Playing tricks on you?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned. "When did he play tricks on this fellow?" "Scoundrel, he thought you were persuading Little Gold to follow him earlier," Li Fei said to Duan Ling Tian, as she'd noticed everything that happened earlier. Duan Ling Tian frowned and impatiently said, "Look. Is there something wrong in your head? Didn't I say I'm not selling it earlier? Hurry up and leave, we still want to eat." "Kid, you." The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face went gloomy, then his extended hand fiercely exerted force, origin energy raged out, and above him, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 8th level of the origin core stage. "What, you still want to forcefully seize it? A 7-star sword sect inner court disciple can be so overbearing." Duan Ling Tian's face sank, and his burning gaze stared fixedly on that 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Meanwhile, the crowd of customers in the restaurant shot their gazes at the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. A 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is seizing another's things. It can't be. The 7-star sword sect has always been strict and impartial with its rules. They strictly forbid their disciples from using their strength to bully the weak. Didn't this little brother say that this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple wanted to seize his things? The crowd of customers discussed animatedly. When the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple noticed the surrounding gazes, his face sank, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he said, in a loud voice, "Kid, you've already sold this goldfur mouse to me. Now you're going back on your word. I'm only taking back my own belongings." So it's like that. Like I said, the 7-star sword sect disciples would not use their strength to bully the weak. One must have integrity. Since you've agreed with someone, then you must do as you say. This young man has gone too far. The customers present came to a sudden understanding, and for a moment, they all stood at the side of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple and denounced Duan Ling Tian. Shameless. Li Fei and Kair were angered to the point that their faces flushed red when they heard what the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple said, as they never imagined that a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple would actually talk irresponsibly like this. Ha ha. Looks like within the entire 7-star sword sect, not everyone can abide by the rules of the sect. Duan Ling Tian laughed. He laughed brilliantly, and his gaze descended onto the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. "Kid, you don't have to give excuses. You've already agreed to sell this infant goldfur mouse to me, now hand it over. I'll give you a chance, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple stared at Duan Ling Tian and dense killing intent flickered deep within his eyes. Young man, since you've already agreed, then hand it over to him. Yeah, as the saying goes, a man is nothing without his word. Integrity is extremely important, and there's no need to lose your life because of this. Young people nowadays are really ignorant. The spectating customers spoke out one by one, some advised Duan Ling Tian and some lectured him. Duan Ling Tian directly ignored these fence-sitters. Talking endlessly when they didn't know anything, did they really think they were impartial saints? Kid, public rage is difficult to go against. Just obediently hand over the infant gold for mouse. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple couldn't help but reveal a trace of complacency when he heard so many people helping him denounce Duan Ling Tian. Exactly, hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, we'll make you bear the consequences. Kid, be sensible, or else I'll throw you out. The other two 7-star sword sect outer court disciples cooperated as they talked down to Duan Ling Tian and were on their high horses. 7-star sword sect. The smile on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth grew wider. Sure enough, there were black eggs everywhere, even the azure forest. Imperial Kingdom's top sect, the 7-star sword sect, wasn't excluded. These 3 7-star sword sect disciples had taken a fancy towards the little gold mouse, so they left no means unused, turning black into white, and for the sake of achieving their goal they would stop at nothing. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 3 7-star sword sect disciples and indifferently asked, "What if I don't hand it over?" He had a carefree expression. It was as if he didn't take the 3 of them seriously at all. Actually, he indeed didn't take them seriously. It was only 3 existences at the origin core stage. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face sank, and he said, with righteous indignation, "Kid, looks like you're intentionally playing tricks on us." The origin energy in his hand raged restlessly. Everything he said now was obviously providing a basis for his ruthless attack in the next moment. In this way, he would be in the right, and no one would say it was a 7-star sword sect disciple who took advantage of his sect to bully another. And the truth was precisely like this. Hearing what the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple said, the sounds of sighing with emotion sounded out within the restaurant as expected. Young people nowadays are too rash. Not to mention not keeping to their words, they have so many excuses and are so arrogant. Today, he can only blame himself if he's killed by this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Exactly. If he dies, he will have died for nothing. After all, he isn't in the right. Voice after voice helped the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple build up the circumstances a step further. You all. How can you all be like this? Young master didn't agree to sell little gold to them at all. K.'s beautiful face flushed red when she heard the discussions of the restaurant customers, and she explained for Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 257, Shadow. K.', it isn't necessary for you to explain to them, they're only a crowd of fence-sitters. Li Fei extended out her hand that was pure white like jade and lightly patted the back of K.'s hand. What Li Fei said naturally caused public outrage. Little girl, mind what you say. Exactly, on what basis are you calling us fence-sitters? Could it be that what you mean is that this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple is intentionally accusing all of you unjustly? Is there any need for a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple to accuse you unjustly? The crowd of customers all glared at Li Fei. When had Li Fei ever experienced such a scene? For a moment, she was angered to the point that her face flushed red, she clenched her fist tightly, and her delicate figure lightly trembled. Abruptly, a loud sound echoed out, and the clamorous noise within the restaurant abruptly stopped. It was Duan Ling Tian who had slapped his palm on the table. Shut up. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's face was extremely grim. These people could talk about him, as at most he would just laugh it off. But these people actually dared talk about Li Fei, dared talk about his woman. This was something that he couldn't tolerate. Meanwhile, the gazes of the crowd of customers in the restaurant descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and most of them revealed sneers, as they were waiting for the 7-star sword sect disciple to teach Duan Ling Tian a lesson. What, kid, you're getting angry from embarrassment? The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple had a smile of ridicule on his face. He never imagined that the development of events would actually completely turn towards him. He knew that it was time. Now, even if he attacked, no one would think that he relied on the backing of the 7-star sword sect to bully another. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple with a gaze that contained a piercingly cold light. He had already lost all patience in playing with this 7-star sword sect inner court disciple. Xianxia, throw all of them out. The 3 7-star sword sect disciples couldn't help but laugh when they heard what Duan Lingtian said. Even most of the customers within the restaurant couldn't refrain from laughing. Not to mention the fact that the strength of the 7-star sword sect's inner court disciple was shocking. Even if someone had a strength that surpassed a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, they still wouldn't dare act rashly. After all, doing so would directly offend the 7-star sword sect. The 7-star sword sect was a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. How could it be something that anyone would offend? However, their smiles quickly froze, because they saw. Yes, young master, Xianxia replied, then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a gust of wind. At the instant that the smiles of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples froze, Xianxia attacked out like a bolt of lightning, catching them one by one and directly throwing them out of the restaurant. 3 loud crashes sounded from outside the restaurant, and accompanying the crashes were 3 shrill cries. The restaurant went deathly silent, as all the customers within were dumbstruck. They weren't dumbstruck by the nascent soul stage strength that Xianxia revealed. Instead, they were dumbstruck by the fact that Xianxia dared to touch a 7-star sword sect disciple. The 7-star sword sect was famous for being protective of their own. They thought that this middle-aged man would surely meet great disaster since he dared to touch 7-star sword sect disciples. How would they know that those 3 7-star sword sect disciples wouldn't go to the sect elders about this matter? Them being on the right was only a false front. The 7-star sword sect elders weren't stupid and weren't so easy to bluff, buying an infant gold for mouse for 100,000 silver. This was already relying on the backing of the sect to bully another. So the 3 7-star sword sect disciples fiercely glared at Duan Lingtian before leaving with their tails between their legs. Senior brother, could it be that we're to let it go at that? One of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples had a face full of unwillingness. What else can you do? I never expected him to have a nascent soul martial artist by his side. The face of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple sank. He originally thought that the infant gold for mouse could be easily obtained, but never had he expected that such an unforeseen event would occur. Senior brother, your 100,000 silver seems to still be on their table. Should we go back and take it? The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple had a flash of light in his head, and he recalled this matter. Why don't you go take it? I'll give you half if you do. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple glared at this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple, causing the latter to have a bitter smile on his face. He didn't dare to make another sound. Damn it, if it wasn't for that nascent soul martial artist being present, I'd surely make that violet-clothed young man die. The 7-star sword sect inner court disciple's face was gloomy as he said this in a deep voice. Suddenly, one of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples' eyes flickered as he guessed, Senior brother, our 7-star sword sect outer court disciples' test is in 5 days. Do you think they came here for this? According to their accent, they don't seem to be from the area near Black Bamboo City. Right, senior brother, there really is such a possibility. The other 7-star sword sect outer court disciples' gaze lit up. Now that you mention it, there really is this possibility. HMPH, if you really have come to enter our 7-star sword sect, then you're delivering yourself to me, and I'll surely make you die. The eyes of the 7-star sword sect inner court disciple went cold. He seemed as if he wanted to catch and swallow Duan Lingtian, and his icy cold voice seemed to come from a thaw hole that was filled with piercingly cold winds. Within it was a breathtaking killing intent. If he enters the 7-star sword sect, that nascent soul stage martial artist by his side will be unable to protect him. The other 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples started laughing. Within the restaurant, after Xianxia revealed a strength at the nascent soul stage, the crowd of customers instantly shut their mouths and went quiet, fearing that they would piss off the violet-clothed young man. They didn't doubt it in the slightest that if they dared to talk too much, based on the violet-clothed young man's temper, he would definitely not hesitate in asking the nascent soul stage martial artist by his side to make a move against them. The violet-clothed young man feared the people behind the 3 7-star sword sect disciples, and thus didn't dare go for the kill, but he wouldn't fear them. Alright, little Fei, don't be angry. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei, then his gaze went cold as it swept past the customers. How about this, so long as you say the word, I'll ask Xianxia to throw them all out right away. Duan Lingtian said this in a very casual manner, but in the ears of the crowd of customers, it was like the sound of thunder. When they raised their heads, they noticed the middle-aged man that tossed the 7-star sword sect disciples out earlier looking at them with a burning gaze. Instantly, all the customers were in a commotion, as they directly put down the money for their food and wine and then left the restaurant as if they were fleeing. In the next moment, only one table of people remained within the restaurant, as well as the dumbstruck manager and attendants of the restaurant. PFF'd. Seeing this scene, Li Fei finally couldn't hold back her laughter, and she laughed charmingly and enchantingly. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be dumbstruck. He wished for nothing more than to push Li Fei down and come down on her to his heart's content. Scoundrel, what are you looking at? Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian, and her tone was filled with shyness. Truly an attractive and coquettish little girl. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt his lower regions get hot, and he forcefully endured his urges and took a deep breath. Big Sister Fei, young master has been entranced by you, K'er lightly smiled and said to Li Fei, as she stroked the little gold mouse. Li Fei's beautiful face flushed to the point that it seemed as if it would drip blood when she heard K'er, and at the same time, she stretched out her hand to scratch K'er. Little sister K'er, what did you say? Ah, so itchy. Big Sister Fei, spare me. I didn't say anything, I didn't say anything. K'er hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse seemed to turn into a spectator when it saw this scene, and it joyfully watched K'er and Li Fei playing. Its pair of jade-green eyes spun as they flickered with a strange luster. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, and his mood was slightly better. 7-star sword sect. Once I, K'er, and Li Fei enter it, we will be bound to encounter those three from before. I hope they can be sensible and won't look for trouble with me again. Otherwise. HMPH. Suddenly, seeming to have recalled something, a trace of a cold light flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Imperial City. You. What did you say? You said my son is dead. In a spacious courtyard house, an aged old man stared at the middle-aged man that stood before him, and his eyes revealed a dense killing intent. Yes, the middle-aged man's body shivered. The old man that currently stood before him was an existence that summoned wind and called for rain within the Jade Magnolia Trading Company, the vice president of the entire Jade Magnolia Trading Company, Shadow, an existence at the 6th level of the void-prying stage. Enraged, a terrifying pressure was emitted from Shadow and enveloped the middle-aged man, causing his breathing to become difficult. Guang! Shadow exclaimed grievously, and his muddled eyes instantly emitted a bright light that flickered with a scarlet-red killing intent. The middle-aged man's face went pale as he felt the aura being emitted from Shadow's body growing larger and larger, and he gritted his teeth as he endured. He believed that if this were to continue, it probably wouldn't be long before he would collapse on the ground. Finally, the raging aura that stretched out from Shadow's body vanished, and the terrifying pressure vanished with it, allowing the middle-aged man to catch his breath and heave a sigh of relief. Speak, what happened? Who killed my son? Shadow looked at the middle-aged man, and his eyes were filled with a dense, cold light that seemed to be waiting to swallow someone. The middle-aged man let out a breath of cold air. At this moment, he had the illusion that instead of a person standing before him now, it was a venomous snake, a terrifying venomous snake that could make one die in an instant. Lord Shadow, the person who did it was in existence at the void-prying stage. The middle-aged man caught his breath and slowly said, this matter happened after the Ma clan auction house's auction 3 months ago. Subsequently, the middle-aged man spoke of everything he learned from Black Wind City's Ma clan. A violet-clothed young man took out a 91% purity origin strengthening pill. Shadow's face sank. When he heard this, even he couldn't help but be surprised. A medicinal pill with a purity of 91%. In the past, in his opinion, this was something that was practically impossible to exist. Now, he couldn't help but be slightly afraid. If that person was able to take out such an origin-strengthening pill, did it mean that behind that person was a formidable alchemist? Perhaps the middle-aged man discerned Shadow's fear, and he added, Lord Shadow, according to the Ma clan, that origin-strengthening pill was something the young man obtained by chance, and he doesn't have any relations to the alchemist that refined that origin-strengthening pill. Shadow heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and his eyes contained an awe-inspiring killing intent. I'll make a trip to the Black Wind City with you. No matter who it is that dared kill my son, even if I have to dig to the ends of the earth, I'll still drag him out. Chapter 258, 7-Star Sword Sect. The 7-Star Sword Sect had 7 peaks that stood perfectly straight. The 7 peaks rose straight from level ground, like 7 sharp swords that shot into the sky. These 7 peaks were also called as the 7-star sword sect 7 great sword peaks. The 7 great sword peaks were named based on the Ursa Major constellation. They were respectively the Dubi Peak, Merik Peak, Fekta Peak, Megrez Peak, Aliath Peak, Mizar Peak, and Alcade Peak. Among them, the Dubi Peak was the main peak, and it was the most towering sword peak that had a grand imposing manner. The other 6 sword peaks were spread around the Dubi Peak, like a host of lesser stars around the leading star, surrounding Dubi Peak in the middle. Only on this peak are the clouds so deep that one does not know where one is. Duan Ling Tian listened to Shang Quan's introduction, then he gazed from afar at the 7 sword peaks that had clouds coiled around them. His heart was filled with shock. This was the 7-star sword sect. Young master, there seems to be something stop the surrounding 6 sword peaks' connection to the Dubi Peak. K.'s eyes were sharp and noticed the scene when the clouds and mist cleared away. Duan Ling Tian glanced over when he heard K.'. When the clouds and mist cleared away, it could be seen that above the 6 sword peaks surrounding Dubi Peak was indeed a thing that was similar to a black-colored chain that connected to Dubi Peak. Young master, it is said that only the main peak, the Dubi Peak, has a path to ascend the peak among the 7 great sword peaks of 7-star sword sect. The other 6 sword peaks don't possess a path to ascend the peak, so unless one is in existence at the void-prying stage, they can't climb the other 6 sword peaks. Shang Quan spoke of everything he knew. So if you want to ascend the other 6 sword peaks, then you must pass through the main peak and use the chain bridges on the main peak to enter them. Chain bridges. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. So in this way, there's only one path to ascend to the peak of this 7-star sword sect, and that is the path up the Dubi Peak. The defense of this sect can be called amazing. With only one path, it was completely possible for one man to hold the pass and hold back all the enemy forces. Coupled with the hidden forces of the 7-star sword sect, even if the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family were to personally come here, they might not be able to obtain any benefit. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 arrived at the foot of one of the sword peaks. The part of the sword peak that was immersed in the ground was incomparably precipitous, and one couldn't see the end of it with a glance. Such a precipitous cliff, even a half-step void stage martial artist, probably wouldn't be able to ascend it. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be astounded as he sighed with emotion. Before long, Duan Ling Tian noticed that wasn't just him and the 2 little girls by his side that were sighing with emotion. Many young men and women had gathered here from various places and were pointing at the sword peak. Their discussions also had exclamations of surprise mixed within. Duan Ling Tian was clear that these people ought to be people who had come to participate in the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test. The closer they got to the main peak, the more people they could see. The young men and women that had gathered from all over had seniors following by their sides, and in the end, they gathered beneath the 7-star sword sect's main peak, the Dubi Peak, the only entrance into the 7-star sword sect. The 7-star sword sect's entrance had a height of 10 over meters, and on it were 4 large words carved exquisitely. 7-star sword sect. This. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian was attracted by these 4 large words. Even though he didn't study calligraphy, he was able to discern that these 4 large words were carved by a sword cultivating expert with a single swing of his sword. They were like words of nature that didn't have any flaws. This entrance seems to have some history, Li Fei lightly said, with a tone that had traces of shock mixed within. She'd obviously been shocked by these 4 large words. Allegedly, this entrance existed when the 7-star sword sect was established. These 4 words, 7-star sword sect, were carved by the founder of the 7-star sword sect. As Shang Quan spoke up to this point, he had a face full of reverence. Rumors say that when the 7-star sword sect's founder established the 7-star sword sect, he was already a void interpretation expert. Void interpretation expert, in other words, an expert that had stepped into the void interpretation stage. Void interpretation expert, Li Fei couldn't help herself from exclaiming in surprise. There are void interpretation experts in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Shang Quan shook his head. That's a matter of a few thousand years ago. According to my knowledge, it's already been very long since a void interpretation expert has appeared in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Even if it's void initiation experts, there probably aren't more than 50 of those in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. As he spoke up to hear, Shang Quan slightly sighed. That time, if Outboundless sect had a void initiation expert, it most likely would not have been annihilated by the Black Fiend sect. Duan Ling Tian also knew some of the matters of the Boundless sect from Xianxia. The Boundless sect could be considered a second-rate sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Among the sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, sects that could be called top sects ordinarily had 5 or more void initiation stage experts within the sect, and there was no lack of existences at the 4th level of the void initiation stage or above. Below the top sects were first-rate sects. There were ordinarily 1 or 2 void initiation experts within these sects, and the strongest would ordinarily be at the 3rd level of the void initiation stage. Below that were the second-rate sects. They didn't have void initiation experts, and the difference between them and third-rate sects were the quantity and quality of void prying experts. Below the third-rate sects were some unrated sects. These unrated sects ordinarily only had 1 or 2 void prying martial artists, and in terms of strength, there was not much difference between them and the various imperial families of the kingdoms under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Black Fiend sect that annihilated the Boundless sect was precisely a first-rate sect. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xianxia and asked, "The voice transmission jade slip that your Boundless sect's young sect leader left behind asked me to pass it to the Solitary Summit's solitary old man, Shang Guanyan. Could it be that Shang Guanyan isn't a void initiation expert?" Xianxia slowly said, "Young master, the old man you speak of is the ancestor of our Boundless sect. He was in existence at the 9th level of the void prying stage over 10 years ago. Later on, he discarded his vexations on worldly affairs and decided to stay alone. As for whether he's broken through to the void initiation stage, it's something I have no way of knowing." As he finished speaking, Xianxia had a sighing expression. He didn't carry any hopes. In terms of difficulty, a 9th level void prying martial artist wanting to break through to the void initiation stage was far more difficult than a half-step void stage martial artist breaking through to the void prying stage. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he asked, "How far is the Solitary Summit?" Xianxia lightly pondered. "If you were to travel by Fergana horse, it ought to take 5 months to arrive near the Solitary Summit." "That far?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. He originally thought that if the Solitary Summit wasn't far away, he would ask Xianxia to pass the void transmission jade slip to Shang Guanyan, and this could be considered as completing the desire of the Boundless sect's young sect leader. Now it would seem that there would temporarily be no need for this. If Xianxia left, the round trip would take 10 months. It was too long. When I have the chance in the future, I'll go to the Solitary Summit to look for Shang Guanyan. Duan Ling Tian made a decision in his heart. He didn't want Xianxia to leave for so long, as if there was any urgent matter that he needed Xianxia for, wouldn't he be delayed? Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's estimations, even if Shang Guanyan knew of this matter, he might not be able to do anything to the Black Fiend sect. According to what Xianxia said, there were 2 existences at the void initiation stage within the Black Fiend sect. One of them was even an expert at the 2nd level of the void initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses and then looked around at his surroundings. He noticed that the people that gathered increased as time went by, and these people were all a group of young men and women, with the eldest seeming to be not older than 25. This was the criteria of the 7-star sword sect when recruiting disciples, below 25. Practically every young man and woman had a senior following by their side. Some of the seniors that followed by the side of these young men and women were even existences at the void prying stage. At noon, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. 3 people finally walked out from behind the 7-star sword sect's entrance. Among the 3 people, the old man in the front was in the lead. This old man had an emaciated figure and a firm expression, and between his brows were traces of vigor and vitality mixed within. The old man's essence, energy, and spirit were all at the peak, and in some aspects, he wasn't inferior to a young person in the slightest. A 7-star sword sect elder. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended on the symbol at the old man's chest. The 7 stars surrounding the sword-shaped symbol were all gold. It was precisely the symbol of a 7-star sword sect elder. 2 young men followed behind the old man. Their ages were around 30, and they were 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. "All those who are below 25 and participating in the test, stand over here." The old man had a calm expression as he spoke indifferently. Although his voice wasn't loud, it contained an incomparably large and heavy origin energy that echoed out into the ears of everyone present. "Xianxia, you can return. I'll look for you in Black Bamboo City if I need anything." Duan Ling Tian nodded to Xianxia and instructed him before taking the 2 little girls and slowly walking over. For a moment, a crowd of young men and women gathered together. Many young men noticed Li Fei and K'er. They were slightly stunned by the peerless appearances of the two and only recovered from their shock after a short moment. Then they looked at Duan Ling Tian, who stood in between Kair and Li Fei, with faces full of envy and jealousy. So many people. Kair sized up the surroundings for a moment and was slightly surprised. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The young men and women who were currently gathered together numbered at least 1,000. Meanwhile, the old man spoke again. Now, those that are 20 and below and haven't stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage, leave. Instantly, a portion of the crowd left in dejection. Those that are 20 to 22, and haven't stepped into the 1st level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man continued. This time, even more people left. Those who are 22 and below and haven't stepped into the 1st level of the origin core stage must leave. In the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom that he previously resided in, one could count with one hand the amount of people that were able to step into the 1st level of the origin core stage when at 22 or below. The 7-star sword sect, as expected of the top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The test hadn't even started. It was only the first round of screening and it was already so strict. Those that are 22 to 23, and haven't stepped into the 2nd level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man's voice continued to sound out. This time, the faces of many young men and women went ghastly pale. Although they were slightly unwilling, they still obediently left. Those that are 23 to 25, and haven't stepped into the 3rd level of the origin core stage, leave. The old man's voice sounded out once more, and practically everyone was numb to it. Chapter 259, Outer Court Disciple Test. Now, after the first round of screening, there were nearly 200 young men and women that still remained. The quality of the genius martial artists of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdoms wasn't something that the Crimson Sky Kingdom could compare to. After all, there were still so many that remained even under such harsh requirements. The remaining people, follow me. Then old man ordered. Then he led the way with the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples. The crowd, including Duan Ling Tian's group, followed behind in a formidable array to ascend the Dubi Peak. Dubi Peak, the main peak of the 7-star sword sect. On the way, the old man had a stentorian voice as he slowly said, "I'm the elder in charge of this time's outer court disciple test. You all can call me Test Elder." Ascending the Dubi Peak now represents being one step closer to becoming 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. However, whether or not you're able to become an outer court disciple will all depend on your own ability. The old man continued, "If you become an outer court disciple, don't slack off. The 7-star sword sect has a rule that if an outer court disciple is unable to pass the inner court test and become an inner court disciple by the age of 30, they will be expelled from 7-star sword sect." The old man's words caused many people to be shocked. An outer court disciple who's unable to become an inner court disciple by the age of 30 will be expelled from the 7-star sword sect. I heard that if one wanted to become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, one would at least need a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage. I also heard that even if you have a cultivation at the 7th level of the origin core stage, you might not be able to pass the inner court test. Only with a cultivation at the 8th level of the origin core stage when participating in the inner court test would you be able to firmly pass the test. Many young men and women whispered amongst themselves. Even though their natural talents were good, wanting to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage, or even the 8th level of the origin core stage, by the age of 30 wasn't an easy thing to accomplish. For a moment, many people felt pressured. Duan Ling Tian followed within the crowd and only smiled indifferently when he heard the whispers of discussion from the crowd. Scoundrel, breaking through the 8th level of the origin core stage by the age of 30. So I have a chance. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian and was slightly perturbed. Duan Ling Tian put his mouth close to Li Fei's ears, lightly blew at it, and said, with a voice that had a sense of agitation mixed within, "So long as you're obedient, I guarantee to make you break through to the 8th level of the origin core stage by the age of 25. How about it, big scoundrel?" Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian, and her beautiful face went slightly red all the way to her neck. Many young men looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes of envy that seemed as if they could pierce directly through him when they saw him and Li Fei being so intimate. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored all these gazes. The nearly 200 people followed behind the old man and arrived halfway up Dubi Peak. Here was a vast stone platform, and near the stone platform stood many people. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was sharp, so with a glance, he noticed that there were 6 batches of people standing there. 5 of the 6 batches were all led by an aged old man, and behind the old man were another 3 or 4 young men following. These old men were all 7-star sword sect elders. As for the young men following behind them, they were all 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. The other batch of people were all women. Although the 7-star sword sect women's attire was also green clothes, there were differences from the men's attire. It had lesser sturdiness and more delicateness, causing one to feel comfortable when laying eyes upon it, and it wasn't ugly. The person in the lead of the batch of women was a dignified, beautiful woman with a beautiful appearance. She was also a 7-star sword sect elder. Behind the beautiful woman followed 3 young women, and they were all 7-star sword sect outer court disciples as well. Duan Ling Tian and the others followed behind Test Elder and stepped onto the stone platform. Meanwhile, that beautiful woman had already brought along the 3 young women as she walked over with large strides towards Duan Ling Tian and the others. As for the 5 old men, they instead waited on the spot with the people behind them. What's this about? Duan Ling Tian wondered in his heart. However, he quickly found out the answer. Test Elder's gaze swept past Duan Ling Tian and the others, then he slowly said, "The women amongst you are exempted from the outer court disciple test and will directly become 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Now, all of you follow the Alcade Peak's elder by to head to the Alcade Peak and become disciples of Alcade Peak." What Test Elder said caused all the young men and women that followed him to ascend the Dubi Peak to be stunned. All the young women's faces revealed pleasant surprise. Exempted from the test. Directly become 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. All the young men were dumbstruck. Even this is possible. Absurd thoughts arose within the hearts of some of the men. They wished for nothing more than to be women. The beautiful woman that came over, the Alcade Peak's elder Bai, said, with a calm voice that didn't contain any feelings, "Female disciples, follow me." "Go on." Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said this to the 2 little girls by his side. Seeing the 2 girls seeming to be hesitant, Duan Ling Tian said, "I'll go look for you 2 once I become an outer court disciple." The 2 girls only obediently nodded after they heard what he said, then they walked out with the group of young women. Li Fei and K'er seemed to stand out amongst the group of young women. Earlier, during the journey here, due to there being many people didn't see their true appearances, but now, along with the 30+ women walking out, they instantly attracted the gazes of everyone present. So beautiful, many men's eyes lit up, as they were subdued by Li Fei and K'er's peerless appearances. Even the beautiful woman, Elder Bai, her eyes couldn't help but shine when she saw Li Fei and K'er, and her eyes had a sense of surprise mixed within. It wasn't that she hadn't seen women with such extraordinary appearance. However, the most hard to come by point would be having an extraordinary appearance and shocking natural talent. So many beautiful women had ordinary natural talent and at most would only end up being reduced to trophy wives. In next to no time, the beautiful woman notified Test Elder, then she brought along the group of young women to directly leave, obviously. Returning to Alcade Peak, I heard long ago that there are only women in the 7-star sword sect's Alcade Peak. I never expected it to be true, a young man that stood nearby to Duan Ling Tian exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Allegedly, the female outer court disciples of 7-star sword sect are ordinarily cultivating on Alcade Peak. You can see some female disciples on Dubi Peak, but those female disciples are all inner court disciples, and their ages aren't young anymore. As a young man finished saying this, his face had a strange expression. I really am jealous of them for being able to be exempted from the test and directly become outer court disciples. Many people had jealous expressions. Actually, it can be understood, as they're women after all, and women that are able to satisfy Test Elder's earlier screening conditions could already be considered to be hard to come by. Directly becoming outer court disciples is reasonable, another person said. What the latter said also obtained the agreement of most of the people present. Women were born weaker than men. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was on K'er and Li Fei the whole time until they followed the Alcade Peak's elder Bai to ascend higher up Dubi Peak and disappear before his eyes. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. Meanwhile, the remaining 150+ young men, including Duan Ling Tian, accompanied Test Elder to arrive at the center of the platform. Test Elder abruptly turned around and then looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others. The group of people stopped their footsteps upon seeing this. Only 100 people amongst all of you will remain in the end. In other words, 53 people will be eliminated. Test Elder's burning gaze flashed past the group of young men, causing many young men who were already slightly perturbed to go pale. Now there were precisely 153 people amongst them. In other words, more than 1/3 would be eliminated. I wonder what test it will be. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. He was slightly curious and slightly in anticipation. Duan Ling Tian still had 100% confidence towards passing the test, so he wasn't worried. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim. Suddenly, he noticed that a formidable aura instantly enveloped down towards them from Test Elder, pressing down on the group of young men, including Duan Ling Tian. This formidable aura belonged to a void-prying stage expert. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary void-prying stage expert's aura. This Test Elder is actually in existence at the 7th level of the void-prying stage. Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart. As for Test Elder's aura, it couldn't pose much of an affect to him. After all, his spiritual force was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist. And not to mention this, just the tenacity of his will wasn't something that an ordinary person could compare to. He was someone who had experienced 2 lifetimes. Duan Ling Tian quickly noticed that due to being caught off guard, over 10 young men had instantly collapsed on the ground. These young men that collapsed on the ground found it difficult to stand up again and lay there with shivering bodies. To them, the imposing manner of a 7th-level void-prying stage expert was too strong. Before long, Duan Ling Tian noticed that many people had collapsed. In the sky, ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form one by one. It was the remaining young men reacting to the situation and circulating their cultivation to defend against Test Elder's imposing manner. For a time, the sky was filled with dense ancient mammoth silhouettes, and it was utterly impossible to see clearly which ancient mammoth silhouettes belonged to who. In next to no time, another young man collapsed and was frothing in his mouth. Time slowly passed by. Only 127 young men currently still remained standing. Now, practically all the people present had realized that this sudden imposing manner of a void-prying stage expert was precisely the outer court disciple test that they had to face. The 10+ people that collapsed first all lied there on the ground with faces full of bitterness and helplessness. They knew that they were bound to have no fate with the 7-star sword sect. Among the 127 people that remained standing, only a portion of the people were stable like Mount Tai. The figures of most people were trembling and would collapse at any moment. They gritted their teeth and persisted, because they knew that so long as another 27 people collapsed, and so long as they didn't collapse, they would pass the test. So boring. Duan Ling Tian stood in the crowd and yawned as he lazily stretched his body. Chapter 260, Megra's Peak. A young man just happened to be standing behind Duan Ling Tian. The young man originally gritted his teeth and tried his best to forcefully hold on. However, when he saw the leisurely and carefree Duan Ling Tian before him lazily stretching, he couldn't hold on any longer, and he lost his focus. Then his body trembled before crashing onto the ground. The sound from behind startled Duan Ling Tian, and he turned around to take a look. The young man that had collapsed on the ground had a face covered in bitterness, and when he noticed Duan Ling Tian turning around, his eyes nearly went black and passed out. The young man that stood before him was actually a young man that wasn't even 20. He suddenly felt that he'd wasted his life for all these years. Duan Ling Tian noticed the young man that had collapsed on the ground staring at him and couldn't help but ask in wonder, "Friend, are you all right?" The young man opened his mouth when he heard Duan Ling Tian, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The imposing manner of Test Elder enveloped them, causing it to be difficult for him to speak. In his heart, only one thought remained. This violet-clothed young man is simply abnormal. After half an hour, one by one the young men collapsed onto the ground, and only 100 young men still remained standing. Meanwhile, the imposing manner of Test Elder was withdrawn. Duan Ling Tian looked around at his surroundings. He noticed that amongst the young men that were standing, some of them had similar ages to him, and the cultivation of these people hadn't yet broken through to the origin core stage. They obviously could hold on because of their shocking will. A test like this is really interesting, it's direct enough and straightforward enough. Duan Ling Tian secretly thought in his heart. Along with the withdrawal of Test Elder's imposing manner, everyone instantly felt the pressure on their bodies lessen, and brilliant smiles hung upon the faces of the people who still remained standing. Whereas the 53 people who were collapsed on the ground all had bitter smiles and helpless expressions. "You two, take them down the peak," Test Elder instructed the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples behind him. Yes, the 2 7-star sword sect inner court disciples brought the 53 people who had just stood up with difficulty to leave. These 53 people could be considered to have come here for nothing. Congratulations to all of you for becoming outer court disciples of our 7-star sword sect. Test Elder's gaze flashed past all 100 young men, including Duan Ling Tian, and he slowly said, "Now, I'll roughly introduce our 7-star sword sect to you. Our 7-star sword sect is divided into 7 great sword peaks, and the Dubi peak is the main peak amongst them. The cultivation locations in the main peak belongs to the 7-star sword sect higher ups and the inner court disciples. Outer court disciples cultivate on the other 6 peaks. Among the outer court 6 peaks, the Alcade peak is the cultivation location for the outer court female disciples. The other 5 peaks are the cultivation locations for the outer court male disciples. Speaking up to this point, Test Elder continued. Now, the elders of the other 5 peaks and the inner court disciples they brought along will each choose 20 people from amongst you. In the future, all of you will be the outer court disciples of the peak that the elder who choose you is from. As for other details and introductions, the elders of each peak will give all of you a detailed account. Alcade Peak, the cultivation location for the female outer court disciples. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile. That was no different than a kingdom of women. Meanwhile, under the instructions of Test Elder, the other elders of the other 5 peaks brought along the disciples behind them and walked over in large strides. When these people came close, Duan Ling Tian noticed a familiar figure. Duan Ling Tian never expected that he would encounter this person here. Among the 3 outer court disciples behind an old man that had a goatee, one of them could be considered to be an old acquaintance of Duan Ling Tian. It was precisely one of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples he'd encountered in the restaurant 5 days ago. One of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Because of the far distance between them earlier, Duan Ling Tian didn't notice this person. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple had noticed him as well, and not only that, this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple didn't seem surprised when he noticed Duan Ling Tian, as if he'd known of Duan Ling Tian's existence since long ago. Perhaps when K.Er and Li Fei left with the Alcade Peaks elder by, he'd already guesses that I was here, Duan Ling Tian thought secretly in his heart. Meanwhile, the elders of the other 5 peaks had already arrived before them with the outer court disciples behind them. Duan Ling Tian noticed that the outer court disciple he had enmity with directly charged towards him. The outer court disciple had a smile of victory on the corners of his mouth as he threw a small command token to Duan Ling Tian. In the future, you're an outer court disciple of our Megrez Peak. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted as he caught the command token, and when he looked carefully, he noticed that this was the command token of the 7-star sword sect's Megrez Peak's disciple. A smile of mischief appeared on the face of this 7-star sword sect outer court disciple. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and inclined his body forward to come close to Duan Ling Tian, and he said, in a low voice, "Kid, I never expected to encounter you here. Enemies really are bound to meet. I'm truly curious, without that nascent soul martial artist to rely on here, will you kneel before me and plead for mercy?" Kneel and plead for mercy. Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from bursting out into a laugh when he heard what this outer court disciple said. In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian withdrew the smile from his face and put an expressionless face as he crossed eyes with the outer court disciple. Then he slowly said a word. "Idiot, you." This 7-star sword sect outer court disciple never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would still dare to be perverse before him now. His face instantly sank and he gnashed his teeth. "Kid, you'll regret it." Duan Ling Tian Yuan then paid no further attention to this outer court disciple. He walked over to the old man with the goatee, the elder of Megrez Peak. Meanwhile, the Megrez Peak had chosen the allocated 20 people. "I'm Lu Chu, the outer court elder of Megrez Peak. In the future, all of you can address me as Elder Lu," the old man with a goatee said, to the 20 new outer court disciples. Elder Lu. Instantly, many people took the lead to greet him, as they were thinking of getting familiar with Elder Lu. "All of you have just entered the sect and don't know of many things. I'll take all of you back to Megrez Peak now. I and these 3 senior brothers of yours will explain the things you need to pay attention to in the 7-star sword sect on the way." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chu brought Duan Ling Tian and the others to continue ascending Dubi Peak. On the way, Lu Chu's voice sounded out. "Since all of you have entered the 7-star sword sect, you must abide by the rules of 7-star sword sect. Disciples of the 7-star sword sect must not use their strength to bully the weak. This is the thousands of years old decree of the sect since its establishment. Besides that, unless on the life and death arena, sect disciples within 7-star sword sect must not kill each other. Violators will be severely punished without mercy according to the rules of the sect." As he finished speaking, his tone had a sense of coldness within, causing chills to run down one's spine. Elder Lu, what's the life and death arena? Instantly, one of the outer court disciples that had just entered 7-star sword sect couldn't refrain from asking. Lu Chu looked at one of the outer court disciples beside him. Huo Xin, explain it. The person that Lu Chu called upon wasn't anyone else, it was precisely that 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that was enemies with Duan Ling Tian. However, before Lu Chu, Huo Xin was reverent and respectful and didn't dare be inattentive in the slightest. Huo Xin's gaze descended onto the group of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that had just entered the sect, and when his gaze flashed past Duan Ling Tian, it seemed to have a strand of a cold light mixed within. Of course, when this cold light flashed by, only Duan Ling Tian, the target of the coldness, was able to notice it. Huo Xin. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. He was disdainful towards the cold light that flashed within Huo Xin's eyes. As far as he was concerned, this Huo Xin was nothing more than a clown. The life and death arena is an extremely special existence in our 7-star sword sect. Every one of the 7 great sword peaks of 7-star sword sect has their own life and death arena. This life and death arena is the place where disciples vent irreconcilable enmities. Once one enters the life and death arena, it is equivalent to putting one's own life as a wager. Entering the life and death arena also means that the enmity won't end until one of the parties die. The life and death arena is the one and only place within our 7-star sword sect where one doesn't have to take any responsibility for killing someone. Huo Xin slowly spoke. As he finished, his gaze once again descended onto Duan Ling Tian's figure, and there was no lack of provocation within it. As if he was asking Duan Ling Tian, do you dare enter the life and death arena with me? In next to no time, Huo Xin noticed that Duan Ling Tian hadn't looked him in the eye from the beginning until the end, and this caused his face to go even gloomier. When was he ever ignored by someone like this? More importantly, the person that ignored him was an outer court disciple that had only just entered 7-star sword sect. Kid, I'll make you die sooner or later. Dense killing intent arose within Huo Xin's heart. The current him wasn't purely wanting to get back at Duan Ling Tian for the loss of face in the restaurant 5 days ago. In his heart, he'd already completely hated this violet-clothed young man. Along with Huo Xin finishing his speech, besides Duan Ling Tian, who was still composed, all the outer court disciples who had just entered the 7-star sword sect more or less experienced changes in their expressions, and some of them were terrified to the point that their faces went ghastly pale. Life and death arena. No end until one party dies. No need to take responsibility for killing someone. This life and death arena was really a great place. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was also clear in his heart that the existence of the life and death arena was only capable of restricting 7-star sword sect disciples from killing each other up to a certain extent. Secretly, so long as it's not noticed by another, one can still kill and not need to take any responsibility. The existence of the life and death arena was only to cause the 7-star sword sect disciples to not dare kill another under the circumstances that someone else is present. If no one was present, there would be no difference whether there was a life and death arena or not. Before long, Lu Chu spoke again. After all of you become members of Megrez Peak, I hope all of you can bring honor to Megrez Peak. So long as someone brings honor to Megrez Peak, the Megrez Peak will absolutely not treat you shabbily. What Lu Chu said caused all the 20 outer court disciples who had just entered 7-star sword sect to be stunned. Elder Lu, what do you mean by this? One of the new outer court disciples had a bewildered expression and couldn't stop himself from asking. Chapter 261, The Law of the Jungle. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian came to an understanding. Perhaps competition existed between the peaks of the 7-star sword sect. The facts proved that Duan Ling Tian's guess was correct. Lu Chu slowly said, within the 7-star sword sect, the outer court disciples of the 6 sword peaks have a martial competition every year. The outer court martial competition is divided into 2 phases. The first phase is each peak deciding on the strongest 10 people. These 10 people will participate in the second phase of the outer court martial competition. The second phase of the outer court martial competition will be a competition between the 6 peaks, and the 60 most outstanding outer court disciples will compete against each other. As he spoke up to this point, the corners of Lu Chu's mouth curled into a bitter smile. It had been very long since a Megrez Peak outer court disciple had taken the first place. Outer court martial competition. Many people's gazes shone, but some shook their heads. We've only just entered the 7-star sword sect. Once we participate in the outer court martial competition, we'll only be asking for a beating. We perhaps might be able to show off ourselves in the outer court martial competition in a few years. The people that shook their heads whispered amongst each other. HMPH. Lu Chu snorted coldly when he heard the words of these people. All of you, listen well, not every outer court disciple has the qualifications to participate in the 7-star sword sect outer court martial competition. Only outer court disciples who have been in the 7-star sword sect for less than 3 years have the qualifications to participate in it. In the sect for less than 3 years, some of the outer court disciples who had just entered the 7-star sword sect showed neither approval nor disapproval when they heard what Lu Chu said. Even then, there's no lack of existences at the 5th or 6th level of the origin core stage amongst those outer court disciples. Exactly, to us, encountering an existence at the 5th or 6th level of the origin core stage is no different from encountering an existence at the 7th level of the origin core stage. However, in this way, so long as another 2 years passes, we ought to be able to show off our skills. You're right, of course, there were also some outer court disciples who looked forward to the future and imagined themselves being in high spirits in the outer court martial competition. Elder Lu, when is the next outer court martial competition? Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Chu and asked curiously. He was interested in the outer court martial competition. As a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the 7-star sword sect ought to not be stingy with rewards. Lu Chu's face was slightly gloomy, but when he heard Duan Ling Tian, his expression eased up slightly, then he turned around to look at Duan Ling Tian. The next outer court martial competition will be held 6 months from now. Lu Chu withdrew his gaze and shook his head. He originally thought that the person who asked him this question was a person that was confident enough to participate in the outer court martial competition 6 months from now. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's age, he dispelled this thought. As far as he was concerned, even if his natural talent was any higher, a young man that wasn't even 20 ought to only be a first-level origin core martial artist, and the young man might not even be able to break through to the 2nd level of the origin core stage 6 months from now. It was utterly impossible for a person like this to obtain any good results in the outer court martial competition, even to the extent that it would be impossible for him to obtain one of the top 10 places in the Megrez Peak. It's good to be confident, but being overconfident, that's arrogance. Huo Xin couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian ask this question to Lu Chu, and now that he'd recovered from his shock, he couldn't refrain from ridiculing. Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression. It was as if he had not heard what Huo Xin said at all. In half a year. At that time, he ought to be able to break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian followed behind Lu Chu and arrived at a stone platform on the way up Dubi Peak. This stone platform was much narrower and smaller, and it seemed crowded when 20+ people stood together. Behind the stone platform was a chain bridge that was made of chains that were buckled together. It led to a sword peak in the south. That's Megrez Peak. Duan Ling Tian looked at a precipitous mountain that was coiled by mist and clouds in the distance, and his gaze abruptly shone. This mountain stood there as if it had transformed into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky, giving one a peerlessly fierce and swift feeling, captivating one's mind. Come. Lu Chu took the lead and brought along the group of outer court disciples to walk up the chain bridge. The chain bridge started swaying once the group of people stood atop it. So high, oh my God, if we were to fall from here, then not a shred of us would remain. What a pile of nonsense. That would happen without a doubt. Instantly, besides Duan Ling Tian, the remaining outer court disciples that had only just entered the 7-star sword sect exclaimed in shock, and a small amount of people had ghastly pale expressions. There are people who have a fear of heights in this world. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and his gaze descended onto the other end of the chain bridge. This chain bridge was at least 300 or 400 meters long, connecting Megrez Peak to Dubi Peak, and was undoubtedly an extremely large amount of work. This chain bridge ought to have been connected by experts at the void-prying stage or above. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and the vision before his eyes swayed. It was as if he could see the time the 7-star sword sect was established and figures flew past in the sky carrying iron chains in their hands. Sure enough, the predecessors planted a tree, and their descendants enjoyed the shade. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Lu Chu stood at the side and his gaze quickly descended onto the violet-clothed young man, and it completely froze there. Among the 20 new outer court disciples that he'd brought over, this violet-clothed young man was the youngest, but now when on the chain bridge, the most composed was undoubtedly this young man. If the violet-clothed young man was originally a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect and was able to be composed when walking on the chain bridge, he wouldn't find it strange. But this violet-clothed young man had only come here for the first time and had stepped onto the chain bridge like stepping on flat ground. After all, below this chain bridge was a bottomless chasm. Even when he'd just entered the Seven-Star Sword sect all those years ago to become a Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciple, his heart couldn't help but tremble when he walked on this chain bridge. Finally, Lu Chu couldn't refrain from looking at Duan Ling Tian and asking, "What's your name?" This young man caused him to feel slightly unable to see through him. He'd been in the Seven-Star Sword sect for many years, but it was still the first time that he had such a feeling towards a person who'd just entered the sect. "Elder Lu, are you asking me?" Duan Ling Tian was stunned, and seeing Lu Chu nodding to him, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. "I'm Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Ling Tian, your name is truly domineering." Lu Chu's face emitted a trace of a rare smile. "Elder Lu, you're too kind." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. HMPH. When Huo Xin noticed Lu Chu taking the initiative to talk with Duan Ling Tian, a trace of hate out of jealousy flashed within his eyes. Even he, who was an outer court disciple who'd entered the Seven-Star Sword sect 2 years ago, Lu Chu had never once talked to him in such a friendly manner. "I noticed you were daydreaming as you looked at the chain bridge. What were you thinking of?" Lu Chu looked at Duan Ling Tian and touched his goatee as he asked curiously. Duan Ling Tian's gaze once again descended onto the chain bridge when he heard Lu Chu's question, then he lightly smiled. "Actually, it wasn't anything. I was just thinking that this bridge is at least 300 or 400 meters long and must have been personally built by a group of void-prying stage experts. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to complete such a large task." PFF'd. Lu Chu hadn't even said anything when Huo Xin couldn't refrain from ridiculing. Our Seven-Star Sword sect's 6 chain bridges are famous within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Who doesn't know that the 6 chain bridges of our Seven-Star Sword sect were completed by void-prying stage experts? The other people looked at Duan Ling Tian as well with gazes that were slightly off. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to this and only shook his head and smiled. Only Lu Chu glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian and then asked, "You didn't know of our Seven-Star Sword sect's chain bridges in the past?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "Elder Lu, I'm not from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I'm only someone who's from a kingdom under the rule of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Before today, I'd never heard of this marvelous chain bridge of the Seven-Star Sword sect. If it's really like this, then your power of observation is rather strong." Lu Chu nodded, but in his heart he was shocked to the extent that waves crashed within his heart. This violet-clothed young man that wasn't even 20 was actually from a kingdom under the rule of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Since when was a mere small kingdom able to possess such a genius martial artist? HMPH. So you're just a bumpkin from a small place. The corners of Huo Xin's mouth curled into a slight sneer, and he was even more disdainful of Duan Ling Tian in his heart. As far as he was concerned, what ability could someone from a small kingdom possess? Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Huo Xin's gaze of disdain, but he still maintained his carefree expression as if he didn't notice it. Huo Xin was even more unrestrained when he noticed this, as he thought that Duan Ling Tian was like this due to being afraid of him. Meanwhile, the group of people had walked over the chain bridge to arrive at Megrez Peak. After walking off the chain bridge, what entered their eyes was a spacious, stone platform, and a building stood atop the stone platform. After hearing Lu Chu's explanation, Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that this was the location where the disciples of Megrez Peak ordinarily bought and exchanged both medicinal pills and spirit weapons. Here, one was able to spend gold and silver to buy medicinal pills and spirit weapons, or they could use materials to exchange for medicinal pills and spirit weapons. On the northern part of the Seven-Star Sword sect, there was a primeval forest that was vast without boundary, and within it were various medicinal materials and ore deposits that were inexhaustible. Unless a Seven-Star Sword sect disciple was born from a rich family, they would all enter the primeval forest to search for materials to exchange for medicinal materials and spirit weapons for cultivation and to increase their strengths. Of course, within this primeval forest was an exceedingly large amount of savage fierce beasts. Allegedly, there were even quite a few demon beasts deep within this forest. So this primeval forest had also become the ordinary location where many Seven-Star Sword sect disciples gained experience and trained. All of you can use the Megrez Peak Disciples Command token to receive your outer court disciple attire. After you receive your attire, each of you can find your own places of cultivation around the entire Megrez Peak. All of you can seize a location that was already taken by another, but you must not kill another. As he finished speaking, Lu Chu's gaze became fierce. We can still seize the place of cultivation of another. Many new outer court disciples were stupefied. Looks like the 7-star sword sect tacitly consents to the competition between sect disciples. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh emotionally in his heart. The environment within the 7-star sword sect was similar to the law of survival within nature, the law of the jungle. 1 TL note. I've mentioned this reference in chapter 100 if anyone has forgotten. Chapter 262, Secret at the Cliff. After warning the group of outer court disciples that had just entered the 7-star sword sect, Lu Chu turned around and left. Duan Ling Tian followed behind the group of outer court disciples as they went together to receive their sets of outer court disciple attires. After getting his attire, Duan Ling Tian looked around his surroundings and was slightly surprised. That Huo Xin is gone. He originally thought that now that Lu Chu had left, based on the hostility that Huo Xin had towards him, he would probably make a move against him, but now Huo Xin had vanished. Could it be that he noticed something? Duan Ling Tian was slightly curious in his heart, and his first thought was that Huo Xin had noticed that he wasn't so simple. However, would that Huo Xin have such sight? Duan Ling Tian was extremely doubtful in his heart. Perhaps he suddenly encountered an urgent matter, Duan Ling Tian thought. Secretly in his heart. However, since Huo Xin wasn't present, Duan Ling Tian didn't think over it any longer. He prepared to look for his place of residence and cultivation on Megrez Peak in the future. He could imagine how some of the good places on Megrez Peak would have surely been already occupied by another. So if he wanted to find a place with a good environment, then he must use martial prowess to seize it from the grasps of another. This was something that Duan Ling Tian didn't feel averse to. The Cloud Continent was a world where the strong were respected, and it ran on the basis of survival of the fittest. My top priority right now is to find a good place. Duan Ling Tian was clear in his heart that there was no point in thinking too much now, and he must first find a target before taking action. Hiss hiss. Right at this moment, a burst of noise sounded out from beneath Duan Ling Tian's sleeve. It was the two little pythons who had awakened from their slumber. Duan Ling Tian walked into a remote area of Megrez Peak, then he let the two little fellows out. In the next moment, his pupils couldn't help but constrict at first glance of the two little fellows. Hiss hiss. The two little pythons shook their heads and flicked their tails at Duan Ling Tian, and their pairs of gold and silver eyes flickered with a sheen of complacency. You two little fellows actually broke through. Duan Ling Tian was slightly speechless. He remembered clearly that this morning when he left Black Bamboo City, these two little fellows were only at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. But just now, his sharp spiritual force perceived that these two little pythons had broken through to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. A trace of complacency flashed within the eyes of the two little pythons when they saw Duan Ling Tian being surprised. They flicked their tails, then opened their mouths to reveal sharp teeth that flickered with an icy cold luster, as if trying to tell something to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian vaguely guessed what the two little fellows meant, and he asked uncertainly, "You two want to get even with Little Gold?" The two little fellows nodded like humans, their movements identical as if they had virtually rehearsed it. Duan Ling Tian chuckled to himself, as he never expected that he would really understand what the two little fellows wanted to express. Little Black, Little White, you two temporarily might not be able to get even with Little Gold. The two little fellows became restless when they heard this, and they transformed into two bolts of lightning that flashed out as if they were searching all around for something. In the end, they returned back to Duan Ling Tian's hand in disappointment, and their eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian as if they were asking him something. Little Gold is with K.Er, and K.Er isn't by my side. Duan Ling Tian shrugged, then he shook his head as he consoled in a light voice, "All right, I'll bring the two of you to look for it when I'm free." As he spoke, Duan Ling Tian put the two little pythons that had faces full of reluctance back into his sleeve. He was slightly helpless towards the grudges the two little fellows bore towards Little Gold, and at the same time, he silently mourned for the Little Gold Mouse. Unless the Little Gold Mouse broke through as well, it is impossible for it to be a match for Little Black and Little White. Megrez Peak is so big, I wonder where a good place for cultivating is. Duan Ling Tian walked up the peak for some time, and all the way he saw many sunken gorges on the mountain, but he wasn't really interested in these gorges. There was practically no light within these gorges, and they could be said to be in complete darkness within. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that he'd already arrived at the peak of Megre's peak. There was no railing to hold on to at the peak, and with a single mistake, one might fall down the bottomless chasm and be shattered until nothing remains of oneself. Standing on the peak, what entered his eyes was boundless clouds and mist, and his line of sight was completely obstructed. Looks like it isn't an easy matter to find a suitable place of cultivation. So cold. Duan Ling Tian could feel the cold wind that came at him from the front. It blew on him to the point that his body felt slightly cold, and he couldn't help but tighten his clothes. I'll go down and take a look. The place that Chain Bridge connects to is already near the peak of the mountain. There should be more choices below. On his way up here, Duan Ling Tian had noticed some gorges that, although were habitable, there were no people within. Obviously, those gorges were places that were rejected by everyone. Right when Duan Ling Tian was about to walk down, his sleeve expanded and black and white bolts of lightning flashed out. Little black, little white, what are you two doing? Duan Ling Tian noticed that the two little pythons actually stood at the side of the peak, and with a slight bit of carelessness, they would very likely directly fall down. For a time, Duan Ling Tian's expression completely went pale. Hiss hiss. Unexpectedly, the two little pythons seemed to be completely unaware of their dangerous situation and instead turned around to flick their tongues at Duan Ling Tian. Two mischievous little fellows. Duan Ling Tian was slightly helpless as he walked over, then he slapped out with his palm to directly grab the two little pythons in his hand. Little black, little white, knock it off. Let's hurry up and go down. Aren't you two afraid of falling and being shattered into pieces? As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian glared at the two little pythons. Hiss hiss. Unexpectedly, the two little fellows got restless again and directly struggled out of Duan Ling Tian's hand and then returned to the side of the cliff. They nodded to Duan Ling Tian, then slapped their tails on the cliff a few times as if they were trying to express something to Duan Ling Tian. What do you two want to tell me? Duan Ling Tian frowned. He looked at the two little pythons, then slightly stuck his head out to look at the cliff, but in the end he didn't notice anything. The other side of the cliff was incomparably precipitous. He could imagine that if he were to fall down from here, he would surely be shattered into pieces, and even a god that came down to the mortal world wouldn't be able to save him. Hiss hiss. In next to no time, a scene Duan Ling Tian never expected appeared. The two little python actually slid down along the side of the cliff and disappeared before his eyes. Little black, little white. Duan Ling Tian's face went ghastly pale, and he held on to the side of the cliff and stuck half of his body out. What entered his eyes were boundless clouds and mist, and the two little pythons had completely vanished. Little black, little white. Duan Ling Tian's expression was extremely unsightly, as over these few years, he'd long since taken these two little pythons as family and didn't take them purely as fierce beasts. Now they'd fallen down the cliff just like this. A trace of melancholy appeared within Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and extreme regret arose within his heart. He shouldn't have come to the peak of Megre's peak. Now these two little fellows were gone just like that. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted, as he vaguely seemed to have heard something, like the sound of the two little pythons flicking their tongues. However, when he lowered his head to look, he instead noticed that his vision was filled with clouds and mist, and there was no sign of the two little pythons. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? A trace of doubt arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart, and the more he thought about it, the more sure of it he was. Hiss hiss. But these hallucinations are really too strange, right? It still hasn't stopped. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the cloud and mist in his vision dispersed, and the figures of the two little pythons appeared before his eyes. It was precisely Little Black who'd swung its tail to clear away the clouds and mist. Only now did Duan Ling Tian notice that on the other side of the precipitous cliff was actually a tilted tree that grew straight out of the cliff. What was strange was that this tilted tree grew out of this desolate cliff, but it was actually lush and dark green, and it appeared to be full of vigor and vitality. Its thick trunk stuck into the side of the cliff and was firm like Mount Tai. Before long, the clouds and mist floated over it again and once again obstructed Duan Ling Tian's line of sight. This time, the two little pythons went berserk together and swung their tails to completely disperse the clouds and mist that were obstructing Duan Ling Tian's line of sight. The tilted tree once again appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Not only that, Duan Ling Tian also noticed that the two little pythons were signaling him to come down as well. You two little fellows. I'll trust you two once, don't make me die. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he stared fixedly at the tilted tree, Then he stomped his feet and flew downwards to firmly stand on the trunk of the tilted tree. Needless to say, this tilted tree was extremely firm. Duan Ling Tian's body that was 1.8 meters tall and 150 plus pounds descending onto it actually didn't cause the trunk to show signs of swaying in the slightest. Little black, little white, have you two noticed something? Duan Ling Tian looked at the two little pythons with a wondering expressions. Now he'd realized that these two little pythons weren't rash or out of their minds but had instead noticed something. Hiss hiss. Little black nodded to Duan Ling Tian, and its golden eyes stared at the cliff before it. Little white's silver eyes now stared fixedly at the cliff before it as well. Is there something here? Duan Ling Tian stepped on the trunk of the tilted tree and walked forward slowly, then he touched the cliff with a bewildered expression. A black bolt of lightning flashed by. It was Little Black who'd ran into the cliff. Little Black. Duan Ling Tian's face went grim. Even if Little Black was able to knock out a hole in the cliff, running into the cliff at such a speed would surely cause it to be knocked down the bottomless chasm by the force of rebound, and it would surely die. However, in the next moment, the fear on Duan Ling Tian's face disappeared and was replaced by astonishment. Because Little Black's body had actually drilled through to the back of the cliff and vanished before his eyes. There was another small hole on the cliff. Meanwhile, Little While moved as well and similarly went through the small hole in the cliff to enter it. Hiss hiss. Right when Duan Ling Tian was still stunned, the sound of the two little pythons flicking their tongues sounded out through the small holes that they had drilled out. Could it be that there's a hidden cave within? Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted as he seriously sized up the cliff before him. Before long, he noticed an inkling. Chapter 263. 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Ling Tian noticed that around the part of the cliff that the tilted tree was stuck into, traces of moisture was emitted in the area around 2 to 3 meters around it. This was completely different from the other parts of the cliff. Moreover, this part of the cliff had a slightly darker color than the other parts of the cliff. If one didn't carefully observe it, one wouldn't notice it. Hiss hiss. The sound of the two little pythons sounded out from behind the cliff and passed through the two small holes to echo out, seeming to be urging Duan Ling Tian to quickly come in. You two little pythons wouldn't be wanting me to learn from you two and force my way in, right? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. He looked down to glance at the bottomless chasm beneath the tilted tree and a trace of coldness arose within his heart. Right at this moment, a loud noise echoed out. It was the sound of knocking from the inner side of the cliff, and the sound of knocking was deep and powerful. Duan Ling Tian knew that this activity was surely caused by those two little fellows. Just when he was curious about what the two little fellows wanted to do, he instead noticed that the cliff before him had actually cracked open, and crack after crack spread out. These cracks became like a spider web in the blink of an eye, enveloping half of the cliff. Could it be? Duan Ling Tian's gaze couldn't help but light up when he saw this scene, and at the same time he shouted in a low voice. Little Black, Little White, move away. Hiss hiss. The sounds of the two little fellows flicking their tongues grew further and further away. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and clenched his right hand into a fist, then origin energy suffused onto his fist. Above him, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form as if they were hunting on the sky, ready to dash out at any time. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian moved. He pulled back his right arm abruptly as if pulling back the string of a bow, then in the next moment, his fist shot straight out as if transformed into a cannonball, fiercely smashing onto the cliff before him. An ear-piercing explosive sound echoed out. The cliff that already had countless cracks on it was shattered by Duan Ling Tian's fist strike. Stone pieces and stone chips flew out to fall down into the bottomless chasm. The sound of them hitting the ground couldn't be heard. Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly lit up when he saw the scene behind the cliff. However, the swaying that came from beneath his feet caused Duan Ling Tian's face to go grim, and his heartbeat raced. At this moment, he was truly worried that he would fall down into the bottomless chasm along with the tilted tree. Luckily, at the critical moment, the swaying tilted tree returned to peace and held on. It's truly terrifying. My heart nearly jumped out. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile and had a slight lingering fear. But when his gaze once again returned to the space behind the shattered cliff, he instead seemed to have forgotten his great trepidation from earlier and had a face full of excitement. Duan Ling Tian exerted force with his feet and seemed to transform into a spirit serpent as he flashed into the space behind the cliff. There was really a hidden cave behind the cliff after all, and it was a naturally formed cave passage. If it wasn't for the two little pythons discovering this cave, not to mention him, Even if Rebirth Martial Emperor arrived here personally during his peak, he would still be unable to discover this place. In certain aspects, the ability of a fierce beast was far beyond the reach of humans. The two little pythons transformed into bolts of lighting and returned onto Duan Lingtian's hand, then they nodded to Duan Lingtian before swinging out their tails to point to the cave. "You two want me to go in and take a look?" Duan Lingtian looked at the two little fellows and lightly smiled. The two little fellows hurriedly nodded like humans. Duan Lingtian let out a deep breath and slightly loosened up his stiff nerves from before, then he walked towards the inner part of the cave in large strides. Even if the two little pythons hadn't reminded him, he would have still gone in. This place was extremely strange, and it revealed mysteriousness from every corner, causing Duan Lingtian to have a desire to explore it until the end arise within his heart. This passage within the cave was full of twists and turns. Not long after Duan Lingtian walked in, he noticed total darkness before him. However, this wasn't a problem. With a strand of pill fire burning in Duan Lingtian's hand, the entire cave was instantly bright as day, allowing him to continue walking forward slowly. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, the two little pythons that were coiled on Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have sensed something and were extremely excited. Duan Lingtian took a few more large strides forward. Instantly, the two little pythons transformed into black and white bolts of lightning and flashed forward. Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate when he saw this and his body moved to follow the two little fellows. At the corner in the front, Duan Lingtian noticed that the two little pythons had stopped, and their gold and silver eyes were looking into the distance in stupefaction. Duan Lingtian looked over curiously as well. That is, Duan Lingtian saw that at the end of the cave passage before him, a trace of a gentle, white light actually flickered there. Now only that, as he stood here, Duan Lingtian could still clearly feel the origin energy within his body pulsing, and the origin energy within his dantian seemed to start boiling as well. What's that place? Duan Lingtian had a face full of astonishment, then he put out the pill fire in his hand, as this place didn't need the light of a flame to illuminate it. Duan Lingtian brought along the two little pythons to walk towards the end of the cave passage step by step. This was the center of the Megrez Peak. Before long, Duan Lingtian left the cave passage and stepped into a space that was bright as day. The air here was slightly cold, and Duan Lingtian couldn't stop himself from shivering when he'd just arrived here. But when he carefully sized up this place, he was completely dumbstruck. This space that was bright as day was around the size of an ordinary room, and in the front was a natural pond. Within the pond was a puddle of milky white liquid. Drip. A clear sound echoed out by his ears, and Duan Lingtian clearly saw a drop of milky white liquid dropping into the pond, causing circles of ripples that spread out. Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his head to look above him. A large stretch of stalactites appeared before his eyes. This type of stalactite, Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor. After a short moment he came to sudden enlightenment, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict. This is 10,000-year stalactite milk, 0.10,000-year stalactite milk. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, stalactite milk formed from 100-year-old stalactites could be used as medicine, but its effects were minimal. Stalactite milk formed from 1,000-year-old stalactites had extremely high effects, was able to nourish origin energy, and to a certain extent was able to slightly increase one's natural talent in the martial Tao. However, stalactite milk formed from 10,000-year-old stalactites were of the highest grade. Once 10,000-year stalactite milk was formed, the medicinal effect of it was even better than 1,000-year stalactite milk. Even Rebirth Martial Emperor who'd experienced 2 lifetimes only encountered 10,000-year stalactite milk once during his second lifetime, and it was precisely that fortuitous encounter that allowed the natural talent in the martial Tao of Rebirth Martial Emperor's second lifetime to increase to a monstrous state, and the time he used to cultivate to the Martial Emperor stage was only 50% of the time he spent doing so during his first lifetime. What sort of notion was this? The 10,000-year stalactite milk was able to increase a person's natural talent in the martial Tao to a monstrous state. I've struck it big. I've struck it big. Duan Lingtian's face flushed red and he was extremely excited. He'd never imagined that his luck was so good. He'd only just entered the 7-star sword sect and only just entered Megrez Peak, but he'd encountered the 10,000-year stalactite milk that one could find by luck but not by searching for it. Moreover, that pond of 10,000-year stalactite milk, it was at least. Duan Lingtian was thinking in his heart, and subconsciously looked towards the puddle of milk in the pond. This glance instead made his eyes nearly split. Little black Little white. Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted, and his voice was filled with an ear-piercing howl that was slightly exasperated. What had he seen? The two little pythons were currently greedily sucking the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and in a short moment, half of the puddle of milk was eaten by them, an entire half. At the instant that Duan Ling Tian looked over, the two little pythons had already lied down in satisfaction and fallen asleep with their bloated stomachs. On their bodies, the gold and silver markings flickered with a light luster. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched, and he wished for nothing more than to expel the 10,000-year stalactite milk from the stomachs of the two little fellows. So much 10,000-year stalactite milk, and half of it was swallowed by them in the blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian walked over and took out a few unused pill bottles, then he filled the bottles with the remaining 10,000-year stalactite milk. After cleaning out the puddle, Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look at the 10,000-year stalactites above him. He noticed that another drop of 10,000-year stalactite milk hadn't dropped down after a long time. According to this speed, this 10,000-year stalactite milk will probably need a few months before being able to drip down another drop of milk. Duan Ling Tian guessed. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the two little pythons who had fallen asleep with bloated stomachs, and he thought in his heart while filled with curiosity, these two little fellows swallowed so much 10,000-year stalactite milk, it can be considered to be a great fortune. I wonder how they will change in the fortune. The two little pythons were both very fierce beasts and already had extraordinary talent that was not inferior to the little gold mouse who was a jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Now, after swallowing so much 10,000-year stalactite milk that was able to increase natural talent, they would surely be even more heaven-defying in the future. Even though it's cold here, it is full of spirit energy. It's a good place to cultivate in. Duan Ling Tian found a stone platform at a side of the cave and sat down. His eyes narrowed and he circulated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Worm Python Form Mental Cultivation Method. Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel that at this place, the origin energy within his dantian boiled, and when he cultivated, his advancement was incomparably swift. Even the place with the most abundant spirit energy in the 7-star sword sect's main peak, the Dubi Peak, might not be able to compare to this place, Duan Ling Tian secretly thought in his heart. I never imagined that there actually existed such a place in the 7-star sword sect's Megrez Peak. These stalactites have already formed for 10,000 years and are even older than the history of the 7-star sword sect. The members of the 7-star sword sect have obviously not discovered this place, otherwise, the 10,000-year stalactite milk would have long since been cleaned out. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes. He noticed that his cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage had completely stabilized. I originally thought it would at least take 3 to 5 days for my cultivation to stabilize, but I never imagined that within this 10,000-year stalactite cave, it would be done within one cultivation session. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a sense of pleasant surprise. Chapter 264, Reborn. The cultivation environment of the stalactite cave caused Duan Ling Tian to be extremely surprised. If this place was discovered by members of the 7-star sword sect, it would very likely be directly called a sacred place. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but snicker when he thought of this. The 7-star sword sect had been established for a few thousand years, but they didn't notice the abnormality of the Megrez Peak, and it had now benefited him. Before long, Duan Ling Tian withdrew a pill bottle that was filled with 10,000-year stalactite milk, then he opened the bottle and directly drank it all. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian felt a warm current fuse into his body, fuse into his flesh, lifeblood, and bones, practically covering every corner of his entire body. For a time, Duan Ling Tian felt his entire body being warm and comfortable, and the coldness of the stalactite milk didn't make him feel uncomfortable again. Continue. Duan Ling Tian withdrew another pill bottle and swallowed the 10,000-year stalactite milk within it. This time, the warm current from the 10,000-year stalactite milk once again covered Duan Ling Tian's entire body, and at the same time, the warmth on his body grew. Duan Ling Tian felt the pores on his entire body seem to open up because of it, and it was unspeakably satisfying. Satisfying. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of foul air. Meanwhile, he felt sticky on his body, and when he lowered his head to look, he noticed that a large amount of impurities had been expelled from his body. Washing the meridians and cleansing the marrow. Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly shone, as he knew that his body had already been completely changed by the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and his current body could be considered to be the most perfect body for cultivation. My current body has already reached the utmost limit of peak natural talent. The origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's body flickered to remove the impurities on his body, then he stretched his body and felt refreshed. One only needed to consume a certain amount of 10,000-year stalactite milk to be able to completely change their constitution and be completely reborn. 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk allowed Duan Ling Tian to complete a perfect change of his constitution. Even throughout the entire Cloud Continent, there wasn't anyone who could surpass his current natural talent in the martial Tao. Of course, the size of the Cloud Continent was something that was difficult for an ordinary person to imagine, or perhaps at a corner of the Cloud Continent, there was someone with a similar fortuitous encounter like Duan Ling Tian and had encountered the 10,000-year stalactite milk. But even then, it would be impossible for the natural talent of that person to surpass Duan Ling Tian's, and at most it would be equal to Duan Ling Tian's. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian was stupefied, because he noticed that his hands had lost their former bronze color and had become rosy. Duan Ling Tian felt like weeping but had no tears. The delicateness of his current skin even slightly surpassed K-Er's and Li Fei's. My face. Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Duan Ling Tian's face went pale, and he hurriedly stretched out his hand to touch his own cheeks. In next to no time, his face completely fell. He noticed that his face was now as smooth as jade and was delicate to the point that it seemed that his face would be easily damaged with the flick of a finger. The thing he didn't want to happen the most had happened. Now he could be considered as a genuine pretty boy. I nearly forget that after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, at the same time that my meridians are washed, my marrow are cleansed, and my constitution are completely changed, the entire skin on my body returns to the delicateness of when I was a baby. Duan Ling Tian had a bitter smile on his face. How would he show his face in public in the future? Although he was vexed, Duan Ling Tian knew that milk was already spilt, so he didn't continue to think about it. He moved his attention back to the 10,000-year stalactite milk that he'd collected. The 2 little fellows ate half the 10,000-year stalactite milk. I collected 18 pill bottles from the remaining half. I consumed 2 bottles, and another 16 bottles remain. 16 bottles, 4 bottles for K-Er and Li Fei, and another 2 for my mother. As for Little Gold, it would probably need 8 or 9 bottles. In this way, it's more or less finished. Duan Ling Tian sighed. There was too little to go around. Duan Ling Tian let out a breath, then he closed his eyes to continue cultivating. His cultivation now advanced at an entire 2 times his speed from before, and the effect of the 10,000-year stalactite milk was completely revealed. After a long time, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes when he felt hungry. He retrieved a suckling pig from within his spatial ring, and after he roasted and ate it, Duan Ling Tian burped. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the 2 little pythons, and as he knew that they wouldn't awaken for quite some time, he didn't disturb them. After changing into the attire of a 7-star sword sect outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian walked out of the stalactite cave and once again arrived at the exit at the cliff. At this time, Duan Ling Tian carefully sized up the cliff's exit. He noticed that the tilted tree at the cliff exit was able to live precisely because of the existence of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, as it absorbed the nourishment that came from the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Moreover, it was far more tenacious than an ordinary tree. After Duan Ling Tian carefully inspected the roots of the tilted tree and confirmed that it wouldn't easily fall off the cliff, Duan Ling Tian walked out of the cave and once again stepped onto the tilted tree. As Duan Ling Tian stood on the tilted tree, he could only see cloud and mist in his vision. Although there was a hole on the cliff, it could be imagined that unless a void stage expert intentionally approached this place, it was utterly impossible to notice the existence of the cave. So Duan Ling Tian wasn't worried that someone would find this place. However, Duan Ling Tian still stayed on the tilted tree for a moment, and only after his sharp spiritual force confirmed that there was no one above did he leap up to return to the peak of the mountain. I ought to have cultivated for an entire day and night, and today is already the 2nd day. Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look into the sky and noticed that the blazing sun that hung in the sky. It was precisely noon. He still remembered that when he arrived at the peak of Megrez Peak yesterday, it was already past noon. I'll go look for K-Er and Little Fei. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a gentle smile. Even though he hadn't seen the 2 little girls for only a day, he still missed them in his heart. Duan Ling Tian left the peak of Megrez Peak. He walked all the way down to arrive near the chain bridge, and only then did Duan Ling Tian see other Megrez Peak disciples. Under gazes of astonishment, Duan Ling Tian walked onto the chain bridge. Behind him, sounds of sighs echoed out as expected. The skin of that kid is simply whiter and more delicate than a woman's. Where did this pretty boy come from? A pretty boy like this was able to pass our 7-star sword sect's outer court disciple test to become an outer court disciple of our Megrez Peak. Could it be that the requirements of the outer court disciple test of our 7-star sword sect has been relaxed? Duan Ling Tian's body slightly stiffened as he heard the burst of discussion that echoed out from behind him. Sure enough, it was exactly as he'd thought. His skin after he'd been reborn was sufficient to attract strange gazes from others. All the way, similar gazes and discussions caused Duan Ling Tian to be nearly numbed. Finally, Duan Ling Tian passed through the chain bridge and arrived at the stone platform on Dubi Peak. The stone platform that led to the other 6 peaks from Dubi Peak were all at the similar heights, and before long, Duan Ling Tian had arrived at another stone platform. However, he quickly felt depressed. He seemed to not know which stone platform led to the Alcade Peak. Finally, Duan Ling Tian locked on an outer court disciple that passed by. Duan Ling Tian stopped an outer court disciple and asked, with a light smile, "Senior brother, do you know which stone platform leads to the chain bridge that leads to Alcade Peak?" This outer court disciple was a young man at an age around 23 or 24, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of astonishment. Obviously, he'd never seen a man with such good skin in his life. "Senior brother, do you know?" Duan Ling Tian frowned. Did he have to have such an exaggerated reaction? Finally, the outer court disciple recovered from his shock and pointed towards behind him. "Walk forward, the second stone platform is the Alcade Peaks." Right when Duan Ling Tian was about to express his thanks, the outer court disciple continued. "However, junior brother, the Alcade Peak only accepts female disciples. Even though your skin is extremely, really not bad, you're a man after all, and the Alcade Peak won't accept you." The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard this, and his face went black. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother, but I've never thought of becoming a disciple of the Alcade Peak. I'm only going there to look for someone." "Ah," the outer court disciple laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. "Sorry, junior brother, I've misunderstood you, I thought." But this outer court disciple hadn't finished speaking when he noticed that Duan Ling Tian had already walked far away with large strides. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, then mutter. "The skin of this junior brother is rosy, and it is more delicate than the skin of a woman. If I can have a touch, it might be even more comfortable than a woman's." Duan Ling Tian hadn't gone far, and his body froze when the muttering of the outer court disciple entered his ears. He felt a burst of disgust, and the corners of his mouth twitched even more frequently. Duan Ling Tian forcefully endured the desire to turn around and rush over to bash this outer court disciple. He walked towards the stone platform that led to Alcade Peak. At practically the same time that Duan Ling Tian stepped onto the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak, 2 figures walked shoulder to shoulder on the chain bridge that led to Megrez Peak. These were 2 outer court disciples, and one of the young men said to the person beside him, "Huo Xin, you should have directly taught him a lesson yesterday." If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would surely be able to recognize the person that spoke. It was precisely one of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples that he had gotten into conflict with at the restaurant in Black Bamboo City a few days ago, the other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that was with Huo Xin. "I wanted to go look for you and senior brother Fan yesterday and tell you too of this matter. After all, senior brother Fan wishes for nothing more than to be able to skin that kid alive. Who would have expected that senior brother Fan would go on a long journey at the last minute?" Huo Xin shook his head and slowly said, "If I knew earlier that senior brother Fan had left, I would have made that kid lose a layer of skin yesterday." As he finished speaking, Huo Xin's eyes flickered with a dense, fierce light. "All right, our top priority right now is to find that kid. Megrez Peak is neither big nor small, and if he wants to hide, we'll utterly be unable to find him." The other outer court disciple's eyes flashed with a strand of fierce light, and within the fierce light, dense gloominess and hatred jumped about. Chapter 265, Exploding Rage. Many female disciples walked towards Duan Ling Tian as he walked on the chain bridge towards Alcade Peak, and their gazes all descended onto him. Moreover, he noticed that most of these gazes were gazes of envy. He wanted to directly say to these female disciples, "I'm a man, what's there for all of you to be envious about?" Finally, Duan Ling Tian endured great pressure to arrive at the Alcade Peak stone platform. Behind Alcade Peak's stone platform was a vast building as well. This was something exactly the same as Megre's peak. I assume the other 4 peaks ought to be more or less the same. Duan Lingtian thought secretly in his heart. This is a male disciple, right? The heavens are blind, allowing a man to possess such good skin. How good would it be if his skin grew on me? Smooth as jade and extremely delicate. The skin that we women dream of. The burst of discussion that entered his ears caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to stop himself from fleeing and directly entering Alcade Peak. As the saying goes, women are like tigers, and he could be considered to have completely experienced it today. However, after he entered Alcade Peak, Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. Only now did he recall that Alcade Peak was so big, and him looking for Kaer and Little Faye was virtually like looking for a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Enduring the gazes full of jealousy and envy of the Alcade Peak's female disciples, Duan Lingtian could only ask all the way. Senior sister, do you know where the female outer court disciples that just arrived at Alcade Peak yesterday stay at? Senior sister, have you seen 2 female disciples that travel together? They're new disciples that have only just entered 7-star sword sect yesterday and were brought to Alcade Peak by Elder Bai. Senior sister, you, Duan Lingtian asked all the way, but didn't obtain the slightest clue, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Those 2 junior sisters are really beautiful. There's no one within our Alcade Peak that's able to compare to them. It's not only our Alcade Peak, I'm afraid even in the entire 7-star sword sect, you'd be unable to find a third person that could compare to their appearance. However, Shi Yan seems to not like them, and she even asked them to move out. Those 2 junior sisters didn't even stay within her gorge, they stayed in the neighboring gorge, but she actually wants to drive them away. It isn't as if you do not know that Shi Yan is famous for being jealous and always says that the female disciples that are more beautiful than her are seductresses. I think that it's she who's ugly, has a warped mentality, and is unable to see another be better off than herself. If it wasn't for her having an older brother who's the number 1 in our 7-star sword sect's outer court, she would have been taught a lesson God knows how many times by now. 2 women with beautiful appearances were discussing as they walked towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze shone when he heard the discussion of the 2 women. I've got a clue. Senior sisters. Duan Lingtian walked over and lightly smiled in greeting to the 2 women. Ah, the 2 women were startled when they saw Duan Lingtian, and their eyes were filled with envy when they saw Duan Lingtian's face that was extremely delicate and smooth as jade. Junior brother, how do you normally take care of your skin? Can you teach your senior sister? Yes, junior brother, you've really taken too much care of your skin. The 2 women were attracted by Duan Lingtian's delicate and rosy skin, and asked familiarly. They'd completely forgotten that this was the first time they'd met Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression slightly stiffened, and he said in embarrassment, Senior sisters, I was born this way, actually I don't want it. The 2 women rolled their eyes at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother, you have such good skin. We can't get it no matter how envious we are. Why do you seem to have a face full of unwillingness? Exactly, junior brother, you really irritate us. What the 2 women said caused Duan Lingtian to be speechless. He's a man. Why would a man need extremely delicate skin that was smooth as jade? Senior sisters. Duan Lingtian didn't allow the 2 women to have a chance to continue speaking, and he hurriedly asked, those 2 new female disciples the both of you were talking about, do you know where they stay? One of the women sized up Duan Lingtian. Junior brother, although you're quite handsome, those 2 junior sisters are drop-dead gorgeous beauties, they might not like you. Exactly, junior brother, beauties like that have great ambition, and they might not pay any attention to you, the other woman said as well. Senior sisters, I know them. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. If it wasn't for finding the 2 little girls, he wouldn't bother wasting time with these 2 female disciples. Why didn't you say so before? One of the female disciples shook her head, then she turned around to face behind her. Walk all the way along this path, then turn right twice and you'll be able to see an azure stone tablet erected outside a gorge. At the side of that gorge is a small gorge. The 2 junior sisters you're looking for stay there. Didn't say so before. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard what the 2 women said. Did you 2 give me the chance? But even though Duan Lingtian thought like this in his heart, he still expressed his gratitude and went over according to what the female disciple said. Eventually, Duan Lingtian saw the azure stone tablet the female disciple spoke of. This azure stone stable was precisely erected outside a gorge, and 4 words were carved on it. Duan Ling Tian looked carefully, and what was carved on it was, belongs to Shi Yan. Shi Yan, only now did he recall that this Shi Yan was precisely the Alcade Peak's female disciple that the two women mentioned during their discussion. Moreover, this Shi Yan seemed to have bullied his two little girls. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian swept the gorge that Shi Yan stayed in with a cold and indifferent gaze, then he walked forward another 2 steps before noticing a small gorge that was overgrown with weeds. He knew that this ought to be the place the two little girls were staying at. Compared to Shi Yan's gorge, this place simply seemed like it wasn't a place for a person to stay at. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a slight smile when he thought of how he would be able to see the two little girls soon, and he walked out in large strides to enter the gorge. However, he'd only just entered the gorge when he heard a burst of shrill voices that sounded like the cry of a crow. "You two seductresses, didn't I tell you two yesterday that I want you two to fuck off out of this gorge?" The shrill voice was filled with an arrogant tone. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Now he felt like he had walked into the wrong place. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian heard a familiar voice. However, at this moment, the smile on his face completely froze. "Senior sister Shi Yan, our gorge and your gorge are separated from each other and don't disturb each other. We've only just arrived and found this residence with great difficulty. Can you not make it difficult for us?" K.'s clear and melodious voice sounded out. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that there seemed to be a sense of grievance mixed within K.'s voice, and it caused his heart to ache. Normally, he loved and doted upon K.' and treasured her. Now, someone actually dared to make K.' suffer a grievance. Duan Ling Tian's face was covered in a layer of ice, and his eyes flickered with a fierce light. As he stood there, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a bloodthirsty asura that would swallow its target up. "Don't disturb each other." The shrill, crow-like voice sounded out once more, and a sneer was mixed within. "Seductress, let me tell you, even if you two staying here won't disturb me, so long as I don't want you two to stay here, then you two can't stay here." The owner of the shrill voice spoke in an overbearing tone. "Why?" Another voice that was pleasant to the ear like an oriole sounded out, and a trace of rage was mixed within it. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was Li Fei's voice. Li Fei was obviously enraged. "Why?" The crow-like shrill voice sounded out once more, and a trace of disdain was mixed within. "Since you two asked this, then I'll tell you two why. Just because I'm Shi Yan. You're so overbearing." K.'s voice was slightly exasperated, but she didn't know how to retort. "Exactly, Shi Yan, am overbearing, so what about it? Who asked you two seductresses to have such repugnant appearances, and with a glance I know you're seductresses that seduce men. What Shi Yan, hate the most as people like you two." The crow-like, shrill voice had traces of envy mixed within as it sounded out once more. "You want to force us out just because of this?" The rage that was mixed in Li Fei's voice was slightly difficult to restrain. "Exactly, just because of this you two are an eyesore to me, so I want to make you two leave. Let me tell you two, even if you two leave this place and change to another place, when I'm in a bad mood, I might force you two out of that place. I feel disgusted in my heart when I see seductresses like you two." Shi Yan's crow-like, shrill voice was filled with utmost envy, and when it entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, it caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to endure any longer. He exploded in rage. "It seems to me that you're the most disgusting." Duan Ling Tian's figure moved and he executed the spirit serpent movement technique. He seemed to transform into a spirit serpent that flashed into the gorge in the blink of an eye. Presently within the gorge, a woman that had crooked features and had an appearance that was a disservice to the viewer was holding her head high as she stared at two women who had appearances that were beautiful like flowers. Amongst the two women that had appearances that were beautiful as flowers, the woman who had a devilish figure and an angelic face had a flushed face, and her beautiful eyes contained rage that was difficult to restrain. The other woman seemed delicate and touching, and traces of rage appeared on her face. Duan Ling Tian's suddenly appearance also made him the center of attention for a moment. "Who are you?" Shi Yan turned around to look at Duan Ling Tian, and her triangular eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian as she asked in her shrill voice. However, Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to Shi Yan, and he completely took her as air as he walked over in large strides towards the other two women. "Scoundrel, young master." As Li Fei and K.' looked at the current Duan Ling Tian, they couldn't help but be stupefied, and traces of shock appeared on their beautiful faces. Even though Duan Ling Tian was still Duan Ling Tian and his appearance hadn't changed in the slightest, the skin on Duan Ling Tian's face, and the skin on his 2 hands that were revealed, were all smooth as jade and rosy, not the slightest bit different from the skin of a baby. This caused Li Fei and K'er to be slightly dumbstruck. Their man, how did he become like this? Needless to say, at this moment, even they couldn't help but have a trace of envy arise within their hearts. Envy towards Duan Ling Tian's skin that was extremely delicate and smooth as jade. Chapter 266, Raging for his women. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile, as he naturally noticed the weird gazes of the 2 little girls. What? Don't recognize me anymore? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed, and a trace of helplessness was mixed within his tone. He didn't wish for this either. Only now did Li Fei and K'er recover from their shock and walked over swiftly to Duan Ling Tian. Li Fei blinked her beautiful eyes and had a face full of curiosity as she asked, "Scoundrel, how did you become like this?" "Yeah, young master, your current skin is even whiter than mine and big sister Fei's," K'er said, in all seriousness. Actually, among the women that Duan Ling Tian had seen, only Princess Bai Yao and Xiao Lan could compare to the skin of K'er and Li Fei. But compared to his skin now after he was reborn, their skin was quite inferior. After all, his skin now was comparable to that of a baby's. Shi Yan, who stood at the side, had a face full of disbelief when Duan Ling Tian ignored her. When had someone dared to ignore her like this? Now Shi Yan's expression was practically warped as she looked at Duan Ling Tian, K'er, and Li Fei chatting happily together, and her crow-like, shrill voice had a frightening coldness mixed within. "Pretty boy, I'm talking to you. You, who the heck are you?" Shi Yan's voice forcefully interrupted the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and the 2 girls, causing Duan Ling Tian to be unable to stop his expression from going gloomy. However, when his gaze touched K'er and Li Fei, it instead transformed into a gaze of infinite gentleness. "I forgot that there was still a crow disturbing us at the side." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled to K'er and Li Fei, then he turned around to look at Shi Yan, and the gloominess on his face reappeared once again and his eyes flickered with a frightening luster. "Crow." K'er and Li Fei were both stupefied when they heard how Duan Ling Tian described Shi Yan, then they came to an understanding of what he meant and burst out into a laugh that was charming and moving, a laugh that could charm all living beings. You dare call me a crow?" Shi Yan was stupefied, then she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of disbelief. You called me a crow earlier." Duan Ling Tian frowned, as he recalled the threats Shi Yan made to his women earlier, and he'd never thought of giving any face to this Shi Yan. "Is there something wrong with your ears? But not only if your voice like a crow's, your appearance can't even compare to a crow." "Appearance can't even compare to a crow?" Shi Yan was completely dumbstruck and was out of sorts for a moment. Her triangular eyes flickered with a frightening luster. "Kid, do you know who I am?" She'd been in the 7-star sword sect for 2 years, and this was the first time that someone dared to speak of her like this. Moreover, it was spoken in her face. "Aren't you Shi Yan?" Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, with an incomparably calm gaze. "You know me, and you still dare to humiliate me?" Shi Yan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a stupefied expression. "Humiliate you?" Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing when he heard this, and after he finished laughing, his face sank and he said, in a cold voice, "I only said you're a crow, and it's humiliating you. You can't take it, then why don't you think about how my women felt when you humiliated them?" "Your women?" Shi Yan's gaze descended onto the 2 girls by Duan Ling Tian's side. "They are your women, HMPH. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was icy cold as he stared at Shi Yan with a cold and indifferent expression, but he didn't intend on answering her. Shi Yan looked at Duan Ling Tian, and her eyes contained a piercing coldness as she said, in a low voice, "In other words, you're an outer court disciple that just entered the 7-star sword sect with them yesterday." "So what?" Duan Ling Tian's voice was terrifyingly calm, and only someone who was familiar with him would know that it was the calm before he went berserk. "Ha ha ha ha." Shi Yan started laughing loudly, and her face with warped features seemed to be gloomy and terrifying. Her triangular eyes even seemed as if they were telling the tale of her warped heart. "Young master." K'er cowardly came slightly closer to Duan Ling Tian, then she extended her hand to grab a hold of Duan Ling Tian's arm. Duan Ling Tian patted the back of K'er's hand, then he lightly smiled to her and gave her a reassuring gaze. A trace of a light smile appeared on K'er's nervous face when she saw this. Li Fei frowned and shuddered in her heart as she looked at Shi Yan, who was laughing loudly. Eventually, Shi Yan stopped laughing, and her pair of triangular eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. "Kid, An outer court disciple that has just entered the 7-star sword sect like you actually dares to be arrogant before me, Xian. I know you want to show off in front of these 2 seductresses. But unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong target. Today, I, Xian, will let you know who you can't afford to offend, and once you offend such a person, then you have to pay the price of lifelong suffering. Xian took a step forward. Traces of coldness were emitted from her body, and her cold, triangular eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian. I'm really curious, when your cultivation, pretty boy, is crippled, will these 2 seductresses still be willing to accompany you? Ha 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 ha. As Xian spoke, she started laughing out loudly as if she had already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian's cultivation being crippled by her, then becoming overwhelmed with grief and deserted by his loved ones. Duan Lingtian lightly frowned. Now he could finally understand what the 2 Alcade Peak female disciples from earlier had said. This Xian was indeed envious and had a warped mentality, unable to see another person be better off than her. Even in his 2 lifetimes, it was still the first time he'd seen such a bizarre woman, and it caused him to feel loathing from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian's face sank when he heard Xian's threats. You want to cripple my cultivation? I'm extremely curious, on what basis? Do you think you can do this? On what basis? Xian sneered, and her eyes stared at Duan Lingtian. On the basis that I, Xian, have a big brother that's the number 1 in the 7-star sword sect's outer court. Right, I forgot to tell you, once my big brother is back from his trip to gain experience and train, he'll be able to become an inner court disciple. I, Xian, have a big brother that's a quasi-inner court disciple. Even if I cripple your cultivation, so long as I don't kill you, the sect will exempt me from punishment out of regard for my big brother. You are only an outer court disciple that has just entered the sect, and before me, your life is lowly like grass. A narrow sword appeared out of thin air within Xian's hand, and her origin energy flowed out, flickering with an icy cold sheen. Above her, 75 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level of the origin core stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's brows knitted, and with a glance he'd identified Xian's cultivation and the grade of the spirit weapon in her hand. So my life is lowly like grass, huh? Duan Lingtian looked at Xian and his face slightly sank, and his eyes flickered with a frightening cold light. Do you really think your life is so valuable? It's definitely more valuable than yours. Xian's voice was cold and indifferent, and her triangular eyes were suffused with an icy cold sheen as her body inclined forward and instantly moved. Instantly, Xian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. The narrow sword in her hand whistled out, blooming out with tens of sword imagines, causing it to be difficult for one to discern between the true sword and the fake images. The sword images that filled the sky whistled down, enveloping down upon Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the grass around the area of where she and Duan Lingtian were was blown by a burst of strong wind and danced in the wind. The strong wind spread out, blowing at Duan Lingtian's 7-star sword sect outer court disciple's attire, causing it to whistle in the wind. HMPH. Duan Lingtian's face sank when faced with the sword images that filled the sky that Xian executed, and a cold light flashed within his eyes as a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. This sword was precisely the possession of the specter guard Shui Yun from that day. Shui Yun, the father of the former commander of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's city guard army, Shui Lu. He'd arrived at the residence of the embroidered uniform guard that day to take revenge for his son and grandson and desired to kill Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, in the end, he was killed by the 2 half-step void stage old men by Duan Lingtian's side. And his grade 7 spirit sword fell into Duan Lingtian's hand. Die! Xian's voice tore through the sky, and the sword images that filled the sky aimed right at Duan Lingtian's dantian as they whistled out, wanting to destroy Duan Lingtian's dantian in one go. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. This Xian was actually so atrocious. Duan Lingtian made his move. His figure didn't move, but his hand that held his sword flashed. Dazzling origin energy instantly exploded forth on his grade 7 spirit sword and raged out. At the same time, nearly 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. 5th level of the origin core stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. Xian's sharp voice sounded out once again, and terror that came from the depths of her heart was mixed within her voice. Never had she imagined that an outer court disciple that looked to be around 20 and maybe not even 20 actually had such a terrifying cultivation. She wanted to withdraw her attack and dodge, but it was already too late. A trace of regret arose within her heart. Digging your own grave, Duan Ling Tian sneered, and the 3-foot-long blade that whistled out in his hand brought about a burst of ear-piercing whistling sounds and a piercingly cold strong wind. With just a single sword strike, Duan Ling Tian found the location of her true sword strike from the sword images that filled the sky and moved to intercept it. The sound of collision sounded. Duan Ling Tian's strength of nearly 90 ancient mammoths completely suppressed Shi Yan's strength of 75 ancient mammoths. Shi Yan's hand trembled, her palm split open, and fresh blood dripped out from it, and the narrow sword in her hand flew out. No, Shi Yan's pupils constricted when she saw Duan Ling Tian's sword whistling at her, and she fiercely shouted with a voice that had terror mixed within. Duan Ling Tian's hand shook, and the 3-foot-long blade moved away from Shi Yan's body in the end, flashing towards the side. Shi Yan heaved a sigh of relief and gave Duan Ling Tian a gaze that said, "You're sensible." But in the next moment, her face went pale, because she noticed that although this outer court disciple had swung away the sword strike that was piercing towards her, he swept his leg out that brought along a terrifying strength with it, flashing straight towards her dantian. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian attacked with his leg, his gaze went icy cold. Didn't this Shi Yan want to cripple his cultivation? Now he'd let her get a taste of having her cultivation crippled. No, no, Shi Yan's triangular eyes constricted. She was extremely frightened in her heart when she saw Duan Ling Tian's kick flashing over, and she didn't even have the time to cry out when she'd already been kicked flying by Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 267, Seizing the Cultivation Location. Shi Yan's body flew out like an arrow leaving the bowstring and fiercely fell onto the ground, then she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah! Shi Yan's crow-like, sharp voice emitted an ear-piercing shrill cry that was unpleasant to hear. Subsequently, she struggled to stand up, and her pair of triangular eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian. Her eyes revealed a dense hatred and melancholy. You crippled my dantian. You actually crippled my dantian. I won't let you off, I won't let you off. After leaving a few harsh words, Shi Yan held onto her dantian and picked up her grade 7 spirit sword, then she walked swiftly out of the gorge. Her features that were already warped were now completely twisted together. Duan Ling Tian's face sank when he heard Shi Yan's threats, and killing intent arose in his heart. As far as he was concerned, if he killed Shi Yan now, so long as he destroyed the corpse to obliterate all traces, absolutely no one would suspect him and the 2 little girls. This Shi Yan was a 4th-level origin core stage outer court disciple, whereas the 3 of them were outer court disciples that had only just entered the 7-star sword sect yesterday. In the eyes of another, it was impossible for the 3 of them to kill Shi Yan. But just when Duan Ling Tian took a stride forward and wanted to kill Shi Yan, K.'s hand that held onto his hand tightened slightly. Her beautiful watery eyes looked at Duan Ling Tian and she lightly shook her head. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart and didn't make a move against Shi Yan in the end. K.', was really too kind. Shi Yan, I'll be taking your cultivation location. Duan Ling Tian looked at Shi Yan's back, and his cold and indifferent voice sounded out in an incomparably domineering manner. Shi Yan's figure stopped when she heard Duan Ling Tian, then she turned around to look at him. Her triangular eyes emitted bloodthirsty hatred, a hatred that was irreconcilable until the death of one party. You'll regret it. Shi Yan's voice seemed as if it came from an icy cold thaw hole and was filled with utmost icy coldness. Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently, as he'd heard too many similar harsh words from others and had long since been numb to it. Come, let's go to your new home. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and grabbed hold of the hands of the 2 little girls, then he walked out of the gorge in large strides. Squeak squeak, a burst of abrupt sounds echoed out, and a fluffy little head stuck out from under K.'s sleeve. It was precisely the little gold mouse. The little gold mouse looked at K.', with a pair of jade green eyes that flickered with a trace of dissatisfaction. K.', you've offended little gold. Duan Ling Tian chuckled when he saw this scene. In his impression, K.', had always doted upon the little gold mouse, and logically speaking, it would be impossible for her to piss the little gold mouse off. Scoundrel, little sister K.', didn't piss off little gold. It's just that little gold detested that Shi Yan and wanted to avenge little sister K.'. But little sister K.', didn't allow little gold to make a move, so it's unhappy. Li Fei lightly smiled as she explained to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, then he glanced at the little gold mouse and a trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. K.', stroked the little gold mouse's fluffy body as she said, in a light voice, little gold wanted to attack carelessly. If little gold were to kill that Shi Yan, then it would be a great disaster. You're too kind. Duan Ling Tian shook his head but didn't continue to talk about it, as he knew that Ker's nature was like this, and unless someone had killing intent towards her or the people by her side, she wouldn't harden her heart to kill someone. Otherwise, just like earlier, she wouldn't easily choose to kill another. Ker's scale within her heart was different than Duan Ling Tian's. To Duan Ling Tian, killing every thread in its cradle was the correct way. But since Ker stopped him earlier, he went with the flow and let that Xian off. After all, as far as he was concerned, even if that Xian didn't die, she couldn't pose a threat to him. Duan Ling Tian once again saw that azure-colored stone tablet after he walked out of the gorge. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered, then kicked out with origin energy that exploded out. The stone tablet instantly shattered and transformed into a pile of stone chips. Duan Ling Tian and the two little girls walked into the gorge that originally belonged to Xian. Within the gorge was an idyllic scene, and there was also another spacious wooden house. The environment here isn't bad. Duan Ling Tian's face emitted a trace of a smile. That Xian had a so-so appearance, but she knew how to live her life rather well. Li Fei's and Ker's beautiful eyes lit up with a sheen of slight excitement when they saw the environment within the gorge. Scoundrel, you still haven't told us how you became like this. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of wonder. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Ker looked at him as well, and her beautiful eyes were bright as now. Obviously, the two little girls were extremely interested in the change in him. Do you two want to become like this? Duan Ling Tian blinked his eyes and asked the two little girls. Yes, Li Fei and Ker said, at almost the exact same time, and their eyes flickered with a flowing light of anticipation as they stared at Duan Ling Tian with burning gazes. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse lay on Ker's shoulder and looked at Duan Ling Tian enthusiastically. Little gold, what are you joining in for? Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and caught the little gold mouse in his hand, then he casually tossed it to the side. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse lay on the floor and cried at Duan Ling Tian twice with dissatisfaction, then it leapt up into Ker's sleeve and stuck out its cute little head to glare at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and didn't continue to play with little gold. With a raise of his hand, 4 pill bottles appeared out of thin air, and he passed them to the two little girls. Ker, Little Fei, each of you get 2 bottles. Drink all the liquid within the bottles. After you drink it, you too will become like I am now. The liquid within the 4 pill bottles was precisely the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Li Fei and Ker trusted Duan Ling Tian unconditionally, so after they received the pill bottles, they directly opened them up and swallowed the milk. Squeak squeak. When the two girls opened the pill bottle, the little gold mouse's jade green eyes abruptly lit up and flickered with a dazzling brilliance. When it saw the two girls drink up all of the milk, it swayed its head, and its eyes seemed to reveal a sense of loss. Before long, Li Fei's and Ker's beautiful eyes couldn't help but squint. I feel my body burning up. Li Fei's eyes lit up, and she was slightly surprised. Me too. Ker nodded as well. In next to no time, the two girls noticed their pores open up, and plenty of impurities that emitted a burst of a rotten stench were expelled from their pores. This caused them to be stunned, and when they recovered from their shock, they hurriedly circulated their origin energy to clear away all these impurities. Young master, what did you give us to drink? Ker looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of curiosity. She was able to feel that her body was much lighter than before, and her entire body was refreshed, unspeakably comfortable. This. Li Fei was startled as she looked at her fine and slim hands that were smooth as jade and were incomparably fair. Little sister Ker, I'm not dreaming, right? Ker withdrew her gaze from Duan Ling Tian and moved it onto Li Fei's body, and her eyes sprang wide open when she saw Li Fei's face. Big sister Fei, you're so beautiful. Li Fei's beautiful face was already beautiful like an angel, but now, after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk, her good looks had increased a little more, causing one to be unable to help oneself from being infatuated in her beauty from just a glance. Little sister Ker, you're even more beautiful now. Li Fei's gaze was attracted by Ker's beautiful face. As Ker was similar to her, it seemed as if she had completely become another person. In next to no time, the two girls withdrew a mirror from their spatial rings. Happiness appeared on their faces when they saw their current appearances. Everyone loves beauty after all. Not to mention two girls that were already drop-dead gorgeous, now that they'd consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, they were even more enchanting. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face. These were his women. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse beneath Ker's sleeve stuck out its head to stare at Duan Ling Tian, and its jade-green eyes were filled with anticipation and yearning. Duan Ling Tian looked at the little gold mouse in the corners of his mouth, held a smile as he asked, "What? You want some too?" The little gold mouse nodded like a human, and a trace of a flowing light flashed within its jade-green eyes. Duan Ling Tian stopped teasing the little gold mouse when he saw it like this. He then withdrew a bottle of 10,000-year stalactite milk and gave it to the little gold mouse to drink. Unexpectedly, after drinking it, the little gold mouse looked at Duan Ling Tian, yearning for more. "So long as you're obedient, I'll give you a bottle every few weeks," Duan Ling Tian said to the little gold mouse. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse understood what Duan Ling Tian said, and although it was slightly disappointed, it still cried out as it nodded. It was as if it was guaranteeing to Duan Ling Tian that it would be obedient. It wasn't that Duan Ling Tian was stingy, but he really didn't dare let the little gold mouse drink too much now. Otherwise, once the little gold mouse were to fall asleep like Little Black and Little White, he wouldn't have any means of continuing to protect the two little girls. Duan Ling Tian wouldn't let such a thing happen. In his heart, the safety of the two little girls towered over everything else. Even though the two girls had quite a few offensive inscriptions that he'd inscribed, those inscriptions must be used at the right time to be effective, and if they were used slightly late, it would be everlasting doom for them. This was something that made him not be so at ease. As far as he was concerned, making the little gold mouse protect the two girls was much safer. Before long, K'er and Li Fei eventually recovered from their shock, and their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian at the same time. "Scoundrel, what did you give us to drink?" Li Fei couldn't refrain from asking. As far as she was concerned, what had happened today was too miraculous. She felt like she was having a dream. K'er looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of curiosity as well. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he said, "What you two drank is a great thing. 10,000-year stalactite milk." But unfortunately, the two girls had never heard of 10,000-year stalactite milk, so their faces were calm as before and didn't have any changes. Squeak squeak. The jade-green eyes of the little gold mouse shone when it heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and it looked at Duan Ling Tian with an even more burning gaze. "Little gold, could it be that you know what the 10,000-year stalactite milk is?" When K'er noticed the little gold mouse's reaction, she asked curiously. "Someone's coming." Before the little gold mouse could reply, Duan Ling Tian frowned and cried out vigilantly, and the little gold mouse scurried back into K'er's sleeve. Duan Ling Tian stood beside the two girls and gazed at the outside of the gorge. A few figures walked in with large strides. "Elder Bai, it's them. They joined hands to sneak attack me and crippled my Dantian." The ear-piercing, crow-like voice entered Duan Ling Tian's and the two girls' ears. Chapter 268, Elder Bai. Hearing the signature voice, Duan Ling Tian didn't have to look before he knew who it was. Even though he'd long since guessed that Shi Yan wouldn't let it go, he never expected that Shi Yan would return so quickly. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted when he saw the beautiful woman in the lead of the three people that walked in with large strides, and he recognized her with a glance. It was precisely Elder Bai, who'd received and led the group of new female disciples to Alcade Peak yesterday. Behind Elder Bai, Shi Yan had a face full of exasperation, and her hateful gaze gathered onto Duan Ling Tian's figure as if wanting to swallow him. Duan Ling Tian didn't bother to pay attention to Shi Yan, and his gaze descended onto Elder Bai and the other person that followed behind her. This was a female disciple with a delicate and pretty appearance. She was about 23 or 24 years old, and the gaze that she occasionally shot at Shi Yan seemed to contain a sense of disgust mixed within. Obviously, Shi Yan's popularity among people in the Alcade Peak wasn't great. Elder Bai and the female disciple had shines of astonishment flash within their eyes when they saw Duan Ling Tian for the first time. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Looks like from today onwards, he would have to bask in the sunlight more often. He must tan his skin. As for the changes on Li Fei's and K'er's bodies, they weren't so obvious, and unless it was someone who was familiar with them, it would be extremely difficult to notice their slight changes. Elder Bai. Duan Ling Tian looked at the beautiful woman and lightly nodded. K'er and Li Fei greeted her after him. "I remember the two of you. You two are the new disciples that followed me back to Alcade Peak yesterday." Elder Bai's gaze descended onto K'er and Li Fei, then she looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Looking at your age, you ought to not be 20 yet, right?" "I'll be 20 after a period of time." Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was slightly curious in his heart. Why is this Elder Bai asking this? You're a new disciple that just entered the sect yesterday? Elder Bai asked. Elder Bai frowned, then she turned around to look at Xian, who was behind her, and asked indifferently, Xian, what actually happened? You said these 3 new disciples joined hands to sneak attack you and cripple your dantian. As far as she was concerned, this was simply an inconceivable matter. Besides one woman being around 21 or 22 years old, the other male and female disciples seemed to not even be 20. The 3 of them had the ability to sneak attack Xian, who was at the 4th level of the origin core stage. And moreover, cripple Xian's dantian. She had a feeling that the matter was absolutely not as simple as Xian said. Yes, Elder Bai, Xian hurriedly nodded, and her atrocious gaze stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. They took advantage of when I was cultivating to sneak into my cultivation location, then they heavily injured me before crippling my dantian, after which they seized my cultivation location. Really? Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. You're lying. Kaor looked at Xian. Her beautiful face flushed red from anger, and her delicate figure started trembling lightly. Li Fei's gaze on Xian contained icy coldness within it, as he never expected that the Xian would actually be so shameless and talk irresponsibly like this. Only Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression, as if all this was unrelated to him. Elder Bai noticed Duan Ling Tian's composed expression and was slightly surprised in her heart. She asked, what do you have to say about this incident? Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Elder Bai, what this Xian said is only a one-sided statement, and she has no conclusive proof. Elder Bai hadn't even opened her mouth before Xian shouted out fiercely. My dantian that was crippled by all of you is the best proof. Your dantian was crippled by us. Duan Ling Tian started laughing. Who knows, maybe you fell down while walking and broke your own dantian from the fall. What, seeing we've occupied your cultivation location, so you want to frame us? Elder Bai and the female disciple behind her had beautiful eyes that held smiles when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said, as they were amused by what he said. Elder Bai glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, then she opened her mouth once again with a tone that had a sense of seriousness mixed within. Xian, think properly before you speak. If I find out you're deceiving me, I'll expel you from Alcade Peak right away. Xian's face went pale when she heard this. In the end, she gritted her teeth and eventually narrated the truth of the matter to Elder Bai. After hearing what Xian said, Elder Bai and the female disciple behind her were stupefied. Their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian at the same time, and their eyes emitted a sense of astonishment. They'd never imagined that the strength of this new disciple would firmly suppress Xian's. In other words, he was at least a martial artist at the 4th level of the origin core stage. Nearly 20, 4th level of the origin core stage. Even in the entire 7-star sword sect, such natural talent was extremely hard to come by. HMPH. In next to no time, Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Xian, and a strand of coldness flashed within her eyes. Xian, you actually dared lie before me, desiring to frame another. What should be your punishment? Xian's face was ghastly pale, and she gritted her teeth. Elder Bai, Xian acknowledges her sins. But he crippled my dantian. Isn't his offense much larger? I hope Elder Bai can give Xian justice and cripple his dantian as well. Elder Bai's face sank. Xian, in the past, I heard the disciples of the peak say that you're atrocious, but today, I can be considered to have completely experienced it. I want to ask you, does the 2 of them staying in the unoccupied little gorge have any effect on you? Xian shook her head. Since it doesn't have any effect on you, why did you want to force them to leave? Could it be that it's like the disciples of the peak say? So long as a female disciple is more beautiful than you, you're envious and hate them from the bottom of your heart. As Elder Bai finished speaking, a cold light flashed within her beautiful eyes. Xian's figure lightly trembled, and her eyes emitted an atrocious sheen before they descended onto Duan Ling Tian and the 2 girls by his side. Why are they beautiful like flowers since birth? Whereas I was born with such an appearance. Why? Elder Bai's face was livid when she saw Xian, who seemed to have gone insane, and she ordered with a shout, Zuo Qing, I don't want to see her on Alcade Peak anymore. Elder Bai's order was obviously to expel Xian from the 7-star sword sect. No, Elder Bai, no. Xian's face went ghastly pale. Yes, master. The female disciple behind Elder Bai nodded, and a trace of taking pleasure in Xian's misfortune flashed within her eyes as she directly walked towards Xian. Bitch, don't come over. Shi Yan's face went grim and she stared angrily at Zuo Qing. Zuo Qing's face sank. She then raised her hand that was suffused with origin energy to slap downwards, directly knocking Shi Yan out. Keep this matter quiet, Elder Bai instructed. Yes, Zuo Qing replied, then she took the knocked out Shi Yan and left. Thank you, Elder Bai, for giving justice to us. Li Fei beamed at Elder Bai and expressed her thanks. Thank you, Elder Bai. Kair hurriedly thanked as well. Elder Bai looked at these two drop-dead gorgeous girls and lightly smiled. What level of cultivation are you two at? When Kair and Li Fei heard this, they both glanced at the nearby Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian lightly smile as he nodded, only then did they once again look at Elder Bai and say at the same time. Elder Bai, we're both at the third level of the origin core stage. Third level of the origin core stage? Elder Bai was stunned when she heard this. Really? When she saw the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes that condensed into form above each of the two girls, she finally completely confirmed it, and a trace of shock appeared on her face. Are you willing to become my disciple? Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Li Fei, and her eyes had a sense of anticipation mixed within. Li Fei once again looked at Duan Lingtian when she heard this. This caused Elder Bai to be stunned. Who actually is this young man to them? Elder Bai wanting to take you as her disciple is your good fortune. Duan Lingtian nodded to Li Fei. As far as he was concerned, once Li Fei became the disciple of Elder Bai, it couldn't be said that she would be completely unhindered within Alcade Peak, but at least there would be no female disciple that would dare bully her. Master, Li Fei hurriedly said to Elder Bai respectfully. Good. Elder Bai's face was filled with smiles, and with a raise of her hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in her hand. Duan Lingtian was able to discern with a glance that this was a grade 7 spirit sword. The sword was like autumn water, with a piercingly cold glitter. This grade 7 spirit sword is Master's gift to you. Elder Bai passed the grade 7 spirit sword in her hand to Li Fei. Li Fei stretched her hand out to receive it. Thank you, Master. Subsequently, when Li Fei noticed that Elder Bai looked at Kair but never spoke for a long time, she hurriedly said, Master, little sister Kair's natural talent far surpasses mine, and it probably won't be long before she's able to step into the 4th level of the origin core stage. Li Fei did her best to promote Kair. Big sister Fei, I'm extremely happy that you're able to become Elder Bai's disciple. Kair lightly smiled to Li Fei and shook her head. In a month's time, Kair will surely break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian looked at Elder Bai. He felt it to be slightly strange as well. Since this Elder Bai had taken little Fei as her disciple, why didn't she take Kair as her disciple even after so much time had passed? Kair's natural talent wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Li Fei's. Moreover, because of Kair having followed him from much earlier, her cultivation firmly surpassed Li Fei's. Surely able to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage within a month. Elder Bai was stupefied when she heard what Duan Lingtian said, and she looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes that had a sense of bewilderment mixed within. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. This was something that he was incomparably sure of. The current Kair wasn't the Kair of the past. After the rebirth from the 10,000-year stalactite milk, Kair's natural talent was exactly like his. With Kair's current cultivation level, breaking through to the 4th level of the origin core stage within a month wasn't difficult. What Duan Lingtian said caused Kair to be unable to help herself from being slightly surprised. Even she herself wasn't confident in being able to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage within a month. Why was the young master so confident towards her? Even though she was bewildered, she still didn't refute him. She already had a plan in her heart. She would cultivate even more painstakingly in the next month. Our Alcade Peak has never had such an outstanding female disciple like you before. Elder Bai's gaze descended onto Kair's figure, then she shook her head. But I won't take you as my disciple. Chapter 269. Alcade Peak's Peak Master. What Elder Bai said caused Duan Lingtian's brows to slightly frown. There isn't something wrong with this Elder Bai, right? Could it be that Kair's natural talent doesn't have the qualifications to become her disciple? Elder Bai, if you're unwilling to take little sister Kair as your disciple, then I won't take you as my master. I'm sorry. Li Fei extended her hand out to grab hold of Kair's hand, and she looked at Elder Bai with a firm expression. In these years, she and Kair had long since become like sisters, so it was difficult to separate them. Now, Elder Bai treating Kair like this caused dissatisfaction to arise within her heart. You won't take little sister Kaer as your disciple, right? Then I won't take you as my master. Big sister Fei, I know you're good to me, but you can't do this. Only Kaer had a composed expression and wasn't unhappy in the slightest, and when she heard what Li Fei said, she hurriedly persuaded. Elder Bai will be unhappy if you're like this. Truly a sensible girl. Elder Bai didn't get angry and glanced at Kaer in praise, then she looked at Li Fei. You, girl, think that I'm unwilling to take your little sister as a disciple, right? Could it be that it isn't so? Now, when facing Elder Bai, Li Fei wasn't as polite as before. You girl. Feeling the resentment in Li Fei's tone, Elder Bai shook her head. I said I wouldn't take her as my disciple. It's not that I don't like her, but I want her to have a better option. A better option? Duan Ling Tian's brows knit as he thought inwardly. He was unable to understand what Elder Bai meant. It wasn't just he who didn't understand, even Li Fei didn't understand. Elder Bai, what do you mean by this? Elder Bai lightly smiled as she said, silly girl, you still don't understand what I mean. I've already thought it through. I'll go back and recommend this girl to the Peak Master, as the Peak Master happens to have been looking for an outstanding closed-door disciple for these past few years. The Peak Master would definitely like the natural endowments of this girl, Peak Master. Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly shone when he heard what Elder Bai said. There was a sect leader and 6 vice-sect leaders within the 7-star sword sect. The sect leader primarily controlled the main peak of the 7-star sword sect, the Dubi Peak, whereas the other 6 vice-sect leaders each controlled their respective peak. These 6 vice-sect leaders were ordinarily addressed as Peak Master. Li Fei came to realize the truth now. What Duan Ling Tian knew was what he'd heard of from Shang Quan. And at that day, Li Fei was present, so she knew as well. When she heard what Elder Bai said, at the same time that she was happy for Kaer, she was slightly embarrassed as she looked at Elder Bai. Master, I'm sorry, I'll forget it this time, but if you misunderstand Master again next time, then Master won't forgive you. Elder Bai glanced at Li Fei, and her gaze had a trace of tender love mixed within. This new disciple that she'd taken, no matter how she looked at Li Fei was pleasing to her eyes, and she felt a bust of fondness in her heart. Thank you, Elder Bai. Under Duan Ling Tian's signal, Kaer hurriedly thanked Elder Bai. Her beautiful face blushed red, and she looked extremely cute. Girl, the Peak Master of our Alcade Peak is currently the female member of our 7-star sword sect with the most strength. You'll be able to learn many good things while following her to cultivate, and you'll surely have better prospects in the future. Elder Bai lightly smiled. She said this to Kaer as if she was an amiable senior. Actually, she was extremely fond of this beautiful and cute girl. But she felt that she didn't have the qualifications to become a good master to her, so she recommended Kaer to the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, who was also the most mysterious and almost elusive vice-sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Little sister Kaer, congratulations. Li Fei hurriedly congratulated Kaer, and a heartfelt smile bloomed on her face, as she was happy for Kaer. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a light smile as well. Even though Kaer has a top sword cultivation method, the Frost God's sword technique, to cultivate, and there were various formidable sword skills within the Frost God's sword technique. Most of these were only theoretical things. If Kaer is able to obtain the guidance of the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, then she'd surely be able to advance at a tremendous pace. The 7-star sword sect was a sword cultivation sect, so practically all of the sect higher-ups used swords. One could imagine how the Peak Master of the Alcade Peak would surely have extremely deep and profound attainments in the sword. Alright, now it's time to deal with your matter. The smile on Elder Bai's face withdrew in the blink of an eye, and her fierce eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted. Kaer and Li Fei were stupefied when they heard her. Even though that Shi Yan is at fault, at the same time that you defeated her, you ruthlessly crippled her Dantian. Isn't this slightly too much? Elder Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke with a tone that had a sense of seriousness mixed within. Master, Elder Bai, Kaer and Li Fei were both anxious. Elder Bai, Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Bai with a carefree expression as if he didn't take the current matter to heart. You've heard what Shi Yan said earlier, it was she who repeatedly threatened to cripple my Dantian first. If my strength was inferior to hers today, then the one whose Dantian was crippled would be me. I was only giving her a taste of her own medicine by doing that. Elder Bai, do you think it's wrong? Elder Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and said slowly, even though it's like that, she was a 7-star sword sect disciple, and a disciple of my Alcade Peak. You at least have to give me an explanation for this matter, right? Elder Bai, I don't think there's anything to explain. Duan Ling Tian shrugged, as he didn't think he was in the wrong. If it wasn't for that Shi Yan being overbearing, he wouldn't have gone to the extent of crippling her dantian. The rule that he used to handle matters has always been, if one doesn't offend me, then I won't offend another. But if someone offends me, then I'll surely return it to them like thunder. Elder Bai's beautiful brows frowned and she was rather unhappy. Master, scoundrel did this today for the sake of me and little sister K. Don't blame him. Li Fei walked over, grabbed Elder Bai's arm, and shook it a few times as she said this with a voice that had a tone of a spoiled child. Scoundrel. Elder Bai was stupefied when she heard what Li Fei said. Girl, he is your. Elder Bai, I'm your disciple's man. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth held a smile as he focused his gaze at Elder Bai. As the saying goes, a master is like a parent. If one were to really consider it, then Li Fei could be considered to be half a daughter of Elder Bai, and he could be considered as half a son-in-law of Elder Bai. Elder Bai was stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on her face. She never imagined that the disciple she'd just taken would have such a relationship with this outer court disciple. Elder Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed. Never mind, never mind. This incident is something that Shi Yan provoked after all. I'll consider myself as having verbally disciplined you. I just hope you don't put me in a difficult situation in the future. Thank you, Elder Bai. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Then he looked at Li Fei, who was beside Elder Bai, and the two of them casted winks and made faces at each other for a while. Also, that Shi Yan's natural talent was only average, so you can leave it at that. But her older brother, Shi Hao, isn't easy to deal with. He broke through to the 7th level of the origin core stage a while ago. Moreover, his combat experience is extremely abundant. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become an inner court disciple by relying on his 7th level origin core stage cultivation. Elder Bai warned Duan Ling Tian. This Shi Hao loves his younger sister extremely dearly. You have to be careful of this person. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Thank you for the warning, Elder Bai. Elder Bai nodded, then she looked at Li Fei and K. I'm going to look for the peak master and notify her now. I'll come look for you two girls tomorrow. Goodbye, master. Goodbye, Elder Bai. Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 sent Elder Bai off with their gazes. I really never expected that Shi Yan to be so shameless and accuse her victims. Luckily, master is wise and caused her scheme to be unable to hide itself. Li Fei's face still had some lingering rage when she mentioned Shi Yan. She could be considered to have reaped what she sowed. She was expelled from the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian smiled lightly. We still have to properly congratulate little sister K. She's going to become the closed-door disciple of the Alcade Peak's peak master soon. Li Fei looked at K. And her beautiful eyes were dazzling like an array of stars. Big sister Fei, you're making fun of me again. A trace of a rosy blush appeared on K.'s face when she heard Li Fei. Li Fei recalled the matter that was interrupted by Shi Yan, and she looked at Duan Ling Tian as she asked, Right, scoundrel, you said you gave us some 10,000-year stalactite milk earlier. What's that? K.'r looked at Duan Ling Tian as well, and traces of curiosity flickered within her beautiful eyes. Duan Ling Tian smiled as he said, The 10,000-year stalactite milk is a precious treasure that is able to allow one to be reborn. It can thread together the flesh, meridians, and bones within the body. And it is able to increase a person's natural talent in the martial Tao to the utmost limit. Li Fei and K.'r were both startled when they heard the effects of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Only after a long time did they recover from their shock. Scoundrel, what you mean is that the natural talent in the martial Tao of me and little sister K.'r have already reached the utmost limit. Li Fei exhaled a breath of cold air. Exactly. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he looked at K.'r. K.'r, this is also the reason why I told Elder Bai earlier that you'll be able to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage in a month. Compared to the past, your current natural talent is like the difference between the heavens and the earth. And it can't be looked upon as it was in the past. K.'r lightly nodded, and a smile of happiness appeared on her beautiful face. Her man had never disappointed her, and she had always believed in her man. Also, this 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Ling Tian kept 2 bottles of 10,000-year stalactite milk and gave the remaining bottles to K.'r. K.'r, give this milk to Little Gold to consume every few weeks. You must not let it finish drinking it all at once, Otherwise, I'm worried it will fall asleep like a dead pig just like Little Black and Little White. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's tone had traces of helplessness mixed within. Scoundrel, Little Black and Little White have fallen asleep again. Li Fei couldn't help but be stunned when she heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Yes, they fell asleep after drinking the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and I don't know when they'll be able to awaken. Li Fei and Kair were speechless when they heard this, and they sincerely admired the sleeping ability of the two little pythons. Chapter 270, Quake Energy. Squeak squeak. Duan Ling Tian had only just passed the 10,000-year stalactite milk into Kair's hands when the little gold mouse stuck out its cute little head from beneath Kair's sleeve and opened its mouth to cry out. Its pair of jade green eyes now stared fixedly at the pill bottles in Kair's hands that had 10,000-year stalactite milk within them, and its eyes were filled with yearning. Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse flatteringly nodded at Kair as if it was begging Kair to give it some 10,000-year stalactite milk. Kair put away the 10,000-year stalactite milk and stroked the little gold mouse's little head as she said, with a light smile, "Little gold, young master has said that you can't drink too much at a time. I'll give you some to drink after some time." Squeak squeak. The little gold mouse's eyes emitted a trace of grievance. Looks like Little Gold is fond of food like Little Black and Little White. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. After accompanying the two little girls for a while, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and said, "Kair, Little Fei, I should head back now." Under the reluctant gazes of the two little girls, Duan Ling Tian walked swiftly out of the gorge. This was the Alcade Peak after all, the place the female outer court disciples of Seven Stars Sword Sect gathered, and thus it wasn't appropriate for him to stay here for too long. Duan Ling Tian was practically fleeing as he endured the burning gazes of the Alcade Peak's female disciples all along the way as he fled back to Megrez Peak. Of course, on the stone platform of Megrez Peak, there was similarly a large amount of gazes looking at him. But the owners of these gazes were men after all, so Duan Ling Tian directly disregarded them. "Duan Ling Tian," an aged voice suddenly echoed out, causing Duan Ling Tian to stop in his tracks and look towards the front. Nearby, an old man and a middle-aged man walked over shoulder to shoulder. The old man that greeted him now was precisely Megrez Peak's outer court elder, Lu Chu. "Elder Lu." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the old man, and he never expected he would encounter the old man when he'd just returned to Megrez Peak. Lu Chu slowly walked over and looked at Duan Ling Tian's skin that seemed to have completed some sort of marvelous transformation. It's a long story." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, but he didn't go into details. Lu Chu didn't continue asking when he perceived that Duan Ling Tian was unwilling to talk about it. Then he glanced at the middle-aged man by his side and introduced him with a slight smile. "This is Elder Zhao Lin, and he's also an outer court elder of our Megrez Peak." "Elder Zhao Lin." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the middle-aged man. But the middle-aged man only indifferently swept Duan Ling Tian with his gaze. He then raised his head and a lofty arrogance was revealed on his face as he practically snorted out from his nose. Relying on his spiritual force and the experience of rebirth martial emperor, he could discern that this middle-aged man was at most in existence at the first level of the void-prying stage. A first-level void-prying martial artist, a strength that was far inferior to Lu Chu's, but his level of arrogance far surpassed Lu Chu's. A bad impression instantly arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart, but he didn't care about it. As far as he was concerned, there wouldn't be any relations between him and Zhao Lin, so how Zhao Lin acted was Zhao Ling's business and was of no concern to him. Lu Chu was slightly embarrassed when he noticed Zhao Lin's attitude, then nodded to Duan Ling Tian. "Then we'll leave first. Goodbye, Elder Lu." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. Lu Chu was polite to him, so he naturally would be polite as well. As for that Zhao Lin, Duan Ling Tian utterly didn't bother to pay attention to him. Duan Ling Tian left Megrez Peak's stone platform after he saw Lu Chu and Zhao Lin leave, then he looked at the incomparably bustling building nearby. In there, many Megrez Peak disciples had gathered together. Perhaps buying medicinal pills and spirit weapons with money. Perhaps exchanging for medicinal pills and spirit weapons with materials. Before long, Duan Ling Tian went around into the Megrez Peak's mountain path and sized up the surroundings for a moment. When he confirmed that no one noticed him, he followed along an inconspicuous small path to head towards the peak of Megrez Peak. The Megrez Peak was extremely large, the mountain paths were extremely windy, and there were not less than 10 paths that headed to the peak. Before long, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the peak of the mountain. The peak of the mountain was devoid of people, and he quickly arrived at the location of the tilted tree, then leapt down. If someone were to be here and witness this scene, they would surely be extremely shocked, even to the extent they might think Duan Ling Tian wanted to commit suicide. However, after Duan Ling Tian passed through the clouds and mist, he firmly descended onto the tilted tree. The tilted tree trembled for a moment before stabilizing. Duan Ling Tian's figure moved to directly flash into the cave passage that led to the stalactite cave. When he once again returned to the stalactite cave, Duan Ling Tian noticed the two little fellows laying there. Even their positions hadn't changed as they deeply slept. They wouldn't really be reincarnations of pigs, right? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but suspect in his heart, as the sleeping ability of these two little pythons caused him to be completely helpless. After sizing up the two little fellows for a moment, Duan Ling Tian slowly walked to arrive before the stone platform and sat on it. Then he consumed an origin strengthening pill and started to cultivate. The origin energy in Duan Ling Tian's body roiled. Coupled with the medicinal strength of the origin strengthening pill and the nearly perfect natural talent in the martial Tao that he currently possessed, his advancement was at a tremendous pace. At every moment, Duan Ling Tian was able to feel the slight changes in the origin energy within his body. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt the origin energy within his body actually have a trace of a bizarre change. This change was extremely small and slight, but Duan Ling Tian was still able to clearly feel it. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, and a trace of a dazzling brilliance flashed within his eyes that were like an array of stars. I wonder if I can use this method outside my body. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused, and he swung his arm which was suffused with raging origin energy. Above Duan Ling Tian, 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form and waited for orders in the sky. They were prepared to dash out at any moment. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian moved. His arms swept out along with the strength of 71 ancient mammoths as it traversed the air. The air quaked because of this. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to notice that the origin energy that was twined around Duan Ling Tian's arm was vibrating at a strange frequency. His origin energy was chaotic and seemed to have formed a type of quake energy. This is, Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted, and a portion of the memories of rebirth martial emperor flashed within his mind. This portion of memories was related to the cultivation method Duan Ling Tian cultivated, the third form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the worm python form. The worm python form was a mental cultivation method that the rebirth martial emperor developed from observing the habits of the demon beast worm python. The worm python was a type of demon beast between a python and a flood dragon, and it had an extremely formidable strength. Its most miraculous ability was the ability to emit a type of formidable quake energy from its body. Quake energy. Duan Ling Tian retracted his arm and slowly struck out with a palm strike. Origin energy jumped and vibrated on his hand. The frequency grew faster and faster. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's palm slowly pressed onto a protruding piece of rock within the stalactite cave. Om. Om, 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 om. As soon as the origin energy on Duan Ling Tian's hand touched the rock transformed into stone powder then scattered onto the ground. Lightly exerting force, he pressed his hand forward. Instantly, the entire piece of rock transformed into fine powder. What a terrifying quake energy! Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted. He raised his hand and looked in disbelief at the origin energy that quaked on his palm. The frequency at which this origin energy quaked was simple heaven-defying. Duan Ling Tian was confident that by relying on this quake energy to exert the strength of his entire body, even if he could only exert the strength of 71 ancient mammoths now, and even if he faced a 6th-level origin core martial artist that possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, he still might not be disadvantaged, even to the extent that he would very likely be able to directly defeat the 6th-level origin core martial artist by relying upon this quake energy. This type of quake energy, even though it didn't provide any increase to strength, its method of exerting force could be called heaven-defying. According to the memories of rebirth martial emperor, by relying on this type of quake energy, while facing most fierce beasts that were a level stronger than it, the demon beast worm python would still be able to easily kill its opponent. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. It was difficult to suppress the excitement in his heart. So it turned out that this was the quintessence of the worm python form. He always thought that there was nothing special about the worm python form, but now he knew that he'd looked down on rebirth martial emperor. Duan Ling Tian recalled his entire cultivation journey up to this point. The first form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form, it stressed about cultivating the fleshly body to be flexible like a spirit serpent. The second form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the raging python form, it allowed Duan Ling Tian to temper his fleshly body with origin energy, possessing a fierce strength of a raging python, and a casual swing of his arm was like a raging python swinging its tail. Now, this third form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the worm python form, and its quintessence was the quake energy. Quake energy isn't a martial skill, it's more practical than a martial skill. Because it can be used with any martial skill, coupled with the strength of my cultivation, it can give rise to an extremely terrifying force. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, and his hand that was twined with origin energy pressed onto the cave wall. Now, he didn't use the quake energy. Even if his origin energy had stuck to the cave wall wouldn't be affected in the slightest. However, once he utilized the quake energy, Duan Ling Tian's hand hadn't moved and was still stuck onto the cave wall. However, the origin energy on his hand instead started lightly vibrating, and the speed of the vibrations grew faster and faster, its frequency faster and faster. Instantly, his origin energy quaked, and the place where his hand touched the cave wall was completely destroyed by Duan Ling Tian's quake energy and transformed into fine powder. He could imagine how if this palm of his were to be pressed onto a person, once it started quaking, that person's flesh, lifeblood, and even bones would be affected by the quake energy. That would surely be an extremely distressing scene. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile. Currently, he wished for nothing more than to find someone and use the quake energy to battle with that person. As expected of the cultivation method that Rebirth Martial Emperor created after experiencing 2 lifetimes, this 9 dragons war sovereign technique. Every form of it has its own exclusive feature. The spirit serpent form had the flexibility of the fleshly body, the raging python form had the fierceness of the fleshly body, and the worm python form has the terrifying quake energy. The 6 more remaining forms will surely have their own exclusive features. Duan Ling Tian's mood was incomparably agitated, and he was unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 271, The Excited Zhao Lin. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian calmed his mood down. Time to go try out this quake energy. Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up as he stood up. His gaze then descended onto the 2 little pythons, and when he noticed they showed no signs of awakening, he shook his head then left the stalactite cave by himself. Relying on his sharp spiritual force, Duan Ling Tian stood on the tilted tree on the side of the cliff and sensed the situation on the peak of the mountain. After he confirmed there were no people, Duan Ling Tian used the tilted tree as a foothold and leapt up to the peak of Megrez Peak. Duan Ling Tian walked into the most remote path on the peak, then he walked down the mountain. In next to no time, he'd passed the chain bridge and arrived at the main peak, Dubi Peak. Duan Ling Tian went down from Dubi Peak, as his destination this time was the primeval forest behind the 7-star sword sect. After all, he couldn't casually pull a 7-star sword sect disciple over to test the quake energy, so he decided to go to the primeval forest and test the worm python form's quake energy on fierce beasts. Duan Ling Tian flew down with a dash and quickly left the sect to head towards the primeval forest. And at the moment that Duan Ling Tian left the sect, on the chain bridge from Megrez Peak to Dubi Peak, 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples walked shoulder to shoulder. One of the outer court disciples' faces sank, and he said to the other outer court disciple beside him, Huo Xin, that kid seems to have vanished. Megrez Peak is huge, so it isn't an easy matter to find him. Moreover, I've practically asked all the 19 new disciples that came to Megrez Peak with us, but all those people don't know where he is. The latter was precisely Huo Xin, and he now had a gloomy expression as he spoke. I don't believe that he can hide forever. The incident in Black Bamboo City's restaurant, I'll surely make him pay it back 100-fold. Actually daring to ask someone to throw us out. The former's gaze went slightly cold as a cold light shot out from his gaze. Don't worry, Yuan Wu, we'll drag him out sooner or later, Huo Xin slowly said, and his eyes flickered with a cold light that was not one bit lesser. Before long, when they were just about to arrive at Dubi Peak, the 2 of them saw an old man and a middle-aged man walk over shoulder to shoulder. Elder Lu, Elder Zhao. Huo Xin and Yuan Wu respectfully bowed to the old man and middle-aged man. The old man nodded to the 2 of them. As for the middle-aged man, from the beginning till the end, he didn't even look Huo Xin and Yuan Wu in the eye. Perhaps as far as he was concerned, Huo Xin and Yuan Wu still didn't have the qualifications for him to look them in the eyes. Huo Xin and Yuan Wu were slightly embarrassed as they swiftly left. They'd long since heard of Elder Zhao Lin's arrogance, so they didn't feel surprised. The old man was precisely Megrez Peak's outer court elder, Lu Chu. Now, Lu Chu and Zhao Lin walked shoulder to shoulder on the chain bridge as they walked towards the Megrez Peak in large strides. Zhao Lin, when I saw that Huo Xin earlier, I couldn't help but recall that Duan Ling Tian. That young man we met at Megrez Peak yesterday afternoon, do you still have an impression of him? Lu Chu said to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin nodded, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. As far as he was concerned, that was a pretty boy with skin that was simply whiter and more delicate than a woman's. It's exactly that Duan Ling Tian. I wonder what happened, as his skin was still a normal and healthy bronze color a few days ago when he'd just arrived at our Megrez Peak. But in a day's time, a tremendous change occurred on his skin, even to the extent his skin can be compared to a baby's and is rosy. Truly unbelievable. As he finished speaking, Lu Chu sighed with emotion and had a face full of shock. On hearing what Lu Chu said, the eyes of Zhao Lin, who originally had a calm expression, abruptly lit up, and his breathing suddenly became hurried. Elder Lu, are you sure his skin wasn't like that previously? Zhao Lin looked at Lu Chu and was slightly discomposed. Although Lu Chu didn't know why Zhao Lin would suddenly be interested in Duan Ling Tian, he still nodded. I'm sure. 2 days ago, when I brought Huo Xin and another 2 outer court disciples to go receive the 20 new disciples that had passed the outer court test, that Duan Ling Tian was one of them, and he was also the person Huo Xin personally chose. I remember it clearly. At that time his skin was bronze. What, is there something not right? Lu Chu asked Zhao Lin, as he had the feeling that Zhao Lin's suddenly reaction might be because Zhao Lin had noticed something. According to his knowledge, it was ordinarily impossible for Zhao Lin to be interested in such matters. But today, his behavior departed from his normal behavior. It's nothing. Zhao Lin shook his head, but deep within his gaze, a hard-to-notice glowing light that was burning flashed by. I'm just curious, how could someone suddenly experience such a tremendous change? Lu Chu nodded. He thought like this as well and continued to walk shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin walked by Lu Chu's side, but his mood was incomparably agitated. Rebirth. He could be sure that Duan Ling Tian had absolutely gone through the rebirth of legends. As luck would have it, he'd just so happened to have seen the records relating to rebirth within an ancient record. Allegedly, there was a miraculous liquid in Cloud Continent that once consumed could allow someone to be completely reborn, and the natural talent in the martial Tao of that person would undergo a tremendous change. To attain the utmost limit, Zhao Lin's heart was trembling. He remembered clearly that the miraculous liquid was the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Once one consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk and was reborn, one's skin would transform to become delicate like a baby's. He clearly remembered the writing on that ancient record. The 10,000-year stalactite milk. That pretty boy has consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Zhao Lin's mood surged and couldn't calm down for a long time, but he didn't dare shout it out, because after all, Lu Chu was beside him now. I must get the 10,000-year stalactite milk from that pretty boy, I must. Zhao Lin resolved in his heart. I hope that pretty boy can be sensible. Even if I have to stop at nothing, I must still get the 10,000-year stalactite milk from him. Traces of cold lights flashed deep within Zhao Lin's eyes. 10,000-year stalactite milk was sufficient to change his entire life. No matter what, he must obtain it. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know that the matter of him consuming 10,000-year stalactite milk had already been found out by someone. Currently, he'd left the 7-star sword sect and entered the vast primeval forest. Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed, and the scenery of the primeval forest flashed swiftly by his side. The spirit serpent movement technique was exerted by Duan Ling Tian to the limit. Roar. A loud roar sounded out from ahead, causing Duan Ling Tian to unconsciously stop his steps. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that it was a spiked tiger with a strength comparable to a 9th-level core formation martial artist, and its pair of fangs that were like spikes were its strongest martial skill. The spiked tiger had noticed him as well and dashed quickly at him before pouncing towards him. Bring it on. Duan Ling Tian's gaze shone, and he directly moved to intercept it. At the same time that the spiked tiger pounced over, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above it out of thin air. Now when Duan Ling Tian attacked, only 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him as well. He didn't plan to use his entire strength when faced with a 9th-level core formation stage spiked tiger, otherwise, his plan to test the quake energy would come to nothing, and his trip here would be meaningless. He entered the primeval forest this time precisely to test the might of the quake energy. Roar! The spiked tiger swiftly pounced at Duan Lingtian. It opened up its bloody mouth and a bloody stench suffused the air, causing Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of disgust. Seeing the spiked tiger right before his eyes, Duan Lingtian made his move. Instantly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into an incomparably agile spirit serpent that flashed behind the spiked tiger in the blink of an eye. When the spiked tiger hadn't reacted to Duan Lingtian's sudden movement, Duan Lingtian attacked. Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and an ear-deafening, piercing howl sounded out. He directly left out the step of drawing the dragon and directly did the finishing touch. Duan Lingtian's finger that was suffused with origin energy descended down and directly pieced through the thick skin and flesh of the spiked tiger into its bones. Roar! The spiked tiger roared out in grief, its sound filled with rage and despair. Quake energy. The origin energy on the tip of Duan Lingtian's finger abruptly started vibrating, and vibrating with a terrifying frequency. Crackle crackle. Instantly, the body of the spiked tiger started trembling, and its grievous roar stopped. Then its enormous body crashed onto the floor and sent waves of sounds of bones shattering echoing out in the air. What a terrifying quake energy. I looked down upon it earlier. Duan Lingtian withdrew his origin energy and stood there, and as he gazed at the spiked tiger's body that was limp on the ground, a trace of coldness arose in his heart. He'd clearly felt it earlier. When he pointed at the spiked tiger's bones and executed the quake energy, the bones of the spiked tiger vibrated along with the quake energy, then shattered in the end, and the shattered bone bits pierced into every part of the spiked tiger's body, including its internal organs, causing the spiked tiger to directly die. Duan Lingtian let out a breath of cold air, and a trace of enthusiastic excitement appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian, who was aroused, didn't stop at this, and continued to head into the primeval forest. This time, he planned to exert a cultivation that was one level lower than the fierce beast and see if he's able to successfully kill the fierce beast. Once he succeeded, then the quake energy would really be too terrifying. Before long, Duan Lingtian encountered the next fierce beast. This fierce beast was a second-level origin core stage fierce beast. A wind leopard. This wind leopard was adept at speed, and in terms of speed, it was absolutely outstanding amongst second-level origin core stage fierce beasts. The wind leopard charged at Duan Lingtian with a swift dash, and it opened up its blood mouth with fangs that flickered with the sheen of saliva, desiring to swallow Duan Lingtian with one gulp. Above the wind leopard, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared, the 7-star sword sect. Outer court disciple attire on Duan Lingtian's figure fluttered, and above him, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes had appeared. He wanted to try to see if he could kill this wind leopard with the strength of the first level of the origin core stage. Chapter 272, Small Team. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold when he saw the wind leopard pouncing over, and he was already prepared to move to intercept it and compare his strength against it. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force slightly jerked, and he could sense people approaching, a total of 3 people. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, temporarily dodged the wind leopard, and looked towards the distance. These 3 people were 2 men and a woman. Meanwhile, the wind leopard pounced at him once again, bearing down menacingly upon him. Be careful. Right when he was about to make a move and kill the wind leopard, a delicate shout sounded out. Duan Lingtian felt a fragrant wind assail his nostrils, and he could see that the gentle and graceful figure of the woman amongst the 3 people had flashed out and arrived before him in the blink of an eye. This was a gentle and graceful woman. The 3-foot-long blade in her hand flashed out, and above her, 46 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 3rd level of the origin core stage. Grade 8 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian saw through this woman with a single glance. Although the wind leopard's speed was swift, it was only in comparison to second-level origin core martial artists and fierce beasts, and before this third-level origin core stage woman, it was completely unable to strike back. In the blink of an eye, it was killed with a sword strike from the woman. Are you alright? After the woman killed the wind leopard, she looked at Duan Lingtian with slight concern, and when she saw Duan Lingtian's skin that was like the skin of a baby, a trace of surprise was revealed on her face. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and shook his head, then he sized up the young woman before him. The woman was around 23 or 24 years old, and although she wasn't as beautiful as Kei or Li Fei, her delicate and elegant features and smooth and exquisite skin emitted traces of elegance, giving one a comfortable feeling. The young woman's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian's outer court disciple attire and lightly smiled as she said, "You're an outer court disciple of our 7-star sword sect, right?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He'd noticed earlier that it wasn't just this woman who was a 7-star sword sect outer court disciple, and the other 2 men that followed her over were also 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. "Nice to meet you. I'm Shi Lan, a disciple of Alcade Peak." The young woman lightly smiled as she introduced herself to Duan Lingtian. She had a kind expression, and her elegant eyes seemed as if they could speak. "Duan Lingtian, Megrez Peak disciple." Duan Lingtian nodded to Shi Lan. He had a good impression of this warm-hearted woman. "Duan Lingtian, you came to the primeval forest by yourself?" Shi Lan looked at the surroundings, and when she didn't notice anyone else, she couldn't refrain from asking curiously. Shi Lan looked at Duan Lingtian and said, with a serious expression, "You're too rash. You ought to be an outer court disciple that has only entered our 7-star sword sect 2 days ago, right? You're only at the first level of the origin core stage, so even if you want to come to this primeval forest, you ought to have found a team. Otherwise, you will likely lose your life, just like earlier." As far as she was concerned, if it wasn't for her being in time to help him, Duan Lingtian would have already died under the claws of that wind leopard and would surely have no chance of surviving. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that Shi Lan was truly concerned about him, and he couldn't help but smile. "Thank you for the reminder." He knew that because he had only exerted the strength of 20 ancient mammoths when facing the wind leopard earlier, Shi Lan mistook him to be a first-level origin core martial artist. Toward this, he didn't make any further explanations, as he wasn't someone that liked to show off. Shi Lan looked at Duan Lingtian and invited him. "Why don't you join us? You'll be safer when following us. At that time, we'll share equally all the gains. How about it? My 2 companions are both extremely formidable." Duan Lingtian originally wanted to refuse her, but when he saw Shi Lan's sincere gaze of anticipation, he didn't refuse her in the end and nodded. "Okay, then I'll be troubling you." As far as he was concerned, he had nothing to do in any case, so going along with the 3 people wasn't a problem. "Come, I'll introduce them to you." Shi Lan lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian, then she brought Duan Lingtian along to walk over to the 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that were nearby. "Hu Li, Xiao Fei. This is Duan Lingtian, a Megrez Peak disciple, and he will be joining our team from now on to enter the primeval forest to train and gain experience. I've already promised him that all gains will be shared equally amongst the 4 of us," Shi Lan said to the 2 male outer court disciples. "Nice to meet you. I'm Hu Li, a Fekta Peak disciple." The outer court disciple with a tall and robust figure and an age similar to Shi Lan lightly smiled as he greeted Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian smiled to the robust young man, as he'd always respected those who respected him. HMPH. Right at this moment, the thin young man that stood at the side had a sneer on the corners of his mouth, and his cold and indifferent gaze sized up Duan Lingtian, then he frowned. "Shi Lan, he's only a first-level origin core stage pretty boy. We're only adding on a burden by bringing him along." Shi Lan and Hu Li were both slightly embarrassed, and Hu Li said to Duan Lingtian, "Duan Lingtian, he's Xiao Fei, a Fekta Peak disciple as well. Even though Xiao Fei's age is similar to mine and Shi Lan's, he's already a 4th-level origin core martial artist. His natural talent in the martial Dao is great, so it's hard to avoid being arrogant. Don't lower yourself to the same level as him and just take it as you never heard what he said earlier. We being able to meet here and are all 7-star sword sect disciples can be considered to be fate. So join us." "Yeah, Duan Lingtian, don't take what Xiao Fei said to heart." Shi Lan smiled apologetically to Duan Lingtian. Xiao Fei frowned, and he was just about to speak when he noticed Hu Li and Shi Lan both look at him and shake their heads. In the end, he didn't speak out and only snorted in a low voice. Duan Lingtian was able to feel Shi Lan and Hu Li's sincerity. He had a favorable impression of the 2, so he didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go wander through this primeval forest together, continue forward." Hu Li laughed heartily with a heroic spirit that pierced into the sky, a true man. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but praise in his heart as he looked at Hu Li. Their group of 4 walked towards the inner parts of the forest, and on the way, Shi Lan had a serious expression as she said to Duan Lingtian, "Duan Lingtian, the primeval forest is vast and boundless. We're only at the outer area of the forest, and we'll be close to the inner area after walking forward further. The fierce beasts there are much stronger than the fierce beasts here. Your strength is weaker, so follow us closely. Don't split up from us. Okay, Duan Ling. Tian smiled to Xi Lan, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. Even though he wasn't afraid of the fierce beasts within, Xi Lan didn't know of his true strength and only thought that he was a first-level origin core martial artist. You don't have the strength, but you're still daring to venture into the primeval forest. Courting death. Xiao Fei followed at the back, and he grunted in a low voice with a tone that didn't lack ridicule. Duan Ling Tian frowned, then noticed Hu Li and Xi Lan smiling apologetically, and his brows eased up. He didn't argue about it with Xiao Fei and took it as if he didn't hear it. He didn't want to make it difficult on Hu Li and Xi Lan. This Xiao Fei was their companion after all. As they went deeper into the primeval forest, the terrain became even more complicated. There was a dense growth of trees, and the ground was covered in grass and brambles. The environment here was extremely suitable for concealment and was simply a heaven for fierce beasts. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force became vigilant, and he looked towards the nearby bush which was also beside Hu Li. Then he shouted in a low voice, "Be careful." Hu Li instantly became vigilant when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice. And right at that moment, a completely jade green, enormous wolf with glossy fur pounced out from within the bush. Then it opened its bloody mouth to bite towards Hu Li. In the sky, 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Third-level origin core stage fierce beast. Azure wolf, Xi Lan exclaimed in surprise. And right at this moment, Hu Li's body slightly inclined forward, and with a raise of his hand, the 3-foot-long blade on his back was instantly unsheathed. A sky-blue-colored sword light flashed out. Sword images suffused out to transform into a sword net that enveloped down towards the azure wolf, and it flickered with dazzling sword lights that caused one to be dazzled. Above Hu Li, 46 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Obviously, Hu Li was similar to Xi Lan and possessed a cultivation at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, and his spirit weapon was a grade 7 spirit weapon as well. Owu! The azure wolf let out a shrill cry and was torn into pieces by Hu Li's sword images. Its blood scattered onto the ground as its body crashed down. Hu Li had a slight lingering fear as he heaved a sigh of relief, then he looked at Duan Ling Tian with gratitude. Duan Ling Tian, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might have been injured by it. Yeah, Duan Ling Tian. The azure wolf is extremely skilled in concealment. Within this bush, we're utterly unable to notice it. How did you notice it? Xi Lan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of surprise, as she originally thought that Duan Ling Tian's strength was weak and that he would need them to take care of him, but she'd never expected that Duan Ling Tian still had such ability. Earlier, if it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian noticing the azure wolf in time, Hu Li would surely be injured. My angle of vision from here just happened to be able to see its green eyes. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and found an excuse. He couldn't say that his spiritual force was more sharp, right? Dog shit luck. Xiao Fei's frowned brows eased up, then he glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze and snorted in disdain. Hu Li and Xi Lan frowned and were both dissatisfied at Xiao Fei. The beast core of a 3rd-level origin core stage fierce beast is really small. Meanwhile, Hu Li dug out a beast core that flickered with a light sheen from within the azure wolf's corpse. Origin core stage fierce beasts had already condensed beast cores within their bodies. A beast core was also a type of medicinal material. Hu Li, your Skynet sword technique was something you started cultivating when you arrived at 7-star sword sect a year ago. I never imagined it had already stepped into the perfection stage. Xi Lan glanced at Hu Li in admiration. You killed that azure wolf with a single sword strike. Many 7-star sword sect disciples didn't cultivate sword skills before entering the 7-star sword sect, and only after they arrived at the 7-star sword sect did they start cultivating sword skills. This was something that Duan Ling Tian knew of. Hu Li laughed. The martial skill I originally cultivated had some similarities with the Skynet sword technique. So I cultivated this Skynet sword technique with high proficiency. Hasn't your soaring wind sword stepped into the mastery stage as well? It's only the mastery stage. It will at least take me a year to break through to the perfection stage. Xi Lan sighed. Chapter 273, The Atrocious Xiao Fei. When changing to cultivate sword skills from other types of martial skills, disciples that entered the 7-star sword sect would ordinarily choose sword skills that were similar to the martial skills they'd previously cultivated. Unless their comprehension ability was inferior to the point one would find it difficult to look seriously at them. Practically all martial artists that were able to attain a cultivation at the origin core stage had already cultivated a high-grade profound rank martial skill to the perfection stage and had an extremely deep comprehension towards certain martial skills. As a top sect within the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the sword skills of the 7-star sword sect were practically all high-grade profound rank sword skills, and unless one who entered the sect was originally cultivating sword skills, one would surely change to cultivate sword skills. Sword skills rely on spirit swords to be executed, and to a certain extent they possess an advantage to most martial skills. Let's go. Xiao Fei frowned when he saw Xi Lan and Hu Li starting to chat idly and continued to walk forward. Duan Ling Tian, let's catch up to him. Xi Lan and Hu Li called Duan Ling Tian, then the three of them caught up to Xiao Fei. In the following part of the journey, they would encounter fierce beasts from time to time. The strongest amongst these fierce beasts was at the 3rd level of the origin core stage, and every time such a fierce beast appeared, it would be killed with the swing of a sword by Xi Lan and Hu Li. Our gains aren't bad. We already have 7 beast cores from 3rd level origin core stage fierce beasts and 15 beast cores from 2nd level origin core stage fierce beasts. Hu Li, who was in charge of collecting the spoils, grinned widely. Be careful, the fierce beasts further up are even stronger. Xi Lan looked ahead with a slightly fearful gaze, then she looked at Duan Ling Tian, mainly wanting to warn Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Xi Lan to express his understanding. Roar! Right at this moment, along with an oppressive loud roar, an extremely agile fierce beast with an enormous body dashed over and arrived before Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 in the blink of an eye. While the fierce beast dashed out, Duan Ling Tian could feel the vibration coming from the ground with every step it took. It was as if the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. When this enormous fierce beast dashed over, 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form in the sky above it. Presently, the fierce beast was staring at Duan Ling Tian's group of 4, seeming to be observing something. Hu Li fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva when he saw the fierce beast before him and exclaimed out in a low voice, 4th level origin core stage fierce beast, elephant rhino. The elephant rhino was a terrifying, fierce beast that was adept in strength and speed. It was able to knock ordinary 4th level origin core stage fierce beasts flying with a single charge and was extremely tyrannical. Xiao Fei, it's up to you. When Xi Lan saw the elephant rhino appear, her beautiful eyes slightly squinted and descended onto Xiao Fei. The elephant rhino, a 4th level origin core stage fierce beast that possessed the strength of 60 ancient mammoths. In terms of speed, Xi and Hu Li were far from being able to compare with the elephant rhino. In terms of offense, even though Xi and Hu Li were 3rd level origin core martial artists that possessed grade 8 spirit weapons, the strength that they were able to exert when relying upon the spirit weapons was only comparable to the strength of 46 ancient mammoths. It was too much of a difference compared to the elephant rhino. Even if Xi and Hu Li joined forces, it would still be impossible for them to be a match for the elephant rhino. As for Duan Ling Tian, as far as she was concerned, he was only a 1st level origin core stage outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect and would unable to help. So, in her opinion, only Xiao Fei was able to deal with this elephant rhino in their group of 4. Xiao Fei's brows knitted when he heard Xi Lan, and a trace of complacency appeared on the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian and he said, with a mocking tone, if memory serves, there seems to be one person amongst us that hasn't fought a battle yet, right? Since you've joined our team, and since you want an equal share of the gains, you can't just sit around and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, right? Xiao Fei's voice was extremely irritating to the ear. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer when he heard Xiao Fei. This Xiao Fei said that he was sitting around and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. All through their way here, the only reason he didn't fight a battle yet was because Xi Lan and Hu Li would rush over before him and didn't give him the opportunity to make a move. If they really encountered danger, he naturally wouldn't look on and do nothing. However, in the eyes of Xiao Fei, his cultivation was only at the 1st level of the origin core stage. Under these circumstances, Xiao Fei was pushing him out when faced with a 4th level origin core stage elephant rhino. The atrocious heart of Xiao Fei was apparent. Xiao Fei wanted him to go die. What? Don't dare. Seeing Duan Ling Tian not moving, Xiao Fei started laughing. A pretty boy is a pretty boy in the end. Besides wooing women, what other ability do you have? As he spoke up to this point, Xiao Fei intentionally glanced at Xi Lan. Xi Lan's expression was extremely unsightly. Xiao Fei, how can you be like this? Duan Ling Tian is only a 1st level origin core martial artist, whereas the elephant rhino is a 4th level origin core stage fierce beast, and only you amongst us are able to deal with it. You asking Duan Ling Tian to deal with it, isn't it asking him to go die? HMPH. Xiao Fei glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze as he ridiculed. A pretty boy that sits around and enjoys the fruits of others' labor wants to have an equal share of the gains with us without fighting a battle. Is that possible? If he's dead, then we three will share the gains. Isn't that even better? Xilan was angered by Xiao Fei to the point that her face went ghastly white and her delicate figure started trembled and was unable to speak. Xiao Fei, you're going too far. Hu Li wasn't able to stand by and watch any longer, and he frowned as he said, since Duan Ling Tian has joined us now, he's our companion. How can you be like this? Hu Li, Xiao Fei sneered, if you and Xilan want to protect him, then fight it yourselves. I'm not willing to equally share my gains with a fellow that sits around and enjoys the fruits of others' labor. As Xiao Fei spoke, he retreated a few steps. Subsequently, while Xilan and Hu Li had livid expressions, he added, right, if you two expel him from our small team, or perhaps he himself is sensible and leaves. Then I'll act and help you too. Xiao Fei's tone was filled with complacency as if he was certain that if he didn't act, Duan Ling Tian and the others wouldn't be able to deal with the elephant rhino. Xiao Fei, Hu Li and Xilan were both angered by Xiao Fei to the point that their faces went livid and their eyes were crimson red. They'd also noticed now that the elephant rhino was already accumulating strength and was likely to attack them at any moment. If Xiao Fei didn't help, then only the path of death was left for the three of them. However, asking them to expel Duan Ling Tian from their small team and yield to Xiao Fei's abuse of power was something that they weren't willing to do from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Ling Tian, you stand behind. I and Hu Li will deal with this elephant rhino. If the situation goes awry, you flee right away. Xilan looked at Duan Ling Tian and had a serious expression. Yeah, Duan Ling Tian, you're only at the 1st level of the origin core stage, and you're far from being a match for this 4th level origin core stage elephant rhino. Just stay behind us and watch us deal with it. If the situation gets dangerous, listen to Xilan and flee right away. Hu Li said to Duan Ling Tian as well. The face of this robust young man was filled with seriousness. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was complicated when he heard what Hu Li and Xilan said, and traces of warmth arose in his heart. HMPH. Xiao Fei, who stood at the back, saw this scene and sneered. Such a touching scene. Xilan, Hu Li, let me say it first. If this Duan Ling Tian flees by himself and isn't expelled from our small team by the two of you, then even if you two are about to be killed by the elephant rhino, I still won't make a move to save the two of you. What Xiao Fei said caused Duan Ling Tian's face to sink. This Xiao Fei was really at odds with him. Moreover, he even looked at Xilan's and Hu Li's lives as a trifling matter. Flames of rage arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. Xiao Fei. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei. Coldness and indifference appeared on the corners of his mouth, and his gaze became entirely unfamiliar. I won't expel Duan Ling Tian even if I die. He is my companion. Me too. Xilan's elegant face tightened, and her tone was incomparably firm. Good. Then I want to see how all of you deal with the elephant rhino. Xiao Fei knew that his plan to force Duan Ling Tian to leave had failed when Hu Li and Xilan declared their stances. He was slightly angry from embarrassment and started laughing from extreme anger. Subsequently, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Ling Tian felt the hostility Xiao Fei had towards him. He understood that this Xiao Fei was a petty person who had always felt it difficult to feel at ease when a 1st level origin core stage like him joined their small team. Perhaps in Xiao Fei's eyes, Duan Ling Tian was only a burden. But Duan Ling Tian had never imagined that just because of this Xiao Fei would actually lose all balance of judgment and make Xilan and Hu Li die for this. The atrocious actions of this Xiao Fei caused Duan Ling Tian to feel disgust from the bottom of his heart. Xilan, Hu Li, thank you for your good intentions. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xilan and Hu Li, then he lightly smiled. Duan Ling Tian, what do you mean by this? You're our companion. No matter what, we won't let you leave our small team. Yeah, Duan Ling Tian, we're companions, and we go through thick and thin together. Hu Li and Xilan thought that Duan Ling Tian intended to leave by himself, and their faces instantly went pale as they hurriedly spoke out. HMPH. I'll consider you sensible. Xiao Fei naturally thought Duan Ling Tian intended to leave himself as well, and instantly, a trace of a victorious smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian's actions in the next moment caused the smile on the corners of his mouth to freeze. Xi Lan, Hu Li, what are you two talking about? I'm not leaving. I just want to tell the two of you to leave this elephant rhino to me. Duan Ling Tian knew that Xi Lan and Hu Li had misunderstood, so he hurriedly explained with a light smile. As he spoke, he took a stride forward and walked towards the 4th level origin core stage elephant rhino. As it happens, he could use this elephant rhino to properly test the worm python form's quake energy. I'll suppress my strength to the 3rd level of the origin core stage and exert the strength of 40 ancient mammoths, then I'll use a grade 7 spirit sword. Forget it, I'll use a grade 8 spirit sword. In this way, my offensive strength will be comparable to the strength of 48 ancient mammoths. At the same time that he walked out, he thought in his heart, this elephant rhino is a fierce beast at the 4th level of the origin core stage and possesses the strength of 60 ancient mammoths. I'll test if I'm able to use the strength of 48 ancient mammoths and rely on the quake energy to kill it. As he thought up to this point, Duan Ling Tian was slightly excited in his heart. No, a 4th level origin core stage fierce beast isn't something you can deal with. Duan Ling Tian, quickly come back. Xi Lan noticed Duan Ling Tian's actions, and her beautiful face went pale. Chapter 274, Xiao Fei's Obstruction. Courting Death. A trace of a sneer and disdain appeared on the corners of Xiao Fei's mouth when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said and saw Duan Ling Tian's actions, and he had a face full of taking pleasure on Duan Ling Tian's misfortune. A mere 1st level origin core martial artist wanted to deal with a 4th level origin core stage elephant rhino. As far as he was concerned, this pretty boy was simply overestimating himself. And he was virtually courting death. Xiao Fei, it's already come to this and you're still taking pleasure on his misfortune. Hu Li glanced at Xiao Fei in dissatisfaction, then he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, quickly come back. That elephant rhino isn't something you can deal with. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian heard Xi Lan and Hu Li's concern and turned around to lightly smile to them. Hu Li, he's rushing to get himself killed. There's no need for you to stop him, Xiao Fei said indifferently, as if he eagerly looked forward to Duan Ling Tian dying under the tusks of the elephant rhino. Xiao Fei, you're going too far. Xi Lan shouted out angrily, and her beautiful face flushed red as she said to Hu Li. Hu Li, I'm going to help Duan Ling Tian. Hu Li replied and wanted to go together with Xi Lan to help Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian instead shook his head. You two just watch, I alone am sufficient to deal with this elephant rhino. Hu Li and Xi Lan couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this. He alone is sufficient. Duan Ling Tian, now isn't the time to try and be brave. Xi Lan and Hu Li practically said at the same time. Haha, looks like you are rather confident, pretty boy. Let me see how you deal with this elephant rhino by yourself. Xiao Fei laughed in ridicule as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, then he looked at Hu Li. And Xi Lan, Hu Li, you two have good intentions. But unfortunately, it was refused by him. Since he wants to court death, then you two should help him fulfill his wish. Duan Ling Tian directly ignored what Xiao Fei said, then he nodded to Xi Lan and Hu Li before turning around and dashing towards the elephant rhino. Xi Lan, let's go. We'll go help him. Hu Li called Xi Lan even though Duan Ling Tian said that he didn't need their help, but how could they look on and do nothing? As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was their companion, and they would absolutely not cast Duan Ling Tian aside. However, right when they were about to move out, when their gazes touched upon Duan Ling Tian's location far off into the distance, they completely froze. What had they seen? As Duan Ling Tian dashed on the way towards the elephant rhino, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above him and actually condensed into 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes, the strength of 40 ancient mammoths. This was the sign of the 3rd level of the origin core stage. In other words, Duan Ling Tian was actually a 3rd level origin core martial artist. This pleasant surprise that suddenly appeared caused Xi Lan and Hu Li's hearts to tremble, and disbelief appeared on their faces. They both glanced at each other and were able to see the shock in each other's eyes. They didn't overlook the most important point. Duan Ling Tian's age was at most around 20, and he even might not be 20 yet. A 3rd level origin core martial artist that was around 20. What notion was this? Even in the entire 7-star sword sect, such natural talent could be considered to be a first-rate genius disciple. Their heartbeats abruptly quickened, and they were happy and alarmed. They were happy that Duan Lingtian actually wasn't a first-level origin core martial artist, he was a third-level origin core martial artist. They were alarmed because even though Duan Lingtian was a third-level origin core martial artist, he still wasn't a match for the fourth-level origin core stage elephant rhino. How could this be possible? Xiao Fei stared blankly at the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian and had a face full of disbelief. This pretty boy, how could he possibly have such a formidable strength? His face went gloomy. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian's natural talent had far surpassed his. When he was at this age, his cultivation was far from this level. Instantly, his chest was filled with envy. His face was gloomy as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's figure that flashed towards the elephant rhino, and his eyes flickered with a cold light and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. So what if you're at the third level of the origin core stage? Aren't you still going to die beneath the tusks of the elephant rhino? As far as he was concerned, it was impossible for a third-level origin core martial artist to survive under the tusks of the elephant rhino. Hu Li, Duan Lingtian is at the third level of the origin core stage like us. Even if the three of us aren't able to kill the elephant rhino when we join forces, we ought to be able to force it to retreat. After finding out about Duan Lingtian's true cultivation level, Xi Lan's eyes shone as she looked at Hu Li, and a trace of joy appeared on her elegant face. Okay. Hu Li nodded and dashed out with Xi Lan. If three third-level origin core martial artists were to join forces, they indeed were likely to force the elephant rhino to retreat. However, Xi Lan's and Hu Li's figures that flashed out stopped in next to no time because there was a figure that flashed towards them and obstructed them, not allowing them to help Duan Lingtian. Xiao Fei, what is the meaning of this? Hu Li's face went gloomy. Now he'd seen that Duan Lingtian had started to fight the elephant rhino and was using a profound movement technique to tangle with the elephant rhino. As far as he was concerned, if he were to be a little later, it would be very likely that Duan Lingtian would lose his life. Xiao Fei, what's this going to help Duan Lingtian got to do with you? Don't go too far. Xi Lan never thought Xiao Fei would obstruct them as well, and her beautiful face went grim. Her pair of beautiful eyes flickered with a luster of rage as he stared fixedly at Xiao Fei. Xi Lan, Hu Li, it isn't that I'm intentionally obstructing the two of you. I'm only helping that pretty boy. Didn't he say that he didn't need your help? Since it's like that, as a member of this small team, I naturally have to help him obstruct the two of you so that you two don't steal away his limelight. Xiao Fei grinned widely, grinning brilliantly with a face full of righteous indignation. As if he really was kind-heartedly helping Duan Lingtian, but Xiao Fei's smile in the eyes of Hu Li and Xi Lan was so hypocritical. Xiao Fei, it's fine if you don't want to help Duan Lingtian, but you still stop us from helping him. Is it because you have to see him dead before you can be happy? Hu Li's eyes were crimson red, and he raised his hand to grasp a hold of his sheathed sword on his back, ready to draw his sword at any moment. Xiao Fei, get out of the way. Xi Lan's voice had a trace of icy cold rage mixed within, and in her hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. What, you two want to attack me? Do the two of you think you are a match for me? The corners of Xiao Fei's mouth curled into a sneer, and in his hand, a dark green spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Don't you two forget, not only does my cultivation far surpass the two of you, even the spirit sword in my hand is a grade 7 spirit sword. Xiao Fei's face had a sense of disdain mixed within it as he looked at Hu Li and Xi Lan. As far as he was concerned, not to mention Hu Li and Xi Lan, even if Hu Li, Xi Lan, and the pretty boy joined forces, it still would be impossible for them to be a match for him. If you still don't get out of the way, then we won't pull our punches. Xi Lan's beautiful face had traces of rage on it, and she loathed Xiao Fei's current actions from the bottom of her heart. How could she have not noticed in the past that this Xiao Fei was such an atrocious person? Today, she could be considered to have witnessed Xiao Fei's true face. Xiao Fei, get out of the way. Hu Li had an agitated expression, and his 3-foot-long blade left its sheath to enter his hands. What, you two really want to make a move against me? Then let me see if you two have improved lately. Xiao Fei started laughing, and his smile contained traces of disdain. Xi Lan and Hu Li couldn't hold back any longer and directly swung their swords to flash towards Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei seemed as if he was playing with the two of them, and their swords were easily parried by Xiao Fei's sword. Moreover, not to mention the fact that the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand far surpassed the grade 8 spirit swords in the hands of Xi Lan and Hu Li. In terms of strength, he was a 4th-level origin core martial artist, and compared to the two of them, who were third-level origin core martial artists. He had an entire strength of 20 ancient mammoths more than them. Under his sword, Xi Lan and Hu Li were no different than children. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was using a cultivation at the third level of the origin core stage to execute the spirit serpent movement technique and flash around the elephant rhino. Every time, he would safely dodge past the elephant rhino's ram. The sharp tusks of the elephant rhino had shaved past Duan Ling Tian's outer court disciple's attire many times as it flashed past, but it wasn't even able to touch the corners of Duan Ling Tian's clothes. Roar! The elephant rhino finally was enraged and went berserk. At this time, Duan Ling Tian didn't dare continue playing with the elephant rhino by executing the spirit serpent movement technique with a strength at the third level of the origin core stage, as the current elephant rhino had already completely revealed the speed it should have as a fourth level origin core stage fierce beast. The speed that it revealed with the strength of 60 ancient mammoths was far from something he could match with the speed he revealed when using the strength of 40 ancient mammoths. Instantly, 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Ling Tian. Now, dodging the attacks of the elephant rhino was accomplished by him with ease. Suddenly, the sounds of weapons clashing entered his ears, and Duan Ling Tian frowned. Could it be that Xi Lan and the others have encountered danger? When he flipped his body to leap onto the elephant rhino's back, he glanced over and saw a scene that made him incomparably enraged. Xiao Fei! Duan Ling Tian's face sank. He was able to perceive that Xiao Fei was playing tricks on Xi Lan and Hu Li. Moreover, Xiao Fei's aim was apparent. It was to stop Xi Lan and Hu Li from helping him. Although he didn't require the help of Xi Lan and Hu Li, Xiao Fei's current actions still completely enraged him. I originally wanted to play with you for a while, but now I don't have the time to play with you anymore. Duan Ling Tian looked at the elephant rhino beneath his feet and his eyes went cold. Instantly, 20 of the 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him vanished into thin air and once again declined sharply to 40. Duan Ling Tian once again controlled his strength at the strength of 40 ancient mammoths. Comparable to an ordinary third-level origin core martial artist. A 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air in Duan Ling Tian's hand. This 3-foot-long blade was precisely the sword that he refined in the Swallow Mountain County's county city when he had a life wager by weapons refinement with the Zhou clan's second elder. And it was able to amplify his strength by 20%. Duan Ling Tian attacked out with his sword. The strength of a grade 8 spirit sword bloomed out, and the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him instantly became 48. His sword flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the head of the elephant rhino. The sword encountered an extremely strong resistance at the spot where it descended. The skin of this elephant rhino is really thick. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Chapter 275, Savage Leopard. Roar! Although the 3-foot-long blade only plunged slightly into the head of the elephant rhino, it still felt pain. It roared in grief and its enormous body started violently swaying, wanting to shake Duan Ling Tian off. Duan Ling Tian was stable like Mount Tai and remained unmoved, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold. Origin energy twined on the 3-foot-long blade in his hand and started vibrating violently with a frequency that went faster and faster. The terrifying quake energy vibrated in the origin energy on the 3-foot-long blade, and the strong skin and flesh of the elephant rhino was quickly sliced open. The sharp edge of the sword plunged straight into the skull of the elephant rhino. Fresh blood shot out like a storm, and the quake energy still continued. The vibrating origin energy on the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Ling Tian's hand directly shattered the skull of the elephant rhino. Roar! The elephant rhino let out its final roar, then its enormous body crashed onto the ground, causing dust to suffuse the air. The ground quaked when the enormous body of the elephant rhino fell. It allowed the 3 people that were in combat in the distance to notice the events and stop their actions. Xi Lan and Hu Li stared blankly at the fallen elephant rhino. They had faces full of shock and disbelief. Never had they imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually kill the elephant rhino. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was without a scratch. No, impossible, impossible. Xiao Fei was completely dumbstruck when he saw the scene before him. That pretty boy actually killed the elephant rhino. I'm surely dreaming, surely. However, when he pinched his thigh and felt the pain that came from it, he realized that this was no dream, but reality. Duan Ling Tian took out the beast core of the elephant rhino, then returned to the side of Xi Lan and Hu Li before passing the best core to Hu Li. Hu Li, keep it first, and we'll share it equally later. Duan Ling Tian, you're really something. Hu Li gave Duan Ling Tian a big thumbs up, Then he shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, I didn't see how you did it earlier. You're actually able to kill a 4th level origin core stage elephant rhino with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the origin core stage. It's simply unbelievable. As he spoke up to this point, Hu Li's eyes had resentment within them as he swept his gaze at the nearby Xiao Fei. Duan Ling Tian, you're too formidable. Shi Lan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of adoration, as Duan Ling Tian killing that elephant rhino brought too great of a shock to her. Before today, if someone told her that a 3rd level origin core martial artist was able to kill a 4th level origin core stage fierce beast, she would absolutely not believe it, but now, she had no choice but to believe it. Because this had happened right before her very eyes, in next to no time, Shi Lan seemed to have recalled something, and she looked at Xiao Fei with a furious expression. Xiao Fei, let's go our separate ways. As she recalled what happened earlier, Shi Lan's heart was filled with rage. Luckily, Duan Ling Tian was alright. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself for her entire life. After all, it was she who'd pulled Duan Ling Tian into this small team. Xiao Fei, leave. In the future, I, Hu Li, will take it as have never known you. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei with a face full of dissatisfaction. Now when he looked at Xiao Fei, he couldn't help but recall what happened earlier and was extremely furious. What, now that you two have this pretty boy, you plan to kick away the ladder? Xiao Fei's face had gone gloomy when Shi Lan spoke, and when he heard what Hu Li said, his gaze went cold. Do you two think that I, Xiao Fei, am someone the two of you can have at your beck and call? He was already envious of Duan Ling Tian, and now when he saw that Shi Lan and Hu Li actually wanted to drive him away for the sake of Duan Ling Tian, evil flames of rage instantly arose within his heart. Actually, asking him to leave the small team was no big deal. But when he thought of how it was because of this pretty boy, his heart was filled with hatred and rage, and he was unwilling to let it go at that. Xiao Fei, what you did earlier really disappointed us. Hu Li looked at Xiao Fei and his face sank. I've said it before, I was only helping that pretty boy earlier. The facts prove that I was right to obstruct the two of you, as he could kill the elephant rhino by himself. Xiao Fei sneered as if he'd long since known that Duan Ling Tian had the strength to kill the elephant rhino. Actually, how could Shi Lan and Hu Li not know of those thoughts of his? And for a moment, their faces were extremely unsightly. Shameless. Alright, you two don't have to cut your relationship because of me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and lightly smiled. Shi Lan and Hu Li were stunned for a moment when they heard Duan Ling Tian. If any elder helped appeal for Xiao Fei, they wouldn't find it strange, but the person that appealed was instead Duan Ling Tian. They both looked at Duan Ling Tian at the same time with faces full of astonishment. HMPH. At least you're sensible. Xiao Fei laughed complacently when he heard Duan Ling Tian. He thought that Duan Ling Tian was afraid of him. As far as he was concerned, even if Duan Ling Tian was able to kill the elephant rhino, it was only because Duan Ling Tian's luck was good. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had spent an extremely long time to kill the elephant rhino. If he had attacked by relying upon his grade 7 spirit sword, he would only need a single move, an instant, and it would be sufficient to kill the elephant rhino. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was nothing. Although Shi Lan and Hu Li didn't know why Duan Ling Tian would appeal on Xiao Fei's behalf, since Duan Ling Tian, the concerned party, didn't fuss over it, they didn't say anything further either. But they now completely took Xiao Fei to be a stranger. Xiao Fei didn't care about it either, as he only stayed behind for the sake of striving for respect and striving for face. Moreover, he would absolutely not allow that pretty boy to have an easy time. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed the icy cold gaze that Xiao Fei swept at him, but he didn't care. A sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth as if he already had control over the whole situation. Let's continue. Duan Ling Tian called Shi Lan and Hu Li then continued walking forward. Xiao Fei naturally caught up when he saw Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 walking forward, and his icy cold gaze never left Duan Ling Tian's side. Now, he wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian. But he wanted to see Duan Ling Tian being killed by a fierce beast. Only in this way would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Their group continued walking forward, and they hadn't walked for long when Duan Ling Tian stopped moving. What's wrong? Shi Lan and Hu Li both had bewildered expressions. Pussy. Xiao Fei sneered and continued walking forward. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted as he slowly said, I'm afraid we've encountered trouble. In the beginning, Hu Li and Shi Lan were still slightly baffled, but in next to no time, their gazes descended into the distance and their pupils couldn't help but constrict. A leopard with a hideous and scrawny body walked over from afar. This leopard had a pair of dark green eyes, and every step it took seemed to transform into a heavy hammer that struck onto their chests, causing them to be slightly unable to catch their breaths. Savage leopard. Xiao Fei's alarmed cry sounded out at almost the exact same time, and traces of fear and dread were mixed within it. Savage leopard, a 6th level origin core stage fierce beast. If he were to go against the savage leopard, he wouldn't have the slightest confidence. Once a savage leopard launched an attack, it was able to exert the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. Whereas he, even when relying on his grade 7 spirit sword, was at most able to exert a strength of 76 ancient mammoths. The strength of 60 ancient mammoths was from his cultivation at the 4th level of the origin core stage, and the other strength of 16 ancient mammoths depended on the amplification provided by the grade 7 spirit sword. This was only offensive strength. In terms of offense, he had a grade 7 spirit sword, but that was still inferior to the savage leopard. In terms of speed, the grade 7 spirit sword was unable to amplify speed, so his speed could only rely on the strength of 60 ancient mammoths to speed him up, and it was far inferior to the speed of the savage leopard that had the strength of 80 ancient mammoths to speed it up. Xiao Fei started to retreat when he saw the dark green eyes of the savage leopard staring at him. He understood the habitual nature of the savage leopard in his heart. Once a savage leopard targeted someone, it would target that person till the end. Even if the person were to run, the savage leopard would still catch up to the person and tear the person into pieces. So it was practically impossible for him to flee. An insane thought arose within his heart. If someone were to attack the savage leopard would surely abandon its original target and move to target the person that attacked it. In next to no time, Xiao Fei retreated to Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, then he shouted out explosively, "Xilan, Hu Li, and that pretty boy. We'll join forces and kill this savage leopard." Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 didn't move when they heard what Xiao Fei said, and they looked at Xiao Fei as if they were looking at an idiot. "Xiao Fei, do you think we don't know the habitual nature of the savage leopard? You want us to attack the savage leopard and attract its attention. Then you can take this opportunity to flee, right?" Xilan was terrified when facing the savage leopard, and her delicate figure was frightened to the point that it started trembling lightly, but when she heard what Xiao Fei said, she still couldn't refrain from ridiculing him. "Xiao Fei, you're too atrocious." Hu Li's face was extremely unsightly as well. This Xiao Fei actually wanted to step over their corpses to flee. Did Xiao Fei really take him to be an idiot? The savage leopard was calm and didn't make a sound as it walked step by step towards Xiao Fei, as if there was only Xiao Fei in the world at this moment. Even when Xiao Fei had retreated behind Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, the savage leopard still followed him step by step. When the savage leopard walked past Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, Xilan's face was deathly pale, and the trembling of her delicate figure had never stopped. And Hu Li's face was extremely unsightly as well. His legs were like lead, not daring to move a bit. He knew that once the savage leopard pounced and killed Xiao Fei, it would turn its crosshair onto them. Xilan and Hu Li felt a burst of powerlessness in their hearts when faced with the savage leopard. Only Duan Ling Tian had a calm expression as he glanced at Xiao Fei with a sneer on the corners of his mouth. Did this Xiao Fei really think he was so magnanimous to kind-heartedly let him stay? Actually, before Duan Ling Tian killed the elephant rhino, he had already intended to deal with Xiao Fei, and only until after he killed the elephant rhino and his sharp spiritual force perceived the aura of the savage leopard did another plan arise within his heart. The present scene, and everything else, were all within his control. "If all of you don't join forces with me, then all of us will die." Xiao Fei's expression was unsightly, and traces of dread was emitted from his eyes. He didn't forget to make a last effort with an intention to persuade Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 to attack. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, and he looked at Xiao Fei as he said indifferently, "Xiao Fei, if I didn't remember wrongly, until now, it seems to be that only you within our small team hasn't fought a battle yet, right?" Chapter 276, Duan Ling Tian's Strength. As a member of our small team, if you want to share the gains equally with us, you can't keep sitting around and waiting to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, right? Now, Duan Ling Tian completely returned what Xiao Fei said to him earlier. Xiao Fei was angered to the point his face was livid, but he was utterly unable to retort. These words were all what he said to Duan Ling Tian earlier. For a moment, he only felt that he'd hurt himself by his own doing. Meanwhile, he realized that there was a problem. If he were to attack the savage leopard first, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 would absolutely not make a move. He took a deep breath, then he forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart. I'll attack the savage leopard now. If all of you don't join forces with me, then once it kills me, the 3 of you can wait for death. Xiao Fei's eyes were crimson red as he stared at the savage leopard, and origin energy flashed atop the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. Instantly, Xiao Fei moved as if transforming into a gust of wind. He rushed towards the savage leopard aggressively, and above him, 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He completely exerted the strength of a 4th-level origin core martial artist when facing the savage leopard and didn't dare hold back in the slightest. He understood in his heart that at this time, a shred of holding back would likely instantly cost him his life. At the same time, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that swiftly flew out to pierce towards an eye of the savage leopard. No matter what fierce beast it was, the eyes were always a weak point. Now, another 16 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes that were above Xiao Fei. The might of a grade 7 spirit weapon. He'd exerted all his strength on this sword strike. This Xiao Fei is intelligent. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer when he saw Xiao Fei attacking the eyes of the savage leopard. But he wasn't optimistic about Xiao Fei's attack, as the speed of the savage leopard was far from something Xiao Fei could compare to. Thus, it was impossible for Xiao Fei's sword strike to touch the savage leopard. The result was exactly as Duan Ling Tian thought. The 6th-level origin core stage savage leopard's body flashed and then easily dodged Xiao Fei's sword strike. Roar. The savage leopard roared for the first time, and its roar was filled with rage. No. Xiao Fei's pupils constricted when he saw the savage leopard dodge his attack and pounce towards him, and he let out a sad and shrill cry. In the next moment, his body was knocked flying by the savage leopard. Subsequently, the savage leopard opened its bloody mouth and bit at one of Xiao Fei's legs, and with a squelch, it forcefully tore off one of Xiao Fei's legs and blood splattered all over the ground. Ah! Xiao Fei let out a shrill cry that was incomparably forlorn and bitter. It caused a chill to run down one's spine. Xiao Fei's face was ghastly pale, and he used his origin energy to stop his bleeding with great difficulty. Then he shouted out in grief towards Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, "You guys still aren't attacking." Xi Lan and Hu Li both had unsightly expressions. He wants them to attack. Isn't that the same as going to die? Thinking about how they would die anyway and looking at Xiao Fei's current miserable state, they glanced at the nearby Duan Ling Tian and then looked at each other before fiercely nodding as if they'd made some sort of decision. Duan Ling Tian, we'll buy some time for you. Hurry up and flee. Hu Li abruptly shouted out explosively, and he seemed as if he was in a frenzy as the 3-foot-long blade in his hand flashed out. Skynet sword technique. The sword images that covered the sky descended down, enveloping the location the savage leopard was at. Duan Ling Tian, quickly flee. Xi Lan shouted out with a tender voice, then she caught up to Hu Li and struck out with her sword at the savage leopard. At this moment, Xi Lan and Hu Li's gazes were firm like never before. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao was so high and his achievements in the future were limitless. If he were to die here like this, then it would truly be too unfortunate. Moreover, they really took Duan Ling Tian as their companion and as a friend. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled, and a warm current arose within it. It had already been very long since he was moved like this. The last time was over 3 years ago, when the fatty Li Zan blocked Duan Ling Xing's palm strike for him. Only at that time was he moved like this. Seeing Xi Lan and Hu Li facing death willingly, Xiao Fei endured the pain, and his face was pale and unsightly as he shouted, "Two lunatics." He'd never expected that even at this time, Xi Lan and Hu Li would still be thinking of protecting Duan Ling Tian. This caused infinite envy and hatred to arise within his heart. Why can he make Xi Lan and Hu Li be like this but I can't? Xiao Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes filled with unwillingness, rage, and a trace of an icy cold killing intent that seemed ready to swallow Duan Ling Tian appeared. Roar. The savage leopard originally intended to kill Xiao Fei, but when it noticed Xi Lan and Hu Li flashing towards it, it instantly changed its target. Its pair of dark green eyes stared fixedly at Xi Lan and Hu Li, and its eyes contained a trace of icy coldness. A trace of despair flashed within the eyes of Xi Lan and Hu Li when they saw the savage leopard pouncing at them. But within this despair, there were traces of another feeling mixed within. There was firmness, and there was braveness to face death unflinchingly. Everything was just for the sake of helping Duan Ling Tian obtain a chance at survival. Be careful. Duan Ling Tian finally moved, as he knew that if he still didn't make a move, Xilan and Hu Li would surely die. And this wasn't something he wanted to see. Duan Ling Tian's figure seemed to transform into an arrow that left the bowstring. He was incomparably swift as he directly flashed towards the location of the savage leopard. At this moment, he didn't hold back any longer and used his entire strength to dash out. Xilan and Hu Li were in imminent danger, so he didn't dare be slow. No, impossible. Xiao Fei, who had one of his legs bitten off by the savage leopard and was collapsed on the floor, just happened to be facing Duan Ling Tian's location, and when he saw the 71 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above Duan Ling Tian, he was completely dumbstruck. According to his knowledge, even a 5th-level origin core martial artist only had the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. This Duan Ling Tian is a 5th-level origin core martial artist. How old is he? Instantly, traces of coldness arose within Xiao Fei's heart, as he never imagined that Duan Ling Tian's strength and natural talent were actually so terrifying. Terrifying to the point that it struck terror in his heart. Of course, after his feeling of fear came infinite hatred and envy. The heavens are unfair. Why can this pretty boy possess such great natural talent? At the same time that Duan Ling Tian dashed out, a sword appeared within his hand, a grade 7 spirit sword. He didn't dare be careless when facing the savage leopard. Xilan and Hu Li only heard an awe-inspiring sound of wind coming from behind them, then an incomparably swift figure descended before them. Duan Ling Tian, Xilan and Hu Li's faces went ghastly pale. They currently didn't even have the time to think about why Duan Ling Tian's speed would be so swift, and there was only one thought in their minds: Duan Ling Tian actually didn't flee. Right when helplessness and bitterness arose within their hearts, and they thought that Duan Ling Tian would die with them, they unintentionally noticed the ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Ling Tian, and this glance nearly shocked them out of their wits. They clearly saw that along with the 3-foot-long blade in Duan Ling Tian's hand flashing out, his origin energy burst forth, and there were now 90 ancient mammoths above Duan Ling Tian. It was precisely on the foundation of his own strength of 71 ancient mammoths that Duan Ling Tian utilized the amplification of his grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold as he faced the savage leopard that pounced towards him. A sharp sword strike was easily executed in the hands of Duan Ling Tian. In the eyes of Xilan and Hu Li, the sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand seemed to instantly vanish without a trace. Of course, they knew that it didn't really vanish. Instead, the speed of the sword had attained a certain level, causing their eyes to be unable to catch sight of it. Their hearts completely rose to their throats, and they looked on at the scene before them with a dumbstruck expression. Roar! At the same time that the savage leopard pounced over, it seemed to have noticed how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's sword strike was, and its dark green eyes emitted a trace of terror. Then it let out a low roar before its body trembled, wanting to dodge. But even though the savage leopard's speed was swift, Duan Ling Tian's sword was even swifter. The speed of the savage leopard was at most powered by the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, whereas Duan Ling Tian's sword strike contained the amplification of a grade 7 spirit sword. The speed of his sword was powered by the strength of an entire 90 ancient mammoths. Blood splattered all over. The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand directly penetrated between the brows of the savage leopard. And this wasn't the end. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Instantly, origin energy raged on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and it vibrated at an extremely high frequency, a frequency that grew higher and higher. Under the fueling from the origin energy, the terrifying quake energy penetrated the skull of the savage leopard like penetrating dry leaves. Crack! An ear-piercing sound of bones shattering abruptly echoed out, causing a chill to run down one's spine. Roar! The savage leopard let out its final low roar, and its jade-green eyes that were incomparably dazzling a moment ago had now completely dimmed down. Its body that was all skin and bones crashed into the ground and was completely devoid of any signs of life. The 6th-level origin core stage savage leopard, dead. The entire scene was deathly silent. Xilan and Hu Li looked at this scene in stupefaction. They couldn't recover from their shock even after a very long time. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's figure was that imposing in their eyes, imposing like a mountain that they could rely on. Hu Li fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and was unable to calm down the shock in his heart even until now. At that moment earlier, he felt like his heart was practically on the verge of stopping from fear. Although Xilan's reaction wasn't as exaggerated as Hu Li's, her gaze toward Duan Ling Tian was extremely complicated. She recalled the scene when she'd just encountered Duan Ling Tian not long ago. At that time, she even saved Duan Ling Tian. Now it would seem that Duan Ling Tian was suppressing his strength at that time to play with that fierce beast, and her actions of saving Duan Ling Tian was unnecessary. As she thought up to this point, she couldn't stop her face from flushing. Nevertheless, Duan Ling Tian's strength still deeply shocked Xi Lan and Hu Li. As far as they knew, the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed earlier was at least at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. A 5th level Origin Core martial artist at around 20 years old. According to their knowledge, such a monster had never once appeared within the 7-star sword sect. You're a 5th level Origin Core martial artist. A slightly hoarse voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, and it was filled with traces of icy cold hatred. Duan Ling Tian glanced over. It was Xiao Fei who was half lying on the floor, and he gazed at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of rage. Duan Ling Tian, you clearly were confident in killing that savage leopard. Why did you allow that savage leopard to injure me? You did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. Chapter 277. Xiao Fei pleading for mercy. Xiao Fei's voice was slightly hysterical and was practically howling. His face was flushed red as if his neck was tightly being choked by someone, and his cold eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian and flickered with an awe-inspiring killing intent. Duan Ling Tian clearly had the strength to kill the savage leopard, but he didn't make a move and allowed the savage leopard to tear off one of Xiao Fei's legs. Xiao Fei was almost certain that this Duan Ling Tian definitely did it on purpose. A leg being torn off by a savage leopard was completely different from a leg being severed by human weapons. In the case of the latter, there was still hope to reconnect the leg if it was treated in time, but it was impossible for it to be reconnected in the case of the former. I'm a cripple from now on. I'm a cripple from now on. And all of this is because of him. Because of him. Xiao Fei despaired in his heart, and his extremely icy cold gaze stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian, he wouldn't be crippled now. Now, if it wasn't for him using all of his origin energy to stop the fresh blood that was gushing out from his severed leg, he'd surely make a move against Duan Ling Tian to vent the hatred in his heart. Even though he wasn't a match for Duan Ling Tian had destroyed him. He hated him. It could be imagined how it would be impossible for someone who'd lost a leg now to have a future. In his lifetime, he was bound to become a cripple and accomplish nothing. I did it on purpose. Duan Ling Tian didn't deny it when he heard what Xiao Fei said, and he smiled in a cold and indifferent manner. Xiao Fei, so what if I did it intentionally? Why do you think I should have saved you? Xiao Fei's face sank. Yeah, why should this Duan Ling Tian save me? Xiao Fei. Duan Ling Tian stared coldly at Xiao Fei, and his face seemed as if it was covered in a layer of ice. You've been unhappy with me since the moment I joined this small team, and I didn't make a fuss about it when you spoke rudely. But later on, you actually wanted to make me throw my life away. You ridiculed me many times for the sake of making me fight, and it was nothing more than wanting to infuriate me and make me lose all reason. Is it so? Xiao Fei didn't deny it. His gaze became cold and fierce. But you didn't die in the end. Yeah, I didn't die. Because I'm not the 1st level Origin Core martial artist that you thought I was. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. I can imagine how if I really was a 1st level Origin Core martial artist today, I would definitely have died against that elephant rhino. I'm extremely curious. Today was the first time we've met. How could you hate me so much to the extent of wanting me to die? I precisely want you to die. Xiao Fei's eyes contained piercing coldness. You, a 1st level Origin Core stage trash, on what basis are you joining our small team and sharing our gains equally? Since Xi Lan and Hu Li wanted to let you stay, I wanted to see how they'd be able to protect you with their strength. As he spoke up to this point, the corners of Xiao Fei's mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked at Xi Lan and Hu Li. And you too, Xiao Fei, am a dignified 4th level Origin Core martial artist, and it's your honor that I came with the both of you into the primeval forest. How could I endure it when the two of you actually repeatedly went against me for the sake of this pretty boy? I precisely wanted this pretty boy to die, only then would I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Xiao Fei's face revealed a sense of madness. Xiao Fei, Xi Lan and Hu Li's faces sank, as they'd never imagined that Xiao Fei was actually such a petty person. He wanted Duan Ling Tian to die just because of this. Traces of coldness couldn't help but arise within their hearts. It was lucky that they'd seen Xiao Fei's true colors today, otherwise, even if they were not eventually betrayed by Xiao Fei, they might have inadvertently helped him betray them. Duan Ling Tian's gaze seemed to be enveloped with a layer of coldness as he stared at Xiao Fei. You plotted against me, wanting me to throw my life away. Let's leave it at that. But you, what did you do while I was fighting the elephant rhino? I didn't want your help. But why did you have to obstruct Shi Lan and Hu Li when they wanted to help me? You, on what basis did you obstruct them? Utmost rage was mixed within Duan Ling Tian's voice. HMPH. Xiao Fei swept Duan Ling Tian with a cold gaze and madness was revealed on his face. But unfortunately, the elephant rhino was actually unable to kill you, pretty boy. I never imagined that a pretty boy like you would have concealed his strength so deeply. As he finished speaking, Xiao Fei's tone had a trace of unwillingness mixed within. Duan Ling Tian started laughing extremely brilliantly. So in other words, you wish for nothing more than for me to die? Xiao Fei sneered. Yes, I wish for nothing more than for you to die. It's good that you admit it. Since it's like this, what's you being targeted by the savage leopard got to do with me? Why should I have saved you? Let me ask you, if someone who wished for nothing more than to kill you was faced with a hopeless situation, would you save him? Duan Ling Tiana smiled when he asked this question, but Xiao Fei's expressions was as unsightly could be. Looks like you already have the answer in your heart. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The smile on his face slowly faded, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand trembled before descending before Xiao Fei. You, what do you want to do? Traces of coldness arose within Xiao Fei's heart when he saw Duan Ling Tian's actions, and a sense of terror was on his face as he shouted in question. Duan Ling Tian, Shi Lan and Hu Li were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's actions as well. Even though they were extremely displeased with Xiao Fei, they never thought of killing Xiao Fei. What do I want to do? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into an evil smile when he heard Xiao Fei's naive words. Xiao Fei, are you really so naive? You repeatedly tried to cause harm to me, and I repeatedly endured it. Now that I've reached the end of my endurance, could it be that I still can't make you taste your own medicine? You want to kill me? Xiao Fei was muddled, and in the next moment, his eyes squinted and a trace of icy coldness appeared within them. He shouted in a low voice, you can't kill me. The 7-star sword sect has rules stating that even if there's great enmity between disciples, unless they enter the life and death arena, disciples may not kill one another. Sect rules, life and death arena. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and looked at Xiao Fei in ridicule. Xiao Fei, if I kill you within this primeval forest and then reduce your corpse to ashes to destroy all evidence. So long as Shi Lan and Hu Li don't make it known to anyone, would there be a fourth person who would know that it was I who killed you? Naive. Xiao Fei's expression went deathly pale. Exactly, if he were to die in the primeval forest, how would the 7-star sword sect know that he was killed by Duan Ling Tian? Shi Lan, Hu Li. Xiao Fei looked at Shi Lan and Hu Li as if he was grabbing onto the last life-saving straw. You two can't let me die. Don't you two forget that my older brother knows that I've followed the two of you to the primeval forest. If he doesn't see me return, he'll surely suspect the two of you. At that time, none of you will be able to escape. Shi Lan and Hu Li's faces went slightly pale. Only now did they recall that Xiao Fei still had an older brother. Duan Ling Tian looked at Shi Lan and Hu Li. A trace of fear appeared within Hu Li's eyes, and he slowly said, Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Fei does indeed have an older brother, and he's also a Fecta Peak disciple. He's a 6th level origin core martial artist. As he finished speaking, Hu Li's tone was filled with fear. As far as he was concerned, even though Duan Ling Tian was able to kill the savage leopard by relying on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand and even revealed a formidable attack that was comparable to the strength of 90 ancient mammoths, Duan Ling Tian's true cultivation was only at the 5th level of the origin core stage after all. Whereas that older brother of Xiao Fei's, although his strength was similar to the savage leopard, he was a human martial artist. In terms of speed, Xiao Fei's older brother wasn't inferior to the savage leopard. In terms of attack, Xiao Fei's older brother was a 6th level origin core martial artist. Even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he would still be able to exert a strength of 80 ancient mammoths, comparable to the savage leopard. If he were to use a spirit weapon, he could gain an additional strength of 20 ancient mammoths. In other words, relying on a grade 7 spirit sword, the attack of Xiao Fei's older brother was comparable to the strength of a little over 100 ancient mammoths. And it was far from something Duan Ling Tian could compare to. 6th level of the origin core stage. Duan Ling Tian's brows knitted. Even if a 6th level origin core martial artist were to utilize a grade 7 spirit weapon to exert his full strength, it would only be comparable to the strength of a little over 100 ancient mammoths. Relying on a grade 7 spirit weapon, Duan Ling Tian was able to exert a strength of 90 ancient mammoths, and once he used the worm python form's quake energy, he might not necessarily be unable to battle with Xiao Fei's older brother. Thus, Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid of Xiao Fei's older brother. Haha. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Fei, then he looked at Xi Lan and Hu Li. Do you two think that if I let him off today, based on his previous behavior, he won't ask his older brother to take revenge upon us? Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid of Xiao Fei's older brother, but it didn't mean that Xi Li and Hu Li weren't afraid. Now he only wanted to remove any cause for future trouble for Xi Lan and Hu Li. After all, he really took both Xi Lan and Hu Li to be his friends in his heart, and he hoped for them not to receive any harm due to today's incident. Duan Ling Tian added when he noticed that Xi Lan and Hu Li were slightly hesitant, how about this, I'll kill Xiao Fei. After you two return, if his older brother looks for the two of you, tell him that the two of you got separated from Xiao Fei while within the primeval forest. Say that Xiao Fei ran off with me, and ask his older brother to come look for me at Megrez Peak. Duan Ling Tian thought that the reason Xi Lan and Hu Li were hesitant was because they were worried that once Xiao Fei died, Xiao Fei's older brother would look for them, so he was helping them remove any possible trouble. Duan Ling Tian, what are you talking about? We're a team, and we share all difficulties together. We would absolutely not sell you out. Instantly, Hu Li was slightly unhappy when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Exactly, we'll absolutely not do that. Xi Lan spoke out as well, and her pretty face was slightly unhappy. Duan Ling Tian's heart was warm when he saw the appearances of the two, and he smiled apologetically. I spoke wrongly. However, this Xiao Fei is atrocious. After he returns, we can't be sure that he won't look for trouble with us. In my opinion, we ought to slice his throat and remove any future troubles. I agree. Hu Li nodded, then he coldly swept Xiao Fei with his gaze and was without a shred of pity. No, I won't. Xiao Fei's face went deathly pale when he heard Duan Ling Tian's group of three discussing whether or not to kill him. The arrogance, coldness, and indifference on his face completely vanished, and replacing it was terror. I swear, so long as you all don't kill me, I'll absolutely not seek revenge from all of you once I return. Absolutely not, otherwise, I won't die a peaceful death. Chapter 278. Returning to the 7-Star Sword Sect. At this moment, Xiao Fei was completely afraid. Earlier, he dared go toe-to-toe with Duan Ling Tian because he'd never thought that Duan Ling Tian would have thoughts of killing him. Now, the approaching death caused him to feel fear that came from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want to die. Even though he was crippled, even though he would be unable to accomplish anything in the future, he still didn't want to die. Once he died, he would have nothing. I beg you, Duan Ling Tian, I beg you. Don't kill me. Xiao Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian and hysterically wailed as he ceaselessly pleaded for mercy. His face was incomparably ghastly pale, and he only hoped that Duan Ling Tian would show mercy and let him off. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. He never imagined that this Xiao Fei would be a contemptible wretch that only seemed strong on the outside. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be contemptuous towards Xiao Fei from the bottom of his heart. If Xiao Fei had maintained his arrogant appearance from earlier, he might have still respected Xiao Fei slightly. Now, he even lacked the interest to kill Xiao Fei. Even though it was so, he knew that if not for himself, he would still kill Xiao Fei for the sake of Xi Lan and Hu Li. This Xiao Fei will eventually be a scourge so long as he lives. Xiao Fei moved his target onto Xi Lan and Hu Li when he noticed Duan Ling Tian being completely indifferent, and he pleaded with a trembling voice, Xi Lan, Hu Li, the incident from before was completely my fault, it's all my fault. I beg the two of you. Ask Duan Ling Tian to let me off, please. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. I beg the two of you. HMPH. Hu Li coldly swept Xiao Fei with his gaze, then he paid no further attention to him. Xi Lan's gaze was complicated, and a trace of being unable to bear the sight of Xiao Fei being killed appeared on her face. Xiao Fei noticed Xi Lan's expression, and a trace of a light of hope arose deep within his eyes. Then he struggled as he tumbled before Xi Lan, causing his entire face to be bloodied. Xiao Fei raised his head that was covered in blood and revealed traces of regret as he looked at Xi Lan. Xi Lan, I beg. Of you. Save me, I beg of you. I really don't want to die, I really don't want to die, I beg of you. As he pleaded for mercy, Xiao Fei fiercely knocked his forehead onto the floor and quickly poured out a pool of blood. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he saw this scene. He was deeply afraid that Xi Lan would really be deceived by Xiao Fei. His face instantly sank as he said, in a low voice, Xiao Fei, do you think that self-torture is of any use? Xi Lan, I beg you, I beg you. However, Xiao Fei seemed as if he had not heard what Duan Ling Tian said, and he ceaselessly kowtowed to Xi Lan with a face that revealed traces of melancholy. Help me for the sake of all the times I've helped you and Hu Li in the past. I really don't want to die. Xiao Fei, you helped us. Which time did you not choose the things first when you entered the primeval forest with us, and which time did you not choose the most valuable materials first? Hu Li's face sank when he heard Xiao Fei. Why talk so much nonsense with him? Just slice his throat. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was slightly cold as he took a large stride forward, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hand flickered with a cold luster. Xi Lan. Xiao Fei's face went deathly pale when he noticed Duan Ling Tian walking over, and he looked at Xi Lan, making his last effort to plead with a face full of melancholy. I really don't want to die. Save me, save me. I swear, so long as you all don't kill me, I'll absolutely not look for trouble with all of you in the future, and I won't ask my older brother to look for trouble with all of you either. Swear, Duan Ling Tian sneered. Could a swear that was made by such an atrocious person while facing the threat of death be trusted? At any case, he didn't believe it. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a voice sounded out. It was Xi Lan who spoke. Duan Ling Tian frowned, then he looked at Xi Lan. Xi Lan, you don't really believe his nonsense, right? This person can't be spared, he'll only be a scourge if he's spared. Xi Lan took a deep breath, then she looked at Xiao Fei's face that was completely tainted with blood and sighed as she faintly said, Duan Ling Tian, what Xiao Fei did today is indeed difficult to forgive. But the three of us are fine after all, whereas Xiao Fei had a leg severed. I believe he's already received his lesson. Let him off, okay. Xiao Fei's eyes lit up when he heard Xi Lan pleading on his behalf, and looked at Duan Ling Tian, taking advantage of the opportunity. Duan Ling Tian, I'll surely not look for trouble with all of you again, surely. Let him go. Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiao Fei, then frowned. Xi Lan, it doesn't make a difference to me if we let him off. But he'll always be an unstable factor for the two of you. Your decision will very likely bring trouble for you and Hu Li. Duan Ling Tian, I know you're concerned about me and Hu Li. But Xiao Fei has already sworn earlier, Xi Lan added. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Xi Lan actually believed Xiao Fei's swear. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hu Li, and asked, Hu Li, what do you think? Hu Li went silent, as he was moved by Xi Lan's words as well. He then looked at Xiao Fei's leg that was torn off by the savage leopard and sighed before looking at Duan Ling Tian and shaking his head. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian understood what Hu Li meant. Never mind, since the two of you want to show compassion, then I won't play the part of a villain. Duan Ling Tian sighed, then he put away the grade 7 spirit sword that was in his hand, and his gaze slowly descended onto Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he heard what Duan Ling Tian said. When he saw Duan Ling Tian put away the 3-foot-long blade, he collapsed powerlessly on the ground with eyes that were suffused with joy from survival. Xiao Fei. Duan Ling Tian's voice was cold and indifferent like ice, causing Xiao Fei to shudder. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with lingering fear. He didn't dare spear harshly before Duan Ling Tian. He already knew that although this Duan Ling Tian was young, he was extremely decisive and vicious in conduct. Earlier, if it wasn't for Xi Lan and Hu Li both not wanting to kill him, it would be impossible for him to survive now. I'm warning you, after we return, don't get any ideas. Otherwise, I'll surely make you die a graveless death. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, a terrifying, bloodthirsty killing intent arose from Duan Ling Tian's body to envelop Xiao Fei, oppressing Xiao Fei to the point that his face went pale and his eyes emitted terror. No matter what, Xiao Fei was unable to imagine how this young man that looked around 20 would be able to possess such a terrifying killing intent. How many people has he actually killed? He didn't dare imagine it. Are the two of you continuing into the primeval forest, or returning? When Duan Ling Tian looked at Xi Lan and Hu Li, the killing intent on his face vanished, replacing it was a warm smile. Let's return. Xi Lan slightly lacked the mood to continue, as today's incident caused her to feel exhausted. Hu Li nodded in agreement. Then let's return. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then he walked shoulder to shoulder with Xi Lan and Hu Li as they turned around to walk towards the outside of the primeval forest. As for Xiao Fei, after the figures of Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 disappeared before his eyes, he relied on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand to support his body as he stood up. Then used the grade 7 spirit sword in place of his severed leg, to slowly walk out of the primeval forest. He understood in his heart that with his current condition, continuing to stay here was absolutely courting death. Duan Ling Tian, Xi Lan, Hu Li, Xiao Fei, will absolutely not let all of you live comfortably. All of you, wait to receive the wrath of my older brother. Xiao Fei wiped off the blood stains on his face, and traces of killing intent and hatred flashed within his eyes. The current Xiao Fei was like a completely different person from the Xiao Fei who pleaded for mercy earlier. Outside the primeval forest, Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 let out a breath of relief, as after leaving the primeval force, there was no need to continue being vigilant of fierce beasts. Their strained nerves had all relaxed. Duan Ling Tian, you're too formidable. Your current age ought to be only around 20, right? Xi Lan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of admiration and adoration. I'll be 20 in another month. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he nodded. 20 in another month. What Duan Ling Tian said caused Xi Lan and Hu Li to be petrified instantly. Even though they'd once suspected that Duan Ling Tian might not be 20. When they really heard Duan Ling Tian admit it himself, their hearts couldn't help but tremble like raging waves arising on the surface of a calm sea. They were unable to calm down even after a long time. Not 20 yet, 5th level of the origin core stage. It seemed that even the word, monstrous, wasn't enough to describe such natural talent. Abnormal. Hu Li pondered for a long time and finally gave Duan Ling Tian this word. Duan Ling Tian touched his nose in embarrassment. Looks like no matter where he went, he was unable to avoid being implicated with the word abnormal. Duan Ling Tian, how the heck do you cultivate? Xi Lan was filled with shock towards Duan Ling Tian being able to attain such achievements at such an age, but she was even more curious about Duan Ling Tian's cultivation experience. I don't know either. I casually cultivated and I cultivated to this extent. Duan Ling Tian shrugged, then he shook his head and smiled. Xi Lan, within the Cloud Continent, the natural talent of martial artists are different. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent is absolutely the first-rate type. This is something we can't get no matter how much we admire it. Hu Li shook his head, as he knew his limitations. Even though it's like that, this difference is too big, right? Xi Lan blinked her beautiful eyes that were filled with elegance as she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of jealousy and envy. Before long, their group of 3 returned to the foot of the 7-star sword sect's main peak, Dubi Peak. Xi Lan, Hu Li, you two shouldn't have let that Xiao Fei off today. I have the feeling that he won't let the matter go. Duan Ling Tian recalled the matter from earlier and was slightly regretful in his heart. He should have slit Xiao Fei's throat earlier, then he wouldn't have to have so many worries like he did now. Duan Ling Tian, that Xiao Fei indeed deserves death. But his appeared earlier was really too pitiable, and we didn't receive any harm. I think his offense doesn't warrant death. Xi Lan faintly sighed, and her eyes revealed a trace of an emotional luster. Are all women so emotional? Duan Ling Tian, I know you're worried about us. But within the 7-star sword sect, it may be presumed that Xiao Fei and his older brother wouldn't dare act rashly. Hu Li lightly smiled to Duan Ling Tian. I hope so. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Milk was already spilled, and thus it was of no use for him to continue thinking about it. Moreover, even if he went back now, it would probably be difficult to find Xiao Fei again. Chapter 279, Zhao Lin's Plot. After ascending Dubi Peak, Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to Xi Lan and Hu Li before walking toward the stone platform where the chain bridge that led to Megrez Peak was situated. Even though it wasn't the first time Duan Ling Tian walked on this chain bridge, shock still couldn't help but arise within his heart. Standing on the chain bridge and gazing at the mountains near the 7-star sword sect, he felt as if all the mountains within his view were small. After walking past the chain bridge, Duan Ling Tian stepped onto Megrez Peak. Duan Ling Tian had only just stepped onto the Megrez Peak's stone platform when he noticed a fierce gaze flashing over from afar to descend onto him. Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look over. A figure walked slowly towards him. This was a middle-aged man who had arrogance mixed between his brows and a very lofty appearance. It's him. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He had an impression of this middle-aged man. Yesterday, he met this person briefly at this very place. At that time, this person was with the Megrez Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin. This middle-aged man seems to be a Megrez Peak outer court elder as well. Wasn't he called Zhao Lin? In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that this Zhao Lin had directly walked over to stand before him. He noticed that there were actually traces of a burning, flowing light vaguely mixed deep within Zhao Lin's gaze, and within these burning flowing lights, a trace of greed was revealed. Duan Ling Tian heart jerked. This Zhao Lin obviously was plotting something. Even though he didn't know now what objective this Zhao Lin had, he still became vigilant subconsciously. Duan Ling Tian. As Zhao Lin stood in front of Duan Ling Tian, his arrogant gaze descended onto him, and his voice had a sense of a condescending tone as if one of high position was talking to one of low position. Needless to say, Zhao Lin's tone was extremely displeasing to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian calmly crossed eyes with Zhao Lin, then asked indifferently, "Elder Zhao Lin, is there something you're looking for me for?" Zhao Lin noticed Duan Ling Tian's current attitude and frowned. An outer court disciple had actually used such a casual tone to talk with him. But when he thought of his objective, Zhao Lin suppressed the displeasure in his heart and said to Duan Ling Tian, "Follow me." After he finished speaking, Zhao Lin turned around to walk towards a remote area on Megrez Peak. Zhao Lin's words were more like ordering Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian calmly looked at Zhao Lin walking off, but he didn't follow, as doubt arose within his heart. This Zhao Lin, when I met him yesterday, he only glanced at me, then he regarded me as beneath his notice. Today, why'd he suddenly become so interested in me? He wouldn't be. Recalling how his skin was as smooth as jade and more delicate than a woman's, Duan Ling Tian felt a burst of disgust in his heart. This Zhao Lin wouldn't have that sort of hobby, right? Thinking up to this point, Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't follow him. In next to no time, Zhao Lin noticed that Duan Ling Tian wasn't following him. When he turned around and saw Duan Ling Tian still standing on the spot, his face became incomparably gloomy. This outer court disciple actually dared disobey his orders. A burst of rage arose within Zhao Lin's heart. Within Megrez Peak, there has never been an outer court disciple that dared disobey his orders. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and suppressed his rage, then he slowly walked over before looking at Duan Ling Tian. "I asked you to follow me earlier. Did you not hear me?" Hard of hearing, thinking of how Duan Ling Tian might have the thing he wanted, or perhaps knew where the thing he wanted was, he gave Duan Ling Tian sufficient patience. "Elder Zhao Ling, if you have anything to say, then say it here. I'll absolutely not follow you." Duan Ling Tian frowned and didn't beat around the bush as he spoke out with a sense of justice to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin's face went grim as he shouted in a low voice, "Presumptuous." Along with Zhao Lin's shout, many Megrez Peak outer court disciples gathered over, and their curious gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Who's this pretty boy, actually daring to infuriate Elder Zhao Lin? Elder Zhao Lin is famous for his bad temper within our Megrez Peak. This pretty boy is simply courting death by daring to offend him. Looks like there's a good show to see today. The crowd of Megrez Peak disciples that had gathered over craved nothing more than chaos. Zhao Lin's face sank when he saw many people gathered in the surroundings, and a trace of worry flashed within his eyes as he shouted in a low voice, "What are all of you gathering over here for? Go away." Duan Ling Tian clearly saw the worry that flashed within Zhao Lin's eyes. Instantly, his heart jerked. Could it really have been guessed correctly by him? This Megrez Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, actually had that sort of hobby. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian felt a chill up his spine, and he secretly cursed in his heart. Fuck, looks like I really have to bathe under the sun. My body that's been reborn after consuming the 10,000-year stalactite milk has actually attracted the greed of this Zhao Lin. This Zhao Lin looks normal, but I never imagined that he would have that sort of hobby. After confirming that Zhao Lin was plotting against him, Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't allow the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples to leave. "Elder Zhao Lin, there's nothing that cannot be exposed between us. Why do you want them to leave?" What Duan Ling Tian said caused that crowd of Megrez Peak disciples who planned to leave due to Zhao Lin's power and influence to stop moving. What does he mean by this? I don't know. The surrounding Megrez Peak disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian and then at Zhao Lin with faces full of bewilderment. "What? I need you to teach me how to do things." Zhao Lin's face sank when he heard Duan Ling Tian questioning his decision, and he flew into a rage. "Elder Zhao Lin, I naturally don't dare teach you how to do things. But right here today, I want to make something clear. Even though my skin is slightly whiter, absolutely don't have such hobbies. So, Elder Zhao Lin, you should give up on this, as I won't follow you. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he rubbed his hands together in absolute terror, then looked at Zhao Lin with a face full of disgust. As far as he was concerned, so long as he shed light towards Zhao Lin's true colors, Zhao Lin would give up on any intention of coveting him. Duan Ling Tian's words were like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples, causing the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples to be dumbstruck. The gazes with which the Megrez Peak disciples used to gaze at Zhao Lin became incomparably strange. So this Elder Zhao Lin has that sort of hobby. I really never noticed before this. Looks like the reason why he got infuriated with this pretty boy earlier was because this pretty boy refused him. This pretty boy is really misfortunate. His skin is whiter and more delicate, but his other aspects are filled with manliness. But just because of this, he actually encountered the coveting of Elder Zhao Lin. All of you, don't speak about it anymore, I feel disgusted just thinking about it. The crowd of Megrez Peak disciples could now be considered to have completely understood. Their gazes towards Duan Ling Tian were filled with pity. It looked like having skin that was too white wasn't a good thing, as when you encounter people from a special group, like Elder Zhao Lin, there was still a certain level of danger. Brother, I feel sorry for you. A Megrez Peak disciple that stood near Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Ling Tian as he shook his head and sighed. Brother, why don't you obey Elder Zhao Lin? Elder Zhao Lin is an elder of our Megrez Peak. If you follow him, won't you be able to be unhindered within Megrez Peak? Another Megrez Peak disciple winked at Duan Ling Tian. I'll leave such an opportunity to you. Duan Ling Tian rolled his eyes at that Megrez Peak disciple, as he didn't have such hobbies. What Duan Ling Tian said, and the jokes of the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples, entered Zhao Lin's ears and eyes, and it also allowed him to understand what had happened. This Duan Ling Tian actually thought he had such hobbies. Further looking at the weird gazes shot at him from the Megrez Peak disciples, for a moment, Zhao Lin was angered to the point that his face was livid. He'd been in the 7-star sword sect for so many years, but when had he ever greatly lost face like this? What nonsense are all of you talking? Zhao Lin's face sank, and his sonorous voice that contained an awe-inspiring coldness mixed within sounded out. Instantly, everyone present shut their mouths. But their gazes upon Zhao Lin were still so strange, so detested, and so disgusted. Now, they naturally thought that Zhao Lin had gotten angry from embarrassment. Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhao Lin and shook his head. Actually, I can understand you having such hobbies. Really, although I don't have such hobbies, in my hometown, there are many people similar to you. However, they wouldn't take it as a disgrace, and most of us don't look down upon them because of this. The hometown that Duan Ling Tian spoke of now was naturally the Earth from his previous lifetime. On Earth, homosexuality wasn't a rare thing. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't agree with it, he wouldn't look down upon them, as everyone had the right to choose how they lived, and others had no right to interfere. What, Elder Zhao Lin, you don't believe me? Duan Ling Tian noticed that Zhao Lin still looked angrily at him. It looked like Zhao Lin wished for nothing more than to pull out his tendons and peel his skin, and he hurriedly added, Elder Zhao Lin, what I'm saying is the truth. Actually, you don't have to be embarrassed. I can understand, I really can understand. I believe that these senior brothers and junior brothers are able to understand as well, right? As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he looked towards the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples. These Megrez Peak disciples were originally terrified in their hearts when they noticed Zhao Lin getting enraged, but now that they heard what Duan Ling Tian said, they instantly took hold of the opportunity. Exactly, Elder Zhao Ling, you don't have to feel embarrassed, we can understand. We can understand it. Actually, it isn't a big deal, isn't it, only liking men and not liking women? Elder Zhao Lin, don't worry, we will surely support you. The crowd of Megrez Peak disciples all consoled Zhao Lin one by one. Elder Zhao Lin. Duan Ling Tian withstood Zhao Lin's ghastly gaze as he braced himself and said, look, listen. So many brothers weren't really surprised when they found out you had such hobbies, as everyone understands you and support you. You all. Zhao Lin's face flushed red as if someone was choking him by the neck, and his eyes sprang wide open as he pointed at Duan Ling Tian and the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples. Chapter 280, Lingering Like a Ghost. Pooh. In the end, Zhao Lin's lifeblood roiled and he was forcefully enraged by Duan Ling Tian and the group of Megre's peak disciples to the point that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood splattered all over the floor, dazzling and resplendent. All of the Megre's peak disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, were struck dumb when they saw this scene. Elder Zhao Lin, we didn't deceive you, we really. One Megre's peak disciple foolishly looked at Zhao Lin, but he hadn't finished speaking when he noticed Zhao Lin's fierce gaze sweeping over, and he hurriedly shut his mouth obediently. You. Very good, I'll come look for you again. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and swept Duan Ling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze before leaving. The surrounding crowd of Megre's peak disciples opened up a path. After Zhao Lin left, the crowd of Megre's peak disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that had a sense of pity mixed within. Brother, looks like Elder Zhao Lin won't let you off so easily. Take care, brother, you can only rely on yourself, we're sympathetic but unable to help. Brother, when you're reborn in your next life, don't be so white. Even women would probably be envious of your skin. Perhaps it's precisely because of this that you would be coveted by Elder Zhao Lin. One by one, all the Megre's peak disciples spoke to Duan Ling Tian. When they noticed Duan Ling Tian standing on the spot, dumbstruck, without any reaction, they shook their heads before turning and leaving. Looks like he's already been scared stiff by Elder Zhao Lin. I really don't know if he's misfortunate or lucky. There's so many disciples on our Megre's peak, but Elder Zhao Lin only took a fancy upon him. That's why men must be sure not to be too white, otherwise, they'll encounter the coveting of people like Elder Zhao Lin. As these Megre's peak disciples left, they couldn't help but slightly sigh with emotion. Eventually, Duan Ling Tian recovered from his thoughts. The gaze Zhao Lin used to look at him right before leaving caused Duan Ling Tian to realize that this matter seemed not to be so simple. Could it be that he doesn't have that sort of hobby? I've misunderstood him. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that when Zhao Lin was angered too. The point of spitting blood, the gloomy gaze that condensed within his eyes weren't the gaze of becoming angry from embarrassment, and Zhao Lin's expression later on didn't seem like a person with that sort of hobby either. But if he doesn't have that sort of hobby, why would there be that sort of greedy gaze when he looked at me? Duan Ling Tian was filled with bewilderment. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't wrap his head around it. However, this time, I can be considered to have completely offended that Zhao Lin. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. That Zhao Lin was an outer court disciple of the Megre's peak after all, and with the sect rules of the 7-star sword sect in place, he ought to not dare to lynch him in public. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief before walking off in large strides, preparing to return to the stalactite cave. Duan Ling Tian had an uncomfortable feeling in his heart when he recalled Zhao Lin, and after he observed his surroundings for a moment, he gritted his teeth and then walked towards any place that had many people. After spending an entire half an hour. My spiritual force is too weak to sense void-prying martial artists, so if there was a void-prying martial artist following me, I wouldn't notice it in the slightest. But even if it's a void-prying martial artist, it isn't so easy to follow me. Duan Ling Tian was confident that after this half an hour of winding around, even if that Zhao Lin was following him, Zhao Lin would have surely been shook off by him. As the king of weapons specialists on Earth in his previous life, Duan Ling Tian had confidence. Before long, Duan Ling Tian was at ease as he found a small road and directly headed towards the peak of Megre's peak. If that Zhao Lin was really following him, Zhao Lin would probably never be able to imagine that his place of cultivation and residence was actually at the peak of Megre's peak. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian arrived at the peak, somewhere on the mountainside, Zhao Lin stood there with a gloomy and unsightly expression. That kid actually shook me off. Could it be that he noticed me? When he recalled everything that happened earlier, Duan Ling Tian practically only chose places with many people to walk through, and he was slightly suspicious in his heart. Now, Duan Ling Tian ran off in front of his eyes and shook him off, causing the suspicion in his heart to deepen. That kid is an origin core martial artist at most. How could he possibly be able to shake me off? It's surely his good luck. Zhao Lin took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. No matter what, he didn't believe that a young man around the age of 20 was able to shake him off. He was a void-prying martial artist. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had returned to the stalactite cave within the cliff. He glanced at the two little pythons that were sound asleep and then shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Subsequently, he sat on the stone platform and started cultivating. While cultivating, through the memories of rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian noticed something. So it turned out that the quake energy that the third form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Worm Python form, gave him was able to be advanced as well. When he was at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, it only allowed the origin energy in his body to develop quake energy, and later on, as his cultivation advances, the quake energy will advance as well. Right now I'm only at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage, but the quake energy is already so formidable. If it continues to advance, won't the quake energy be even more heaven-defying? Duan Ling Tian's eyes sprang open, his gaze abruptly shone, and his face was filled with joy and anticipation. Today, when he entered the primeval forest, he deeply experienced the might of the quake energy, and it was absolutely worthy of being called heaven-defying. Originally, with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage and relying upon his Grade 8 Spirit Sword, he still wasn't able to penetrate the skin and flesh of that 4th level Origin Core stage Elephant Rhino. But when he utilized the quake energy, the Grade 8 Spirit Sword easily penetrated the skull of the Elephant Rhino and even shattered the skull to kill it. Quake energy was an extremely overbearing method of strength utilization, a method that transcended martial skills. And that 6th level Origin Core stage Savage Leopard was the same, as it was directly killed by him as if he was slicing through tofu. Thinking up to this point, Duan Ling Tian worked even harder as he cultivated. With my current natural talent that has reached the utmost limit, by relying upon the origin strengthening pills with a purity of 90% and above, I'll surely be able to smoothly break through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage within 3 months. Duan Ling Tian was filled with confidence towards his current self. Since he consumed the 10,000-year stalactite milk, his natural talent was already no longer what it was before. Duan Ling Tian once again closed his eyes and started to cultivate painstakingly. He only woke up after cultivating until the next day, as he was awakened by hunger. After casually roasting and eating a suckling pig, Duan Ling Tian burped from being full, then he left the stalactite cave, left the peak, and intended to head towards the Megrez Peaks Trade Hall, the vast building behind the chain bridge. When he exited the primeval forest yesterday, he, Xilan, and Hu Li had shared their gains within the primeval forest equally. Originally, Xilan and Hu Li intended to give the beast cores of both the Savage Leopard and Elephant Rhino to him, but they were refused by him, because that wouldn't be considered sharing equally. In the end, he only took the beast core of the Savage Leopard. Now he intended to head to the trade hall and use the Savage Leopard's beast core to exchange for some materials. The materials he needed were precisely the materials needed for the Blaze inscription. The Blaze inscription was an offensive inscription that was capable of annihilating half-step void stage martial artists. The main material of the Blaze inscription was the Silver Fire Grass, and on the way to the 7-Star Sword sect, he's already obtained it in Black Wind City's Ma Clan Auction House's auction. Even though he'd prepared some of the remaining materials, one of the materials was incomplete. If he wanted to inscribe the Blaze inscription, then that material must be sufficient. So he thought of Megrez Peaks Trade Hall. Within the trade hall, besides being able to use materials to exchange for medicinal pills and spirit weapons from alchemist elders and weapons craftsmen elders, Megrez Peak disciples would frequently conduct trades amongst themselves. The beast core of the Savage Leopard couldn't be considered as precious, but it was extremely rare. As for the material that Duan Ling Tian required, although it was rare, it didn't have much use to alchemists and weapons craftsmen. So Duan Ling Tian only spent half an hour before successfully obtaining it. Using a material that he had no use of to exchange for the Savage Leopard beast core in Duan Ling Tian's possession caused that Megrez Peak disciple to have a smile bloom on his face. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a smile as well. He finally was able to inscribe the Blaze inscription. Right when Duan Ling Tian was anxious to return and intended to return and inscribe the Blaze inscription, he once again saw Zhao Lin. He's really lingering like a ghost. Zhao Lin obstructed his path, and his gaze descended onto him. Duan Ling Tian didn't avoid him and directly walked over before asking while frowning, "Elder Zhao Lin, do you need something?" Now he was practically able to confirm that Zhao Lin ought to not have that sort of special hobby, but why would this Zhao Lin have his sights on him? This was something Duan Ling Tian found difficult to understand, so now he urgently wanted to know the reason. Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lin looked at Duan Ling Tian with a gloomy expression, and when he recalled what happened yesterday, his eyes couldn't help but emit a strand of dense killing intent. The incident from yesterday had already spread throughout the entire Megrez Peak now. No matter which part of Megrez Peak he went to now, he could notice a multitude of strange gazes upon him. He was convinced that if things went on like this, it wouldn't take long before the entire 7-star sword sect would think he really had that sort of hobby. His reputation was practically ruined. Moreover, the cause of all this was the young man that was currently standing before him, an ordinary Megrez Peak disciple. He already had a decision in his heart. Once his objective was achieved and he obtained the thing he wanted, he would surely find a way to kill this Megrez Peak disciple to vent the hatred in his heart. Duan Ling Tian had experienced 2 lifetimes and was even a weapon specialist who survived rains of bullets and seas of blood and corpses, so he naturally was able to sense the killing intent within Zhao Lin's eyes. Instantly, his face sank. Elder Zhao Lin, speak frankly if you have something to say. Zhao Lin took a deep breath, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian's figure as he spoke in a low voice. I can let go of the matter from yesterday. But you must pay the price for this. My demand isn't high, I only want you to hand over the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Chapter 281, Zhao Lin's Suspicions. 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Ling Tian's heart couldn't help but tremble when he heard what Zhao Lin said, but the expression on his face was still as though nothing had happened. The first thought in his heart was, how could this Zhao Lin know of 10,000-year stalactite milk? Since he'd discovered the 10,000-year stalactite milk, besides he and the 2 little girls, there absolutely wasn't a 4th person that knew of it. This was something that he was incomparably sure of. Of course, he was confident that it was absolutely impossible that the 2 little girls had leaked the news. So now there was a problem. How the heck did Zhao Lin know of it? Elder Zhao Lin, what did you say just now? What stalactite milk? Why don't I understand anything that you said? Is there some sort of misunderstanding? Duan Ling Tian's expression didn't change and looked at Zhao Lin with a calm gaze, then frowned slightly with a confused expression. Duan Ling Tian was extremely confident in his control of changing his expressions. He was confident that, right now, even if Zhao Lin were to carefully size him up, it would be impossible for him to see any inkling of the truth from his expression. Misunderstanding. The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth curled into a sneer and his eyes stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, needless to say, you're extremely good at acting, as if you really don't know of the 10,000-year stalactite milk. But, you can't deceive me. Elder Zhao Lin, what do you mean? What do you mean by I'm acting? Duan Ling Tian frowned, and his face seemed to be enveloped in a layer of confusion, as if he was not affected by Zhao Lin's words in the slightest. What do I mean? Zhao Lin glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, the changes of your body have completely sold you out. I heard from Elder Lu Chu that when you just entered our 7-star sword sect a few days ago, your skin was bronze. But overnight, you allowed yourself to undergo a change that seemed like rebirth, and even your skin was transformed to become delicate like a baby. As he spoke up to here, Zhao Lin stopped and stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. I once saw the records relating to the 10,000-year stalactite milk in an ancient book, and the changes of your body are absolutely unable to not be related to 10,000-year stalactite milk. So, you don't have to conceal it before me, because you're utterly unable to deceive me. What Zhao Lin said caused Duan Ling Tian to be shocked in his heart. Now, he finally understood why Zhao Lin would know of the 10,000-year stalactite milk, so it turned out that everything was his own fault. This Zhao Lin associated the changes on his body with the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unfazed as he lightly smiled. Elder Zhao Lin, I think you've misunderstood. Before this, I was completely unaware of any 10,000-year stalactite milk. As for the rebirth you spoke of, it ought to be related to the cultivation method I'm cultivating. Duan Ling Tian naturally wouldn't admit that he'd consumed 10,000-year stalactite milk. Do you think that you can deceive me like this? Zhao Lin stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Duan Ling Tian calmly gazed at Zhao Lin, then slowly replied indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, believe it if you want to, I never asked you to believe me. I only want to tell Elder Zhao Lin that Cloud Continent is extremely large, and there isn't only the 10,000-year stalactite milk that you spoke of that is able to allow one to undergo rebirth. The cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, is similarly able to allow one to undergo rebirth. Zhao Lin frowned, and his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian's face. At this moment, any changes in Duan Ling Tian's expression would be unable to escape his observation, and he paid particularly close attention to his eyes. Slowly, even if Zhao Lin was any more confident, his heart couldn't help but be slightly swayed. He naturally knew what Duan Ling Tian said wasn't nonsense, as the size of Cloud Continent was far beyond his imagination. The 10,000-year stalactite milk was something he'd seen within an ancient book, and before that he was completely unaware of the existence of 10,000-year stalactite milk and its effects. Duan Ling Tian's heart slightly jerked, as now when he saw the change in Zhao Lin's expression, he knew that Zhao Lin was swayed. His objective had been achieved. You really don't know of the 10,000-year stalactite milk? Zhao Lin looked at Duan Ling Tian with a pair of eyes that flickered with a fierce gaze, and the aura of a void-prying stage martial artist pressed onto Duan Ling Tian. Although this aura was absolutely nothing to Duan Ling Tian, at that time Duan Ling Tian intentionally trembled. He then took a deep breath before his face turned red from suffocation and spoke with a trembling voice. Elder Zhao Ling, everything I said is the truth. Zhao Lin no longer suspected Duan Ling Tian when he saw him standing firmly to what he said before, so much so that even while enduring his entire imposing manner, there wasn't much of a change in Duan Ling Tian's expression. He was convinced that even if Duan Ling Tian was a capable actor, he absolutely would be unable to continue acting under the imposing aura of his void-prying stage cultivation. When he saw Zhao Lin's current expression, Duan Ling Tian was clear in his heart that Zhao Lin had already dispersed all suspicion of him. As for why Zhao Lin would so easily dispel the suspicion on him, Duan Ling Tian naturally knew the reason and couldn't help but snicker. Zhao Lin really thought that a mere first-level void-prying stage imposing aura was able to cause him to bend over. Wishful thinking. Elder Zhao Lin, if there's nothing else then I'll be taking my leave. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Zhao Lin, then spoke before walking off in large strides. This time Zhao Lin didn't stop Duan Ling Tian. He turned around and his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian's leaving figure, the corners of his mouth lightly jerking up as he muttered. Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, a cultivation method able to allow one to undergo rebirth. Looks like I still have to pay more attention to this Duan Ling Tian. If the cultivation method is really able to have the same effect of rebirth as the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Zhao Lin's eyes abruptly lit up and within it the traces of greed and desire were mixed. Zhao Lin's gaze caused the surrounding crowd of Megrez Peak disciples to shudder in fear, and they all moved aside, deeply afraid of being targeted. Oh my god, Elder Zhao Lin actually let that pretty boy leave. Could it be that he succeeded? Didn't all of you notice Elder Zhao Lin's current gaze? I think he ought to have succeeded. That junior brother is really pitiable. In the end he was still unable to flee from Elder Zhao Lin's evil clutches. The crowd of Megrez Peak disciples whispered in discussion. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know about all this. After he walked past Zhao Lin he'd slipped back and forth between the streams of people on Megrez Peak. Winding around for half an hour, he confirmed that it was impossible for him to be followed and once again headed towards the peak. On the way, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but let out a sigh. So close. Duan Ling Tian still had a slight lingering fear in his heart when he recalled the incident earlier. He'd nearly been exposed. He never imagined that Zhao Lin had actually linked the changes in his skin to the 10,000-year stalactite milk. Moreover, Zhao Lin had guessed correctly. Luckily, Zhao Lin was thoroughly bluffed by him and ought to not look for trouble with him in the short term. Duan Ling Tian once again leapt down the cliff at the top of Megrez Peak, then passed through the clouds and mist to descend onto the tilted tree. After returning into the stalactite cave behind the passage within the cave in the cliff, Duan Ling Tian withdrew a pile of materials and started inscribing the blaze inscription. The blaze inscription was an inscription that was capable of annihilating an existence at the half-step void stage. The spiritual force that was spent for merely one inscription was comparable to 3 bone corrosion inscriptions. When he inscribed the last step, Duan Ling Tian's eyelids were heavy and he fell into a deep slumber. Duan Ling Tian didn't know how long he slept for. In his deep slumber, he had a dream. Within the dream, he once again encountered the void stage powerhouse Sun Rui that he'd once met in the misty forest. After trampling on his honor, Su Rui attacked him, and a terrifying force swept over to envelop him. Ah! Duan Ling Tian was instantly jolted awake, his body drenched in cold sweat from fear. Only after some time did he release a breath of air. It was a dream. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and his eyes blazed coldly. Sun Rui, I'll come to the Black Fiend sect to look for you sooner or later. He'd had the same dream no less than 10 times these last few years. Duan Ling Tian never expected that Sun Rui's existence would actually become his nightmare. The scenes from that year were still vivid in his mind when he recalled it now. He knew that if he wanted to remove this nightmare, then he must start with Sun Rui. Only by trampling Sun Rui beneath his feet would he be able to completely dispel this nightmare and cause it to not appear anymore. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slowly descended onto one of the spatial rings on his hand. It could be vaguely seen that on a side of the spatial ring was a complicated pattern that combined into a small flame brand. This was the blaze inscription. Now that Xianxia isn't by my side, my strongest move is this blaze inscription. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and focused his gaze. However, even this blaze inscription is unable to be of any use against a void-prying stage martial artist, like that Zhao Lin. Even though he's only a first-level void-prying stage martial artist, it's impossible for my blaze inscription to deal with him. Duan Ling Tian felt pressured. Although he'd already removed Zhao Lin's suspicions, unconsciously he had the feeling that with the nature of that Zhao Lin, he wouldn't let go of the matter so easily. Never mind, this is the 7-star sword sect after all. So long as there are 7-star sword sect disciples present, he probably wouldn't dare lightly make a move against me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he knew he was thinking too much. Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of the 7-star sword sect after all, and unless he had a legitimate reason he wouldn't dare to lightly make a move against Duan Ling Tian. So hungry. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian roasted another suckling pig and gobbled it down. This was the last suckling pig that Duan Ling Tian had stored. Even though there were many spatial rings in his possession, most of them were only grade 7 spirit weapons. They had limited space and were only able to contain a certain amount of suckling pigs. Looks like I have to suitably store up more food. Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly. He never treated himself shabbily when it came to food, because he knew that only when he ate well would he have more strength and be able to obtain better results from less effort during cultivation. If he ate food that lacked nourishment like dry rations, there wouldn't be a shred of benefit to his body. So, when it came to food, Duan Ling Tian always paid extremely great attention to it. Chapter 282, Life and Death Arena Invitation. There was a wide variety of things being traded in the Megrez Peaks Trade Hall, and among them was the flesh of various wild animals and fierce beasts. Duan Ling Tian arrived at the trade hall once again and spent a bit of silver to buy a large amount of wild animal meat that was frozen, filling a few of his spatial rings. Duan Ling Tian walked out of the trade hall. Just when he intended to leave, he seemed to notice something and looked into the distance. On the chain bridge, 2 figures walked swiftly to step onto the stone platform of Megrez Peak. These 2 young men were similar to him in that they were both 7-star sword sect outer court disciples. Duan Ling Tian wasn't unfamiliar with these 2 people. Enemies really are bound to meet. After he recognized these 2 people, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile. When he noticed these 2 people, they, who'd just walked off the Megrez Peak stone platform, noticed Duan Ling Tian as well. Instantly, a trace of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. He finally appeared. After the 2 young men noticed Duan Ling Tian, their faces were full of excitement and wind blew past their legs as they swiftly flew over in the blink of an eye. They exerted their movement techniques to the utmost limit. Duan Ling Tian didn't feel surprised when he noticed these 2 people flashing over towards him. He withdrew his gaze from the 2 people, completely disregarding them as he walked towards the mountain path on Megrez Peak. But would these 2 people let him leave just like that? As if 2 gusts of wind blew by, the 2 young men obstructed Duan Ling Tian's path. Duan Ling Tian, still thinking of fleeing. The young man who spoke was precisely the outer court disciple that chose Duan Ling Tian to enter the Megrez Peak a few days ago when Duan Ling Tian entered the 7-star sword sect. He was also one of the 3 7-star sword sect disciples that Duan Ling Tian ordered Xianxia to throw out from the restaurant in Black Bamboo City over 10 days ago. Duan Ling Tian remembered that this person seemed to be called Huo Xin. The day he'd arrived, on the way to Megrez Peak, Huo Xin had revealed hostility towards him at every turn, as if Huo Xin wished for nothing more than to kill him. Later on, when he went to receive his outer court disciple's attire, he was surprised to notice that Huo Xin had left. At that time, he had been suspicious of whether Huo Xin had noticed that he wasn't simple. Now it seemed like that wasn't the case, or Huo Xin wouldn't be obstructing his path now. Duan Ling Tian, today, I, Yuan Wu, will properly get even with you for the enmity in the Black Bamboo City's restaurant that day. The young man beside Huo Xin looked at Duan Ling Tian and his eyes emitted traces of a vicious gleam that seemed ready to swallow Duan Ling Tian up. Duan Ling Tian had a slight impression of this young man. It was precisely the other 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that was thrown out of the restaurant by Xianxia. Now, besides the inner court disciple from that day, the other two 7-star sword sect disciples from that day had gathered. "Oh, how are you going to get even with me?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed into slits and his tone was calm as he questioned them. "Humph," Yuan Wu sneered and a dense flame jumped about within his eyes. Do you dare ascend the life and death arena to battle me?" "Life and death arena?" Duan Lingtian frowned and his face slightly sank when he heard Yuan Wu. The life and death arena was a place that only 7-star sword sect disciples with irreconcilable enmities would choose to enter to conduct a life and death battle, which didn't end until one party died. Life and death arena? Yuan Wu's voice wasn't soft, causing some of the Megrez Peak outer court disciples that passed by to hear it. They exclaimed in low voices before instantly surrounding them. Before long, the amount of Megrez Peak disciples that surrounded them grew more and more. Its senior brother Huo Xin, and the Mizar Peak's senior brother Yuan Wu. Before long, someone had recognized Huo Xin and Yuan Wu. As for Duan Lingtian, although he'd once been involved in a farce with Zhao Lin here, the people who had an impression of him were far fewer than the amount of people that had an impression of Huo Xin and Yuan Wu. "You're called Yuan Wu." Duan Lingtian deeply gazed at Yuan Wu. "Yuan Wu, I don't feel that the incident from that day can be considered as having any sort of enmity with you. The grudges between us are something that you all provoked. If it wasn't for you all trying to forcefully buy something from me, would I have asked my servant to throw all of you out? After all is said and done, this is all something that all of you asked for. Now, for this small matter, you want to invite me, this outer court disciple that has just entered the 7-star sword sect, to ascend to the life and death arena for a battle. Don't you think you're going too far?" As he finished speaking, traces of cold lights arose within Duan Lingtian's eyes. He wasn't afraid of ascending to the life and death arena. However, this Yuan Wu wanted to ask him to ascend to the life and death arena, and wanted to kill him just for the small matter from the other day. This caused him to be unable to help from having flames of rage arise within his heart. Looks like it ought to be that this junior brother got into a conflict with senior brother Yuan Wu before he entered into the sect. Forcefully purchase. If it's really like this, then senior brother Yuan Wu is really going too far. Then isn't he going even more overboard now? Senior brother Yuan Wu is a 4th level origin core stage martial artist, and supposedly is soon to break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. Asking an outer court disciple who just entered our 7-star sword sect to ascend to the life and death arena, isn't this bullying the weak? Actually it's nothing, so long as this junior brother refuses. The spectating Megrez Peak disciples couldn't help but discuss animatedly amongst themselves. Yuan Wu frowned when he heard the discussions from the surrounding crowd and his face sank as he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. "Small matter, overboard. I, Yuan Wu, have lived to such an age in this lifetime, but it was still the first time I suffered such a humiliation. In my, Yuan Wu's, heart, you, Duan Lingtian, are my absolutely irreconcilable enemy, an enemy I desire to kill." As he finished speaking, Yuan Wu's tone had traces of bloodthirsty icy coldness mixed within. Yuan Wu started laughing when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. "Of course, I know you surely don't have the guts to accept my life and death arena invitation. But let me say first that if you don't agree to my life and death arena invitation today, then in the future, I'll heavily injure you every time I see you. So long as I don't kill you or cripple you, the sect rules are unable to do anything to me." As he finished speaking, the smile on Yuan Wu's face had traces of madness mixed within. "Me too." Huo Xin spoke out as well, and looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold and indifferent gaze. "Duan Lingtian, what Yuan Wu said earlier is what I want to say as well. Today, if you don't dare agree to Yuan Wu's life and death arena invitation, then in the future, there will be no place for you to have a foothold within Megrez Peak." As expected, the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples were stirred the moment Huo Xin spoke. Senior brother Huo Xin has a grudge with this junior brother as well. Oh my god, this junior brother only just entered our 7-star sword sect and he's already offended 2 4th level origin core stage senior brothers. He's really too formidable, I have to hand it to him. The surrounding crowd of Megrez Peak disciples couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and they looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes filled with a conflicting combination of admiration and pity. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian's courage deserved compliments for daring to offend both Huo Xin and Yuan Wu. However, now that he had to endure the rage of both of them, his end could be easily imagined. It would surely be extremely miserable. "Huo Xin, you want to kill me as well?" Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, then looked at Huo Xin with a calm gaze as he asked with a deep voice. Of course, Huo Xin practically didn't hesitate in the slightest as he replied with a cold voice, and his tone had traces of viciousness mixed within. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. This Huo Xin and Yuan Wu were overbearing that day in the Black Bamboo City's restaurant when they helped the other 7-star sword sect inner court disciple, desiring to forcefully buy his jade-eyed heavenly mouse. Later on, he only asked Shang Quan to throw them out as a small form of punishment. He felt he'd already showed mercy, but today, these two people weren't regretful in the slightest towards the mistakes they made that day, and instead atrociously wanted to kill him. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered, and traces of killing intent couldn't help but jump about within his eyes. Duan Ling Tian, have you made a decision now? Do you want to accept my life and death arena invitation, and allow me to give you a swift death? Or do you want me and Huo Xin to slowly torture you in the future? Yuan Wu looked at Duan Ling Tian with a cold and indifferent gaze, just when he was about to speak. Isn't this junior brother that brother from 2 days ago? I didn't recall it if you didn't say so, but it's really him. I heard he seems to have already obeyed Elder Zhao Lin. What, he's that pretty boy that obeyed Elder Zhao Lin? Look at his delicate skin that seems as if it would be injured with a flick of the finger. There probably isn't a second person in our Megrez Peak who can possess it. It ought to be him. Some of the spectating Megrez Peak disciples recognized Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian heard the discussions of these Megrez Peak disciples, and was nearly angered to death. When did he obey Zhao Lin? Moreover, Duan Ling Tian noticed that after Huo Xin and Yuan Wu heard the discussion of the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples, their expressions went pale. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their eyes had a sense of fear and disgust. Duan Ling Tian, you're really capable. I really never imagined that you'd only just arrived at Megrez Peak and you've already gotten together with Elder Zhao Lin. Even though Zhao Lin had noticed earlier that Duan Ling Tian's skin had become white, but he didn't pay attention to it. Now when he heard the discussion of the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples, he couldn't help but recall the matter that was spread and gave rise to much discussion within the 7-star sword sect's Megrez Peak during these past few days. The Megrez Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin, had a special hobby. He'd taken a fancy towards a pretty boy disciple of Megrez Peak, and the disciple had even obeyed him. Huo Xin couldn't help but be slightly afraid in his heart when he thought of Zhao Lin. If this Duan Ling Tian really had this layer of relationship with Zhao Lin, then he and Yuan Wu would probably have no means of taking revenge on Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lin, the outer court elder of Megrez Peak, was someone that they couldn't afford to offend. Duan Ling Tian, you really are capable. Yuan Wu's face was gloomy as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian frowned, then looked at the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples that were discussing animatedly, and abruptly shouted out explosively with an unsightly expression. Enough! Instantly, all the Megrez Peak disciples went silent, but their gazes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian had a sense of ill feelings, then once again went into an uproar. I heard senior brother Huo Xin and senior brother Yuan Wu say earlier that this pretty boy seems to be called Duan Ling Tian. What a waste of such a good name. An outer court disciple that has only just entered our 7-star sword sect dares to yell before us. Don't all of you forget that he now has the backing of Elder Zhao Lin. Chapter 283. Duan Ling Tian's Demand. Duan Ling Tian's expression was incomparably unsightly, and wished for nothing more than to tear apart the mouths of these Megrez Peak disciples. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from afar and everyone could see a middle-aged man walked over in large strides. Elder Zhao Lin. The crowd of Megrez Peak disciples instantly shut their mouths when they saw Zhao Lin arriving, no longer daring to rashly discuss anything anymore. What are all of you gathered here for? Zhao Lin frowned, then swept the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples that were present with his gaze. His eyes then descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and was slightly surprised before shooting his gaze onto Huo Xin and Yuan Wu who stood opposite of Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, a Megrez Peak disciples that desired to stir up trouble spoke of the sequence of events of the matter. Zhao Lin's gaze quickly descended onto Huo Xin and Yuan Wu's figures. Instantly, Huo Xin and Yuan Wu's faces went grim, and their heart were filled with nervousness. As far as they were concerned, if Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Lin really had the relationship like in the rumors, then they would surely be met with misfortune today. Looks like senior brother Huo Xin and senior brother Yuan Wu are going to suffer misfortune. Elder Zhao Lin is surely going to stand up for Duan Ling Tian. Most of the Megrez Peak disciples present now all had the same thoughts as Huo Xin and Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu, you intend to invite Duan Ling Tian for a battle on the life and death arena. Zhao Lin's gaze descended onto Yuan Wu as he slowly asked. A trace of brilliance lit up deep within his eyes. As far as he was concerned, this was perhaps a chance to probe Duan Ling Tian. He was filled with interest towards Duan Ling Tian's cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. He wanted to know if the rebirth within the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll was similar to the rebirth provided by the 10,000-year stalactite milk, and was able to increase natural talent in the martial Tao. If he was able to prove that both of them were similar, then he must obtain this cultivation method from Duan Ling Tian. But, now when Yuan Wu heard Zhao Lin's question, he thought that Zhao Lin wanted to condemn him. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm in the wrong. I didn't know earlier that Duan Ling Tian is yours. What Duan Ling Tian is mine? Zhao Lin's face sank and said furiously. Could it be that you believe those fictitious rumors as well? Yuan Wu was stupefied, as he never expected Zhao Lin's reaction would be so huge. HMPH. Zhao Lin coldly swept Yuan Wu with his gaze. If you've worried about me, then you can be at ease. There's no relationship between me and Duan Ling Tian. Whether he's dead or alive has nothing to do with me. If Duan Ling Tian really has an irreconcilable enmity with you, then you can continue to invite him to the life and death arena. The Megrez Peak life and death arena hasn't seen blood in years, and I really look forward to it. Zhao Lin's words were like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. The spectating crowd of Megrez Peak disciples were all shocked. Could it be that Elder Zhao Lin really has no relationship with Duan Ling Tian? Nonsense. Elder Zhao Lin already said so. It has nothing to do with him whether Duan Ling Tian is dead or alive. How could they possibly have a relationship? Exactly, if it was you, would you allow your lover to ascend the life and death arena to give his life away? Even though what Zhao Lin said caused Duan Ling Tian to be extremely uncomfortable, as it was like instigating Yuan Wu to invite him to battle on the life and death arena. But now that the relationship between him and Zhao Lin had been cleared up, it caused him to heave a sigh of relief as well. It didn't matter if others misunderstood him on any other matter, but this, he wasn't willing to be misunderstood. Yuan Wu's eyes lit up when he heard what Zhao Lin said, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slightly evil smile. Huo Xin, who stood beside him, had a face full of smiles as well. It looked like they could take revenge like they wished. Duan Ling Tian noticed the expressions of Yuan Wu and Huo Xin, and his eyes narrowed as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. If Yuan Wu and Huo Xin were really impervious to reason, then he wouldn't show mercy. There was a ball of fire that was burning within Duan Ling Tian's heart, and would explode out at any moment. Before long, Duan Ling Tian saw Yuan Wu take 2 steps forward, and look at him. Duan Ling Tian, have you finished considering? Will you agree to battle me in the life and death arena, or will you refuse and allow me and Huo Xin to slowly torture you in the days to come? A smile of victory appeared on the corners of Yuan Wu's mouth, as if Duan Ling Tian was only a piece of meat on the chopping block. Along with Yuan Wu once again proclaiming his invitation to battle on the life and death arena to Duan Ling Tian, the gazes of the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples all descended onto Duan Ling Tian. They didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would agree. After all, Yuan Wu was a 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, where Duan Ling Tian was only an Outer Court disciple that had just entered the 7-star Sword Sect, and seems to be around 20-year-old. As far as they were concerned, at such an age, his cultivation would at most be at the 1st level of the Origin Core stage. Zhao Lin stood at a distance, and lightly stared at Duan Ling Tian with a calm expression. Just as he'd said, whether Duan Ling Tian lived or died had nothing to do with him. What he wanted to confirm was whether the rebirth within the cultivation method Duan Ling Tian cultivated, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, was able to increase the natural talent in the martial Tao. Duan Ling Tian. Huo Xin looked at Duan Ling Tian with a vicious expression. If you refuse, then so long as you appear in the future, I'll break all the bones on your body, then allow you to slowly heal up. In the future days, you won't have any more time to cultivate, because your time will all be used to tend to your injuries. The surrounding Megrez Peak disciples felt a chill run down their spines when they heard Huo Xin. Senior brother Huo Xin is too ruthless. Looks like senior brother Huo Xin really hates Duan Ling Tian. Aren't you talking nonsense? If he didn't hate him to the utmost limit, would he invite Duan Ling Tian to battle in the life and death arena? What Huo Xin said caused the burning flames within Duan Ling Tian's heart to be unable to be suppressed any longer, and it completely exploded out. Huo Xin. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Huo Xin, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold sheen. I can agree to Yuan Wu's invitation to battle on the life and death arena, but I have a demand. What demand? Speak. Huo Xin hadn't even spoken when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words, when Yuan Wu's gaze had already lit up and he asked eagerly. As far as he was concerned, so long as Duan Ling Tian was willing to ascend to the life and death arena, and have a life and death battle with him, he would agree to any demand that wasn't too overboard. What demand? Huo Xin frowned as he asked. I hope that it's 3 people who ascend to the life and death arena today. If you're unwilling to agree, then I won't ascend TP the life and death arena. Duan Ling Tian looked at Huo Xin as spoke of his demand. 3 people, could it be that this Duan Ling Tian wants to get help? Oi, the life and death arena, battles were ordinarily 1 against 1. Duan Ling Tian is actually shameless to the point of wanting to get help. The surrounding Megrez Peak disciples were in an uproar, as they all felt that Duan Ling Tian's demand was going too far. What, you want to get help? Huo Xin sneered, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Looks like you know your own limitations, and know that it's impossible for you to be a match for Yuan Wu. Yuan Wu frowned, as he never expected that Duan Ling Tian would put forth a demand that was excessive. Huo Xin, I think you've got it wrong. I don't want to get help. Duan Ling Tian heard the discussions of the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples, then heard what Huo Xin said, and he knew that everyone misunderstood what he meant. You don't want to get help? Then why did you put forth such a demand? Huo Xin and Yuan Wu said at almost the exact same time, and their eyes that looked at Duan Ling Tian revealed dense and ruthless coldness. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian said coldly. Since your comprehension ability is so bad, I'll say it more directly. I can ascend to the life and death arena, but I don't hope to only have one opponent. I hope that I can battle both of you at the same time in the life and death arena. One person, against the 2 of you. A battle of life and death that doesn't end until one side dies. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his voice was sonorous, and filled with a majestic and powerful imposing manner. Don't you 2 want me to ascend to the life and death arena? Then I'll ascend to it. Moreover, not only will I, Duan Ling Tian, ascend to the life and death arena, but I'll even fight the both of you alone. At the same time, battle intent and killing intent converged together within Duan Ling Tian's eyes, and leapt up. The blood in his body boiled. As Duan Ling Tian finishing speaking, the scene went deathly silent, terrifyingly silent. Now, even if one were to throw a needle on the floor, perhaps one could clearly hear the sound. All the Megrez Peak disciples were completely stunned. At this moment, as they gazed upon Duan Ling Tian's figure that stood there, a portion of the Megrez Peak disciples felt that Duan Ling Tian was so lofty like a mountain, as if he'd transformed into an undefeatable war god that caused everyone to feel heartfelt admiration. Moreover, not to mention anything else, just the courage from Duan Ling Tian daring to say this was already worthy of their admiration. Even if Duan Ling Tian was killed in the life and death arena today, he would still have died a glorious death, and would be remembered in their hearts. This was an outer court disciple who'd only just entered the 7-star sword sect and dared to challenge 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists in the life and death arena. Of course, there were also a portion of Megrez Peak disciples that did not spare a glance when they heard what Duan Ling Tian said. Overestimating yourself. A mere outer court disciple that just entered our 7-star sword sect dares to be so arrogant. Wanting to battle 2 senior brothers in the life and death arena. He's simply courting death. According to me, he probably feels that if he faces senior brother Yuan Wu alone, he won't die fast enough. I think so too. If senior brother Huo Xin and senior brother Yuan Wu attacked together, this Duan Ling Tian would probably die in a single move. Zhao Lin's brows knit, and he looked at the far-away Duan Ling Tian, as if he was absorbed in thought and his heart jerked. This Duan Ling Tian, did he really have confidence, or was he overestimating himself? He urgently wanted to know the answer now. Ha 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 ha. Huo Xin and Yuan Wu glanced at each other with faces full of shock, then couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Duan Ling Tian, are you sure you want to ascend to the life and death arena and battle the 2 of us together? Huo Xin suppressed his laughter with great difficulty, then looked at Duan Ling Tian, his brows knit and his eyes were filled with a trace of amusement. I really hope that I'm able to battle you with Yuan Wu, as in this way, I'll be able to kill you with my own 2 hands to vent the hatred in my heart. Chapter 284, In the Life and Death Arena. There was a total of 7 life and death arenas in the 7-star sword sect. As one of the 7 great sword peaks in the 7-star sword sect, there was a life and death arena on Megrez Peak. The Megrez Peak Life and Death Battle Arena was situated on a platform halfway down the mountain and was paved with a layer of crimson-red bricks that were like blood. With a glance, it caused one to feel a chill run down their spines. Normally, the platform where the Life and Death Arena was located would be peaceful, and very few people would come here. But today, it was completely seething with excitement. Today, someone would be ascending to the Life and Death Arena to undergo a bloody battle that would only end when one party died. Hurry up, we'll miss it if we're late. I've been on the Megrez Peak for 2 years already, and today is still the first time that I heard of someone ascending to the Life and Death Battle Arena to undergo a life and death battle. I absolutely can't miss it. Supposedly, our Megrez Peak's Life and Death Arena hasn't seen blood in many years. On Megrez Peak, so long as it was a Megrez Peak disciple that heard of the news, no matter what they were doing at that moment, they practically all put down what they were doing and swarmed over. The Life and Death Arena was situated on a vast platform halfway down the mountain, and it was a high platform that has been painstakingly formed from many piles. Now, the surroundings of the Life and Death Arena were filled with Megrez Peak disciples. The gazes of all the Megrez Peak disciples descended on the 3 figures that stood atop the Life and Death Arena. Why are there 3 people on the Life and Death Arena? Instantly, some people had faces full of wonder as they asked curiously. In next to no time, there were people who told them of the sequence of events, and only then did they come to a sudden understanding. Their hearts were filled with shock at the same time. Their gazes unconsciously descended onto the young man on the Life and Death Arena that was around 20 years of age, and they felt their scalps go numb. This young man was the outer court disciple that had just entered the 7-star sword sect for a few days, Duan Ling Tian. That Duan Ling Tian who was going to fight a battle of life and death with 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists in the Life and Death Battle Arena. Around 20 years old, even if his natural talent in the martial Dao is even more heaven-defying, he would at most be at the 2nd level of the origin core stage. Yeah, he actually dared to ascend to the Life and Death Battle Arena to battle a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. Moreover, it's even 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists. He's virtually courting death. Are young men nowadays all so rash? Similar discussions rose and fell around the Life and Death Arena. In the Life and Death Arena, Duan Ling Tian stood there, not moving like a mountain, with a calm expression. Even though his surroundings were completely in an uproar, he still remained unmoved and calmly stared at Huo Xin and Yuan Wu who stood opposite him. Duan Ling Tian, today, I and Yuan Wu will join forces to send you to your death. In one move. I and Yuan Wu only need one move, and we'll be able to kill you. Since you gave me the chance to kill you, I'll be merciful and give you a swift death. Huo Xin looked at Duan Ling Tian and the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. Don't worry, you won't feel pain. Because you'll die in an instant. Yuan Wu's gaze had traces of cold lights as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you ought to be extremely regretful in your heart now, right? You offended us just for the sake of an infant goldfur mouse, and are about to be killed by us. Unfortunately, senior brother Fan isn't here, otherwise, I believe he would be interested in today's scene as well. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled at an angle, seeming to be smiling but wasn't smiling. Regret. Perhaps, there were things that he would regret, but it was impossible for him to regret this. Even if that 7-star sword sect inner court disciple was present, he would still not be regretful in the slightest. Haha, Duan Ling Tian, can you hear the discussions of these senior brothers and junior brothers? Listen, they're all saying you're overestimating yourself, and saying that you're courting death. I really don't know where you got the courage to actually dare to invite the both of us to battle in the Life and Death Arena with you. Huo Xin laughed loudly, and his gaze swept the surroundings of the Life and Death Arena, his laughter full of arrogance and complacence. I heard Huo Xin say that those 2 girls that have appearances like flowers and could be called peerless have arrived at 7-star sword sect as well. You can be at ease, once we kill you, we'll help you properly take care of them. Ha 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 ha. As Yuan Wu spoke, he started laughing as well, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Ling Tian being killed by him and Huo Xin. Duan Ling Tian's calm expressions finally changed. Every dragon has a reverse scale. touch it and one would absolutely die. His reverse scale was undoubtedly the two little girls. This Yuanwu actually was disrespectful to his women. Yuanwu. Duan Ling Tian took a step forward, the killing intent on his body rushed into the sky, and a demonic crimson red appeared in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian was furious. Completely furious. Duan Ling Tian's entire body was currently completely enveloped by killing intent, as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty asura that had walked out from the depths of hell. The seven-star sword sect outer court disciple attire on his body fluttered without wind and emitted whistling sounds. What? Angry. Yuanwu noticed Duan Ling Tian's current appearance, and a smile bloomed on his face. Then he said to Huo Xin, who was beside him. Huo Xin, I like the hot-bodied girl among the two. You won't fight with me for her, right? Of course not. The other isn't bad either. She's delicate and touching, she suits my taste. Huo Xin licked his dry lips, and his eyes emitted traces of lust. Duan Ling Tian's eyes practically completely became crimson red, and the hair band that bundled up his hair instantly broke apart. His long hair spread out and fluttered without wind, matchlessly elegant. Huo Xin, you said earlier that the two of you can kill me in a single move. Duan Ling Tian's voice was filled with traces of a gloomy aura, as if it sounded out from the depths of hell, and caused the surrounding crowd of Megrez Peak disciples to feel a chill run down their spines when they heard this. Exactly, I and Yuanwu together only need a move, an instant, and it would be sufficient to kill you. After you die, I and Yuanwu will surely take good care of the two beauties by your side. You can go in peace. Ha 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 ha. Huo Xin noticed that Duan Ling Tian was enraged to the limit as well, and intentionally infuriated Duan Ling Tian a step further. His felt delighted in his heart for no reason when he saw Duan Ling Tian like this. Huo Xin, I'm slightly unable to wait any longer now. Those beauties are probably waiting for me now. Yuanwu laughed slyly, and cooperated with Huo Xin to provoke Duan Ling Tian. Needless to say, their actions did indeed work. It caused the rage in Duan Ling Tian's heart to rise to the limit. His flames of rage were soaring. One move, Duan Ling Tian's crimson red eyes had a gaze that was icy cold and unfeeling, and it descended onto Huo Xin and Yuanwu as he said with an icy cold and hoarse voice, in one move, you two will surely die. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the noisy Megrez Peak disciples that were surrounding the life and death arena went silent for a moment. His Duan Ling Tian, what did he say? Kill Huo Xin and Yuanwu in a single move. They were all struck dumb by what Duan Ling Tian said. Huo Xin and Yuanwu who were in the life and death arena were stunned as well, and Huo Xin who recovered from his shock first sneered as he said, Duan Ling Tian, you're dreaming right. Kill us in a single move. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but even if you're given another 5 years, you might not be able to do it. Wishful thinking. Yuanwu's gaze emitted a cold light, and a trace of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. All right, Yuanwu, let's begin. Huo Xin grinned, his smile full of evil, and his gaze that looked at Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he was looking at a dead man. In his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. Origin energy was raging atop the 3-foot-long blade. Above Huo Xin, 76 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. At the same time, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in Yuanwu's hand as well. The number of ancient mammoth silhouettes above him were exactly similar to the number of ancient mammoth silhouettes above Huo Xin, both being 76. 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists. 2 grade 7 spirit swords. This was the strength of Huo Xin and Yuanwu. And currently, the Megrez Peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena that were struck dumb by what Duan Ling Tian said, had finally recovered from their shock. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian once again, their gazes were filled with disdain. This Duan Ling Tian had really gone mad. Kill Huo Xin and Yuanwu in a single move. Simply fool's talk. Huo Xin and Yuanwu are both 4th-level origin core stage martial artists, and both have grade 7 spirit swords. Even a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist that possessed a grade 7 spirit sword wouldn't dare say that he was able to kill Huo Xin and Yuanwu who had joined forces within a single move. Perhaps, this is him boosting his courage before death. The Megrez Peak disciples surrounding the life and death arena all regarded what Duan Ling Tian said earlier as beneath contempt. As far as they were concerned, Duan Ling Tian was bound to be killed by Huo Xin and Yuanwu. Zhao Lin stood there outside the life and death arena, and as he saw the scene before him, the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of disdain. This Duan Ling Tian is really arrogant. Arrogance is something that requires strength. Without strength, You can only be the meat on another's chopping block, and be trampled on by another. But in next to no time, the disdain on the corners of Zhao Lin's mouth completely froze. Heaven. No. Impossible. This isn't real. It absolutely isn't real. Unbelievable. The Megrez Peak disciples that surrounded the life and death arena and were just mocking Duan Lingtian a moment ago, were now startled as they gazed at the sky above Duan Lingtian. What did they see? Above Duan Lingtian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and gathered to form 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the end, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths. This was the symbol of the fourth level of the origin core stage. Along with a 3-foot-long blade appearing within Duan Lingtian's hand, another 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian, a total strength of 72 ancient mammoths. Presently, the 3-foot-long blade that Duan Lingtian held in his hand was the grade 8 spirit sword he refined himself, and was able to amplify his strength by 20%. He didn't even use a grade 7 spirit sword, because, as far as he was concerned, there was no need. 4th level origin core stage. Seeing the ancient mammoth silhouettes that condensed into form above Duan Lingtian, Huo Xin and Yuan Wu glanced at each other, and could both see the astonishment in each other's eyes. A 4th level origin core stage martial artist around the age of 20. For a moment, they felt their scalps go numb. What sort of monstrous and abnormal natural talent was this? Chapter 285, One Move. What terrifying natural talent! This Duan Lingtian looks to be around 20 years of age, but is actually a 4th level origin core stage martial artist. In our entire 7-star sword sect's younger generation, such natural talent is something no one is able to compare to. The surroundings of the life and death arena were in a complete uproar. All the Megrez Peak disciples were shocked by the cultivation that Duan Lingtian revealed. It was unknown what sort of expression they would have if they knew that Duan Lingtian was still holding back. After all, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, Duan Lingtian was currently able to exert the strength of 71 ancient mammoths at full force, and was comparable to a 5th level origin core stage martial artist. Just like before in the primeval forest, he was only able to kill that fierce beast savage tiger once he revealed his full strength. Now, he intentionally only revealed a strength of 60 ancient mammoths that was comparable to a 4th level origin core stage martial artist. Perhaps, as far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, Huo Xin and Yuan Wu weren't worthy of him using his full strength. Looks like the cultivation method this Duan Lingtian cultivated does indeed have its own uniqueness. Even to the extent that the rebirth provided by the cultivation method he cultivates is indeed able to increase the natural talent of a martial artist. A trace of burning desire and greed appeared in Zhao Lin's eyes, even when Duan Lingtian had held back quite an amount of his strength now, but it was still sufficient to attract the greed within Zhao Lin's heart. However, even if this Duan Lingtian is a 4th level origin core stage martial artist, the strength he exerted by relying upon a grade 8 spirit sword is weaker than any one of Huo Xin or Yuan Wu. I hope that his cultivation method is within his spatial ring. Otherwise, it's a troubling matter. As he thought up to that point, Zhao Lin frowned. According to the rules of the 7-star sword sect, the battle atop the life and death arena was something no one could obstruct. Even though he was a Megrez Peak outer court disciple, he didn't dare interfere in the battle of the life and death arena under the gazes of everyone present. Obviously, Zhao Lin didn't look favorably upon Duan Lingtian, even if Duan Lingtian revealed a cultivation that caused him to be extremely shocked. Duan Lingtian, in the life and death arena, Huo Xin suppressed the shock in his heart, then looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes that were suffused with dense killing intent. I really never imagined that you actually concealed yourself so deeply. You are actually a 4th level origin core stage martial artist. But today, you're dead for sure. The might of Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao also caused Huo Xin to tremble with fear. Now, he was slightly rejoicing. Luckily, Duan Lingtian had ascended to the life and death arena. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's natural talent, it probably wouldn't be long before Duan Lingtian would be able to surpass him. If that time really came, then the one who would suffer misfortune would be him. It wasn't only Huo Xin who was rejoicing, as Yuan Wu was similarly rejoicing as well, and his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian were even gloomier and more vicious. He knew that if Duan Lingtian didn't die today, then Duan Lingtian would surely be a great future trouble. Duan Lingtian, even if you're a 4th level origin core stage martial artist, today, you'll surely die. Even though Duan Lingtian was a 4th level origin core stage martial artist, He only had a grade 8 spirit weapon, and as far as Yuan Wu was concerned, it posed no great threat to him. Moreover, he was now dealing with Duan Lingtian while joining forces with Huo Xin, and this made him feel even more strongly that there wouldn't be any suspense from killing Duan Lingtian. I've already said it, both of you will surely die in a single move. Duan Lingtian's long hair that spread out, fluttered without wind, and his crimson-red demonic eyes flickered with an awe-inspiring cold light as it descended onto Huo Xin and Yuan Wu. At this moment, besides him, it seemed that only Huo Xin and Yuan Wu remained within his world. He was a hunter. Huo Xin and Yuan Wu were his prey. Shameless boasting, Huo Xin shouted coldly, then his figure jerked as the origin energy beneath his feet exploded out, and his entire figure seemed to have transformed into a sword that brought along a shocking imposing manner as it swept out towards Duan Lingtian. HMPH. At almost the exact same instant Huo Xin made a move, Yuan Wu moved as well, practically moving shoulder to shoulder with Huo Xin. The grade 7 spirit sword in his hand radiated a dazzling sheen, and seemed to transform into a venomous snake that bit towards Duan Lingtian. At this time, Duan Lingtian moved as well. Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing Huo Xin and Yuan Wu who joined forces. He moved to intercept them head-on. Enraging origin energy suffused into the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand. The origin energy lightly vibrated, and the frequency it vibrated slowly grew higher and higher. This detail was something no one was able to notice. The surroundings of the life and death arena were deathly silent as everyone held their breaths, and all their gazes descended onto the three figures that swiftly flashed atop the life and death arena. The three figures encountered each other in practically an instant. Die. Huo Xin and Yuan Wu's faces emitted madness when they saw Duan Lingtian coming over to intercept them, and the grade 7 spirit sword in their hands whistled out as it transformed into sword images that filled the sky before enveloping downwards towards Duan Lingtian, as if wanted to instantly annihilate Duan Lingtian. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into an evil smile when faced with Huo Xin and Yuan Wu's incomparably swift sword skill that was difficult to find any flaws in. Exactly, Duan Lingtian was smiling. At this instant, including Huo Xin and Yuan Wu, all the people surrounding the entire platform that the life and death arena was located on, noticed Duan Lingtian's smile. It was difficult for them to understand, why was Duan Lingtian still able to smile at this moment. It was simply bizarre. At the instant that the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile, his crimson-red eyes squinted abruptly, and the grade 8 spirit sword in his hand lightly vibrated, as if transforming into a swimming dragon that was dancing about in the air. As the origin energy vibrated, it seemed it even caused circles of ripples to be formed in the air. Duan Lingtian's sword strike didn't have any fancy style, and wasn't hesitant in the slightest. If a word was used to describe it, it would be straightforward. The sword drawing arts, the sword moved out like a bolt of lightning. The sword light flashed, and accurately intercepted the grade 7 spirit sword in Yuan Wu's hand that whistled over. Yuan Wu's sword was the closest to Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian's sword instantly found Yuan Wu's sword within the sword images that covered the sky, and directly fiercely smashed onto it. The grade 8 spirit sword instantly crashed onto the grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian's gaze abruptly went cold. The cold smile on the corners of Yuan Wu's mouth that curled up when he originally saw Duan Lingtian actually daring fight head-on with him, quickly froze, and his eyes emitted dense terror. And Yuan Wu's expression stopped at this moment forever. The grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand used the overbearing quake energy to directly blast the grade 7 spirit sword in Yuan Wu's hand flying. Right when the palm on the hand Yuan Wu used to grasp his sword split open, and fresh blood dripped out. A sword light that one was barely able to catch a glimpse of flashed past Yuan Wu's throat. All this only happened in the blink of an eye. When everyone hadn't been able to react, the grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand turned to intercept the other sword that was only inches away from him. The owner of this sword was Huo Xin. Huo Xin hadn't even had the chance to react to what had happened, when he noticed the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand be fiercely knocked away by Duan Lingtian's grade 8 spirit sword. Instantly, he felt a terrifying force of vibration transfer towards him form the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand. He didn't dare hesitate, and directly let go. Because he could perceive that if he didn't let go, his arm, even his body, would most likely quake to the point it shattered. Even after letting go, his palm still burst open, and fresh blood splattered. No, at practically an instant, when Huo Xin's thoughts hadn't even had the time to move on, he saw a strand of sword light flash towards him. His throat seemed to be forcefully choked by someone, as he wanted to make a noise but was unable to do so. In the next moment, he felt his throat go cold, and everything before his eyes blurred. At the instant before his consciousness withered, he only had one remaining thought. What the heck was that method that Duan Ling Tian exerted earlier? The grade 8 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand flashed, then vanished into thin air, as it was put away by him into his spatial ring. Presently, the Megrez Peak disciples with somewhat weaker strength and slightly inferior eyesight, only saw a flash before their eyes, then the throats of Huo Xin and Yuan Wu spouted out a line of blood that scattered down. The Megrez Peak disciples with stronger strengths were instead able to clearly see that along with a line of blood appearing on Yuan Wu's throat, in practically the blink of an eye, a line of blood appeared on Huo Xin's throat as well. It was difficult for them to imagine how the speed of a grade 8 spirit sword in the hands of a 4th level origin core stage martial artist could actually be swift to this extent. How could this be possible? Zhao Lin's pupils constricted, as he looked at the scene before him with disbelief. As the one and only void-prying stage martial artist present, he naturally clearly saw every detail when Duan Ling Tian attacked with his sword. Such sword speed, how could a 4th level origin core stage martial artist possibly exert it? Moreover, he actually used the strength of 72 ancient mammoths to completely suppress Huo Xin and Yuan Wu's strength of 76 ancient mammoths, knocking both their swords flying. Zhao Lin's breathing became hurried. He was inexplicably excited in his heart and his eyes emitted a flowing light of greed. Looks like the Duan Ling Tian's moves ought to be related to the cultivation method he cultivates, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. On the life and death arena, Yuan Wu and Huo Xin's bodies crashed onto the ground one after the other, emitting a heavy sound. When these two sounds entered into the ears of the Megrez Peak disciples that surrounded the life and death arena, it caused them to be as if jolted awake from their dreams and completely recovered them from their earlier shock. Subsequently, an uproar rose as expected. Oh my god, Duan Ling Tian actually killed senior brother Yuan Wu and senior brother Huo Xin. He used a grade 8 spirit sword, and it was only the strength of 72 ancient mammoths. Senior brother Huo Xin and senior brother Yuan Wu used grade 7 spirit swords, and the offensive strength of any one of them was comparable to the strength of 76 ancient mammoths. How the heck did Duan Ling Tian do it? This is completely not logical. Could it be that what he cultivated is an earth-rank sword skill? Earth-rank sword skill? Do you think it's possible? Who doesn't know that an earth-rank sword skill is only able to be cultivated by a void-prying stage expert that has comprehended force? He's an origin core stage martial artist, how could he cultivate an earth-rank sword skill? Senior brother Huo Xin and senior brother Yuan Wu's sword skills were both high-grade profound ranked sword skills at the perfection stage. But even then, they still died at Duan Ling Tian's hand. I'm afraid only Duan Ling Tian himself knows how he killed those two senior brothers. The gazes of the Megrez Peak disciples that surrounded the life and death arena descended onto the proud and aloof figure on the life and death arena. These gaze were either dumbstruck, shocked, full of veneration or adoration. The words that Duan Ling Tian spoke earlier and were ridiculed by them, couldn't help but reverberate by their ears. In a move, you too will surely die. At the beginning, no one believed it. But now, Duan Ling Tian instead used his strength to prove that what he'd said wasn't nonsense. Chapter 286, The Little Pythons Are Missing. Duan Ling Tian stood in the life and death arena and his restless mood slowly calmed down. His rage that had boiled to the utmost limit completely calmed down when Huo Xin and Yuan Wu were killed by him. His head full of long hair that fluttered without the wind slowly dropped down, his crimson-red eyes slowly recovered to their normal state, and the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples' attire that fluttered on his body calmed as well. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was calm as he glanced at the two corpses on the floor, as if he'd done something that was of no great importance. Duan Ling Tian put away Huo Xin and Yuan Wu's grade 7 spirit swords and spatial rings. He frowned when he felt the gazes that locked onto him from the surroundings of the life and death arena, and then he strode off, intending to leave. Duan Ling Tian. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eardrums trembled, and he clearly heard a voice, condensing origin energy into sound. An ability that only a martial artist at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above could master. When the other person's voice was transmitted by this method, only he would be able to hear it. Duan Ling Tian didn't turn around, and continued to walk forward, as he was able to discern that this was Zhao Lin's voice. Duan Ling Tian didn't have any good impression towards Zhao Lin and directly ignored him. In next to no time, Zhao Lin's origin energy that was condensed into sound once again entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian, Share the cultivation method you're cultivating with me. I can use other things to exchange with you. Duan Ling Tian's body slightly stopped when he heard what Zhao Lin said, and a wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of his mouth. Zhao Lin didn't have any good intentions, as expected. Actually, wanting the cultivation method he cultivated in. Of course, he also knew that the cultivation method Zhao Lin wanted to obtain was surely the cultivation method he mentioned when bluffing Zhao Lin, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Actually, he didn't possess such a cultivation method at all. It was only something he casually made up when bluffing Zhao Lin. Duan Ling Tian's gaze focused as he looked into the distance, and with a glance he noticed the outer court elder Zhao Lin who stood behind the crowd and was staring at him with a burning gaze. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he casually swept Zhao Lin with his gaze, then walked swiftly off the life and death arena. The Megrez Peak disciples would consciously move to open up a path wherever Duan Ling Tian went. Duan Ling Tian, you're really formidable. Yeah, how the heck do you cultivate? You look like you're around 20, but your strength is so strong already. Duan Ling Tian, how about we be friends? The crowd of Megrez Peak disciples were incomparably zealous wherever Duan Ling Tian passed. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was as calm as if it wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed, and he directly walked in large strides to leave the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on. Duan Ling Tian, Zhao Lin's face sank. The mocking gaze that Duan Ling Tian swept him with earlier was undoubtedly refusing him. Zhao Lin slightly clenched his fists, and his eyes emitted an awe-inspiring coldness. Duan Ling Tian, I always get what I want. Along with Duan Ling Tian's departure, the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples dispersed as well. But at the same time that they left, they didn't stop the discussions about Duan Ling Tian, as the strength that Duan Ling Tian revealed had completely shocked them. A 4th-level Origin Core stage martial artist at around the age of 20, relied on a grade 8 spirit sword to kill 2 4th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciples that possessed grade 7 spirit swords, and the latter even joined forces. Such an achievement in battle could be called shocking. After Duan Ling Tian left the life and death arena, he wound around the windy mountain paths for a while before returning to the mountain peak. He was worried that Zhao Lin would follow him. Even though Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of Megrez Peak, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that Zhao Lin was a person that would use every means possible to obtain his goal. Now, Zhao Lin had targeted the sheer fictitious Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll in his possession, and would surely not let the matter go. So, he must be careful and absolutely must not allow Zhao Lin to obtain an opportunity. Duan Ling Tian went along the tilted tree to once again return to the stalactite cave. Where's Little Black and Little White? Duan Ling Tian had only just entered the stalactite cave when he noticed the 2 little pythons had disappeared. His face instantly went grim and his heart burned with anxiety. Even though Little Black and Little White like to play, but usually, they have never left arbitrarily. Could it be that something happened? Duan Ling Tian realized that it was no use of him to be anxious, and he must calm down, as only then would he be able to make the most accurate judgment. Could it be that someone came here? Duan Ling Tian's heart couldn't help but jerk. In next to no time, he started searching along the floor of the stalactite cave and the cave passage. In the end, he confirmed one thing. Besides him, there wasn't a second person that had come here. Moreover, he'd noticed the traces the 2 little fellows had left behind on the cave passage. In other words, the 2 little fellows left themselves. Where did Little Black and Little White go? Could it be that they went to look for me? Duan Ling Tian noticed that the traces the 2 little pythons left behind ended at the tilted tree before vanishing. Duan Ling Tian returned to the peak of the mountain and searched for a while, but in the end he discovered that there weren't any traces of the little pythons on the mountain peak. In other words, the 2 little fellow didn't come to the mountain peak. Could it be that they can grow wings and fly? Duan Ling Tian frowned, and before long his heart couldn't help but tremble. Or maybe, they fell from the tilted tree. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and his mood that had only just calmed down a while ago once again became restless. Duan Ling Tian left the Megrez Peak to arrive at Dubi Peak, then left the 7-star sword sect. He didn't go anywhere else, but instead went to the foot of Megrez Peak, as he wanted to confirm if the 2 little fellows had fallen down. Under the precipitous Megrez Peak, Duan Ling Tian discovered the traces of the 2 little pythons after all. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the precipitous cliff and he noticed that there were traces of the little pythons moving on it. In other words, the 2 little fellows had climbed down along the cliff. They really have guts. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Megrez Peak that stood perfectly straight up. The precipitousness of this sword peak caused Duan Ling Tian's heart to be unable to refrain from having traces of coldness arise within. I wonder where little black and little white went. Duan Ling Tian followed along the tracks on the ground to search all the way, and in the end he discovered that unknowingly, he'd once again arrived at the primeval forest, the dense forest where fierce beasts and demon beasts gathered in great numbers. The little python's tracks completely vanished after entering into the primeval forest, causing Duan Ling Tian to have no way of finding them. What did those two little fellows come here for? Duan Ling Tian shook his head, his face full of a bitter smile. Since I've come here, then I'll look around, and see if I can find them. If I find them, then I must surely teach them a lesson. So disobedient, Duan Ling Tian was worried and angry towards the two mischievous little fellows. Even though the two little pythons were fierce beasts, but they were no different from family to him. Now that they'd suddenly left, to a certain extent they'd thrown Duan Ling Tian's life into confusion, and for some time caused Duan Ling Tian to find it difficult to adapt to it. On the way going deep into the primeval forest, Duan Ling Tian encountered many fierce beasts, and they were practically cleanly swept through by Duan Ling Tian. Slowly, Duan Ling Tian noticed something. His quake energy wasn't all-powerful. His quake energy was only able to produce the use it ought to have when faced with opponents that had a difference of strength of within 10 ancient mammoths from him. Once the strength of his opponent was more than 10 ancient mammoths from him, his quake energy would be completely useless. For example, no matter if it the elephant rhino or the savage leopard he encountered when he entered the primeval forest earlier, or even the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples, Huo Xin and Yuan Wu, that he'd killing in the life and death arena today. Even though the strength Duan Ling Tian used when dealing with them was lesser than them, but it didn't exceed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. It was still within the scope of effect of the quake energy. In other words, relying on this current strength that was comparable to the strength of 71 ancient mammoths, the quake energy is able to affect martial artists at the 6th level of the origin core stage. But, it was of no use against 7th level origin core stage martial artists. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and he quickly came to an understanding. A 6th level origin core stage martial artist possessed the strength of 80 ancient mammoths, and there was only a difference of the strength of 9 ancient mammoths from Duan Ling Tian's current strength, thus it was within the quake energy's scope of effect. However, if a 6th level origin core stage martial artist were to utilize a grade 7 spirit weapon, his offensive strength would increase explosively. Even if I use a grade 7 spirit weapons, solely in terms of offense, I will surely be thrown off by the strength of more than 10 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian pondered slightly. Under these circumstances, I'm unable to use the method I used to deal with Huo Xin and Yuan Wu today, on a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. After all, the amplified strength that my opponent receives from his grade 7 spirit sword will be within the spirit sword in his hand, and if I were to use my spirit sword to go head-on with my opponent's spirit sword, the quake energy would be unable to be of any use. If I want to defeat my opponent, then I can only think of a way to seize my opponent's sword, or maybe find a suitable opportunity to force him to fight with me with bare hands. A 6th level origin core stage martial artist possessed a strength of 80 ancient mammoths, and once a grade 7 spirit sword was utilized, the offensive strength would increase explosively to a strength of more than 100 ancient mammoths. Whereas Duan Ling Tian only possessed the strength of 71 ancient mammoths, even if he utilized a grade 7 spirit sword, his offensive strength would only be close to the strength of 90 ancient mammoths. In this way, the difference between the two would exceed the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. And it just happened to exceed the scope of effect of the quake energy. Truly a headache. Looks like if I really want to battle a 6th level origin core stage martial artist who possesses a grade 7 spirit sword, I still have to prepare some auxiliary inscriptions, only then would I be much safer. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. If he didn't use an inscription and only a grade 7 spirit weapon, under the circumstances that his opponent had a grade 7 spirit sword as well, if he wanted to win then he could only launch a surprise attack or lure his opponent to abandon his opponent's spirit sword. But, there was a certain amount of danger in doing so. Once his opponent wasn't deceived, he would be forced into a passive position, even to the extent he might be defeated or killed. Cultivation. I still have to properly increase my cultivation. Along with the increase in my cultivation, the might of the quake energy would increase as well. At that time, it would surely not be limited within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, and as he thought up to here, he was even more dedicated towards cultivating. Duan Ling Tian searched in the primeval forest for a day and night, but didn't discover the tracks of the two little pythons and could only helplessly leave in the end. He believed that with the viability of the two little pythons, they ought to not be in any danger within the primeval forest. Chapter 287, Do You Dare? Duan Ling Tian returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect after leaving the primeval forest. He'd only just entered the sect and walking on the mountain path of the main peak, the Dubi Peak, when Duan Ling Tian heard two Seven-Star Sword sect outer court disciples that passed by whispering in discussion. Have you heard? A monster appeared in the Megrez Peak this time. One of the outer court disciples said to the companion beside him. I heard. Supposedly he's even a new disciple. That had only just entered our Seven-Star Sword sect. At the 4th level of the Origin Core stage at an age of around 20. Such natural talent is absolutely a top-notch existence within the young generation of our Seven-Star Sword sect. The other outer court disciple nodded. He'd only just entered our Seven-Star Sword sect and had already ascended the life and death arena to kill two 4th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciples. Too formidable, the former praised. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit, then shook his head. He never expected that he'd only killed Huo Xin and Yuan Wu yesterday, and it had already spread all over the Seven-Star Sword sect today. On the way, Duan Ling Tian noticed that practically all the Seven-Star Sword sect disciples he encountered on the way were discussing the deed he performed from yesterday. Luckily, these Seven-Star Sword sect disciples didn't recognize him, otherwise, he would probably be looked upon like a rare animal. Duan Ling Tian once again walked past the chain bridge and returned to Megrez Peak. Duan Ling Tian had only just stepped on the Megrez Peak stone platform when he was stopped by a young man at around the age of 23 or 24. The young man had an ordinary appearance, the type that couldn't be found anymore once thrown into a crowd, but Duan Ling Tian didn't dare look down upon him. Duan Ling Tian's sharp spiritual force allowed him to realize that the cultivation of this young man was stronger than Huo Xin and Yuan Wu. Is something the matter? Duan Ling Tian frowned as he didn't know this person and didn't know why they would block him. Could it be a good friend of Huo Xin and Yuan Wu? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but think in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, Elder Zhao Lin asked me to come look for you. If you're sensible, then hand over the thing Elder Zhao Lin wants. Otherwise, you won't have a foothold in Megrez Peak any longer. The young man looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a low voice. Even though he's head of the deed Duan Ling Tian performed yesterday, he didn't take it to heart. Yesterday, even if it was him, he would similarly be able to kill Huo Xin and Yuan Wu who had joined hands. As a 5th-level Origin Core stage martial artist, he had this confidence. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding when he heard the young man. It was someone Elder Zhao Lin sent. Duan Ling Tian started laughing brilliantly. What are you laughing for? The young man's face sank, and he frowned. Fuck off. Duan Ling Tian's laughter was instantly restrained, and he shouted out explosively with a voice that was like a clap of thunder, causing the young man to be muddled and was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. You told me to fuck off. The young man was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian, as if he'd encountered an inconceivable matter. Along with Duan Ling Tian's explosive shout, many Megrez Peak disciples from the direction of the trade hall noticed the commotion and surrounded them. Watching a scene was human nature. It's Duan Ling Tian. Who actually dares to offend Duan Ling Tian? Isn't this Lu Yu? How did he get at odds with Duan Ling Tian? Senior brother Lu Yu is in existence at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Even though Duan Ling Tian was able to kill two 4th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciples, he might not be a match for senior brother Lu Yu. He actually dared to infuriate senior brother Lu Yu. I don't think so. On the life and death arena yesterday, either Huo Xin or Yuan Wu had stronger offensive strength than Duan Ling Tian, but in the end weren't they killed by Duan Ling Tian in a single move? Exactly, Duan Ling Tian's strength can't be judged by logic. I think so too, since he dared be like this before senior brother Lu Yu, then he surely isn't afraid of senior brother Lu Yu. The crowd of Megrez Peak disciples that surrounded them had recognized Duan Ling Tian, and recognized the young man that had blocked Duan Ling Tian. Lu Yu, 5th-level Origin Core stage. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man before him and frowned as he heard the discussions of these Megrez Peak disciples. No wonder he dared block Duan Ling Tian, so it turned out that he was a 5th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple. But that Zhao Lin was really looking down on him. He thought that just a 5th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple was able to force him to hand over the cultivation method. Moreover, not to mention there was no such cultivation method in his possession. Even if there was, he still wouldn't give it to Zhao Lin. Lu Yu was originally completely infuriated by Duan Ling Tian asking him to fuck off. When he heard the discussions of the surrounding Megrez Peak disciples, his expression flickered between a livid expression and a pale expression. His pair of icy cold eyes stared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I'll give you another chance. Hand over the thing I want, otherwise, you'll surely regret it. The spectating Megrez Peak disciples came to a sudden understanding when they heard Lu Yu. So it turned out that this Lu Yu wanted to seize Duan Ling Tian's possession. I'll surely regret it. Duan Ling Tian suddenly laughed when he heard Lu Yu's threats, and the smile on the corners of his mouth had traces of evilness mixed within. I'm really curious, how will you make me regret it? You're courting death. Lu Yu never imagined that Duan Ling Tian's attitude was so unyielding, and his face sank, slightly getting angry from embarrassment. I'm courting death. Duan Ling Tian took a step forward, and his fierce gaze descended onto Lu Yu, as he asked in a low voice. Since you dare say this, I presume you're extremely confident towards your own strength. Since it's like this, I, Duan Ling Tian, invite you to battle me on the life and death arena, how about it? Do you dare? Do you dare? Duan Ling Tian's voice was like a clap of thunder that instantly spread out. For a moment, even more Megrez Peak disciples noticed the commotion and flocked over from the direction of the trade hall. They'd also recognized Duan Ling Tian and Lu Yu. Before long, they found out the sequence of events from the Megrez Peak disciples that had surrounded over much earlier. Instantly, their gazes descended onto Lu Yu, as they all wanted to know how Lu Yu would reply. After he heard Duan Ling Tian's provocation, Lu Yu's face flushed red. Do you dare? What Duan Ling Tian said ceaselessly reverberated within his mind. Thinking about the deed Duan Ling Tian performed yesterday, and perceiving Duan Ling Tian's confidence at this moment, he was slightly perturbed in his heart. If it was only an ordinary spar, so what if he agreed to it? But Duan Ling Tian instead wanted him to ascend to the life and death arena now. Once a 7-star sword sect disciple ascended the life and death arena, it would also mean that they'd put their lives as the wager. He and Duan Ling Tian couldn't be considered to bear any deep grudges. Moreover, he came to find Duan Ling Tian today only because the Megrez Peak's elder Zhao Lin sent him here. As far as he was concerned, there was completely no necessity to throw his life in for the sake of this matter. Of course, most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was too mysterious. Although he didn't go to the life and death arena to see that battle with his own 2 eyes, but he'd heard of the specific details of the battle. In merely a single move, Duan Ling Tian relied on a grade 8 spirit sword to kill 2 7-star sword sect outer court disciples who possessed grade 7 spirit weapons and had the same cultivation as Duan Ling Tian. Such ability caused him to be shocked. Duan Ling Tian couldn't be judged by logic. So, although he was confident in his own strength, and felt that he ought to not lose to Duan Ling Tian, he didn't dare agree to Duan Ling Tian's life and death arena invitation. HMPH. How could Duan Ling Tian not know what Lu Yu was thinking when he saw Lu Yu's expressions change between a livid expression and pale expression, and didn't reply after a long time? Duan Ling Tian instantly had a disdainful expression. Fuck off. Lu Yu was still pondering when he abruptly heard Duan Ling Tian's sudden shout. He unconsciously took a few steps backwards and was in a slightly sorry state. 5th level origin core stage. Nothing special. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Lu Yu with a cold and indifferent gaze, then laughed in ridicule, not giving Lu Yu the slightest amount of face. As far as he was concerned, he and Lu Yu had no enmity against each other, and Lu Yu wanting to seize his cultivation method was only asking for insult, and wasn't worth being pitied. Only Duan Ling Tian left did Lu Yu recover from his shock, and a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Earlier, he indeed was afraid. He was afraid that he would be killed by Duan Ling Tian. Before his life, everything else seemed that much more unimportant. Yet Lu Yu didn't know now that it wouldn't be long before he would understand that how wise and correct his decision today was. The spectating crowd of Megrez Peak disciples booed ceaselessly. Their faces revealed a wisp of ridicule when they saw Lu Yu leaving in a sorry state. Since this Lu Yu doesn't dare agree to Duan Ling Tian's life and death arena invitation, then don't act brave and go offend Duan Ling Tian. Now, he's incurred the dislike of all parties. Simply asking for insult. Duan Ling Tian is really formidable, scaring Lu Yu shitless with a single sentence. Of course, Duan Ling Tian is the little freak of our Megrez Peak, and can't be judged by logic. Now, Even if he's able to kill a 5th level origin core stage martial artist, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian returned to the mountain peak of Megrez Peak, and after he returned to the stalactite cave, he sat on the stone platform and calmed his heart to cultivate. Now, the task of top priority for Duan Ling Tian was to break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. At that time, not only would his strength obtain a swift increase, but even the quake energy would obtain an increase. He was extremely curious as to what extent the quake energy would increase to once he broke through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. Megrez Peak, in a gorge that possessed adequate rays of light, a middle-aged man and a young man stood facing each other. Elder Zhao Lin, forgive me, you should look for another person. Lu Yu looked at Zhao Lin, a trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he had a slight lingering fear. What? He refused you? Zhao Lin's eyes squinted, and contained piercingly cold lights within his gaze, as he asked in a low voice. Yes. Lu Yu nodded. You didn't teach him a lesson? Zhao Lin continued asking. Lu Yu shook his head. Why? Zhao Lin frowned. As far as he was concerned, although Duan Ling Tian killed 2 4th level origin core stage martial artists yesterday, Lu Yu was a 5th level origin core stage martial artist after all, and ought to be able to frighten Duan Ling Tian, but now it would seem that the facts weren't like this. He invited me to a battle on the life and death arena. I didn't dare gamble my life. I'm sorry, Elder Zhao Lin. A wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Lu Yu's mouth. Then he bid his farewells before turning around and leaving. Origin energy palm prints condensed into form with the life of Zhao Lin's hand, and it whistled out smash a nearby stone table to pieces. Then he said with an incomparably cold and indifferent voice. Duan Ling Tian, since a 5th level origin core stage martial artist can't do anything to you, then I'll go look for a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. No matter what, I'll make you hand over that cultivation method. Chapter 288, Burning Anxiety. Since the day the 2 little pythons left, and after Duan Ling Tian returned, he'd cultivated in the stalactite cave all the time, and didn't leave the top of Megrez Peak. Of course, he was most worried that the 2 little fellows would return and be unable to find him. Luckily, he'd bought quite a lot of meat from the trade hall the other time, and it was sufficient for him to eat for a few months. Time passed quickly in the twinkling of an eye. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. On the stone platform in the stalactite cave, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged there, cultivating with a calm heart. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and a trace of a dazzling luster appeared in his eyes that had flowing lights revolving within. Only a little bit and I can break through to the 5th level of the origin core stage. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. After he returned to his senses, he couldn't help but sigh with a slight sense of loss. Those 2 little fellows wouldn't have settled down in the primeval forest, right? It's already been 2 months and they haven't returned. Looks like I should find some time to continue looking for them in the primeval forest. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto his 2 hands. Now, even though Duan Ling Tian's hands were still smooth as jade like before, but they weren't as fair and delicate as before, and this was all the results of him frequently bathing under the sun on the peak of the mountain for these 2 months. His skin had finally recovered to a comparatively normal color. Now, Duan Ling Tian was much more matured than before, as he'd already turned 20. It's been 2 months. I should go see those 2 little girls. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a light smile when he thought of Li Fei and Ke. Then he stood up and left the stalactite cave. Before long, Duan Ling Tian left the mountain peak and arrived nearby the trade hall. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian heard an urgent cry. He glanced over, and a Megrez Peak disciple walked over from afar. Duan Ling Tian frowned, and his face slightly sank. Could it be that it's again someone that Elder Zhao Lin sent? Duan Ling Tian, you've finally appeared. Duan Ling Tian quickly noticed that this Megrez Peak disciple seemed to not have been sent by Zhao Lin. Moreover, when the disciple saw Duan Ling Tian, he seemed to heave a breath of relief. You are? Duan Ling Tian had a questioning expression, as he didn't recognize this Megrez Peak disciple. This Megrez Peak disciple was a young man with a thin and weak figure, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I'm a friend of Hu Li's. Hu Li. Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up when he heard what the young man said, and his expression eased up as he lightly smiled. Hu Li's friend is my friend. What are you called? Hu Li, one of the 2 friends he's gotten to know that day in the primeval forest. A straightforward young man. That day, the experiences in the primeval forest also made him take Hu Li as a good friend. I'm He Chun, Duan Ling Tian, come with me to see Hu Li. 1 month ago, he came here to look for you. I and Hu Li were waiting for you for half a month, but you didn't appear, and he returned to Fekta Peak. Half a month ago, He Chun sighed, and a trace of dejection appeared on his face. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked when he saw He Chun's expression. What, has something happened to Hu Li? At the first moment, Duan Ling Tian recalled that Xiao Fei, who'd been members of the same small team as him, Shi Lan, and Hu Li in the primeval forest 2 months ago. Could it be that Xiao Fei asked his old brother to take revenge on Hu Li? He Chun nodded, and a trace of melancholy and unwillingness appeared in his eyes. Take me to see Hu Li. What the heck actually happened? Duan Ling Tian urged He Chun to lead the way. He asked as he walked swiftly, his face filled with anxiety. 2 months ago, in the primeval forest, Hu Li was willing to die to fight for a chance for survival for Duan Ling Tian. Since that moment, he's taken Hu Li as a friend of life and death in his heart. Now, when he heard something had happened to Hu Li, he had a burning anxiety in his heart. At the same time, he urgently wanted to know what the heck happened to Hu Li. Right when Duan Ling Tian and He Chun wanted to step onto the chain bridge, a figure that was swift like the wind obstructed before Duan Ling Tian's group of 2. This was a young man around the age of 25, he had handsome and refined features, and a pair of incomparably fierce eyes. Senior brother Tang Bai, He Chun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw this young man. Meanwhile, many Megrez Peak disciples saw this scene, and surrounded over. He's finally appeared, and I still thought that he was intentionally hiding because he knew senior brother Tang Bai was looking for him all over. Senior brother Tang Bai has searched for him for more than a month, he's finally appeared. The crowd of Megrez Peak disciples that surrounded over discussed animatedly. Fuck off. A trace of crimson red appeared in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, as he stared at the young man that obstructed his path and shouted out in a cold voice. Duan Ling Tian's current thoughts were all on Hu Li, and he urgently wanted to see Hu Li now, wanting to know what exactly happened to Hu Li. Duan Ling Tian is too formidable, directly asking senior brother Tang Bai to fuck off. He couldn't be unaware of senior brother Tang Bai, right? Senior brother Tang Bai isn't someone that Lu Yu from 2 months ago can compare to. Senior brother Tang Bai's face has gone grim. This Duan Ling Tian is surely going to suffer a great misfortune. I really wonder where he got the courage. Even if he killed 2 4th-level origin core stage martial artists, but what about it? Senior brother Tang Bai is a famous outer court disciple in our Megrez Peak, in existence at the 6th level of the origin core stage. The crowd of Megrez Peak disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes filled with pity. Even though Duan Ling Tian had shocked all of them 2 months ago, but as far as they were concerned, even if Duan Ling Tian was any more heaven-defying, he was still only a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. And even if he was even more heaven-defying, he would at most be equal to a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist. Faced with a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist, he would only be bashed. Tang Bai's expression went gloomy. On Megrez Peak, there hadn't been a single outer court disciple that dared be so arrogant before him. Duan Ling Tian, you wouldn't be thinking that I'm like that trash, Lu Yu, right? Tang Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian, and a wisp of a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. His eyes contained a piercingly cold light as he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid in the slightest as he looked at Tang Bai and said in a low voice. You're looking for me, for the same reason as Lu Yu. Tang Bai sneered. It's good that you know. If you're sensible, then quickly hand it over. Otherwise, I'm not trash like that Lu Yu. Duan Ling Tian suddenly burst out into a laugh when he heard Tang Bai, and his face was covered with a layer of coldness. Is that so? Since that's the case, I presume you ought to dare agree to my invitation to the life and death arena, right? Duan Ling Tian never imagined that Zhao Lin would actually go on endlessly like this. First sending Lu Yu, then now sending another Tang Bai. However, he urgently wanted to see Hu Li now, and didn't have time to talk nonsense with Tang Bai here, so he directly brought out the life and death arena, wanting to make Tang Bai retreat after becoming aware of the difficulties. Even though Tang Bai was a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist, he wasn't afraid. You want to invite me to the life and death arena? Tang Bai was obviously stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian. Even though he heard about Duan Ling Tian using the life and death arena to scare Lu Yu to retreat 2 months ago, as far as he was concerned, it was because Lu Yu was cowardly. Even if this Duan Ling Tian was any more mysterious, and his method any more bizarre, but he was still only a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist. In the eyes of he, a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist, a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist was no different from an ant. If he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian, it was even easier than cutting grass. What Duan Ling Tian said caused the spectating crowd of Megrez Peak disciples to be completely stunned. They only recovered from their shock after a long time. I didn't hear wrongly, right? This Duan Ling Tian wants to invite senior brother Tang Bai to battle in the life and death arena. Is he courting death? The crowd of Megrez Peak disciples were all shocked by what Duan Ling Tian said. As far as they were concerned, even if a 4th-level origin core stage martial artist's skills were any more brilliant, it would still be impossible to defeat a 6th-level origin core stage martial artist. There was a difference of an entire strength of 20 ancient mammoths amongst the two. The strength of 20 ancient mammoths was a chasm that's difficult to leap over. What? Dare to obstruct me, but don't dare to agree to my life and death arena invitation. Duan Ling Tian stared at Tang Bai with a cold and indifferent gaze, and mocked. If you don't dare, then quickly fuck off. I still have urgent matters to attend to, and don't have time to talk nonsense with you. What did you say? You said, I don't dare. Tang Bai was amused to laughter by Duan Ling Tian, and he laughed arrogantly. Duan Ling Tian, since you actually want to court death, then I'll grant your wish. I agree to ascend the life and death arena to battle you. It's up to you as we go over directly right now, or set a time. I can give you some time to arrange your funeral affairs. Tomorrow at noon, I'll fight you in the life and death arena. It won't end until one of us dies. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, and he had a face full of killing intent. Now, fuck off. Alright, tomorrow at noon, I'll wait for you in the life and death arena. I hope that at that time, you won't be cowardly and not show up. Tang Bai stood aside, and trace of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He'd achieved his objective, and his mood was incomparably at ease. As far as he was concerned, so long as he forced Duan Ling Tian into a situation of life and death, he wasn't afraid that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't hand over the things Elder Zhao Lin wanted. At that time, he would be able to obtain the generous rewards that Elder Zhao Lin provided. I'm worried you wouldn't dare come. Duan Ling Tian, who had a burning anxiety in his hearts, brought He Chun along as he walked out in large strides, and when he heard what Tang Bai said, he couldn't help but sneer as he replied. He Chun, let's go. Take me to see Hu Li. Duan Ling Tian's tone was incomparably anxious, and his figure flashed out to step onto the chain bridge and move towards Dubi Peak. Duan Ling Tian, you're too rash. That Tang Bai is a famous outer court disciple in our Megrez Peak, an existence at the 6th level of the origin core stage. He Chun followed by Duan Ling Tian's side, and had a bitter smile on his face. He never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually invite Tang Bai to ascend to the life and death arena and conduct a bloody battle that wouldn't end until one party died. Similar to the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples, he didn't look favorably on Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the entire Megrez Peak started spreading the news of Duan Ling Tian inviting Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena tomorrow, and Tang Bai had agreed. For a time, the entire Megrez Peak was in an uproar. 2 months ago, I just happened to be in closed-door cultivation and missed that life and death arena battle. I must not miss tomorrow's battle, truly causing one to look forward to it. One is our Megrez Peak's little freak, the other is our Megrez Peak's famous 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. Chapter 289. Creating a stir in Fecta Peak. Right when all the Megrez Peak disciples were looking forward to the battle in the life and death arena tomorrow, Duan Ling Tian and He Chun arrived at Dubi Peak and went through another chain bridge and stepped onto Fecta Peak. Fecta Peak was similar to Megrez Peak, and were both sword peaks that 7-star sword sect male disciples gathered. Here, not even one female disciple could be seen. Although Duan Ling Tian could be considered as famous in the 7-star sword sect outer court, but only some of the Megrez Peak disciples had really seen him, and practically no one amongst the disciples of Fecta Peak recognized him. Under He Chun's lead, Duan Ling Tian walked into a gorge that couldn't be considered as spacious. Duan Ling Tian's expressions wasn't sightly now. On the way, he'd asked He Chun about Hu Li many times, but He Chun would hesitate to speak every time, seeming to find it difficult to speak. A bad premonition arose within his heart. When Duan Ling Tian once again saw Hu Li, his eyes instantly transformed into crimson red. A terrifying killing intent swept out from Duan Ling Tian's figure. Hu Li, who did it? Duan Ling Tian's voice practically come out as he gnashed his teeth. His voice had an awe-inspiring killing intent mixed within, as if it came from the depths of hell. He Chun, who stood beside Duan Ling Tian, was enveloped by Duan Ling Tian's killing intent. His face went ghastly pale as he retreated a few steps in panic, then looked at Duan Ling Tian with a face of terror. The killing intent that arose from Duan Ling Tian's body caused him to feel heartfelt awe. It was hard for him to imagine what exactly a young man of around 20 experienced to actually be able to develop such a terrifying killing intent. Duan Ling Tian's figure violently trembled. At this moment, it seemed that only Hu Li, who hobbled out of the wooden house earlier, remained in his gaze. One of Hu Li's legs had vanished without a trace now, and he now relied on one leg and a cane to walk now. Hu Li didn't have his edge from before, instead he had a disheveled face full of stubble that wasn't cleaned up, and he stood there with a drooping spirits. Even though he was alive, but he seemed to be in even more pain than if he were dead. As a martial artist, losing a leg was equivalent to losing one's future. Duan Ling Tian. Hu Li saw Duan Ling Tian, and a trace of vigor appeared on his ghastly pale face, and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile with great difficulty. A sense of bitterness was mixed within his smile. It's Xiao Fei's older brother who did it. Duan Ling Tian's heart was trembled, and the accumulated flames of rage in his heart was practically about to blast his chest open. Hu Li lightly nodded. Take me to see him. Duan Ling Tian's crimson-red eyes had dense killing intent suffused within, a killing intent that seemed ready to swallow Xiao Fei and his older brother up. A blood debt would be repaid in blood. Duan Ling Tian. Hu Li shook his head, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Don't go. If you go, then you'd have fallen into his trap. If even you suffer his revenge, then Xi Lan would absolutely not die in peace. As he finished speaking, Hu Li's figure trembled lightly, and a man that bled but didn't shed tears couldn't refrain 2 rows of clear tears from dropping down. A man's tears weren't easily shed, only because he hasn't met with heartbreak. Hu Li. Seeing Hu Li on the verge of collapse, He Chun walked forward a few steps and supported Hu Li. What did you say? Xi Lan. Xi Lan is dead. Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck, and the voice his throat emitted became hoarse. He was completely stunned on the spot with a face full of disbelief. He Li's body twitched, and utmost hate appeared on his face. He was agitated to the point he couldn't speak. Duan Ling Tian, I'll tell you. He Chun looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed. Xiao Fei's older brother Xiao Ying first severed one of Hu Li's legs, then looked for Xi Lan, desiring to rape Xi Lan and sully her. Xi Lan had an unyielding temper, and would rather die than submit, so she directly leapt off Alcade Peak. Although He Chun didn't continue, but Duan Ling Tian already knew the result. The Alcade Peak was one of the 7 great sword peaks of 7 Stars Sword Sect. One would die without a doubt from falling. Duan Ling Tian's body trembled, and his face went gloomy. The outer court disciple's attire on his body whistled without wind. Xiao Ying. Duan Ling Tian's eyes emitted a bloodthirsty sheen, and the flames of rage within his heart completely exploded out. After a short amount of time, the rage on his body withdrew, and flames of rage that seemed to be able to burn everything had condensed within his eyes as he said in a low voice. Hu Li, take me to the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Hu Li guessed Duan Ling Tian's intentions, and his face went ghastly pale. Even though he'd heard of the matter of Duan Ling Tian killing 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples on the Megrez Peak's life and death arena 2 months ago, but he wasn't surprised, because he knew that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation wasn't at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage as the rumors say, but was at the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. To Duan Ling Tian, killing 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples was easy like flipping his hand. However, Xiao Ying was different. Xiao Ying was a famous outstanding outer court disciple of Fecta Peak, with a cultivation that had stepped into the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage, and had an extremely strong strength. Supposedly, he was already charging towards the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage right now. Duan Ling Tian, you've broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Hu Li took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian. The nearby He Chun was stunned. 6th level Origin Core Stage. Wasn't Duan Ling Tian a 4th level Origin Core Stage martial artist? Even if Hu Li wanted to ask of Duan Ling Tian's cultivation, he ought to ask whether Duan Ling Tian has broken through to the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage. Now, he only thought that Hu Li had spoken wrongly. He Chun however didn't know that Duan Ling Tian's true cultivation was indeed at the 4th level of the Origin Core Stage, but because of certain reasons, he was able to exert a strength comparable to the 5th level of the Origin Core Stage, and had even displayed it before Hu Li. So, in Hu Li's eyes, Duan Ling Tian was a 5th level origin core stage martial artist since long ago. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when faced with Hu Li's question. His current cultivation was similar to when he entered the primeval forest that time, only at the 4th level of the origin core stage, but was able to exert a strength comparable to the 5th level of the origin core stage. That won't do. Duan Ling Tian, that absolutely won't do. You aren't a match for Xiao Ying. I know you want to take revenge for me and Xi Lan, but even if Xi Lan was still alive, I believe she wouldn't let you help us take revenge now. You looking for Xiao Ying now is completely giving away your life. Hu Li had an agitated expression as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, listen to me. With your natural talent, surpassing Xiao Ying in the future is a matter of time. Just endure for a few more years, and once your cultivation surpasses Xiao Ying, then take revenge for me and Xi Lan. Duan Ling Tian understood that Hu Li was worried about him. Duan Ling Tian never imagined that even after being harmed by Xiao Ying to such a state, Hu Li still forcefully suppressed the hatred he had towards Xiao Ying for the sake of Duan Ling Tian's safety. He felt even worse in his heart when Hu Li did this. Hu Li though that Duan Ling Tian accepted his suggestion when he saw Duan Ling Tian going silent, and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At the same times, traces of bitterness appeared on the corners of Hu Li's mouth, and his eyes emitted infinite regret. Duan Ling Tian, during these days, I've always been regretful. I regret why I helped Xi Lan that day to ask you to leave Xiao Fei alive. I actually believed the word of that type of shameless vile person as well. I regret. Hu Li could imagine that if he persisted on killing Xiao Fei that day, all this might not have happened. Xi Lan wouldn't have died as well. His leg wouldn't have been crippled as well. But unfortunately, there was no medicine to treat regret in this world. The consequences that the choice that day brought upon him was something he was bound to bear himself. Duan Ling Tian lifted up his head and took a deep breath. His pair of crimson-red eyes didn't contain a trace of feelings. All that it contained was utmost icy coldness. I'm at fault in this matter as well. At that time, I shouldn't have listened to the opinions of both of you. If I acted arbitrarily and killed him, the later events wouldn't have happened. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, his voice went even hoarser, and it sounded calm but actually contained rage that was suppressed to the utmost limit. Duan Ling Tian, it has nothing to do with you, it was I and Xi Lan who were too naive and mistakenly trusted Xiao Fei. Hu Li shook his head. He was clear in his heart that Duan Ling Tian listened to his and Xi Lan's opinions that day because Duan Ling Tian respected them. When all is said and done, this matter was something that he and Xi Lan's mistake caused. You, rest properly. Duan Ling Tian nodded to Hu Li, then turned around to leave the gorge. Hu Li originally thought Duan Ling Tian was returning to Megrez Peak, but it wasn't long before an uproar arose outside the gorge, causing a bad premonition to arise in his heart. He-chun, let's go out and take a look. When Hu Li walked out of the gorge under the support of He-chun, and heard the discussions from outside, his face went ghastly pale. Quickly go to the life and death arena. That Megrez Peak's Duan Ling Tian have come and has spread word of challenging our Fecta Peak's senior brother Xiao Ying. Duan Ling Tian, the little freak that's around 20, and relied on a cultivation at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage to kill 2 4th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples 2 months ago. Exactly. Quickly go over, if we're late, there won't be any good spots left. The Fecta Peak disciples headed towards the direction of the Fecta Peak's life and death arena in an incomparably hasty manner. Duan Ling Tian, why didn't you listen to my advice? Hu Li's face was covered in melancholy and regret. I shouldn't have let Duan Ling Tian know about the matter of me and Xi Lan. Never had Hu Li imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually be so rash. Hu Li, even if Duan Ling Tian listened to your advice, he might not be able to live past tomorrow. He-chun who stood beside Hu Li had a bitter smile on his face. He-chun, what do you mean by this? Hu Li frowned, and stared at He-chun with a burning gaze. He-chun sighed and told Hu Li of the matter of Duan Ling Tian inviting another Megrez Peak 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple to ascend the Megrez Peak's life and death arena for a battle tomorrow. Hu Li went silent when he heard this, and his brows creased. At this moment, the worry in his heart instead slightly dispersed. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian had the confidence to deal with a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist? Even though he wasn't together with Duan Ling Tian for a long time, but the feeling Duan Ling Tian gave him wasn't the type of person who didn't know the seriousness of a matter. A trace of hope arose within his heart. I, Duan Ling Tian, a disciple of Megrez Peak, challenged the Fecta Peak's disciple, Xiaoying, to a battle on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. A battle that only ceases on death of one party. This sentence was the source of the Sur in Fecta Peak. In a short amount of time, it spread throughout the entire Fecta Peak, in a spacious gorge. Brother, that Duan Ling Tian couldn't restrain himself as expected. Your move is really too brilliant. The originally gloomy expression on Xiao Fei, whose leg was severed, had dispersed, and a trace of a smile from the plot being successful appeared on his face. So long as he really took Xi Lan and Hu Li as friends, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. However, I never imagined that he actually dared to directly invite me to a battle in the life and death arena. The young man that spoke now had a slight similarity to Xiao Fei between his brows. It was precisely Xiao Fei's older brother, Xiaoying. Chapter 290, Battling Xiaoying. Brother, that Duan Ling Tian isn't at the 4th level of the Origin Core stage like the rumors says. I can confirm that he was at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage 2 months ago. Moreover, he has a grade 7 spirit sword in his possession. Xiao Fei's heart couldn't help but tremble when he recalled the scene of Duan Ling Tian killing the savage leopard. The savage leopard was killed by him with a single sword strike. Now, he dares invite brother to battle on the life and death arena. Could he have broken through? As he finished speaking, Xiao Fei was slightly afraid. Broken through? Xiaoying didn't take it seriously. I only lack the last step to break through to the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Within the Fecta Peak, no 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple didn't dare say they could firmly defeat me. Not to mention an outer court disciple that had only just broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Even if he's broken through, I'm still not afraid. The corners of Xiaoying's mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes had piercingly cold lights within. Today, I will wrench his head off in the life and death arena, and give it to you to kick like a ball. Thank you, brother. Xiao Fei's eyes lit up abruptly, as Xiaoying's confidence allowed him to be at ease. Little Fei, it's difficult for you to move around, so don't go. Wait for brother to bring home Duan Ling Tian's head for you. Xiaoying stood up and spoke to Xiao Fei. His eyes revealed a trace of killing intent as he turned around and left the gorge. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei glanced at his severed leg, and his eyes flickered with traces of cold light. Duan Ling Tian, I'm crippled all because of you. Today, my brother will take revenge for me and kill you. Ha 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 ha. After he muttered, Xiao Fei burst out into wild and arrogant laughter, as if he'd already seen the scene of Xiao Fei bringing Duan Ling Tian's head back. The Fecta Peak's life and death arena was similar to the life and death arena on Megrez Peak, both situated halfway down the mountain. After Duan Ling Tian spread word of his challenge to Xiao Fei at the Fecta Peak's trade hall, he arrived here under the lead of the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples. Duan Ling Tian quietly stood there on the spacious life and death arena, his eyes calm and dim. Compared to the calmness on the surface, raging waves had arose within Duan Ling Tian's heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall Xi Lan's lovely voice and happy countenance in his mind. He could still remember that when he first met Xi Lan had made a move to help him kill a fierce beast. That warm girl caused Duan Ling Tian to have quite a good impression of her. Later on, as a woman, Xi Lan was willing to die in order to pave a path of survival for him, causing his heart to shake because of this. This was a heroine with exceptional ability. A heroine that caused Duan Ling Tian to admire her. But now, Xi Lan was dead. Xi Lan. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, and his eyes were slightly wet. Xi Lan was in her prime, and would have a great future. However, now, all of it was destroyed. Outside the life and death arena, a Fecta Peak disciple had sharp eyes and noticed the young man that walked over swiftly from afar, then exclaimed. Senior brother Xiaoying has arrived. Instantly, the Fecta Peak disciples that surrounded the life and death arena shot their gazes onto Xiaoying. Duan Ling Tian noticed the commotion, his gaze then descended onto the young man in the distance who had an appearance that was slightly similar to Xiao Fei. The age of this young man was older than Xiao Fei, around the age of 25. Xiaoying. Duan Ling Tian calmly gazed at Xiaoying ascending the life and death arena, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. You're Duan Ling Tian. Even though Xiaoying had heard of Duan Ling Tian before, but he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Duan Ling Tian today, as he never imagined Duan Ling Tian would be so young. Duan Ling Tian's eyes stared fixedly at Xiaoying, as if he was deeply afraid that Xiaoying would disappear from before his eyes. You ought to be a little over 20, right? I heard from my younger brother that you were a 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist 2 months ago. Now, since you have the courage to fight me, I presume you've already broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. Xiaoying looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly spoke. Needless to say, your natural talent shocked me. But, today, you're bound to die here, to die by my hands. I, Xiaoying, can be considered to have not lived my life in vain since I can kill a monstrous genius in the martial Tao like you in my lifetime. Even though Xiao Fei's voice wasn't loud, but practically all the Fecta Peak disciples present heard it clearly. Instantly, the surrounding of the life and death arena was in an uproar. Isn't Duan Lingtian a 4th level origin core stage martial artist? Why would senior brother Xiaoying say he's a 5th level origin core stage martial artist? Moreover, Duan Lingtian might have broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. How can this be possible? How old is this Duan Lingtian? A young man that looks to be a little over 20 at most, being able to cultivate to the 4th level of the origin core stage has already caused us to be shocked. If he's at the 5th level of the origin core stage, or even the 6th level of the origin core stage, how can we live on like this? Could senior brother Xiaoying be mistaken? No matter what, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples weren't willing to believe that Duan Lingtian was a 5th level origin core stage martial artist or a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. Behind the crowd, He Chun supported Hu Li as they gazed at Duan Lingtian, who was on the life and death arena from afar. Hu Li, is Duan Lingtian really a 6th level origin core stage martial artist? He Chun was shocked as well when he heard Xiaoying, and asked with slight disbelief. 2 months ago, the strength he exerted was at the 5th level of the origin core stage. As for the 6th level of the origin core stage, you saw earlier when we were still within the gorge, Duan Lingtian denied having broken through to the 6th level of the origin core stage. Hu Li shook his head, and his gaze that looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with worry. Now, if Duan Lingtian was killed by that Xiaoying, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself in his entire life. After all, if it wasn't for him telling Duan Lingtian of he and Shi Lan's experience, Duan Lingtian wouldn't go look for Xiaoying. Duan Lingtian paid no attention when faced with Xiaoying's continuous chatter, and his hand trembled. Then a grade 7 spirit sword appeared out of thin air. Now, he only had one thought in his heart: kill Xiaoying, and take revenge for Shi Lan and Hu Li. Looks like you're already impatient to court death. A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Xiaoying's mouth when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand, a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Instantly, origin energy jumped about and raged on the grade 7 spirit sword in Xiaoying's hands. Above him, 102 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, ready to dash out at any moment. 6th level origin core stage, grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Lingtian. There was still a smile on Xiaoying's face, as if everything before him was controlled within his hands. I've already promised my younger brother that after I kill you, I'll wrench off your head and give it to him as a ball to kick around. As he finished speaking, Xiaoying's tone had a dense killing intent mixed within. At almost the exact same time that Xiaoying spoke, origin energy jumped about on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Instantly, 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. He's really at the 5th level of the origin core stage. Unbelievable. A little over 20 and at the 5th level of the origin core stage. Such natural talent can probably be compared with the most outstanding in our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, the 5 great young masters. In the current younger generation, it wasn't easy for our 7-star sword sect to possess a figure whose natural talent can compare to the 5 great young masters. But unfortunately, he's going to lose his life here today. Even if a 5th level origin core stage martial artist utilizes a grade 7 spirit sword, the difference from Xiaoying was still another 12 ancient mammoths. The difference is too great. This battle is without suspense. Duan Lingtian will undoubtedly die. Many Fecta Peak disciples couldn't help but sigh. Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao caused them to be shocked. However, as far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian was bound to die in the life and death arena today. The coldness on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew colder when he heard Xiaoying, and spoke to Xiaoying for the first time. Kick is a ball. Are you sure that Cripple can still kick a ball? Cripple. Xiaoying's calm expression instantly went grim when Duan Lingtian finished speaking. Xiaoying's eyes transformed into a crimson-red color. Duan Lingtian, if it wasn't for you refusing to help, how could my young brother become crippled? Today, I'll let your life repay the loss of my younger brother's leg. Then it would depend if you have the capability or not. It just so happens that I want to take your and Xiao Fei's lives, to console Xi Lan's spirit in heaven. Duan Ling Tian's eyes went cold, and his flames of rage that were suppressed to the utmost limit completely exploded out. Xi Lan, you mean that little virgin? Ha ha, she was rather good looking. I originally wanted to give her some love, but who would have thought that she would actually be so unyielding, and would rather drop down a bottomless abyss than be willing to let me touch her. What a waste. Xiaoying suddenly laughed. He laughed arrogantly and wildly, without restraint. Meanwhile, the crowd of Fecta Peak disciples came to a sudden understanding. So it turned out that there was such a deep enmity between Duan Ling Tian and Xiaoying. Duan Ling Tian, Hu Li's expression stiffened, and stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian with a face full of worry. I originally thought you ought to have broken through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, but who would have known that you actually didn't break through? Truly boring. Since it's like this, then I'll send you off right now, and let you to gather together with that little virgin. Xiaoying looked at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke with a voice filled with disdain, and the origin energy on the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand increased explosively. Are you done? Duan Ling Tian looked at Xiaoying with a calm gaze and a carefree expression on his face, but the rage in his head was instead at the limit. Since you're so anxious to go to hell, then I'll send you off. Xiaoying sneered. His body flashed as if transforming into a gust of wind that flashed straight towards Duan Ling Tian, and in the blink of an eye he'd arrived nearby before Duan Ling Tian. The grade 7 spirit sword in Xiaoying's hand swiftly flashed out, as if transforming into a bolt of lightning that went straight for Duan Ling Tian's throat. Cutthroat sword. At the instant that Xiaoying attacked, someone exclaimed in surprise as the person had recognized the sword skill Xiaoying executed. So fast. Duan Ling Tian's eyes squinted, and the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand flashed out to intercept. The sword light that flashed before vanishing, causing one to barely be able to catch a glimpse of it. In terms of speed, it wasn't inferior to Xiaoying's cutthroat sword in the slightest. Xiaoying's sword was blocked by Duan Ling Tian's sword. Xiaoying never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would be able to block his sword strike, and shock appeared on his face. I never imagined that your sword skill was so formidable. Executed with a strength of a mere 90 ancient mammoths, but the speed of the sword is able to compare with my cutthroat sword that I executed with the strength of 102 ancient mammoths. Chapter 291. The Death of Xiaoying. The sword drawing arts stressed upon a single word, speed. Perhaps, the might of the sword drawing arts was inferior to most high-grade profound rank sword skills, but in terms of speed, high-grade profound rank sword skills could only fall far behind. Your sword skill is pretty good, but your strength is completely not on the same level as mine. Before formidable strength, you are unable to stop me. A wisp of disdain appeared on the corners of Xiaoying's mouth, and coldness leapt up within his eyes. The hand that held his grade 7 spirit sword trembled, and he was about to use his entire strength to directly knock away the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and penetrate Duan Ling Tian's throat. Is that so? Right at this instant, Duan Ling Tian moved. His other hand instantly flashed out, and he pointed out a finger that bore through clouds and gave birth to mist. The finishing touch of the dragon's finishing touch. His finger pointed out, and piercing whistling sounds deafened the ears, as it pointed out towards Xiaoying's eyes. The speed of this point wasn't much slower than the sword drawing arts. Do you think that only you know martial skills other than sword skills? Xiaoying sneered. His other hand moved as well, abruptly changing into a claw that tore through the sky and grabbed toward Duan Ling Tian's left hand that Duan Ling Tian used to point out a finger with. Although Xiaoying was slightly astonished when he saw the smile that suddenly appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face, but his claw strike still fiercely descended, grabbing out at Duan Ling Tian, wanting to hold onto Duan Ling Tian's left hand, then use the sword in his right hand to exert force and penetrate Duan Ling Tian's throat. He wasn't able to do two things at once after all. At the instant that a smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face, the finger that Duan Ling Tian pointed out instantly turned to intercept Xiaoying's claw strike. You're overestimating yourself. Xiaoying sneered when he saw this scene. As far as he was concerned, even if the claw he executed with a martial skill didn't utilize the strength of his spirit weapon, it was still powered by the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. Whereas the finger Duan Ling Tian pointed out didn't have a spirit weapon to rely on as well, and only had the strength of 70 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian could only be trampled on by him. Only when the finger Duan Ling Tian pointed out and his claw descended down to collide with each other, did Xiaoying's expression change. First it was astonishment, then it was disbelief. Subsequently, Xiaoying's shrill cry sounded out from deep within Xiaoying's throat, as if he'd suffered utmost pain. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian's finger penetrated into Xiaoying's palm, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Not to mention this, everyone quickly noticed that at the same time that Xiaoying's emitted shrill cries, his entire body vibrated, even the hand that held the sword was now powerless, and the grade 7 spirit sword slipped from his hand and dropped to the ground. All the Fecta Peak disciples had bewildered expressions as they looked at Xiaoying, who was emitting shrill cries as he danced on the life and death arena, and completely didn't know what had happened. Crackle crackle. Before long, a burst of clear sounds of bones fracturing sounded in their ears. The sound is coming from senior brother Xiaoying's body. Oh my god, what did Duan Ling Tian do to him? The expressions of all the Fecta Peak disciples went pale. And now, Duan Ling Tian, who was on the life and death arena, had a cold smile on the corners of his mouth. This Xiaoying really thought he was overestimating himself. Earlier, when his dragon finishing touch's finger pointed onto Xiaoying's palm, he's used the quake energy to directly penetrate Xiaoying's carpal bone. The terrifying quake energy used Xiaoying's carpal bone as the starting point to spread onto the bones in Xiaoying's entire body within a blink of an eye, instantly quaking Xiaoying's bones to the point they shattered. Xiaoying's body was penetrated by countless shattered bones, and after emitting shrill cried for some time, his voice stopped. When Xiaoying died, his eyes were wide like saucers, and even until death he didn't know what had happened. Perhaps, even till death he couldn't wrap his head around it. Even if not using a spirit weapon, why would Duan Ling Tian, whose strength was far inferior to him, be able to execute a martial skill and kill him with bare hands? Along with Duan Ling Tian withdrawing his attacks, Xiaoying's body was unable to hold on any longer, and crashed onto the floor, completely without any signs of life. The surrounding of the life and death arena was deathly silent. Xiaoying died just like that. Killed by Duan Ling Tian just like that. Too bizarre. I and Xiaoying both didn't use origin energy. The might of his claw strike was comparable to the strength of 80 ancient mammoths. Whereas the might of my finger strike was comparable to the strength of 71 ancient mammoths. It just happens to be within the scope of effect of the quake energy. Duan Ling Tian coldly swept Xiaoying's corpse with his gaze, and thought in his heart as he thought about the scene from before. If he and Xiaoying used grade 7 spirit swords, the difference in strength between the two of them was too huge, and had exceeded the scope of effect of the quake energy, and even as he utilized the quake energy, it wouldn't be able to have any effect. So, he could only choose to use his wits. Make Xiaoying give up the amplification of strength from the grade 7 spirit sword, and fight with him bare-handed. Of course, in the eyes of Xiaoying, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, he would similarly be able to easily trample on Duan Ling Tian, who didn't use a spirit weapon as well. Unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian instead had a monstrous thing like the quake energy to rely on. So long as the difference between the opponent's strength and Duan Ling Tian's strength was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths, he would be able to rely on the quake energy to overcome the strong with a weaker strength. Of course, there was a risk in Duan Ling Tian doing this. If Xiaoying chose to execute the cutthroat sword and swing his sword to block Duan Ling Tian's finger strike, then he would be unable to use the quake energy as well. Once it was at that time, he could only use an offense inscription if he wanted to kill Xiaoying. It could be said that Xiaoying's choice earlier caused him to be bound to die. Of course, even if Xiaoying chose differently, he was still bound to die, only in a different way. I still have to thank you for saving an offense inscription for me. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Xiaoying, and a wisp of a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. The dense killing intent that condensed deep within his gaze had dispersed slightly. Shi Lan, I've taken revenge for you. Duan Ling Tian secretly sighed, and silently said in his heart. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a wave of loud laughter broke the silence in the surrounding of the life and death arena. It was Hu Li who'd recovered from his shock, and laughed cheerfully, then said in a sonorous voice. Duan Ling Tian, thank you. If Shi Lan is aware in hell, she would be able to rest in peace. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then casually put away Xiaoying's grade 7 spirit sword and spatial ring, and then came to Hu Li's side before leaving the vast platform the life and death arena is located on with Hu Li and He Chun. The crowd of Fecta Peak disciples gazed from afar at Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 until they left, and only then did the crowd go into an uproar. Oh my god, this Duan Ling Tian actually killed Xiaoying. Xiaoying is a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, and is able to exert the strength of 102 ancient mammoths when relying on his grade 7 spirit sword. So what, even though Duan Ling Tian is only at the 5th level of the origin core stage, and is only able to exert the strength of 90 ancient mammoths when relying on his grade 7 spirit sword. But he still killed Xiao Ying. Truly beyond belief. How the heck did this Duan Ling Tian kill Xiao Ying? Too terrifying. Today, Fecta Peak was bound to not be at peace. Xiao Ying, the outstanding outer court disciple of Fecta Peak who had a cultivation at the 6th level of the origin core stage, a figure that was known even within the entire 7-star sword sect's outer court. However, he was killed just like that. Moreover, he was killed by a 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Duan Ling Tian, you're too strong. You pointed a finger and killed Xiao Ying. On the way back, the gloominess that had accumulated between Hu Li's brows for many days had completely dispersed, and he was extremely excited and cheerful. He Chun supported Hu Li, and a tremendous change had occurred in his gaze when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. He never imagined that Duan Ling Tian's strength was so terrifying. Duan Ling Tian being a 5th level origin core stage martial artist already caused him to feel incomparably shocked. When he saw Duan Ling Tian kill Xiao Ying, his heart shook, and even now it still hadn't completely calmed. Hu Li, do you know where that Xiao Fei's residence is? A trace of icy cold killing intent flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he slowly asked. In a spacious gorge, Xiao Fei's mood was elated as he whistled and lay on the grass, bathing in the sun to his heart's content. Suddenly, a burst of sounds fell into his ears, causing his gaze to suddenly shine. Brother, you've returned. Xiao Fei's hands propped onto the ground, and he said joyously as he sat up. But, when he saw the young man that appeared before him, his expression went completely pale. Duan Ling Tian, aren't you deciding life and death with my brother on the life and death arena? Why are you here? Why do you think I'm here? Duan Ling Tian gazed calmly at Xiao Fei as he spoke indifferently, with a tone that didn't contain any feelings. Moreover, the more he was like this, the more scary it was to Xiao Fei, and Xiao Fei's face was ghastly pale as he unceasingly swayed his head. No, impossible. It's impossible. How could you possibly defeat my brother? Impossible, impossible, impossible. A trace of ridicule appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. What's impossible about it? In the primeval forest 2 months ago, didn't you think it would be impossible for me to survive when you made me battle the elephant rhino? Xiao Fei's body trembled, although he still wasn't willing to believe all this was true, but he'd realized that milk was already spilt, and even if he wasn't willing, the facts were like this and he was unable to change it. Xiao Fei instantly fell to the ground and lay before Duan Ling Tian with a ghastly pale face. Duan Ling Tian, I'm already a cripple. Let me off. Let me off. I beg you, I beg you. How familiar was this scene before Duan Ling Tian to him? 2 months ago, Xiao Fei similarly lay before Xi Lan, and asked Xi Lan to plead for mercy on his behalf, and Xi Lan gave in because of this. But the result, Xi Lan, met with a tragic death. Hu Li, crippled. Xiao Fei's actions and voice when pleading for mercy causing the hatred concealed deep within Duan Ling Tian's heart to once again leap up. His eyes transformed into a crimson-red color as he stared at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei, do you remember what I told you 2 months ago? Xiao Fei's face was deathly pale when he heard this, and his body trembled. Duan Ling Tian started laughing when he saw Xiao Fei's reaction. He laughed extremely coldly. Looks like you still clearly remember. I told you that if you were to get any ideas, then I'll make you die a graveless death. Duan Ling Tian, spare me. I beg you, I beg you. Xiao Fei fiercely knocked his head onto the ground, knocking to the point his head was bruised and bled, as if wanting to arouse Duan Ling Tian's sympathy. Chapter 292, Breakthrough. But, would Duan Ling Tian have sympathy to Xiao Fei? Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he looked at Xiao Fei who kowtowed and pleaded for mercy before him, and his heart was cold as ice. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand. A sword strike flashed by, killing Xiao Fei. Hill flame lit up and burnt Xiao Fei's body into ash, dying a graveless death. Duan Ling Tian didn't feel happy in the slightest after kill Xiao Fei and his brother one after the other. His mood was incomparably heavy. He couldn't get rid of Xi Lan's figure in his mind. The girl who was full of yearning to the future, that girl that was filled with confidence, was gone just like that. In his eyes, even if Xiao Fei and his brother died 100 times, they wouldn't be able to atone for Xi Lan's life. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and eased up his mood, then left the gorge and Fecta Peak. On the way, he didn't encounter anyone. Practically all the Fecta Peak Outer Court disciples were gathered at the life and death arena halfway down the mountain. After leaving Fecta Peak, Duan Ling Tian stepped onto the chain bridge and once again arrived at the main peak, Dubi Peak, then directly headed to Alcade Peak. He traveled familiarly to the place of cultivation of the two little girls, but noticed that it was silent within the vast gorge, and the gorge was overgrown with weeds. The wooden house was tainted with a layer of dust. Obviously it had been a long time since someone stayed here. Looks like K'er and Li Fei ought to have moved out. Duan Ling Tian left the gorge and asked for the location of Elder Bai's residence from the Alcade Peak disciples, then went over. Duan Ling Tian met Elder Bai as he wished. Elder Bai shook her head and smiled when she saw Duan Ling Tian. If it wasn't for Li Fei telling me, I still wouldn't know that the Megrez Peak's little freak that gave rise to much discussion 2 months ago is actually you. Duan Ling Tian laughed embarrassedly, and as he thought about the reason he came to Alcade Peak, he hurriedly asked. Elder Bai, I went to the place little Fei and K'er cultivated before, but noticed they weren't there. Fei is here with me, but she's now in closed-door cultivation. As for that girl K'er, she's now in Alcade Hall on Dubi Peak. Elder Bai lightly smiled and said, Alcade Hall. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Alcade Hall is the place of cultivation for the Peak Master of Alcade Peak, and is situated on a spirit point on Dubi Peak. That place is the best place of cultivation of our 7-star sword sect. The cultivation location of the other Peak Masters are also there. Elder Bai slowly explained, just like your Megrez Peak's Peak Master, he also has a Megrez Hall there. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding and nodded. As for what best place of cultivation, Duan Ling Tian neither agreed nor disagreed. The cultivation environment of that so-called Spirit Point was impossible to compare to the stalactite cave he lived in now. Is K'er well? Duan Ling Tian looked at Elder Bai and asked concernedly. Don't worry, the Peak Master is extremely fond of this closed-door disciple. There's one thing that you were right on. 1 month ago, K'er broke through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. As Elder Bai spoke to this point, she glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Elder Bai, little Fei ought to have broken through as well, right? Yes. Elder Bai's face revealed a gratified smile. She was more and more satisfied toward her disciple. Fei went into closed-door cultivation this time precisely to prepare for charging towards the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. If there's no urgent matter. Even though Elder Bai didn't finish speaking, but Duan Ling Tian still understood what Elder Bai meant. Don't worry Elder Bai, I don't have any urgent matter. Since little Fei at the critical juncture for breaking through, I won't disturb her, and I'll come see her next time. Elder Bai nodded in satisfaction when she saw Duan Ling Tian be so sensible. Elder Bai. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something, and asked under Elder Bai's wondering gaze. Do you know of the matter of a female disciple of your Alcade Peak was forced by someone to fall down the cliff and die? Elder Bai nodded. Yes, Alcade Peak isn't taking any action towards this matter. Duan Ling Tian frowned. After that Xiao Ying forced Shi Lan to death, he seems to live unrestrainedly, and wasn't affected in the slightest. I'm furious on that matter as well. But, she jumped off the cliff herself, after all. Moreover, that Fecta Peak disciple didn't succeed. Coupled with the fact that Fecta Peak disciple is a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist, the Fecta Peak is extremely protective of him. Elder Bai sighed. In this world, strength represents the worth of one's life. If the female disciple that jumped off the cliff was a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist as well, then our Alcade Peak would surely follow up this matter until the end. Just because she was dispensable to Alcade Peak, so Alcade Peak gave up on her like this. Traces of coldness arose suddenly within Duan Ling Tian's heart. His heart was cold like ice. This is the general trend, although I personally pity her, but I have the heart but not the strength. What, you know her? As she finished speaking, Elder Bai asked. If she's a friend of yours, and you and K'er have that layer of relationship. If you ask K'er to ask the Peak Master to step forwards, then you can punish that Fecta Peak disciple. Elder Bai looked at Duan Ling Tian and slowly said. It isn't necessary anymore. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, as he knew that even if the Alcade Peak's Peak Master stepped forwards, they still might not sentence Xiao Ying to death, and at most would be sentence him to heavy punishment. Now, he's already killed Xiao Ying and took revenge for Shi Lan. It wasn't necessary to rely on anyone. It isn't necessary. Elder Bai didn't understand what Duan Ling Tian meant. You'll know very soon. Elder Bai, since little Fei is cultivating, then I'll leave first. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells, then turned and left, only leaving behind Elder Bai, who was a bewildered expression as she stood on the spot. This little fellow, what did he mean by what he said earlier? After an hour, a piece of news spread throughout Alcade Peak, causing Elder Bai to be dumbstruck. The Megrez Peak's outer court disciple, Duan Ling Tian, used a cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage to kill the Fecta Peak's 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, Xiaoying, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Now, Elder Bai finally understood why Duan Ling Tian would say it wasn't necessary anymore. He'd already taken revenge for that Alcade Peak female disciple by himself. She remembered that the Fecta Peak disciple that caused the death of the female disciple was precisely Xiaoying. Xiaoying was dead just like this. As expected of the Megrez Peak's little freak. A wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Elder Bai's mouth, then she shook her head and muttered. Fei, you've found an extraordinary man. Possessing a cultivation at the 5th level of the Origin Core stage at the mere age of 20. At the same time that the news of Duan Ling Tian killing Xiaoying spread to Alcade Peak, it also spread to Megrez Peak. Fuck. Duan Ling Tian killed the Fecta Peak's Xiaoying. It can't be. This is too exaggerated. No wonder he dared invite senior brother Tang Bai to battle on the life and death arena. I wonder if senior brother Tang Bai will still dare ascend to the life and death arena tomorrow. I think it's slightly dangerous. Senior brother Tang Bai's strength might not be stronger than that Xiaoying. We'll naturally know tomorrow whether senior brother Tang Bai dares to ascend the life and death arena or not. The entire Megrez Peak was in an uproar because of this piece of news. All the Megrez Peak disciples were brimming with energy. Duan Ling Tian's actions could be considered as bringing honor to Megrez Peak, and they as Megrez Peak disciples all felt honored. At least, when standing before Fecta Peak disciples in the future, the Fecta Peak disciples were bound to be once lower than them, once they mentioned this matter. Within the stalactite cave on the mountain peak of Megrez Peak, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the stone platform and calmed his heart to cultivate the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Techniques Worm Python form. The origin energy within Duan Ling Tian's body roiled, and ceaselessly charged at the 4th level Origin Core stage bottleneck, time after time, as if not knowing exhaustion. Finally, the roiling origin energy charged through the bottleneck, and completed a new transformation. Meanwhile at this time, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes as well. His eyes were dazzling like an array of stars, and he was entirely brimming with vigor and vitality. I've broken through. A joyful smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face, lightly clenching his hand into a fist. Above Duan Ling Tian, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and 81 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. Similar to before, after he broke through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, his strength was an entire 10 ancient mammoths more than ordinary 5th level Origin Core stage martial artists. My current strength is stronger even if compared with a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. I possesses an extra strength of 1 ancient mammoth more than a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Right, I've invited the Tang Bai to the life and death arena today. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian finally recalled his proper business and hurriedly left the stalactite cave, then jumped onto the mountain peak. He glanced at the sky and noticed that there was still a period of time before noon. Duan Ling Tian let out a breath of air. I can still make it. Duan Ling Tian left the peak of Megrez Peak, then flashed towards the life and death arena halfway down the mountain as if he'd transformed into a gust of wind. Now that I've broken through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage, the quake energy ought to have advanced, but I wonder how much stronger it's become. On the way, Duan Ling Tian's mood surged. Just nice, so long as that Tang Bai ascends the life and death arena, I'll only use the strength of an ordinary 5th level Origin Core stage martial artist, then use the quake energy to properly play with him. As he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Before long, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the vast platform that the life and death arena was situated on. Now, it was nearly noon. Duan Ling Tian noticed that incomparably vast streams of people flowed around the life and death arena, even to the extent there were many unfamiliar faces. There's so many people in Megrez Peak. Duan Ling Tian was startled when he saw so many people, as these people practically filled the entire platform, a dense dark mass of people. Why haven't Duan Ling Tian and senior brother Tang Bai come yet? Yeah, It's about to be noon, and they actually haven't come. He'd just come close to the crowd when Duan Ling Tian heard a burst of discussion. It's Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, someone noticed Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the packed crowd automatically opened up a path for Duan Ling Tian, a path that headed to the life and death arena. After Duan Ling Tian ascended to the life and death arena, he closed his eyes and started resting, silently waiting for the arrival of Tang Bai. Chapter 293, Zhao Lin's Greed. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, and noon came as scheduled. The vast platform that the life and death arena was located on was silent. Tang Bai still hasn't come. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes that were bright like an array of stars, and his gaze descended onto the area outside of the vast platform, but he didn't notice any traces of Tang Bai. It's already noon now, and Tang Bai still hasn't come. He probably doesn't dare come. I guessed it. Tang Bai is frightened as expected. Duan Ling Tian had only just killed the Fecta Peak's Xiaoying yesterday, and Xiaoying's strength wasn't inferior to Tang Bai. So it's normal for him to not dare to come. HMPH. Yesterday, he was still putting on airs before Duan Ling Tian, and said that at that time, he hoped Duan Ling Tian would dare to come. Now, he himself didn't dare come. It's virtually slapping his own face. What a shame. There's even female disciples. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flashed past the surroundings of the life and death arena, and only now did he notice that there were quite a few female outer court disciples within the crowd of spectators. They were all Alcade Peak disciples. Looks like disciples from the other peaks have come to Megrez Peak to join in the excitement as well. Duan Ling Tian's thought inwardly. But unfortunately, they were bound to be disappointed. After waiting for a while more, Tang Bai still didn't appear. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit and didn't wait any longer as he directly leapt off the life and death arena, then left. He wasn't surprised that Tang Bai didn't show up. After all, once one ascended the life and death arena, it would mean the battle wouldn't end until a party died. That Tang Bai didn't have any deep enmity with him. Tang Bai agreeing to ascend the life and death arena yesterday was because Tang Bai was confident of himself, and he felt he was able to seize the fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll cultivation method from Duan Ling Tian. Now that the news of him killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiaoying, had spread out, Tang Bai showing caution and not daring to show up was within Duan Ling Tian's expectations. Duan Ling Tian's mood didn't have any large fluctuations, as from the beginning, he didn't take Tang Bai to heart. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was clear that after today's matter, that Tang Bai was bound to be infamous, and be held in contempt by all 7-star sword sect disciples. A person that agreed to a life and death invitation but didn't dare show up was undoubtedly a coward, and on the martial Dao, it would be difficult for such a person to have any great accomplishments. When Duan Ling Tian left, he could hear the burst of discussions that sounded out from behind him. They were without a doubt condemning Tang Bai. In a spacious gorge, the burning sunlight scattered downwards, causing everything inside the gorge to seem as if being paved by a layer of gold. Elder Zhao Lin, you didn't tell me that he's even able to kill 6th level origin core stage martial artists. The young man around 25 years of age with handsome and refined features had an extremely unsightly expression, and his figure lightly trembled as he looked at the middle-aged man before him and asked in a low voice. He knew that after today, he would have no reputation to speak of in 7-star sword sect. He was bound to become the target of everyone's disdain. This caused him to feel resentment and feel aggrieved in his heart. And all this was because of the middle-aged man before him. If it wasn't for this middle-aged man, his current situation wouldn't be so embarrassing. Tang Bai, do you think that I, Zhao Lin, would intentionally cause harm to you? Zhao Lin's face sank, cold lights flickered in his eyes, and they were suffused with traces of killing intent. Even he didn't expect the incident from yesterday. That Duan Ling Tian actually was able to kill even a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Such strength caused one's heart to tremble. He suddenly realized that it wouldn't be so easy for him to obtain that miraculous cultivation technique in Duan Ling Tian's possession. I'm sorry, Elder Zhao Lin, I was too agitated earlier. Tang Bai took a deep breath when he saw Zhao Ling get enraged and even have killing intent to him, and he hurriedly changed his way of speaking. Only now did he realize that the person that stood before him was the Megrez Peak's outer court disciple, an existence at the void prying stage. Wanting to kill him was even easier than cutting grass. He didn't dare bear a grudge against Zhao Lin. So, he turned his bellyful of hate to somewhere else. Duan Ling Tian. After Tang Bai left, Zhao Lin's eyes flickered with an awe-inspiring luster, and his voice was low and suppressed. Duan Ling Tian, I really never imagined that a mere young man that's a little over 20 like you actually possesses such formidable strength. It looks like my guess is correct. The muscle meridian rebirth scroll that Duan Ling Tian cultivated had a worth not lower than 10,000-year stalactite milk. The desire in Zhao Lin's heart was even more difficult to suppress. As far as he was concerned, it was all because of the muscle meridian rebirth scroll that Duan Ling Tian possessed such a cultivation at such an age. Since all of the outer court disciples are helpless against you, then I can only personally make a move. I don't believe that I'll be unable to find an opportunity to kill you. So long as I burn the corpse to destroy the evidence, who would know that it was I who killed you? Zhao Lin muttered, and his eyes emitted utmost greed and dense killing intent. After Duan Ling Tian left the Megrez Peak's life and death arena, he didn't return to the stalactite cave, and instead once again went to Fekta Peak to look for Hu Li. Hu Li, what plans do you have for the future? Duan Ling Tian looked at Hu Li and asked in a low voice. Hu Li wasn't dejected like before now, and was brimming with vigor and vitality, not dejected in the slightest because one of his legs was crippled. I'm a cripple now, even if the 7-star sword sect would temporarily not expel me, but once I'm 30, I'm bound to be unable to become an inner court disciple, and will be expelled all the same. So, I've decided to return home. You'll return like this. Although he knew that Hu Li's choice was wise, but now when he looked at Hu Li's severed leg, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. He could imagine how Hu Li's family members would surely have been very happy when Hu Li became a 7-star sword sect disciple, and they thought that Hu Li would soar up into the sky. But now, Hu Li would return with a crippled body, and would surely have to endure extremely huge pressure. Don't worry, Hu Li smiled brightly when he perceived Duan Ling Tian's worries. Isn't it only a leg? Unless it's a martial artist with the same cultivation as me, or perhaps someone abnormal like you, otherwise, it isn't so easy to defeat me. Duan Ling Tian nodded, as he was at ease when he saw Hu Li being so optimistic. I'll send you home. Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment, then said, there's no need, I've already written a letter home a while back, and my family members ought to arrive in another few days. Duan Ling Tian, cultivate properly, as the 7-star sword sect outer court martial competition is in another 3 months. At that time, take the first place so I can boast at home. As Hu Li finished speaking, he laughed heartily, and wasn't like a person who'd lost a leg at all. Even though he knew that what Hu Li said was partially a joke, but Duan Ling Tian still had a serious expression as he nodded. Don't worry, I'll surely obtain first place in the outer court martial competition. No one can stop my footsteps. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's eyes flickered with a steadfast sheen. This was his promise to Hu Li. Why are you so serious for? Don't worry, so long as the 7-star sword sect doesn't change the rules of the outer court martial competition, the outer court disciples that participated in the outer court martial competition would at most be at the 6th level of the origin core stage. You're even able to kill Xiaoying. Could it be that you're still afraid of other 6th level origin core stage disciples? Hu Li was extremely confident of Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, the first place in the outer court martial competition is something you'll surely take. Duan Ling Tian nodded, then accompanied Hu Li for a while longer. Before he left, he withdrew a pill bottle and passed it to Hu Li. Hu Li, take this. What medicinal pill is this? Hu Li received the pill bottle with a curious expression. This isn't a medicinal pill but a drop of wine. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and slowly said, a drop of wine. Hu Li was first stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian, then laughed as he scolded. You're really stingy, how do I drink a drop of wine? Hu Li opened the pill bottle as he spoke. Along with the strong wine fragrance floating out, Hu Li's body trembled, and he didn't finish speaking when he looked at Duan Ling Tian with an astonished expression. Duan Ling Tian, what wine is this? Earlier, when he smelt the wine fragrance, Hu Li felt the origin energy within his body roil, and nearly allowed him to charge through the bottleneck of the 3rd level of the origin core stage to break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. Even though he didn't break through, but Hu Li had the feeling that if he consumed this drop of wine within the pill bottle, he would absolutely be able to break through instantly. Monkey King wine. Duan Ling Tian light smiled as he said, Monkey King wine. Hu Li was dazed. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that Hu Li hadn't heard of the Monkey King wine, and instantly explained. Then have you heard of monkey wine? Of course I have, that's a great thing. Could it be that the monkey wine and Monkey King wine are related? Hu Li's eyes shone as was slightly excited. The monkey. Wine was an existence of legend, and he'd only seen record of it in some ancient books. Didn't you say I'm stingy earlier? This jug of wine is for you to drink until you're satisfied. Duan Lingtian withdrew a jug of wine and passed it to Hu Li. This wine fragrance. Hu Li's gaze shone, although the wine fragrance from this jug of wine was far inferior to the Monkey King wine, but it was able to cause the origin energy within his body to be restless. This is monkey wine. Duan Lingtian smiled. Drink and try it. This is monkey wine. Hu Li's eyes sprang wide open, but he didn't directly drink the monkey wine, and instead looked at the pill bottle in his hand. Even though he'd never heard of Monkey King wine, but he was extremely sure that this drop of Monkey King wine was absolutely more precious than this jug of monkey wine. Duan Lingtian guessed his thoughts the moment he saw Hu Li's reaction, and lightly smiled. Hu Li, you can directly drink the monkey wine and cultivate, and if everything goes as planned, it ought to be able to help you break through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. As for the Monkey King wine, properly store it. Duan Lingtian, don't beat around the bush. What the heck is the use of this Monkey King wine? Hu Li rolled his eyes as Duan Lingtian and asked impatiently. The Monkey King wine has a similar medicinal effect as the Void Advancement Pill, but better than the Void Advancement Pill. The Monkey King wine doesn't have the side effect of the Void Advancement Pill. Duan Lingtian didn't waste time when he saw Hu Li becoming impatient, and directly spoke. Once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill, one would have no fate with the Void Initiation stage in this lifetime, and at most could cultivate to the 9th level of the Void Prying stage, whereas consuming the Monkey King wine wouldn't have this side effect. What? When he heard what Duan Lingtian said, Hu Li's pupils constricted as his figure trembled, and he had a face of inexplicable astonishment. Chapter 294, Advancement of Quake Energy. Although Hu Li hadn't seen a Void Advancement Pill before, but he'd heard of it. The Void Advancement Pill, a precious grade medicinal pill that's able to allow a half-step Void stage martial artist to directly step into the Void Prying stage. And possessed extraordinary value. Now, the drop of Monkey King wine in his hand actually had the medicinal effect of a Void Advancement Pill, and it's the effect of a Void Advancement Pill without side effects. Wouldn't that mean that this drop of Monkey King wine is even more valuable than a Void Advancement Pill? Hu Li's breathing became hurried, and in the end he gritted his teeth before passing the pill bottle that contained the drop of Monkey King wine back to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, this Monkey King wine is too valuable, I can't keep it. I'm perfectly satisfied and content that I'm being able to drink this monkey wine in this lifetime. As he finished speaking, Hu Li laughed slyly, and had a simple and honest expression as he looked at his other hand that held the jug of wine. You really don't want it? Duan Lingtian received the pill bottle, and a wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. No, Hu Li shook his head, and with a raise of his hand, he put the spout of the jug of wine against his mouth, then drank the monkey wine. Hu Li only drank a mouthful when his eyes couldn't help but spring open wide, then he put down the wine jug and closed his eyes. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that Hu Li was cultivating, and dissolving the medicinal strength of the monkey wine. When Hu Li opened his eyes once again, a strand of bright light flashed within. You broke through just like that. Duan Lingtian was stunned as he looked at Hu Li. As relying on his sharp spiritual force, he perceived that minute changes that had occurred on Hu Li's body. I was originally only one last step away from breaking through to the 4th level of the origin core stage. Now that I've drank the monkey wine, I directly broke through in one go. Hu Li laughed, and looked fixedly at the jug of monkey wine in his hand as if he'd obtained a treasure, as if deeply afraid the monkey wine would vanish from his hands. You really don't want this drop of Monkey King wine. With it, in relying on your natural talent, so long as you step into the half-step Void stage in the future, you'll be able to break through to the Void Prying stage in one go. Duan Lingtian shook the pill bottle in his hand that contained the Monkey King wine, and the smile on the corners of his mouth grew even wider. Hu Li glances at the pill bottle with reluctance when he heard Duan Lingtian, but in the end he shook his head. Keep it for yourself. I presume you don't have much of this Monkey King wine. In the future, you'll be able to use it eventually. Duan Lingtian never expected that when faced with such great temptation, Hu Li would actually think for his sake, and his heart was slightly warm. Hu Li was worthy of being taken as a life-and-death friend by him. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, keep it. Even though the Monkey King wine in my possession isn't many, but it's still enough. Duan Lingtian didn't care about Hu Li's refusal as he shoved the pill bottle in Hu Li's hand, then turned around and left in an unrestrained manner. I'm leaving, I have some things to do. I won't send you off when you're leaving. Right, tell He-chun your house address later, and ask him to tell it to me. I'll go see you when I'm free in the future. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian left, he raised his hand and waved it, bidding his farewell to Hu Li. Even though he had a slight sense of loss in his heart, but he understood that all good things in this world must come to an end. Duan Ling Tian, thank you. Hu Li took a deep breath as he gazed at Duan Ling Tian's restrained figure vanishing into the distance and was slightly excited. He glanced at the Monkey King wine and Monkey wine his hand, and his mood was slightly heavy. Duan Ling Tian's gift was too valuable. When he saw Duan Ling Tian's figure completely disappeared before him, Hu Li's eyes squinted and lit up with traces of bright light, then muttered. Duan Ling Tian, don't worry. Even if one of my legs is crippled, I won't die down just like this. I'll surely make you look at me in a different light the next time we meet. At this moment, Hu Li's will in the martial Tao was firm like a sharp sword, as if it could destroy everything. And it was precisely because of this determination that caused Duan Ling Tian to have a face full of shock and disbelief when he met Hu Li again many years from then. Duan Ling Tian let out a long breath of air after he left the gorge Hu Li was in. Even after experiencing 2 lifetimes, when faced with farewells, Duan Ling Tian's heart still had an inexplicable feeling of sadness. Time to once again go look for those 2 little fellows that make me worry. After Duan Ling Tian left Fekta Peak, he didn't return to Megrez Peak, and directly walked down Dubi Peak, then walked out of the sect to head towards the primeval forest that fierce beasts and demon beasts roamed unrestrainedly in. After Duan Ling Tian entered the primeval forest, he sped up. All the fierce beasts that he encountered on the way were practically killed with a single fist from him. Even to the extent he didn't use martial skills or quake energy. Finally, along with him continuously entering deeper into the primeval forest, the fierce beasts he encountered became stronger. And there were even many 6th level origin core stage fierce beasts. Practically all these fierce beasts had their throats slit with a single sword strike. With the strength that Duan Ling Tian controlled now, when he executed the sword drawing arts, the speed of his sword was something that even 6th level origin core stage fierce beasts wouldn't be able to react to. I should test some quake energy. Duan Ling Tian's gaze looked around, then his figure flashed out. Continue going deeper in. Roar. A loud roar that deafened the ears entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing Duan Ling Tian's eardrums to hurt, as if a thunderclap piercing his ears. An enormous fierce beast came over from afar, as if transforming into a gust of wind that descended before Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. When the fierce beast dashed, the ground shook as if the earth quaked and the hills swayed. In the air, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. 7-level origin core stage fierce beast. Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart, and he seriously sized up the fierce beast before him. This was an enormous tiger that was covered in jet black and shiny fur, and spots of sunlight passed through the shroud of the forest to descend onto its body, causing its fur to flicker with a dazzling sheen. Relying on the erudite memories of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian recognized this tiger-type fierce beast with a single glance. Black tiger. 7th level origin core stage fierce beast. This black tiger was most adept at speed and strength, and its defense was slightly weak. Of course, saying its defense was weak was only comparatively weaker to other 7th level origin core stage fierce beasts. Roar. The dark gray-colored eyes of the black tiger stared at Duan Ling Tian, and it opened its bloody mouth to emit a threatening low roar, as if warning Duan Ling Tian to leave its domain. Interesting. A smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth, and his eyes sized up the black tiger before him with interest. The black tiger saw Duan Ling Tian smiling and thought Duan Ling Tian was provoking it, then roared in rage before pouncing towards Duan Ling Tian. It opened its bloody mouth, and fiercely bit at him. The fangs of the black tiger flickered with a sharp and icy cold sheen. If Duan Ling Tian were to be bitten, it would be impossible for him to survive. So fast. The black tiger's speed relied on the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to power, and was far from something Duan Ling Tian's current speed could compare to. At the instant that the black tiger pounced over, Duan Ling Tian didn't dodge and instead leapt on the spot, perfectly dodging the black tiger's bloody mouth and those sharp fangs. The black tiger's pounce hid nothing, and a sense of rage arose within its dark gray eyes. Roar. The black tiger roared lowly, then it turned its head to once again bite at Duan Ling Tian. And just at this moment, Duan Ling Tian made his move. The strength of 81 ancient mammoths fully exploded out. Without holding back, Duan Ling Tian pointed out his finger with the profundity of a dragon's finishing touch, and brought about a burst of piercing sounds as it pointed onto the forehead of the black tiger. Instantly, the origin energy on the tip of Duan Ling Tian's finger violently jumped about, and the frequency grew higher and higher. Under the assistance of the quake energy, Duan Ling Tian's finger seemed to transform into a sharp sword that easily penetrated the black tiger between the brows, and fresh blood scattered into the air as his finger continued to point onto the black tiger's skull. Roar! The black tiger emitted a miserable low roar, then its enormous figure abruptly trembled, wanting to resist. But unfortunately, his resistance was too late. Along with Duan Ling Tian's finger descending down and pointing onto the black tiger's skull, the terrifying quake energy instantly shattered the black tiger's skull, and continued to spread onto the bones in the black tiger's entire body. Crackle crackle. Ear-piercing sounds of bones fracturing slowly suppressed the low roars of the black tiger that slowly became dispirited. It wasn't long before the enormous body of the black tiger crashed onto the ground, and was completely devoid of any signs of life. Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly shone as he looked at the black tiger's corpse that collapsed, and was slightly excited. I never imagined that the quake energy advanced so much. The finger strike Duan Ling Tian pointed out earlier relied upon all the strength in him, the strength of 81 ancient mammoths. Whereas the black tiger instead possessed a strength of 100 ancient mammoths. Compared to it, Duan Ling Tian's strength was an entire 19 ancient mammoths lesser. If it was the quake energy from before, it would be impossible to affect the black tiger. Now, it instead killed the black tiger like cutting through dry leaves. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy had increased significantly. In the past, the effect of the quake energy was only able to materialize on opponents who weren't more than 10 ancient mammoths stronger than Duan Ling Tian. In other words, the past quake energy's scope of effect was within the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. Now, based on the present circumstances, even if Duan Ling Tian and the black tiger had a difference of strength of 19 ancient mammoths between them, but the effects of the quake energy still manifested. In other words, the scope of effect of the quake energy had already extended to the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. Specific details would still require Duan Ling Tian to test it by himself. Duan Ling Tian put away the black tiger's beast core, then continued to head deeper into the primeval forest. Subsequently, he successively encountered 3 7th-level origin core stage fierce beasts, and completely tested and found out the scope of effect of the quake energy he now controlled. The scope of effect of the quake energy was within the strength of 20 ancient mammoths currently. In other words, when Duan Ling Tian killed the black tiger with quake energy before, it just happened to be within the limit of the scope of effect of the quake energy. With my current strength, and relying on quake energy, I'm practically invincible at the 7th level of the origin core stage and below. If a 7th level origin core stage martial artist didn't use a spirit weapon, or perhaps their spirit weapon is inferior to mine, then they're all not a match for me. Duan Ling Tian slightly pondered and speculated in his heart. Of course, he knew that the latter circumstances might be possible in any other place, but if within the 7-star sword sect, it was practically impossible. Practically all 7-star sword sect disciples at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above possessed a grade 7 spirit sword. In terms of spirit weapons, he didn't have any advantages. Now, when he faced 7th level origin core stage disciples of the 7-star sword sect, it was similar to when he faced the Fecta Peaks Xiaoying when his cultivation was at the 4th level of the origin core stage. Unless he can make his opponent abandon the sword. Otherwise, if he didn't use an inscription, it would be extremely difficult to defeat his opponent. Chapter 295, The Great Treasure in the Foreign Lands. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian was extremely satisfied towards his current strength. Even in the foreign lands, having such accomplishments at his age could be considered to be not bad. Of course, it could only be considered to be not bad. According to the Memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, the number of experts in the foreign lands were like the clouds in the sky, and some powers had even been around for 10,000 years. The future generations that those powers had fostered were all extremely formidable. Some geniuses amongst geniuses had even already broken through to the nascent soul stage at Duan Ling Tian's current age. Of course, the reason that these people's cultivations advanced so quickly was because they possessed the best cultivation resource. Even though they didn't have the assistance of the medicinal pills with over 90% purity that Duan Ling Tian refined, they instead had the various spirit fruits that the powers they belonged to had gathered. Those spirit fruits were all treasures of heaven and earth that could only be chanced upon by luck and not sought for, and were extremely difficult to come by. it could be said that the strength of those geniuses all relied on being piled up by treasures of heaven and earth that was difficult to imagine for ordinary people. Even in the entire cloud continent, my current natural talent can be considered top-notch. So long as my strength is sufficient in the future, and can leave the darkened dynasty to head to the foreign lands, then I can obtain the great treasures the rebirth martial emperor left behind for his third lifetime. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be slightly excited in his heart when he thought up to this point. The 3 lives rebirth technique that the rebirth martial emperor cultivated required experiencing 3 lifetimes in order to attain perfection. So, during the first lifetime of the rebirth martial emperor, he'd left behind numerous treasures for his second lifetime. And during his second lifetime, the rebirth martial emperor relied on the treasures he left behind in his first lifetime to once again cultivate to the peak of the martial emperor stage in the shortest amount of time. During his second lifetime, when the rebirth martial emperor planned to carry out the cultivation of the third lifetime for his 3 lives rebirth technique, he'd left behind a large amount of treasures. Those treasures encompassed a myriad of things. There were countless valuable materials and spirit fruit. He even left behind many royal-grade medicinal pills, royal-grade spirit weapons, and even formidable inscriptions that could be called heaven-defying, that ordinary people found difficult to imagine. Besides these, there were many other things. Countless things. These treasures were all kept within a royal-grade spirit weapon spatial ring by the rebirth martial emperor. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, the space within that spatial ring was even larger than the courtyard house he had in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city inner city. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian's breathing became hurried. Every time he went through this portion of the rebirth martial emperor's memories, he couldn't help but feel a burst of excitement, because these things would all be his in the future. Perhaps the rebirth martial emperor never imagined that all he prepared for his third lifetime would benefit me. Slowly, Duan Ling Tian suppressed the restless mood in his heart. To him, the things that the rebirth martial emperor left behind were truly too shocking. Those things were practically all top-notch things in the cloud continent. Royal-grade medicinal pills and royal-grade spirit weapons. These things were something that only the rebirth martial emperor could refine in the 2 lifetimes he experienced. Even now, there might not be a royal-grade alchemist and royal-grade weapons craftsman in cloud continent. Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly. During the 2 age that rebirth martial emperor experiences, not to mention a royal-grade alchemist and royal-grade weapons craftsman, there wasn't even a quasi-royal-grade alchemist or quasi-royal-grade weapons craftsman. Below the rebirth martial emperor, the strongest alchemist and weapons craftsman was only a grade 1 alchemist and grade 1 weapons craftsman. I, Duan Ling Tian, will surely once again stand at the rebirth martial emperor's peak all those years ago. No, I'll surpass the former rebirth martial emperor. Duan Ling Tian's gaze slowly became firm, and deep within his heart, he'd pledged a resolution that no one and nothing could sway. What am I thinking off to? Returning to his sense, Duan Ling Tian withdrew his thoughts that had drifted off. I wonder where those 2 little fellow are now. Even if I rely upon a grade 7 spirit sword and quake energy, I would at most be able to kill a 9th level origin core stage fierce beast. There'll surely be nascent soul stage fierce beasts if I go slightly deeper in. With my current strength, nascent soul stage fierce beasts are difficult to deal with. Duan Ling Tian had a plan in his heart. He would go only slightly deeper, then start to search in the surroundings to see if he can notice the tracks left behind by the 2 little pythons. As for deeper in the primeval forest, Duan Ling Tian abandoned any thoughts of going deeper for now. Although he could rely on the bone corrosion inscription to kill nascent soul stage fierce beasts, but 1 bone corrosion inscription cost a few million silver, thus he couldn't use the bone corrosion inscription to kill all the way in. Even though the wealth in his possession wasn't little, but it couldn't withstand such expenditures. Moreover, there was plenty of money in his spatial ring, but materials to inscribe the bone corrosion inscription weren't plenty. At most it would be enough to inscribe 50 or 60 bone corrosion inscriptions. 2 little fellows that make me worry. Once I find the 2 of you, I'll surely properly teach you 2 a lesson. With feelings of helplessness, Duan Ling Tian continued to go deeper into the primeval forest, then started to search around the primeval forest. On the way, he'd encountered many 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts. These 9th level origin core stage fierce beasts had strength equivalent to the strength of 120 ancient mammoths. However, Duan Ling Tian used his strength of 81 ancient mammoths and relied on the amplification of the grade 7 spirit sword to execute attacks which attained the strength of over 100 ancient mammoths. By relying on the quake energy, It was difficult for even a 9th-level origin core stage fierce beast to withstand a sword strike from him. Of course, once he encountered some 9th-level origin core stage fierce beasts that were adept in speed and concealment, Duan Ling Tian would be in an extremely sorry state. Needless to say, the primeval forest was extremely large. Duan Ling Tian took a circle around the outer area of the primeval forest, and spent 10 days and 10 nights. For 10 days and 10 nights, he slept in the open in the primeval forest. After 10 days, Duan Ling Tian practically turned the entire outer area of the primeval forest upside down, and in the end he still didn't notice even a shred of tracks that the 2 little pythons left behind. Forget it, I'll wait for those 2 little fellows to return by themselves. They ought to have entered the inner area of the primeval forest. Duan Ling Tian shook his head slightly helplessly, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the primeval forest, and intended to return to 7-Star Sword Sect. On the way to leaving the primeval forest, he occasionally saw some people hunting fierce beasts, and when he saw the attire of these people, they were all 7-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian returned to the 7-Star Sword Sect and arrived at the entrance to the mountain. After entering, Duan Ling Tian ascended Dubi Peak. A burst of piercing wind sounded out from ahead, causing Duan Ling Tian, who was walking on the mountain path, to frown, and at the moment he raised his head, he saw a figure that was swift like a bolt of lightning flashing down the mountain. Even though this person's speed was extremely swift, but Duan Ling Tian still saw his appearance. This was a young man, with slightly hideous and distorted features, and his pair of triangular eyes caused Duan Ling Tian to have a familiar feeling. Duan Ling Tian saw the symbol of the young man's attire. Similar to Duan Ling Tian, he was an outer court disciple as well. But, when this outer court disciple dashed out, 100 ancient mammoths condensed into form above him, 7th-level origin core stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian moved aside when he discerned that this outer court disciple seemed to be in a hurry. But even then, when the outer court disciple flashed past Duan Ling Tian, he brought about a strong wind that still caused Duan Ling Tian's outer court disciple's attire to flutter and whistle in the wind. Duan Ling Tian frowned and continued up the mountain, then passed through the chain bridge and returned to Megrez Peak. When Duan Ling Tian had just stepped onto the platform on Megrez Peak, he noticed a burning gaze descending onto him. Duan Ling Tian looked over and saw a Megrez Peak disciple with an ordinary expression, and when this Megrez Peak disciple saw Duan Ling Tian's gaze sweep over, he hurriedly lowered his head. Relying on his sharp spiritual force, and the experiences of Rebirth Martial Emperor, Duan Ling Tian was able to deduce that the cultivation of this Megrez Peak disciple was at most at the 3rd level of the origin core stage. When he intended to return to the peak of Megrez Peak, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Megrez Peak disciple actually quietly following him from behind. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian's sharp spiritual force noticed this Megrez Peak disciple following him at the first possible moment, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. So long as it wasn't an existence at the void-prying stage or above that was following him, he could rely on his sharp spiritual force and his counter-tracking methods to easily notice the Megrez Peak disciple. Duan Ling Tian intentionally walked into a remote path, then turned into the back of some bushes. As expected, that Megrez Peak disciple followed over. Where's he? Before long, the Megrez Peak disciple noticed that after his target turned here, his target actually vanished into thin air, and instantly, his face revealed a trace of confusion. Are you looking for me? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was concealed nearby, walked out from the bushes, and looked at the Megrez Peak disciple that had a panicked expression and said with a terrifyingly calm tone. No, I'm not. At the same time that this Megrez Peak disciple was panicked, he hurriedly denied it. Are you kidding? Even though the young man before him was younger than him, the young man's strength wasn't something he could compare to. Even an existence at the 6th level of the origin core stage was killed at the hands of this young man, not to mention him who was a mere 3rd level origin core stage. So, before this young man, he even didn't dare have the thought of fleeing, because he knew that even if he wanted to flee, he wouldn't be able to. No, Duan Ling Tian's face sank when he heard this Megrez Peak disciple, and a dense killing intent spread out from his body, as if transforming into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped the Megrez Peak disciple before him. Instantly, the face of the Megrez Peak disciple went ghastly pale, and he felt himself seeming to be in an Asura battlefield. The icy coldness that directly entered his heart caused his body to be unable to refrain from trembling, and he hurriedly circulated his origin energy to withstand it. Only then did he slightly ease up. Who asked you to follow me? Duan Ling Tian looked at the Megrez Peak disciple and asked once more, with a tone that was slightly cold. I didn't follow you. The Megrez Peak disciple gritted his teeth to forcefully endure the killing intent, and said with a trembling voice. Thick-headed. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went cold when he saw this Megrez Peak disciple didn't want to speak, and his leg flashed out like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a string of afterimages. His leg hit directly on the Megrez Peak disciple's chest, kicking him flying, then fiercely falling into the nearby bushes. Chapter 296. Shi Hao. After he kicked the Megrez Peak disciple flying, Duan Ling Tian's body flashed out to follow up. When this Megrez Peak disciple wanted to crawl up, Duan Ling Tian raised his leg then fiercely stomped upon his chest, stomping him back to the ground. The body of the Megrez Peak disciple collapsed on the ground once again, and was shocked by the force to the point his face went deathly pale, then looked at Duan Ling Tian with a pair of eyes that were filled with fear and dread. Who sent you? Duan Ling Tian's tone was still calm, but his gaze that became even icy colder, undoubtedly told this Megrez Peak disciple that he already didn't have too much patience left. There's really no one who sent me. Really? The Megrez Peak disciple's gaze focused and he hesitated for a moment before seeming to have some apprehensions as he said with a panicked expression. Very good. Duan Ling Tian's gaze went slightly cold when he saw the Megrez Peak disciple still being thick-headed even at such a time, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade that flickered with an icy cold light appeared out of thin air in his hand. No, don't. The Megrez Peak disciple's pupils constricted when he saw Duan Ling Tian withdraw a sword, and his face went deathly pale. I'll give you the time of 10 breaths to consider. After 10 breaths, if you don't speak, then I'll kill you. You ought to know that even though the 7-star sword sect prohibits fellow disciples from killing each other, but so long as no one sees me kill you, nothing will happen to me. Duan Ling Tian weighed the 3-foot-long blade in his hand, then lightly extended his hand to stroke the blade of the sword, as if he was gently caressing his lover. When Duan Ling Tian's words that didn't contain the slightest emotion entered into the ears of the Megrez Peak disciple, it caused his face to go even paler, and traces of fear was mixed within his eyes. He naturally knew what Duan Ling Tian said was true. If he really died here, with the remoteness of this place, even if someone found his corpse, it would probably a matter of another few days from now. At that time, even if the resources of the 7-star sword sect were any greater, and the strength of the 7-star sword sect high-ups any stronger, it would still be impossible to investigate who killed him. So, even if he really was killed by Duan Ling Tian here today, he would have died for nothing. You still have 5 breaths worth of time. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto the eyes of the Megrez Peak disciple that were struck with panic, and a bloodthirsty coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. The sword in his hand matched him to draw a pattern with his sword, a pattern that was dazzling and magnificent. 3 more breaths. After another time of 2 breaths, Duan Ling Tian's voice went slightly colder. The sword in his hand slightly rose up, as if he would attack at any moment. I'll speak. I'll speak. Finally, the Megrez Peak disciple was unable to endure the mental pressure imposed on him by Duan Ling Tian, and had a face full of terror as he said with an incomparably panicked tone, deeply afraid that Duan Ling Tian's sword would ruthlessly descend upon him if he was slow. Speak. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Megrez Peak disciple and said in a cold voice. If I notice you lying, then don't blame me for being merciless. I don't dare. I don't dare. I absolutely don't dare lie. The Megrez Peak disciple was shocked to the point he was slightly unable to speak properly, and after he caught his breath, he continued. It's Elder Zhao Lin who asked me to monitor your tracks, and so long as I saw you appear in Megrez Peak, I should report to him at the first possible moment. Besides that, he also said that if I'm able to find out about your place of cultivation, then he'll bestow an extra 10,000 gold to me. Zhao Lin. He never expected that it was Zhao Lin who was behind this again. That Zhao Lin had repeatedly sent people to deal with him for the sake of a fictitious cultivation method, but in the end went for wool but came home shorn. Now, Zhao Lin actually hadn't given up yet. Duan Ling Tian, I've spoken of everything you wanted to know, let me go. The Megrez Peak disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian's hesitant expression, and was slightly struck with panic, deeply afraid that Duan Ling Tian would go back on his word. Duan Ling Tian raised his leg and swept the Megrez Peak disciple with his cold and indifferent gaze. You better not tell that Zhao Lin of what happened today. Or else. I won't. I surely won't. The Megrez Peak disciple swore solemnly. Scram. Duan Ling Tian's tone was calm as he said cold and indifferently. Yes, yes, the Megrez Peak disciple hurriedly nodded, then crawled up before fleeing in a sorry state, and before long he disappeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. After seeing the Megrez Peak disciple leaving, Duan Ling Tian moved back and forth between the small mountain paths, then finally ascended the peak of the mountain before returning to the stalactite cave. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he sat cross-legged on the stone platform. That Zhao Lin actually still hasn't given up on the thoughts of seizing my cultivation method. Now that I've revealed a strength capable of annihilating a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, even 6th level origin core stage outer court disciples ought to not dare help him. Looks like he intends to investigate my tracks then make a move himself. Duan Ling Tian guessed Zhao Lin's intentions. At the same time he had a slight lingering fear in his heart. Luckily there was that Megrez Peak disciple today, otherwise, he wouldn't know that Zhao Lin was still targeting him. He could imagine how under the circumstances that he wasn't on guard in the slightest, if Zhao Lin secretly followed him, once he entered a place that was devoid of people, he would surely be unable to flee death. He was convinced that facing the temptation of the fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll, Zhao Lin would be ruthless towards him without a doubt. Unfortunately, Shang Quan isn't by my side. The strongest method in my possession, the Blaze inscription, is unable to deal with him. Duan Ling Tian's face slightly sank as he took a deep breath. Looks like I have to be extremely careful when I move about within the 7-star sword sect in the future. Otherwise, once I allow that Zhao Lin to find an opportunity, I would die without a doubt. Under his serious mood, Duan Ling Tian withdrew and consumed an origin strengthening pill, then closed his eyes to start cultivating. Duan Ling Tian knew very well that the true way of kings was to have his own strength being sufficiently strong. If he was a void-prying stage martial artist as well now, why would he have to be afraid of Zhao Lin? Cultivate, cultivate. The hot blood in Duan Ling Tian's body completely boiled, and the origin energy in his body violently roiled as well. His cultivation was advancing with an extremely swift pace. With this speed of cultivation, he was convinced that it wouldn't be long before he could smoothly break through to the 6th level of the origin core stage, Megrez Peak, in a gorge that was adequately brightened by ray of sunlight. What? He's appeared? Zhao Lin asked indifferently as he looked at the Megrez Peak disciple that entered with haste. Yes, Elder Zhao Lin, he returned from Dubi Peak. The Megrez Peak disciple hurriedly nodded. What? You didn't follow him? If you can investigate his place of cultivation, I will bestow 10,000 gold to you. Zhao Lin glanced deeply at the Megrez Peak disciple, seeming to be tempting him. The Megrez Peak disciple couldn't refrain from cursing in his heart when he heard Zhao Lin. Just for the sake of you 10,000 gold, I nearly lost my life. Luckily that Duan Ling Tian didn't take further action, otherwise, I would have been killed because of you. However, this Megrez Peak disciple was still calm on the surface, and laughed bitterly. Elder Zhao Lin, I want your 10,000 gold as well. But, I'm completely unable to follow him. Zhao Lin nodded and didn't think it to be strange. As far as he was concerned, even he was once thrown off while following Duan Ling Tian, let alone a 3rd level origin core stage outer court disciple. Are you sure he returned to Megrez Peak? Zhao Lin confirmed a step further. I'm sure. The Megrez Peak disciple hurriedly nodded, and said in affirmation, you continue helping me keep an eye out for him. Come report to me right away if he leaves Megrez Peak. This is what you deserve. Zhao Lin nodded, then raised his hand to pass 1,000 gold to the Megrez Peak disciple. Thank you Elder Zhao Lin. The Megrez Peak disciple hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and didn't mention a word of Duan Ling Tian catching him, because he knew that once he mentioned it, not only would he offend Duan Ling Tian, but he wouldn't even be able to obtain this 1,000 gold. Do things for me in the future and I won't treat you unfairly. Zhao Lin nodded, then waved his hand. Leave. Yes. The Megrez Peak disciple hurriedly left, and secretly wiped off some cold sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. There were 2 great clans within Black Bamboo City, and they balanced each other out to control 1/3 of all businesses within Black Bamboo City. As for the other 2/3 of businesses, they were instead controlled by the 7-star sword sect. The Shi clan was one of the 2 great clans of Black Bamboo City. Outside the Shi clan estate, a figure that was like wind flashed swiftly, desiring to enter the Shi clan gate. Who? The faces of the 2 guards at the Shi clan gate went grim, and hurriedly obstructed the figure. 2 loud sounds echoed out, and the 2 guards were kicked flying to knock on the gate. Right when they stood up in panic and intended to call for help, they inadvertently clearly saw the appearance of the young man with a frosty expression that stood at gate, and the panic and rage on their faces vanished, replacing it was respect. Eldest young master. The two guards bowed and addressed him respectfully. You two are really competent, even daring to obstruct this young master. The young man's features were distorted and hideous, and his triangular eyes revealed traces of a gloomy aura. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would surely recognize him with a glance. This young man was precisely the young man who dashed like the wind, and Duan Ling Tian encountered on the road to Dubi Peak after returning to the Seven-Star Sword sect from the primeval forest. Elder young master, spare us, we didn't know it was you. The two guards hurriedly kneeled on the floor and begged for mercy in panic. Their faces were filled with anxiety, as if this young man was a dreadful monster. Enough, I don't have the time to fuss about it with the two of you today. Let me ask you too, has the young miss returned? After I returned to the Seven-Star Sword sect, I didn't see her, and the gorge she usually lives in has been vacant for a long time. Even the azure stone tablet outside the gorge was shattered. As he finished speaking, the young man frowned, and was vaguely worried. Unexpectedly, the two guards had bitter smiled on their faces when they heard the young man. Has something happened to the young miss? Speak. The young man's face went grim, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Elder young master, young miss has. Her dantian was crippled by someone. One of the guards smiled bitterly as he spoke. What? The young man's body trembled and his triangular eyes emitted a gloomy cold light. Who did it? Who the heck was it? Actually daring to cripple my, Shihao's, sister. No matter who it is, I will make him die, I will make him die a graveless death. Chapter 297. Returning to Alcade Peak. Duan Ling Tian didn't know how long he'd cultivated, and only until the medicinal effect of the origin-strengthening pill was completely absorbed did he slowly open his eyes and wake up. Who? Duan Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of foul air, and glanced at the cold stalactite cave, then shook his head before walking out with large strides. I wonder how those two little fellows are now. Duan Ling Tian stood atop the tilted tree and enjoyed the baptism of morning dew, and his gaze passed through the mist and cloud in the sky to gaze at the direction of the primeval forest. His heart was always slightly not at ease due to the two little pythons. I'll go see little Fei and K'er. Little Fei ought to have broken through. After returning to his sense, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a smile, and after he used his sharp spiritual force to sense the mountain peak for a while, he leapt up, then walked down the Megrez peak. In next to no time, he once again arrived at the vast platform that the trade hall was located on. He'd only just arrived nearby the trade hall when he noticed a few gazes descending onto him, seeming to intentionally focus on him. HMPH. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. If he didn't guess wrongly, these people ought to be people that Outer Court Elder, Zhao Lin, ordered to monitor him. However, he didn't mind, as all these people posed no threat to him. Suddenly, seeming to have noticed something, Duan Ling Tian gaze descended into the distance. Now, a young man stood there, and was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. Lu Yu. Duan Ling Tian recognized this young man with a glance. It was precisely the outer court disciple that obstructed him nearby the trade hall and desired to help Zhao Lin forcefully seize that fictitious muscle meridian rebirth scroll in his possession. This Lu Yu was a 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple. He still remembered that at that time, he straightforwardly asked to battle Lu Yu on the life and death arena when he was faced with Lu Yu who obstructed his way, and in the end, Lu Yu chose to shrink back. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at Lu Yu, then turned around to walk towards the chain bridge and left with large strides. Since the beginning till the end, he didn't have the intention to pay any attention to Lu Yu. Lu Yu stood on the spot and gazed at Duan Ling Tian, who slowly went off into the distance. A bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth, and his legs were like they were filled with lead, unable to move for an extremely long time. Luckily I didn't agree to his life and death arena invitation that day. Otherwise, I would die for sure. In these few days, he'd dreamt back to that day many times, and in those dreams, Lu Yu would dream the scene of Duan Ling Tian inviting him to battle on the life and death arena. Every time, he would be scared awake. Then his body would be covered in cold sweat. When he recalled his choice that day, only now did he realize how wise his choice was. Duan Ling Tian was even able to kill a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, let alone he who is only a 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple. He could imagine how if he had ascended to the life and death arena with Duan Ling Tian that day, he would surely die without a doubt. Duan Ling Tian was too terrifying. The few Megrez Peak disciples that watched Duan Ling Tian leave gathered together. That Duan Ling Tian had gone on the chain bridge, who's going to follow him? One of the Megrez Peak disciples asked in a low voice. For a moment, besides one of them being able to maintain his composure, the other few Megrez Peak disciples all lowered their heads. Duan Ling Tian was an existence that was capable of killing a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. They didn't dare take the risk to follow him. I'll go. Before long, the Megrez Peak disciple with a composed expression spoke out to offer his service. Duan Ling Tian had only just passed the chain bridge when he noticed a tail behind him. It's him again. Duan Ling Tian's sharp spiritual force allowed him to notice this person at the first possible moment, and it was precisely that Megrez Peak disciple that followed him the last time and was uncovered by him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes became cold and fierce. This Megrez Peak disciple was actually still working for Zhao Lin. Moreover, he still dares follow me. Duan Ling Tian arrived at Dubi Peak in next to no time, and wound around Dubi Peak before quickly entering into a remote place. Right when Duan Ling Tian prepared to conceal himself nearby and intended to play the same trick again to draw the Megrez Peak disciple out. Duan Ling Tian, I know you noticed me. The Megrez Peak disciple walked forward a few steps, then said in a low voice. I don't have any other intentions for following you. I just want to warn you that Elder Zhao Lin has found another few people, and wants us to cooperate to track you. The other few people have gone to notify Elder Zhao Lin. Before long, Elder Zhao Lin will come to Dubi Peak, take care. Duan Ling Tian walked out slightly surprised, then looked at the Megrez Peak disciple. Why are you helping me? The Megrez Peak disciple was slightly embarrassed. You could have killed me yesterday, but you didn't. I owe you my life. Duan Ling Tian glanced deeply at the Megrez Peak disciple. What's your name? Huangji. The Megrez Peak disciple hurriedly replied. He didn't dare be slow. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and 10,000 gold appeared on his hand. Huangji, I presume you're helping Zhao Lin do things for the sake of money. Now, I'll give you 10,000 gold. In the future, if that Zhao Lin wants to follow me, then bring him to take a good circle around 7-star sword sect. Give him a line of hope, then make him come back empty-handed. As he spoke to this point, a trace of an evil smile appeared on the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Huangji happily received the 10,000 gold, and hurriedly agreed, since he'd gotten back his life from under the hands of Duan Ling Tian. Resentment towards Zhao Lin had arose in his heart. Now, he had an opportunity to make Zhao Lin suffer, and he even can obtain so much gold, so he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity. I hope you don't disappoint me. Or else. Now, Duan Ling Tian was akin to giving Huangji a piece of candy to eat, then giving Huangji a slap, and his tone was filled with a threatening intention. Don't worry, I'll surely do this thing well, and won't disappoint you. Huangji swore with all sincerity. Go. Duan Ling Tian waved his head, and he left after Huangji left. In next to no time, he'd arrived at the chain bridge that led to Alcade Peak, and then arrived at Alcade Peak. When Duan Ling Tian once again arrived at Elder Bai's residence, he saw a young woman with a delicate and pretty appearance. He'd met this young woman twice. The first time was before the outer court disciples test. He'd seen this woman following behind Elder Bai. The second time was at Alcade Peak. At that time, she was following behind Elder Bai as well, and seemed to be a disciple of Elder Bai's called Zuo Qing. She could be considered to be Li Fei's senior sister. Senior sister Zuo Qing. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted the woman. Since she was Little Fei's senior sister, then she was naturally his senior sister as well. Duan Ling Tian. A smile appeared on Zuo Qing's face when she saw Duan Ling Tian. You came to look for junior sister, right? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a light smile. I'll go get her. Zuo Qing turned around and left, and it wasn't long before she once again returned, this time with a young woman that had an extremely beautiful appearance that could be called peerless. The woman had a face like an angel, body like a demon, and caused anyone who glanced over to be unable to refrain from having their imaginations go wild, having a desire to push her down and ravage her. Scoundrel. The woman saw Duan Ling Tian, and her watery beautiful eyes lit up, then threw herself towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian only felt a fragrant wind assail his nostrils, and softness entered his embrace. He slightly smiled as he took the woman that threw herself at him into his arms. Little Fei, it has been nearly 3 months since we've seen each other. Li Fei lightly nodded, and buried her head in Duan Ling Tian's strong chest. unwilling to raise her head for a long time. Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hand to stroke Li Fei's smooth back, and traces of a warm smile appeared on his face. Zhuo Qing glanced at Li Fei with admiration when she saw this scene, then turned and left. She knew that this moment only belonged to this pair of little lovers. She felt happy for her junior sister, as if a woman was able to find a man like Duan Ling Tian in their lifetime, then they wouldn't have lived in vain. For a moment, only Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, who quietly embraced each other, remained within the entire vast gorge. Little Fei, Elder Bai isn't here, right? Duan Ling Tian's mouth nestled up to Li Fei's earlobe, and lightly blew upon them. Li Fei's delicate figure trembled, and seeming to have realized something, she lightly shook her head. Master had something to do and went out. Duan Ling Tian's lower regions went hot when he heard Li Fei, and he breathed heavily as he extended his hand to hold Li Fei up in his arms, then directly rushed into the wooden house that Li Fei stayed in. The young man and woman, who hadn't seen each other a long time, claimed each other to their heart's content. After the storm stopped, Duan Ling Tian embraced Li Fei, who had a satisfied expression, and lay on his shoulder. Little Fei, when I came the last time, Elder Bai said you were at the critical juncture of breaking through. You seem to have broken through. The angelic face of Li Fei, who had a face full of happiness, now went rosy, and she lightly nodded. Yes, I've broken through. Have you seen Kair lately? Duan Ling Tian thought of the delicate and touching woman that always stayed by his side, and his voice was gentle like water. Little sister Kair followed the Peak Master and went for a distant travel. She came to look for me, and we both went to Megrez Peak, but no Megrez Peak disciple knows where you live. So, she left with her disappointment. Li Fei extended her jade-like hand and placed her slender and smooth finger on Duan Ling Tian's chest, then lightly moved her finger around. Kair had the protection of the Alcade Peak's Peak Master by her side, so he wasn't worried of Kair's safety. Li Fei looked curiously at Duan Ling Tian. Scoundrel, where do you actually live? I and Kair asked tens of Megrez Peak disciples, but there actually isn't a single person who knows where you ordinarily stay. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Not to mention Megrez Peak disciples, even the Peak Master of Megrez Peak or the Sect Master of the Seven-Star Sword Sect, it would be impossible for them to know the place I'm staying at. Li Fei's beautiful face had a sense of curiosity when she heard Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't hide anything from Li Fei, and slowly spoke of the matter of discovering the stalactite cave that day. So it turns out that the 10,000-year stalactite milk you gave me and little sister Kair comes from there. Scoundrel, your luck is really too good, right? Even that sort of place could be found by you. If the Seven-Star Sword Sect higher-ups were to know of this matter, wouldn't they be angered to death by you? Li Fei couldn't refrain from sighing with emotion, and as she finished, her peerlessly beautiful face had a slight smile. Yeah, my luck isn't bad. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and when he spoke of the stalactite cave, he couldn't help but think of the two little pythons. He wondered where they were now, and what they were doing. Chapter 298, The Number 1 Disciple in the Outer Court. Scoundrel, what are you thinking of? So deeply absorbed in it? Li Fei noticed Duan Ling Tian's unnatural expression and asked with a wondering expression. Her tone seemed to have concern mixed within. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and didn't tell Li Fei about the disappearance of the two little pythons. He didn't want Li Fei to be worried like him. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei chatted, and unknowingly, they chatted about the outer court martial competition 3 months from now. Scoundrel, I heard the outer court martial competition's rules have been changed. Li Fei suddenly said to Duan Ling Tian. Rules have been changed? What rules have been changed? Duan Ling Tian was stupefied, and asked. I heard from Master that when all is said and done, the change of the rules this time is because of you. As she spoke up to hear, Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian, although she knew her man's ability was great, but when she heard her man was able to kill even a 6th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, she couldn't help but be shocked in her heart. If Duan Ling Tian used an offense inscription, she wouldn't feel it to be strange. But the problem was, Duan Ling Tian didn't use an offense inscription from the beginning until the end, and completely used his true strength to kill his opponent. Because of me, what Li Fei said caused Duan Ling Tian to be extremely puzzled. What has the 7-Star Sword Sect outer court martial competition changing rules have to do with him? Yes, Li Fei nodded, then looked at Duan Ling Tian with a wondering gaze, and didn't continue beating around the bush and directly said. I heard from Master that since The news of you killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiaoying, was spread out. Besides out Alcade Peaks and your Megrez Peaks Peak Masters, the Peak Masters of the other 4 Great Sword Peaks specially started a meeting of the 6 peaks last month. The content of the meeting was targeted towards the outer court martial competition 3 months from now. In the past outer court martial competitions, outer court disciples must have entered the 7-star sword sect for less than 3 years to participate. But this time, the Peak Masters of the 6 peaks instead decided to remove this limitation. This time, so long as one is an outer court disciple, anyone from the 6 peaks of the 7-star sword sect are able to participate in the outer court martial competition. Li Fei finished in a single breath. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit. He'd never imagined that killing Xiaoying would cause such a chain reaction. Is there any need to go to such lengths? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. He never imagined that he had such great face as to be able to make the Peak Masters of the 6 peaks of 7-star sword sect especially hold a meeting for him. Of course, Duan Ling Tian was able to guess the intentions of the Peak Masters of the 6 Great Sword Peaks in doing this. It was none other than thinking if they didn't change the rules, the outer court martial competition this time would be without suspense, as he, Duan Ling Tian, would surely become the first place in the outer court martial competition. They're precisely afraid of you obtaining the first place, so they intentionally tried to obstruct you. Li Fei grunted in a low voice, and had a displeased expression. All right. This is nothing to be unhappy about. They did this because they don't hope for the first place of the outer court martial competition to be known already before the martial competition has even begun. If it's really like this, then the confidence of the other outer court disciples would surely take a blow. Duan Ling Tian laughed. He was completely able to understand the intentions of the Peak Masters of the 6 Great Sword Peaks. Still laughing, if it's really like this, then at that time, there will surely be some 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that would be participating. During the outer court martial competition, you can't use any external sources of strength besides spirit weapons. In other words, your inscriptions can't be used. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian seeming to be slightly unhappy. In that way, you'll be unable to obtain first place. Li Fei was extremely unhappy in her heart towards the first place that originally ought to be Duan Ling Tian's being deprived from him like this. In her heart, the man of her, Li Fei, was always the most outstanding. Can't use inscriptions. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised, but with a quick thought, he came to an understanding. Inscriptions were after all not similar to spirit weapons, as to a certain extent, the existence of inscriptions did indeed affect the fairness of the outer court martial competition. What, little Fei? You're so not confident of your man. Duan Ling Tian's mischievously placed his hand on the little girl's delicate body that didn't have a bit of excess flesh, and felt her up. The little girl's delicate body trembled, and her cheeks blushed rosy. Duan Ling Tian's breathing became hurried when he saw this, and once again turned over on top of her, and galloped to his heart's content. Duan Ling Tian only left after being intimate with her for an entire day. A house of pleasures, a tomb of heroes. Our forefathers didn't lie. Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally in his heart when he left the Alcade Peak, as although he'd been intimate with Li Fei for the entire day, but as far as he was concerned, it only seemed like an instant. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and his mind cleared slightly, then he stepped onto the chain bridge to return to the main peak, Dubi Peak. The sun had already set in the west when Duan Ling Tian arrived at the stone platform which the chain bridge that led to Megrez Peak was located, and he noticed that many Megrez Peak disciples were stepping onto the chain bridge to head towards Megrez Peak. HMPH. A cold snort sounded out nearby. Duan Ling Tian turned over to gaze over, and only now did he notice the Megrez Peak outer court elder, Zhao Lin, on the stone platform, staring at him with a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian also noticed Huang Ji standing nearby, and was winking at him. Duan Ling Tian snickered in his heart. Looks like Huang Ji really did take Zhao Lin to go around the 7-star sword sect the entire day. Seeing Zhao Lin's exasperated appearance, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt that spending that 10,000 gold was worth it. Elder Zhao Lin, it's been a long time. Duan Ling Tian stood in the stream of people that flowed ceaselessly, and looked at Zhao Lin as he greeted him with a light smile, as if he was greeting an old friend. Zhao Lin paid no attention to Duan Ling Tian, and his expression was as unsightly could be. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, the only reason he came back empty-handed today was because of Duan Ling Tian being too cunning, causing him to have no tracks to find. He didn't suspect Huang Ji who led the way. Duan Ling Tian shrugged when he saw Zhao Lin having no intention of responding to him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a provoking smile as he deeply glanced at Zhao Lin before stepping onto the chain bridge and heading towards Megrez Peak. There were too many people here currently, so he wasn't worried that Zhao Lin would make a move against him. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed Zhao Lin following him from behind. He didn't pay any attention. Relying on his counter-tracking methods, it would be extremely easy if he wanted to escape Zhao Lin's pursuit. After Duan Ling Tian returned to Megrez Peak, he wound a few circles around the trade hall that streams of people surged through, and successfully threw off Zhao Lin, then swaggered off back to the peak of Megrez Peak and returned to the stalactite cave. Within the trade hall, after noticing Duan Ling Tian's tracks vanishing and searching for another half an hour without gain, Zhao Lin's face was incomparably gloomy. Duan Ling Tian, I'll find a chance sooner or later. You just wait. His wait was a wait of an entire 3 months. Alioth Peak. On the chain bridge, a young man with a gloomy expression walked swiftly into the Alioth Peak platform. This young man had an extremely special appearance, his features were distorted and hideous, and his pair of triangular eyes seemed to be always flickering with a gloomy sheen. He stood there and his entire person seemed like a venomous snake that was waiting for a chance to swallow one up. However, when the young man passed them, the groups of Alioth Peak disciples all respectfully greeted him. Senior Brother Shi Hao, Senior Brother Shi Hao. At the same time that these Alioth Peak disciples greeted him, expressions of respect and fear appeared on their faces. They were clear in their hearts that this young man with an appearance that was intolerable to the eye, was in existence with an extremely formidable strength. He was also a famous person of their Alioth Peak, and even was the disciple that was publicly acknowledged by most disciples as the #1 disciple in the outer court of the 7-star sword sect. Shi Hao. Senior Brother Shi Hao's expression seems to be slightly unsightly. Isn't his expression always like this? I don't see any difference. Take a careful look again. Also, looks at his eyes, don't they have rage mixed within? I wonder who offended him. It really is so. 2 Alioth Peak disciples stood at the side and looked at Shi Hao walk to Alioth Peak from afar as they whispered in discussion. Shi Hao. Outside the Alioth Peak trade hall, a figure walked like the wind, and arrived near the chain bridge in the blink of an eye to stand before Shi Hao. This was a robust middle-aged man with a thick build, and his eyes were radiating vigor. Elder Zhang Bing. Shi Hao lowered his arrogant head before this robust middle-aged man. Shi Hao, there's something I want to tell you. The outer court martial competition 3 months from now doesn't impose the restriction of only allowing outer court disciples who have entered the 7-star sword sect for less than 3 years to participate. So long as one is an outer court disciple, one can participate. You can also participate. Zhang Bing, the outer court elder of Alioth Peak, smiled as he said to Shi Hao. This time, my Alioth Peak will be relying on you. As far as he was concerned, with Shi Hao's strength, taking the first place in the outer court martial competition 3 months from now was something that was without any suspense if nothing unexpected happened. What's going on? Shi Hao was slightly absent-minded earlier, but now when he heard Zhang Bing, his spirit was roused. The rules of the outer court martial competition always had restrictions. Why were changes made suddenly this time? It was difficult for him to understand. This has to be told starting from an outer court disciple of Megrez Peak. When Zhang Bing spoke up to hear, a trace of envy flashed within his eyes. 3 months ago, a black horse appeared within the batch of new outer court disciples that our 7-star sword sect recruited. That's a young man around the age of 20, and he later went to Megrez Peak. He hadn't come to Megrez Peak for long when he killed 2 4th-level Origin Core stage outer court disciples in the Megrez Peak's life and death arena. The 2 outer court disciples were both Megrez Peak disciples. They both joined forces to deal with that young man, but the result was they were killed by the young man in a single move. The natural talent of this young man is simply shocking. The luck of the Megrez Peak is really good, actually able to obtain such a monstrous outer court disciple. Shi Hao, what's wrong? Why's your expression so unsightly? Zhang Bing talked for a long time, and in the end he noticed Shi Hao's face sank suddenly. Shi Hao's originally distorted and hideous features now seemed to have completely entangled together. It looked extremely terrifying. Elder Zhang Bing, you said that young man entered the 7-star sword sect 3 months ago. Finally, Shi Hao spoke with a voice that had a sense of coldness mixed within. Chapter 299, 3 months later. Yeah, what's wrong? Zhang Bing noticed that Shi Hao's expression was off, and asked slightly curiously. Around 20, and killed 2 4th-level origin core stage disciples. How's his cultivation? Shi Hao took a deep breath and asked. Seems to be at the 5th level of the origin core stage. Zhang Bing sighed. He didn't only kill 2 4th-level origin core stage outer court disciples. Even a 6th-level origin core stage disciple of the Fecta Peak was killed by him. What? Shi Hao pupils constricted and has an astonished expression. Elder Zhang Bing, didn't you say he's only at the 5th level of the origin core stage? He is at the 5th level of the origin core stage, but he did indeed kill a 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. You ought to have heard of that 6th-level origin core stage outer court disciple. It's the Fecta Peak's Xiaoying. Zhang Bing slowly said. Even now when he mentioned this matter, his heart couldn't help but surge. He even felt that he might be dreaming. Xiaoying. Shi Hao had naturally heard of Xiaoying, and knew that Xiaoying could be considered as outstanding amongst the Fecta Peak outer court disciples. Moreover, he was supposedly about to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage soon, and would become a 7-star sword sect inner court disciple sooner or later. Could it be that Xiaoying didn't use a spirit sword, whereas that 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple used a spirit sword? Shi Hao asked in a low voice. It was difficult for him to imagine that if it wasn't like this, how could a 5th level origin core stage martial artist be able to kill a 6th level origin core stage martial artist? No, Xiaoying used a grade 7 spirit sword, and fought with his full strength. As for that 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple, he used a grade 7 spirit sword as well. Allegedly, the disparity of strength between the two of them was extremely large during that battle, a difference of the strength of over 10 ancient mammoths. But at the critical juncture, that 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple instead shattered the bones of Xiaoying's entire body with a single finger strike. I wonder what martial skill he used. As he spoke up to hear, Zhang Bing, this existence at the void prying stage couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. As far as he was concerned, that 5th level origin core stage outer court disciple of Megrez Peak was too strange. Could he have used an offensive inscription to kill Xiaoying? Shi Hao frowned and was slightly not daring to believe it. A mere martial skill was so heaven-defying. Even if it was an earth-rank martial skill, it still might not be so heaven-defying, right? Moreover, unless it was a void-prying stage martial artist that had comprehended force, otherwise, it was utterly impossible to cultivate earth-rank martial skills. As for the heaven-rank martial skills of legend, the required conditions are even harsher. So, the martial skills that an origin core stage martial artist was able to cultivate was at most a profound rank martial skill. But would there be such a strange and terrifying martial skill amongst the high-grade profound rank martial skills? He was extremely doubtful in his heart. Absolutely not. Zhang Bing shook his head. After the incident, some Fecta Peak outer court elders had inspected Xiaoying's corpse, and confirmed that Xiaoying's injuries were absolutely not caused from offensive inscriptions. The bones of that Xiaoying's body were completely shattered by origin energy. It's difficult to imagine what martial skill that was. Around 20, even able to kill a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. Shi Hao took a deep breath, his triangular eyes flickered with an awe-inspiring cold light, and his heart trembled. It ought to be him. What? Shi Hao, you know him? Zhang Bing felt the killing intent emitted from Shi Hao's body, and had a bewildered expression. Elder Zhang Bing, besides him, among the outer court disciples that had just entered 7-star sword sect 3 months ago, are there any other existences that are around 20 and have stepped into the 4th level of the origin core stage or above? Shi Hao wanted to confirm a step further. I've never heard of it. Moreover, this is practically impossible. Our 7-star sword sect being able to recruit such a genius martial artist can already be considered as luck. A genius martial artist like this isn't like cabbage sold in markets. Zhang Bing shook his head, and he felt Shi Hao was thinking too wishfully. Elder Zhang Bing, what's the name of this Megrez Peak outer court disciple? Shi Hao looked at Zhang Bing and asked. Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Bing said, as he deeply remembered this name the first time he heard it, only because this was the name of a monstrous martial artist. Thank you, Elder Zhang Bing. Shi Hao nodded to Zhang Bing, then turned around and left, once again stepping onto the chain bridge, heading towards Dubi Peak. Why does Shi Hao feel slightly strange after returning from his trip to train and gain experience? Zhang Bing gazed at Shi Hao's figure that disappeared into the distance, and frowned. It's him, it's surely him. On the chain bridge, Shi Hao walked like the wind, and his triangular eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Duan Ling Tian, you actually dared cripple my sister's Dantian. I won't let you off. You will surely die. Under his extreme rage, Shi Hao's distorted and hideous face completely entangled together, causing some of the Aliath Peak disciples that passed by on the chain bridge to feel coldness arise from deep within their hearts from just a single glance at him, and they felt a chill run down their spines. Senior brother Shi Hao. When they greeted Shi Hao now, they were afraid to the point their voices trembled. Shi Hao didn't stop after he arrived at Dubi Peak, and stepped onto the chain bridge that headed to Megrez Peak. He wanted to go to Megrez Peak, to drag out the person that crippled his sister, Xian's, Dantian. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to take revenge for the sister he doted on the most. Duan Ling Tian didn't know that not long after he returned from Alcade Peak, the entire Megrez Peak was in an uproar. The Aliath Peak Outer Court disciple, Shi Hao, the #1 disciple in the 7-star Sword Sect's Outer Court, spread word of wanting to battle Duan Ling Tian in the life and death arena, until only one party remained. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know all this. But, on the Megrez Peak, after not seeing a trace of Duan Ling Tian for a long time, even more people thought Duan Ling Tian was afraid of Shi Hao and didn't dare reveal himself. Actually, it's normal that Duan Ling Tian is afraid, as senior brother Shi Hao is the #1 disciple in our 7-star Sword Sect's Outer Court, and there's practically no Outer Court disciples that are capable of rivaling him. You're right, if I'm Duan Ling Tian, I wouldn't reveal myself as well. Even though Duan Ling Tian was able to kill the 6th level Origin Core stage Xiao Ying, but senior brother Shi Hao is in existence at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. The 6th level of the Origin Core stage and the 7th level of the Origin Core stage is a divide, and there's a difference of an entire 20 ancient mammoths worth of strength amongst the two. Once it's amplified by a spirit sword, the difference is even larger. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian is able to hide forever, and not participate in the Outer Court Martial Competition 3 months from now? The prizes of the Outer Court Martial Competition are extremely generous. Allegedly this time there's even an extremely valuable spirit fruit as the reward for the first place in the Outer Court Martial Competition. I know a senior brother from the Inner Court. He had some relationship with an Inner Court elder, and it was he who told me. Along with the arrival of Shi Hao, and the upcoming Outer Court Martial Competition, the entire Megrez Peak was completely bustling. But, even though Shi Hao had waited in Megrez Peak for many days, but from beginning till the end, Duan Ling Tian didn't appear, and in the end he temporarily left. However, before he left, he put down some harsh words. Duan Ling Tian, I, Shi Hao, the brother of Shi Yan, swear to not stop until you die. Within the 7-star Sword Sect, if there's you then there's no me, and if there's me then there's no you. When Duan Ling Tian received these words, it was already 3 months later. At the peak of Megrez Peak, on the tilted tree that's concealed within the clouds and mist, a figure that was swift like the wind seemed to transform into an agile spirit serpent as it flashed out of the cave passage behind the tilted tree, and firmly stood on the tilted tree. The tilted tree didn't even sway a bit. It's been 3 months. Duan Ling Tian gazed past through the clouds and mist to gaze at the direction where the primeval forest was located. After a long time, he sighed. Those two little fellows actually still haven't returned. After returning from Alcade Peak the other time, Duan Ling Tian had been cultivating within the stalactite cave ever since, and time slipped by. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 months later. Duan Ling Tian's figure moved, using the tilted tree to leap up to the peak of Megrez Peak. That Outer Court Martial Competition ought to be starting soon, right? Duan Ling Tian came down from the peak, and quickly arrived at the vast platform that the trade hall was located on. As far as he was concerned, it would be easiest to obtain information of how the Outer Court Martial Competition's rules had changed in the trade hall that streams of people flowed through. But, he'd only arrived nearby the trade hall when he noticed odd gazes coming from the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples, all descending onto him in unison. Is there something on my face? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be dazed when he saw this scene. Right when his heart was filled with questions, a figure walked towards him from afar. Duan Ling Tian, He-chun. Duan Ling Tian recognized this Megrez Peak disciple. It was precisely Hu Li's friend, He-chun. Duan Ling Tian, you've finally appeared. I even thought that you'd hidden yourself and didn't intend to participate in the Outer Court Martial Competition this time. He-chun sized up Duan Ling Tian for a while, then shook his head and smiled. Hide. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled when he heard He-chun. What does He-chun mean by this? Hide from what? He Chun asked when he saw Duan Ling Tian's stunned expression. Could it be that it wasn't because of hiding from that Shi Hao that you didn't reveal yourself for 3 months? Shi Hao. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Who's that? I don't know him at all. He Chun was speechless. Are you sure you don't know him? It can't be. If you don't know him, then why did he spread word that he wanted to invite you to battle in the life and death arena? Invite me to battle in the life and death arena? Duan Ling Tian's frown grew deeper. His heart lightly sank. Could it be something that outer court elder, Zhao Lin, did? Exactly. He came 3 months ago, and even stayed on our Megrez Peak for some time. In the end he left after being unable to wait for your arrival. After that, he successively came another few more times, and still you didn't arrive. All of us thought that you didn't appear because you were hiding from him. He Chun nodded, then slowly said, wait, you said earlier that he came. He isn't from our Megrez Peak. Duan Ling Tian discerned some clues from He Chun's words. Could it be that he's an inner court disciple that Zhao Lin found? Duan Ling Tian, you've really never heard of him. He's Shi Hao. He Chun's gaze was slightly strange, and he felt that Duan Ling Tian had entered the 7-star sword sect for nearly half a year in any case, but actually hasn't even heard of the number 1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, Shi Hao. It was truly inconceivable. Chapter 300. Outer Court Martial Competition. Is he very famous? Duan Ling Tian noticed He Chun's surprised expression, and asked with a bewildered and dazed expression, Shi Hao? Not right. This name seemed like he'd heard it somewhere. But, for a moment he was unable to recall it. Of course he's famous. He Chun discerned that Duan Ling Tian really hadn't heard of Shi Hao before and couldn't help but explain. Shi Hao, it's the disciple that's publicly acknowledged by most disciples as the number 1 disciple in our 7-star sword sect's outer court. There's practically no one in the outer court disciples that is his match. Number 1 in the outer court. He'd finally recalled it. He remembered that Shi Yan had once bawled before him when he crippled her Dantian that day. She said something about having a brother who was the number 1 in the outer court. Moreover, her brother was in existence that was about to become an inner court disciple, a quasi-inner court disciple. Later on, Elder Bai had warned him that he should be careful of Shi Yan's brother Shi Hao. So it turned out to be that the person He Chun mentioned who wanted to ascend the life and death arena to battle him, was precisely that Shi Hao, Shi Yan's brother. He Chun thought Duan Ling Tian was afraid when he saw Duan Ling Tian's expression that was ceaselessly changed, and hurriedly warned. Duan Ling Tian, if you don't have any urgent matters, then continue hiding. It probably wouldn't be long before that Shi Hao will know of the news that you appeared here, and at that time he will surely come find you at the first possible moment. Then let him come. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and had an indifferent expression, then looked at He Chun and asked with a light smile. He Chun, Hu Li ought to have returned already, right? Huh. He Chun saw Duan Ling Tian's indifferent expression and laughed bitterly. His only thought was that Duan Ling Tian was like a newborn calf that didn't fear a tiger. He asked me to tell you that in the future, he will let you see a new him. Besides that, the Hu clan he's from is at Clarity City. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and remembered it in his heart. He was happy for Hu Li as Hu Li was able to be so optimistic. At least, Hu Li didn't sink into the shadows of the past. Duan Ling Tian, I think you should hide for a while. He Chun felt his scalp go slightly numb when he thought of Shi Hao. As far as he was concerned, the strength of Shi Hao was too formidable, and was far from something Duan Ling Tian could go against. You can hide at the beginning, but you can't hide forever. Some things have to be faced. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and shook his head as he smiled. He Chun went silent. Right, He Chun, when is the outer court martial competition starting? Besides that, what do I have to do if I want to participate? Since He Chun happened to be here, Duan Ling Tian took the opportunity to ask. He left the stalactite cave this time precisely for the sake of the outer court martial competition this time. Not only did he want to participate in the outer court martial competition, he wanted to obtain the first place. This was the promise he made to Hu Li. A man's promise. The first round of the outer court martial competition is 3 days from now. So long as you're a Megrez Peak disciples, you can participate in the first round of the outer court martial competition, and you don't have to do anything. At that time, people who want to participate can all gather at the Megrez platform to receive their number token, then undergo elimination battles to decide on the strongest 10. He Chun said to Duan Ling Tian. But, the outer court martial competition this time is different from the previous years, as if doesn't have restrictions like before. This time, many 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples will participate. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This was something he'd already heard from Li Fei earlier, and was mentally prepared. 7th level Origin Core stage. So what? Since he'd promised Hu Li that he would seize the first place in the outer court martial competition, then he would surely do it. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was incomparably firm. He Chun, then I'll be returning first. See you in 3 days. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewells to He Chun, then turned around and left, disappearing before the eyes of all the Megrez Peak disciples, coming and going without a trace, elusive. It wasn't long before a figure that dashed like the wind arrived at Megrez Peak, and under the guidance of some Megrez Peak disciples, he found He Chun. You know Duan Ling Tian? The young man with a distorted and hideous expression, sprung his triangular eyes wide open as he stared fixedly at He Chun. He Chun never imagined that Shi Hao would actually find his place of cultivation, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he nodded. Take me to him. Shi Hao's eyes flickered with a gloomy sheen, and his voice was cold as ice. I don't know where he cultivates. He Chun shook his head. Shi Hao's face sank, and his triangular eyes stared at He Chun, and in the end noticed that He Chun seemed to not be lying. What did he look for you for? It was only a chance meeting. He asked me some things about the outer court martial competition, then left. He Chun didn't conceal anything. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to conceal this, as all the Megrez Peak disciples would know 3 days from now. In other words, he will participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Shi Hao's triangular eyes shone, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile that had a trace of gloominess, as if Duan Ling Tian was already within his grasp. Yes, He Chun nodded. This time he could be sure. He was able to discern that Duan Ling Tian appeared nearby the trade hall today precisely to obtain information about the outer court martial competition. That's good. Shi Hao's triangular eyes flickered with a cold light. He raised his hand to directly hit He Chun flying, and he only coldly snorted and left after he saw He Chun crash onto the ground. Pooh! He Chun wan injured and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. This Shi Hao was as overbearing as the rumors said after all. 3 days later, the first round of the 7-star sword sects outer court martial competition started. The outer courts of the 6 great sword peaks would decide on the 10 strongest outer court disciples today, then they would participate in the second round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. The second round of the outer court martial competition was the true outer court martial competition. Disciples that are outstanding in the second round of the outer court martial competition will be able to obtain generous prizes that was bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. This was the reason that caused all the outer court disciples to flock towards the outer court martial competition. On the peak of Megrez Peak, a figure dashed like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, the figure flashed down to arrive nearby the trade hall. Where's the Megrez platform? The person that come down from the peak was precisely Duan Ling Tian. Follow them. Duan Ling Tian, who didn't know the location of the first round of the outer court martial competition, merged into the stream of people that were on the Megrez Peak mountain path. Instantly, some of the nearby Megrez Peak disciples recognized Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, you actually still dare to appear? Could it be that you aren't afraid of senior brother Shi Hao? Yeah, Duan Ling Tian, if senior brother Shi Hao knows that you've appeared, he would surely not let you off. A burst of similar words entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian only smiled indifferently towards this and paid no attention to it. His figure flashed, dashing like the wind as he flashed down the mountain while following along the stream of people. Before long, Duan Ling Tian passed the vast platform that the life and death arena was located on. Continue down. Finally, Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Megrez platform. Duan Ling Tian's gaze flickered as he looked at this Megrez platform that occupied an area far larger than the platform the life and death arena was on. This Megrez platform is rather huge. The Megrez platform was extremely large, and on it stood 10 spacious stone arenas. Any one of these stone arenas weren't inferior to the life and death arena. Based on Duan Ling Tian's guess, these stone arenas ought to be the combat rings that were used to carry out the elimination battles for the first round of the outer court martial competition. Before long, many outer court disciples had gathered on the Megrez platform. These outer court disciples were brimming with vigor, and rubbed their fists and palms together, wanting to become one of the 10 people that advance in the end, today. Only in this way would they have a chance to obtain the prizes bestowed by the 7-star sword sect. Duan Ling Tian stood there, and naturally attracted many gazes. In Megrez Peak, Duan Ling Tian was absolutely considered as a famous person currently, but amongst the people that looked at Duan Ling Tian, some of them had a trace of pleasure in Duan Ling Tian's misfortune mixed in their eyes. This Duan Ling Tian actually dares participate in the outer court martial competition. Even if he successfully advances, he would surely encounter senior brother Shi Hao in the end. Based on the hatred senior brother Shi Hao has towards him, even if he doesn't die, he will be crippled. If I was him, I'd surely not participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Yeah, what he should do now is hide and cultivate, and come out when his cultivation breaks through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. With his natural talent, it ought to not take him too long. At that time, senior brother Shi Hao might not be able to do anything to him. I really don't know what he is thinking. The crowd of Megrez Peak disciples whispered amongst themselves. Duan Ling Tian could vaguely hear some of it, but he didn't pay any attention. Hide. If he did that, then he wasn't Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Before long, Duan Ling Tian saw He Chun had arrived. But he noticed that there was an injury on the corner of He Chun's mouth, and he frowned. He Chun, who injured you? It was Shi Hao. It's not a big deal, it's only a flesh injury. He Chun shook his head and smiled, with an indifferent expression. Shi Hao. Duan Ling Tian frowned, and felt it to be slightly strange. Why did he injure you? Do you have a dispute with him? He Chun shook his head. No. 3 days ago, some people saw me talking to you nearby the trade hall, and they told Shi Hao. Shi Hao found my place of cultivation and asked me about you. I told him about you participating in the outer court martial competition. I'm sorry. As he finished speaking, He Chun had a face full of an apologetic expression. It's only a small matter. Even if you didn't say so, he would know today. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and didn't mind. How about it? Do you have any confidence in advancing today? Don't kid around. I never had the intention of participating when I came here today, and I only came to cheer you on. But wanting to advance with your strength is extremely easy. He Chun's words were filled with confidence to Duan Ling Tian. It's senior brother He Dong. Right at this moment, a surprised voice sounded out, causing many Megrez Peak disciples to turn and look. He saw a young man around the age of 25 walking over swiftly from a side of the mountain path. All the Megrez Peak disciples fervently greeted him everywhere he passed. Senior brother He Dong. Senior brother He Dong. After the young man walked into the Megrez platform, he stood at the side and closed his eyes to rest his mind, ignoring everything in his surroundings. Chapter 301, 7th Combat Ring. 7th Level Origin Core Stage. Duan Ling Tian thought inwardly and was slightly surprised. Relying on his formidable spiritual force and the experience of rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this He Dong was a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. The nearby He Chun noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze descending onto He Dong's figure, and hurriedly said, Duan Ling Tian, this is senior brother He Dong, he's one of the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples of our Megrez Peak. Our Megrez Peak had 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples, and his strength is the strongest. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit. He Dong's strength would surely be extraordinary as he was able to stand out from amongst 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples. He's inferior to Shi Hao? Duan Ling Tian asked. Since Shi Hao is the publicly acknowledged number 1 in the outer court, then he presumably would surpass this He Dong. Senior brother He Dong's strength is slightly inferior to Shi Hao, but he always never admitted Shi Hao as the number 1 in the outer court. Supposedly, he's participating in the outer court martial competition this time because he wants to defeat Shi Hao and seize the first place in the outer court martial competition. He Chun slowly said, defeat Shi Hao and seize the first place in the outer court martial competition. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a trace of a faintly discernible smile. Did this He Dong really think that amongst the 7-star sword sect's outer court disciples, he was the strongest besides Shi Hao? In next to no time, more and more Megrez Peak disciples gather on the Megrez platform. Meanwhile, 10 outer court elders had arrived. Amongst the 10 outer court elders, Duan Ling Tian only recognized 2. Lu Chu and Zhao Lin. Lu Chu and Zhao Lin walked over shoulder to shoulder, so there ought to be some relationship between the two of them. Duan Ling Tian. In next to no time, Lu Chu saw Duan Ling Tian from within the crowd and a wisp of a smile appeared on his face as he walked over in large strides. Elder Lu Chu. Duan Ling Tian saw Lu Chu being so enthusiastic and instantly lightly smiled as he greeted him in return. Duan Ling Tian, I really misjudged you. Lu Chu looked at Duan Ling Tian with an extremely complicated gaze. That time, it was he who received and led Duan Ling Tian to Megrez Peak. Although he felt at that time that this young man around the age of 20 was different to the other new disciples, but he never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would actually be so abnormal. Duan Ling Tian hadn't even arrived at Megrez Peak for a few days before he killed 2 4th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciples. 2 months later, he once again killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, spreading his name throughout the entire 7-star Sword Sect's Outer Court. Of course, even in the Inner Court, there were many people who knew that a monstrous disciple, Duan Ling Tian, had appeared in the Outer Court. Work hard, get a good placing in the Outer Court martial competition this time. Lu Chu lightly smiled to Duan Ling Tian before greeting the other Outer Court elders. If the rules of the Outer Court martial competition this time wasn't changed, he didn't doubt it in the slightest that Duan Ling Tian would be able to obtain the first place in the Outer Court martial competition. But this time, because Duan Ling Tian showed his ability, the peak masters of the 6 peaks of the Outer Court temporarily changed the rules of the Outer Court martial competition and didn't establish restrictions anymore. After changing the rules, the 7th-level Origin Core Stage disciples of the 6 Great Sword Peaks in the Outer Court were able to participate in the Outer Court martial competition this time. This also caused the competition to become even fiercer. Even though Duan Ling Tian had once killed a 6th-level Origin Core Stage disciple 3 months ago, but the 6th level of the Origin Core Stage and the 7th level of the Origin Core Stage was a divide, and he didn't think that Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat a 7th level Origin Core Stage martial artist. HMPH. Along with Lu Chu walking off, Zhao Lin followed and his icy cold gaze focused onto Duan Ling Tian, as if waiting to swallow Duan Ling Tian up. Duan Ling Tian wasn't afraid in the slightest as he crossed gazes with Zhao Lin, and the corners of his mouth curled into a light smile, causing Zhao Lin's expression to become even more unsightly. "You're Duan Ling Tian." Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ear, and he noticed that it was He Dong who'd originally closed his eyes to rest his mind in the distance, had actually come to his side unknowingly. Duan Ling Tian looked at He Dong and lightly nodded. "I heard that you killed the Fekta Peak's 6th-level Origin Core Stage Outer Court disciple, Xiao Ying, 3 months ago. Your natural talent isn't bad." He Dong nodded to Duan Ling Tian. His face was stiff and spoke in a reserved manner. "Your natural talent isn't bad either. It ought to be not long before you're able to break through to the 8th level of the Origin Core Stage, right?" Duan Ling Tian's gaze was incomparably profound, and it descended onto He Dong, as if able to see through everything. Relying on his sharp spiritual force, Duan Ling Tian could feel the slight changes on He Dong's body. Although He Dong's expression didn't change, but his pupils couldn't help constrict as he noticed that before this Outer Court disciple that was a little over 20, he seemed as if he was completely without any secrets. The gaze of this Outer Court disciple seemed able to see through everything. "Looks like I've still looked down on you." He Dong took a deep breath, and a wisp of a smile appeared on his stiff face, then he nodded to Duan Ling Tian. He Dong. He Dong was introducing himself. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian didn't have any bad impression towards He Dong, and now that He Dong was courteous, he naturally wouldn't be discourteous. "Your reputation is well deserved." He Dong smiled to Duan Ling Tian, and at the same time that he turned to leave, he added, "Feel free to ask if you need my help on the matter with Shi Hao." "Thank you." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. This He Dong was slightly interesting. The nearby He Chun was stunned. "Duan Ling Tian, senior brother He Dong actually took the initiative to greet you earlier. Moreover, he even had the intention of helping you." Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Even if He Dong was willing to help him, he still wouldn't ask for it. He would deal with his own things. Moreover, according to He Chun, He Dong's strength seems to be inferior to Shi Hao. If He Dong suffered any injuries because of him, then he would really owe him a huge favor. After Lu Chu and He Dong successively greeting Duan Ling Tian, for a time, Duan Ling Tian became the center of attention for the gazes of many. Along with the starting of the first round of the Outer Court martial competition, the gazes of these people left Duan Ling Tian. In the first round of the Outer Court martial competition, everyone would receive a number token, then take turns to battle. The number token Duan Ling Tian received was number 189. Belonging to the 7th combat ring, a ring master would be born from every combat ring, a ring master that would advance in the end, and obtain the qualification to participate in the second round of the Outer Court martial competition. It was unknown whether it was done intentionally by the group of Megre's peak outer court elders, but all the 5 7th level origin core stage disciples including Hidong were respectively divided to the 1st combat ring until the 5th combat ring. The outer court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all had faces full of bitter smiles. After the outer court martial competition began, the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples stood there atop the 1st to the 5th combat ring, like undefeatable war gods. The outer court disciples that were allocated to these 5 combat rings all directly admitted defeat, as no one had the courage to ascend to the combat ring, because they knew that even if they ascended to the combat ring, they would just be looking for a bashing. They could only wait for the ring master of the other 5 combat rings to be born, then carry out challenges. Once a challenge was successful, they would be able to replace the ring master and become the new ring master. They'd then obtain the qualification to participate in the 2nd round of the outer court martial competition tomorrow. So, they weren't discouraged. The 7th combat ring. The combat ring Duan Ling Tian belonged to. Number 181 and number 182 had ascended the combat ring and were carrying out an elimination battle. Both of them were 5th level origin core stage outer court disciples. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that practically all the outer court disciples on the 1st to 5th combat ring, the 6th combat ring, the 8th combat ring, the 9th combat ring, and the 10th combat ring were all 5th level origin core stage disciples or 6th level origin core stage disciples. He couldn't see a single outer court disciple that was below the 5th level of the origin core stage. With a quick thought, he came to an understanding. It was practically impossible for outer court disciples below the 5th level of the origin core stage to obtain the final 10 places. So, even though there were many outer court disciples on the Megre's platform, most came to watch the excitement. The outer court disciples that were truly participating in the 1st round of the outer court martial competition were only around 300 people. These 300 people were all outer court disciples at the 5th level of the origin core stage or above. Duan Ling Tian gaze returned to the 7th combat ring. Meanwhile, the results of the battle between the 2 5th level origin core stage outer court disciples had come out. One of them relied on a grade 7 spirit sword to firmly defeat the other outer court disciple that only possessed a grade 8 spirit sword. Such a pity. His strength wasn't inferior to his opponent, but he lost just because his spirit sword was inferior to his opponent. He Chun sighed, and felt slight pity for the outer court disciple that lost. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Spirit swords are a part of strength as well. In next to no time, a few elimination battles were carried out successively on the 7th combat ring. 10 combat rings, and there was a Megre's peak outer court elder standing beside every single one of them. The duty of these outer court elders was to prevent outer court disciples from being killed during these elimination battles. After all, swords and blades had no eyes. Number 189. The outer court elder that stood beside the 7th combat ring abruptly spoke. It's my turn. Duan Ling Tian's brows knit, and his figure moved to ascend the 7th combat arena. Duan Ling Tian. The gaze of the outer court elder suddenly lit up when he saw Duan Ling Tian. Presently, the outer court disciple that stood atop the 7th combat ring was a 6th level origin core stage martial artist, and when he saw Duan Ling Tian, his originally composed expression was instantly slightly flurried. Duan Ling Tian had once killed a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple 3 months ago. Duan Ling Tian attracted the gazes of many people as soon as he ascended the combat ring. The outer court disciples that were originally surrounding a side of the combat arena to watch on had now flowed over towards the 7th combat ring. It's Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian has entered the ring. 3 months ago, I didn't see with my own 2 eyes the scene of Duan Ling Tian killing the 6th level origin core stage disciples, Xiao Ying, on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Today, I can finally see his elegant demeanor. Allegedly, Duan Ling Tian relied on a cultivation at the 5th level of the origin core stage to kill Xiao Ying 3 months ago. I've always been extremely curious about how he did it. You don't have to be curious now, as you're about to be able to see it. Streams of people flowed around the 7th combat ring, and everyone's gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Elder, how about we temporarily stop the battle here? We want to see Duan Ling Tian battle as well. After the 2 outer court disciples on the 6th combat ring discussed amongst themselves, they said to the outer court elder that stood at the side of the ring. Okay, I just happen to want to see this Duan Ling Tian's skills. The outer court elder nodded, and didn't have any objections. The outer court disciples and the outer court elders that were responsible for presiding over the battles on the 8th combat ring, the 9th combat ring, and the 10th combat ring, all imitated the 6th combat ring. Chapter 302. Advance. The 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples that stood on the 1st to the 5th combat rings, including He Dong, shot their gazes towards Duan Ling Tian. They were extremely interested in Duan Ling Tian as well. A young man that's a little over 20 had killed a 6th level origin core stage disciple on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena 3 months ago. They'd heard of this. Supposedly, the young man didn't utilize an inscription that day, and completely relied on his own strength to kill his opponent. Simple, inconceivable. At least, they felt that at that age, it would be absolutely impossible for them to do this. Duan Ling Tian. Lu Chu stood at the side of the 3rd combat ring, and his gaze descended onto the 7th combat ring, focusing on that figure that remained rooted to the ground. He saw the hope of the Megrez peak on this young man, he saw the hope of the 7-star sword sect. At the side of the 4th combat ring, Zhao Lin's face sank as he snorted lowly, and his eyes emitted an awe-inspiring cold light. As far as he was concerned, the only reason Duan Ling Tian had such achievements at such an age was because Duan Ling Tian cultivated that miraculous cultivation method, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. If Duan Ling Tian didn't cultivate that cultivation method, he might not have such accomplishments, so he wanted to obtain that cultivation method no matter what. At any cost, using every means possible. In the 7th combat ring, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and a 3-foot-long blade appeared out of thin air. This was a grade 7 spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian's opponent, the 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, was a young man around the age of 26 or 27. He felt slightly nervous in his heart when faced against Duan Ling Tian, who had a carefree expression, and the hand which held his grade 7 spirit sword was slightly wet. That was cold sweat. Even though Duan Ling Tian was only a young man that was a little over 20, he brought an extremely huge pressure to him, to the point that he couldn't catch his breath. This was an existence that had once killed a 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple. Moreover, the strength of the 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple wasn't inferior to him. You won't kill me, right? Under the gazes of everyone present, the young man gulped down a mouthful of saliva, and asked slightly difficulty. Of course not. There's no ill feelings between the two of us, why would I kill you? Besides that, aren't there elders looking from the side? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and laughed bitterly, as he never imagined that he'd waited so long for his turn in the ring, but what he got were these words from his opponent. He was speechless in his heart. Do I look like that type of fierce person that kills people easily? Hee. The young man laughed embarrassedly, and under the shroud of the extremely impatient gazes from the surroundings, he finally moved. The young man's figure moved, his footsteps incomparably light, as he pulled out a string of afterimages, and flashed to Duan Ling Tian's location in an instant. Above him, 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A sword strike flashed out as if transforming into a bolt of thunder that appeared for a short instant, and it smashed down towards Duan Ling Tian with an imposing manner that can pierce through the sky. In the sky, another 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes. This sword strike contained the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot with a calm expression. When the young man arrived before, Duan Ling Tian's outer court disciple's attire was blown by the wind caused by his opponent's swiftly moving figure, causing it to flutter and whistle in the wind. Duan Ling Tian still isn't making a move. The spectating crowd wondered in their hearts when they saw the young man's sword transform into a bolt of thunder, smashing down towards Duan Ling Tian. Finally, Duan Ling Tian moved. Everyone only felt something flash before their eyes, when a sword light that was swift to the limit instantly moved to intercept the sword strike of the young man that had transformed into a bolt of thunder. Above Duan Ling Tian, only 90 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In other words, Duan Ling Tian was using the strength of a 5th level origin core stage martial artist, and relying on his grade 7 spirit sword to execute the sword skill. At this instant, all the surrounding spectators held their breaths. The strength of Duan Ling Tian's sword strike had a difference of strength of 11 ancient mammoths compared to his opponent. Could he win? If it was before, no one would think Duan Ling Tian was able to win. But 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had once used this strength to kill a 6th level origin core stage martial artist. The grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand knocked onto the young man's grade 7 spirit sword had transformed into a bolt of thunder. The two terrifying force knocked each other, causing the air to shake. The young man's sword descended, and he felt that Duan Ling Tian's strength seemed to be far weaker than his strength. and his face couldn't help but reveal an ecstatic expression. He was about to defeat Duan Lingtian. He was excited in his heart, but in next to no time, the smile on his face froze, because he noticed that a terrifying vibration energy suddenly surged out from Duan Lingtian's grade 7 spirit sword, and the frequency at which the energy vibrated became higher and higher. Let go! An explosive shout sounded in his ears, and the young man whose palm gripped his sword had split apart and was hesitating whether to let go of his sword or not, now didn't dare hesitate as he hurriedly let go. After Duan Lingtian warned the young man, the grade 7 spirit sword in his hand trembled and flicked away his opponent's grade 7 spirit sword to crash onto the ground with a clang. If Duan Lingtian's opponent didn't let go, then the bones in his entire body would have surely been shattered by the quake energy. The origin energy vibrating at a terrifying frequency on the grade 7 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was withdrawn stealthily by him, then the spirit sword transformed into a bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's throat. The match was decided. The young man stood on the spot, the palm that he held his sword with had split apart, and fresh blood dripped onto the ground, but he instead seemed to have no reaction whatsoever. Cold sweat was ceaselessly coming out from his forehead. Even though he lost, but he didn't feel a sense of loss in the slightest, and instead felt rejoiced that he didn't die. The outer court elder at the side of the 7th combat ring was the first to recover from his shock, and he restrained the shock on his face as he announced. Number 189, Duan Lingtian, is victorious. He becomes the ring master of the 7th combat ring. A stone causes 1,000 ripples. Simply too strange. Duan Lingtian used a sword strike he swung out with the strength of 90 ancient mammoths to actually suppress an attack executed with the strength of 101 ancient mammoths. Truly beyond belief. 3 months ago, Duan Lingtian used a weaker force to defeat a stronger enemy, and killed Xiaoying on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena. Now, he once again used a weaker force to defeat a stronger enemy, and defeated our Megrez Peak's 6th level origin core stage martial artist. Too terrifying. At Duan Lingtian's age, even the most outstanding 5 great young masters of our Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's young generation seems to have been far less heaven-defying. Of course, looks like our 7-star sword sect has really gotten a peerless monster this time. All the outer court disciples had shocked expressions. Their gazes were extremely complicated, but even more, it was gazes of joy. Duan Lingtian was an outer court disciple of their Megrez Peak. In the future, even if Duan Lingtian became an inner court disciple and headed to the main peak, Dubi Peak, he would still have come from their Megrez Peak, and would be the pride of their Megrez Peak. What a strange skill. He Dong stood on the 1st combat ring, and looked at Duan Lingtian, who had put away his sword and stood there in a proud and aloof manner, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. The other 4 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples now looked at each other as well. Did you all see any inklings from his sword strike? One of the 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples couldn't refrain from asking. Including He Dong, all the other 4 of them shook their heads. Actually, it wasn't just them, even the 10 outer court elders of Megrez Peak weren't able to see through what was special about Duan Lingtian's sword strike. What a terrifying skill. Zhao Lin's burning gaze seemed as if able to see through Duan Lingtian's body, and his mood surged, unable to calm down for a long time. Even I can't see through the skill this Duan Lingtian executed, but I can be sure that it ought to be a skill from within the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scrolls. The Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll, I must obtain it. At this moment, Zhao Lin seemed as if he'd become a devil. Duan Lingtian felt Zhao Lin's gaze, and his body slightly inclined, his eyes just happening to cross Zhao Lin's. He saw the madness and greed in Zhao Lin's eyes. This Zhao Lin, he really is going on and on. Duan Lingtian's face sank, as he naturally was able to guess Zhao Lin's thoughts. Zhao Lin probably had attributed all the miracles that happened on him towards that fictitious cultivation method that he made up, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. I wonder, what sort of expression Zhao Lin would have if he knew that there was no Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll in this world. Duan Lingtian thought inwardly, and cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. SSS's. Amongst the spectating outer court disciples, one of the outer court disciples was stunned for a very long time before unable to stop himself from letting out a breath of cold air in the end. He was precisely Tang Bai. He was the Tang Bai who was once entrusted by Zhao Lin to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, and he agreed to Duan Lingtian's invitation to a battle on the life and death arena, but didn't dare come on the day. That time, Tang Bai had heard of the news of Duan Ling Tian killing the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying, and it was because of this that he didn't dare come and carry out a battle on the life and death arena with Duan Ling Tian. Now when he thought back to it, Tang Bai suddenly felt that he was so wise. Even though during these past 3 months, he'd suffered much contempt and he was extremely aggrieved in his heart, but now, the grievances in his heart vanished. Compared to his life and possessions, everything else wasn't worthy of being mentioned. The first round of the outer court martial competition continued. For a time, the 7th combat ring which Duan Ling Tian was at, was similar to the 1st to the 5th combat rings, and had become a forbidden area that no one dared set foot in. There wasn't another outer court disciple that was allocated to the 7th combat ring that dared ascend to the 7th combat ring to battle Duan Ling Tian. They all admitted defeat, and waited for the ring masters of the remaining 4 combat rings to be born. At that time, so long as they had the strength, they would still be able to obtain the chance to advance. Duan Ling Tian stood in the 7th combat ring, and looked left and right in boredom, sometimes looking at the elimination battle of the 6th combat ring, sometimes looks at the 8th combat ring, the 9th combat ring, and the 10th combat ring. Time silently elapsed. In the time of nearly a morning, the 10 Megrez Peak disciples with the strongest strength and had obtained advancement had been born. Among the 10 Megrez Peak disciples, 5 were at the 7th level of the origin core stage, and 4 were at the 6th level of the origin core stage. The remaining 1 person was Duan Ling Tian, who was at the 5th level of the origin core stage. Chapter 303, Life and Death Competition. The 10 of you, head to Mizar Peak early tomorrow morning. The outer court martial competition this time will be held on the Mizar Peak's Mizar platform. When the time comes, it will be presided over personally by the Peak Master of Mizar Peak. After the first round of the outer court martial competition ended, the Megrez Peak outer court elder, Lu Chu, looked at Duan Ling Tian and the other 9 disciples, and spoke slowly. Duan Ling Tian and the others nodded to express their understanding. In next to no time, with Lu Chu in the lead, the 10 Megrez Peak outer court elders left successively. Congratulations senior brother He Dong. Subsequently, the crowd of outer court disciples started to congratulate the outer court disciples that had advanced. Especially the 5 7th level origin core stage outer court disciples with He Dong in the lead were even surrounded by the crowd of outer court disciples. All the outer court disciples were incomparably zealous, as they all wanted to build good relations with He Dong and the other 4. After all, these 5 people would surely become inner court disciples in the future. Duan Ling Tian, congratulations. He Chun had arrived beside Duan Ling Tian as well, and congratulated Duan Ling Tian. Although he'd already known since long ago that with Duan Ling Tian's strength, Duan Ling Tian would surely be able to pass the first round of the outer court martial competition, but when this moment really came, he was still happy for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile to He Chun. Then the 2 of them walked shoulder to shoulder as they followed the crowd of Megrez Peak disciples to leave the Megrez platform. Duan Ling Tian bid his farewell to He Chun then left. After leaving, Duan Ling Tian's brows knit, then merged into the flowing stream of people as he moved back and forth through the crowd, and only after half an hour did he conceal himself within a remote path within the mountain. Now, it's impossible to follow me no matter who it is. Duan Ling Tian's actions earlier weren't unnecessary, and he was precisely worried about being followed. Of course, it was mainly taking precautions against Zhao Lin. Today, Zhao Lin's behaviors caused Duan Ling Tian to feel pressure. He was convinced that so long as Zhao Lin didn't achieve his goal, then Zhao Lin would not let him off. So he had to take precautions. If he really allowed Zhao Lin to get even the slightest opportunity, then he would surely die, beyond redemption. Zhao Lin, coldness flashed within Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath, and only then was he able to ease up his rage and surging mood, then headed towards the peak of Megrez Peak, returning to the stalactite cave. And now, a figure flashed out on a mountain path on Megrez Peak. Zhao Lin's figure appeared. Zhao Ling's face was as unsightly could be. That Duan Ling Tian is actually able to throw me off. Looks like it wasn't a coincidence or luck that he was able to throw me off in the past. In other words, he can discover my presence. At this moment, besides coldness, there was traces of greed mixed within Zhao Lin's eyes. Truly shocking. Duan Ling Tian, I never expected that you still had such ability. Or perhaps, the reason you're able to discover my presence is because of that miraculous cultivation technique, the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. Now, Zhao Lin attributed all the things that were difficult to imagine or the miracles that happened around Duan Ling Tian to the muscle meridian rebirth scroll. His yearning in his heart towards the muscle meridian rebirth scroll became stronger and stronger as well. Duan Ling Tian, I'll surely obtain your muscle meridian rebirth scroll. Zhao Lin thought in his heart, then seeming to have thought of something, he left Megrez Peak. After stepping on the chain bridge and arriving at Dubi Peak, he continued to head towards the distance, and in the end arrived at Aliath Peak, within a spacious gorge in Aliath Peak. Elder Zhao Lin, the young man with triangular eyes and a distorted and hideous appearance, noticed the middle-aged man that walked in, then slightly frowned. He recognized the person. Before him, the Megrez Peak's outer court elder, Zhao Lin. Shi Hao. Zhao Lin saw Shi Hao and lightly nodded. Even though Shi Hao was the #1 disciple in the 7-star sword sect's outer court, but he was only a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist, and in the eyes of the 7-star sword sect elders, he was no different than an ant. Elder Zhao Lin, may I know why you've come look for me? Shi Hao went straight to the point and asked, as he didn't think that this Megrez Peak outer court disciple came just to visit him. Even though he and this Megrez Peak elder recognized each other, but they'd never spoke even a word to each other. Shi Hao, I won't beat around the bush. I came here to find you because of Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lin went straight to the point, and his eyes flickered with a dense fierce light. Huh, Shi Hao frowned. His originally distorted and hideous features now were entangled together, and his triangular eyes flickered with an icy cold sheen. He noticed the fierce light in Zhao Lin's eyes. He thought that the fierceness in Zhao Lin's eyes was aimed towards him, and his face instantly sank. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry, if it's about the matter with Duan Ling Tian, then there's nothing to discuss between the two of us. Zhao Lin was an outer court elder of Megrez Peak. Duan Ling Tian was a Megrez Peak disciple. As far as he was concerned, Zhao Lin surely came here to ask him to dispel any thoughts of dealing with Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lin's face sank when he heard Shi Hao, and his eyes revealed dense coldness. Zhao Lin raised his hand, his sleeve abruptly shot out to sweep towards Shi Hao. Instantly, hundreds of ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Zhao Lin. A loud sound echoed out. Shi Hao was swept flying by Zhao Lin, like an arrow that left the bowstring. Shi Hao crashed onto the floor in a sorry state, his mouth ceaselessly spitting blood out, but his triangular eyes stared fixedly at Zhao Lin, and within them was an awe-inspiring coldness mixed within. Zhao Lin, you dare lay a hand on me? Lay a hand on you? Zhao Lin sneered, his body flashed and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived before Shi Hao, then origin energy surged and condensed in his hand. Do you believe that if my hand descends, you'll surely die? He'd already held back when he swung out his sleeve earlier. If he were to attack at full force, then Shi Hao would have died earlier without a doubt. Even if he killed Shi Hao within this gorge, no one would know that it was he who did it, thus he completely didn't have to worry about the 7-star sword sect blaming him. Shi Hao's face sank, and the coldness in his triangular eyes grew colder. So what, I won't let that Duan Ling Tian off even if I die. He crippled my sister's Dantian, I must kill him. No one is able to stop me. Shi Hao's words caused Zhao Lin's face to freeze. You thought I want you to let Duan Ling Tian off. Could it be that you aren't? Shi Hao sneered, and his triangular eyes were icy cold as before. HMPH. Zhao Lin snorted coldly, then scolded. Idiot, I wish for nothing more than to kill that Duan Ling Tian. You actually thought I want to ask you to let him off. What a joke. The enraged expression on Shi Hao's face completely froze, then looked at Zhao Lin in doubt. Elder Zhao Lin, are you telling the truth? Do you think I have any need to deceive you? Zhao Lin raised his hand and a grade 7 gold injury pill flew out to descend onto Shi Hao's hand. Consume it. Shi Hao took a deep breath and consumed the medicinal pill, and he stood up after his injuries recovered, then had a slight apologetic expression. Elder Zhao Lin, I'm sorry, it's Shi Hao who misunderstood you. But, I wonder why Elder Zhao Lin came here today. I naturally came here to give you a chance to kill Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Lin's gaze went cold as he slowly said. Zhao Lin continued when he saw the bewildered expression on Shi Hao's face. Shi Hao, you wouldn't be thinking that if you're able to encounter Duan Ling Tian tomorrow, you'll be able to kill him, right? The outer court martial competition had always strictly prohibited killing between fellow disciples. If you really dare to directly kill Duan Ling Tian, the trouble you'll have to face probably wouldn't be little. HMPH. Shi Hao's face sank, and trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. So what, for the sake of my sister, Shi Yan, I will surely burn the bones and scatter the ashes of Duan Ling Tian, no matter the cost. The rules of the 7-star sword sect can't stop me. Then what if you're able to kill Duan Ling Tian and don't have to violate the rules of the 7-star sword sect? Zhao Lin said indifferently. Elder Zhao Lin, what do you mean by this? Shi Hao frowned, and had a puzzled expression. If I have a way to make the outer court martial competition tomorrow become a life and death competition. What do you think of it? Do you have the feeling of being a stranded fish put back into water? The corners of Zhao Lin's mouth secretly contained a plotting smile. For real, Shi Hao's eyes lit up. If this was really possible, then even if he killed Duan Ling Tian, it wouldn't violate the rules of the 7-star sword sect. After all, since it's understood to be a life and death competition since the beginning, then even if someone died, there would be no ground for blame. Is there any need for me to deceive you? Zhao Lin had a confident expression. Shi Hao took a deep breath, then looked at Zhao Lin with a burning gaze. Elder Zhao Lin, you specially came to look for me, and spoke to me of this. You ought to have not only come here to tell me of this good news, right? Zhao Lin nodded. Of course, my request is simple. After you kill that Duan Ling Tian, I want his spatial ring. Just this. Shi Hao was stunned. This request was simple indeed. Although he realized that there ought to be something Zhao Lin required within Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring, but he didn't care. He only wanted to take revenge for his sister. Just this. Zhao Lin nodded. How about it, Elder Zhao Lin? I agree. So long as you can make the outer court martial competition tomorrow become a life and death competition. Shi Hao agreed. As far as he was concerned, this matter was a great matter that delivered itself to him. Good. Zhao Lin started laughing, then left in satisfaction. As far as he was concerned, so long as he obtained Duan Ling Tian's spatial ring, he would surely be able to obtain the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll. From the accomplishments that Duan Ling Tian had obtained until now, he could perceive how the Muscle Meridian Rebirth Scroll was extraordinary, and he was practically sure that Duan Ling Tian would surely bring along such a cultivation method on his person. After all, the more profound a cultivation method was, the more complicated it was, and was difficult to memorize. This was why it would normally be carried on one's person. At the side of the cliff on the peak of Megrez Peak, Duan Ling Tian was lying on the tilted tree that was concealed within the clouds and mist, lying on the strong tree branch of the tilted tree. Two little fellows that make me worried. Duan Ling Tian drank monkey wine as he gazed at the direction of the primeval forest, and he thought of the two little pythons again. I wonder if Kair has returned. Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a smile when he thought of Kair. That delicate and touching young girl that he met on the street of Fresh Breeze City all those years ago had not only become able to act alone and take responsibility, and at the same time that he felt gratified, he also felt love. That was his woman. His first woman. Chapter 304. Winner in Life. Early in the morning the next day, Duan Ling Tian bathed in mountain dew before leaving the Megrez Peak's mountain peak. It was the first time Duan Ling Tian had gone to Mizar Peak, so he didn't know its location. However, after he'd arrived at the main peak, Dubi Peak, he could see the flowing stream of people moving towards a direction. He understood in his heart that these people were surely heading towards the Mizar Peak's platform. So he followed the stream of people and walked over. On the way, he could hear various discussions. I never expected that the outer court martial competition this time would actually have its rules changed, and stop the restriction that only outer court disciples who had entered the 7-star sword sect for less than 3 years are able to participate. Yeah, I originally thought that I'm at the 5th level of the origin core stage after all, and ought to be able to pass the first round of the outer court martial competition. But now that the rules have been changed, the disciples that advanced from the first round of the outer court martial competition are either at the 6th level of the origin core stage or the 7th level of the origin core stage. Now that the rules have changed, the first place of the outer court martial competition this time would surely be the Aliath Peak's senior brother Shi Hao without a doubt. That might not be the case. Don't you forget the Megrez Peak's senior brother Hidong, the Alcade Peak's senior sister Zuo Qing, and the Merrick Peak's senior brother Hu Shui Feng. Their strengths aren't inferior to senior brother Shi Hao. I heard that a while ago, the Merrick Peak's senior brother Hu Shui Feng had a grade 7 spirit sword that amplifies strength by 29% bestowed upon him by his master, the Peak Master of Merrick Peak. What? A grade 7 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 29%? Are you sure? Grade 7 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 29%. Duan Ling Tian walked on the chain bridge that lead to Mizar Peak, and was slightly moved when he heard the discussion of the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples that passed by. The higher the grade of a spirit weapon, the more difficult it was to refine. That time at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Swallow Mountain County's County City, he had a life wager by weapons refinement with the second elder of the Zhu clan. The Zhu clan's second elder being able to refine a grade 8 spirit weapon capable of providing an amplification of 19% was already extremely hard to come by. It could be considered as top quality amongst the grade 8 spirit weapons. Whereas a grade 7 spirit weapon being able to provide an amplification of 29% was even harder to come by than the former. Even if it's me, when my cultivation steps into the 7th level of the origin core stage and I become a grade 7 weapons craftsman. At most I would be able to refine a grade 7 spirit weapon with an amplification of 31%. And if I were to go all out, I could refine a grade 8 spirit weapon with an amplification of 22% now. So Duan Ling Tian deeply knew how hard it was to come by a grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29%. I never expected that there's a weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword which provides an amplification of 29% in this tiny Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be slightly surprised in his heart. In next to no time, the discussions of those people once again entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Allegedly, the Peak Master of Merrick Peak specially headed to Darkstone Empire and asked a great weapons craftsman there to refine it for senior brother Hu Shui Feng. Even if it's the Darkstone Empire, a great weapons craftsman capable of refining a grade 7 spirit sword that provides an amplification of 29% is surely not a nobody. I'd long since heard that the Peak Master of Merrick Peak was extremely fond of senior brother Hu Shui Feng, but I never imagined that he was fond of senior brother Hu Shui Feng to such an extent. With that grade 7 spirit sword to rely on, the strength of senior brother Hu Shui Feng has surely increased a lot. So it turned out that the grade 7 spirit sword that provided an amplification of 29% was refined by a weapons craftsman of the Darkstone Empire. Darkstone Empire. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom was the subordinate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, then the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom is the subordinate kingdom of the Darkstone Empire. This was something that Duan Ling Tian had knowledge of. But, even then, it still caused Duan Ling Tian to be surprised. According to the memories of Rebirth Martial Emperor, even in the foreign lands, weapons craftsmen capable of refining grade 7 spirit swords that provide an amplification of 29% were rarely seen. Duan Ling Tian could be sure that weapons craftsman surely had his own unique originality. Before long, Duan Ling Tian had followed the stream of people to arrive at Mizar Peak and arrived at his destination, the Mizar platform. In the end, the Mizar platform of Mizar Peak was similar to the Megrez Peak's Megrez platform, and was an extremely vast platform that had 10 spacious combat rings atop it. At the Megrez platform yesterday, there were only Megrez Peak disciples, thus although there were many people, it didn't seem crowded. But today, on this Mizar platform, streams of people surged, causing it to be difficult for one to move a single step. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a voice sounded into his ears, causing Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help from turning his head to look behind him. It was an extremely unfamiliar 7-star sword sect outer court disciple that had greeted him. You are? Duan Ling Tian didn't recognize this outer court disciple. Duan Ling Tian, I'm a disciple of Megrez Peak. On the Megrez platform yesterday, that sword strike of yours that was as if being assisted by the gods was too formidable. This Megrez Peak disciple had an excited expression when he saw Duan Ling Tian actually replying to him. Duan Ling Tian was stunned, then returned a smile. Duan Ling Tian, the Megrez Peak's little freak, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian noticed that along with the Megrez Peak disciples greeting him, for a moment, the surrounding crowd of 7-star sword sect outer court disciples kept a good distance from him as they surrounded him and sized him up. So young, he's at most a little over 20. It's he who killed the Fecta Peak's 6th level origin core stage outer court disciple, Xiao Ying. All the 7-star sword sect outer court disciples' words were filled with interest towards Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian frowned, as he didn't like this sort of feeling. Scoundrel. Suddenly, a voice that was moving like the voice of an oriole sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He'd only heard the voice, and not seen the owner, but Duan Ling Tian already knew who it was. Duan Ling Tian's slightly stiff face emitted a trace of a light smile as he walked out of the crowd in large strides. Perhaps it was because the surrounding people knew of Duan Ling Tian's identity and were afraid, so the crowd of people automatically opened up a path wherever Duan Ling Tian passed. Duan Ling Tian arrived outside the Mizar platform and looked at Li Fei, who stood there with a happy expression, and his eyes were filled with tender love. Little Fei, Duan Ling Tian, I thought junior sister was seeing things when she said she saw you earlier. A delicate and beautiful woman by Li Fei's side smiled mischievously. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Li Fei's face instantly blushed from embarrassment. Senior sister. Duan Ling Tian looked at the woman and lightly smiled as he greeted, and in his heart he was secretly shocked. Earlier, he only knew that Little Fei's senior sister was called Zuo Qing. But on the way here earlier, he instead heard many outer court disciples mentioning Zuo Qing, and their discussions places Zuo Qing at a position in the Seven-Star Sword Sect's outer court to be merely inferior to the number 1 disciple in the Seven-Star Sword Sect's outer court, Shi Hao. Placed side by side with the Megrez Peaks Hidong and the Merik Peaks He Shui Feng. Only at that time did he realize how extraordinary this senior sister Zuo Qing was. Zuo Qing looked at Duan Ling Tian and returned a smile. The young man before her was the man of her junior sister, and under the extension of her love for Li Fei, she didn't take Duan Ling Tian to be an outsider. It's senior sister Zuo Qing. Before long, many Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples on the Mizar platform recognized Zuo Qing and exclaimed out in surprise. The junior sister by senior sister Zuo Qing's side is so beautiful. Too beautiful, breathtakingly beautiful, 1 smile to overthrow a city, 2 to overthrow a kingdom, it's nothing more than that. The gazes of all the Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples descended onto Li Fei, who was beside Zuo Qing. To them, Li Fei was really too beautiful. Even though there were many female disciples within the Seven-Star Sword Sect, but there was practically no female disciples that had a peerless appearance like Li Fei. In terms of cultivation, females were born weaker than males, so outstanding female disciples in the martial Dao was extremely rare, and a female disciple that was outstanding in both the martial Dao and appearance was 1 in a million. Thus, when the crowd of Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples saw such a beauty in the Seven-Star Sword Sect, they slightly forgot themselves. Even though everyone loved beauty, but now that so many burning gazes descended onto Li Fei, it still caused Duan Ling Tian to be displeased. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand to grab onto Li Fei's jade-like hand domineeringly and pulled Li Fei to his side, as if he was announcing his ownership of Li Fei. Scoundrel! Li Fei's beautiful face blushed from being pulled over by Duan Ling Tian like this in public, and her pink cheeks seemed as if they would break with a flick of the finger, causing the crowd of Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples on the Mizar platform to be dumbstruck. But, the strand of indistinct happiness within Li Fei's watery beautiful eyes was extremely obvious. Instantly, the Seven-Star Sword Sect outer court disciples that recovered from their shock, shot killer gazes at Duan Ling Tian, wishing for nothing more than to kill Duan Ling Tian and take his place. A drop-dead gorgeous junior sister had finally appeared in our Seven-Star Sword Sect, but I never imagined that someone had already outstripped everyone else. This Duan Ling Tian is simple a winner in life. Not only is his natural talent in the martial Dao shocking, but he's actually able to obtain the favor of this junior sister. Anyway, I'm afraid only a man like Duan Ling Tian deserves this junior sister. The undisguised discussion of the Seven-Star Sword Sect male outer court disciples caused Li Fei's bright red blush to grow deeper. Little Fei, has K'er returned? Duan Ling Tian didn't pay attention to the jealous and envious gazes from the surroundings, and looked at Li Fei as he asked with slight anticipation. Li Fei shook her head. I asked Master yesterday. Master said the Peak Master and K'er haven't returned. Looks like little sister K'er won't be able to make it for the outer court martial competition this time. Before long, Duan Ling Tian, who only had Li Fei in his eyes, seemed to have noticed something, and his expression froze. Little Fei, you broke through. Li Fei's angelic face had a light smile. I broke through a few days ago. Duan Ling Tian, you have to work hard. Junior sister has caught up to you now. Zuo Qing looked at Duan Ling Tian at the right moment, and joked. A few days ago when she found out Li Fei had broken through, Zuo Qing was extremely shocked. After all, her junior sister had just broken through to the 4th level of the Origin Core stage 3 months ago. And it's only been 3 months, but her junior sister actually broke through again. Breaking through to the 5th level of the Origin Core stage. Chapter 305. Hu Shui Feng. Duan Ling Tian laughed when he heard Zuo Qing, seeming to not mind in the least that Li Fei's cultivation had caught up to him. Senior sister, even though I've broken through, but I still didn't have the ability to pass the first round of the outer court martial competition. Li Fei faintly sighed, seemed to feel a slight sense of loss and regret. Zuo Qing shook her head and smiled. Junior sister, the outer court martial competition this time is comparatively special. No one imagined that the peak masters of the 6 peaks would temporarily change the rules. If the rules weren't changed, you could have surely advanced with your current cultivation, and participated in the second round of the outer court martial competition. As she spoke up to hear, Zuo Qing deeply glanced at Duan Ling Tian, as if she was saying to him, "All this is your fault. If it wasn't for you, the outer court martial competition's rules wouldn't be changed temporarily." This was something that even he hadn't expected. "Scoundrel, you and senior sister have to give it your all, and it's best if you take the first place." Li Fei quickly recovered from her sense of loss, and cheered Duan Ling Tian and Zuo Qing on. Her beautiful red lips were slightly rosy, causing others to be unable to stop themselves from having the urge to give her some kisses. He'd come participate in the outer court martial competition this time precisely for the first place. "Junior sister." Zuo Qing shook her head and smiled. "It isn't so easy. All outer court disciples are able to participate in the outer court martial competition this time. Amongst them, I have no confidence whatsoever against the Alioth Peak's Shi Hao." Shi Hao. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. This name, why does it feel slightly familiar? Duan Ling Tian shrugged when he saw Zuo Qing looking over with a strange expression, and said to Li Fei, "This Shi Hao is the brother who's the #1 disciple in the outer court that Shi Yan spoke of." Shi Yan's brother. Li Fei's peerlessly beautiful face couldn't help but sink when she recalled Shi Yan. She didn't have a good impression in the slightest towards that woman who had distorted features and a distorted heart. "I heard Shi Hao went looking for you at Megrez Peak." Zuo Qing looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Senior sister, you're really well informed." Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised that Zuo Qing knew about this. After all, even he only found out about this a while ago. Moreover, besides the disciples of Megrez Peak, there didn't seem to be many people that knew of it. After all, he was a disciple of Megrez Peak at any rate. In the eyes of the Megrez Peak disciples, he was afraid of Shi Hao, so he didn't dare reveal himself. As the saying goes, the shame of the family should not be made public. On this matter, the Megrez Peak disciples had reached a tacit understanding and didn't recklessly publicize the matter. "Scoundrel, Shi Hao has come looking for you. Are you all right?" Li Fei had an anxious expression when she heard that Shi Hao had come look for Duan Ling Tian, and her beautiful eyes squinted as she sized up Duan Ling Tian, seemed to want to carefully inspect if Duan Ling Tian was injured. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile when faced with Li Fei getting anxious from concern. "Little Fei, you're still worried that I would suffer a loss in the hands of that Shi Hao." Li Fei recovered from her anxious feeling when faced with Duan Ling Tian's confidence. Only now did she recall that her man had many sources of reliance in his possession. Not to mention those 2 nascent soul stage little pythons, even the pile of inscription in the possession of her man was sufficient to allow him to be invincible when fighting Shi Hao. Li Fei nodded and smiled, the worry on her face had vanished. Zuo Qing noticed the changes in Li Fei's expression, and it caused her to be astonished. This junior sister of hers is actually so confident of her little lover. She wouldn't be thinking that her little lover is able to deal with Shi Hao, right? Even though Zuo Qing knew that Duan Ling Tian's strength was extraordinary, and had even killed a 6th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple on the Fecta Peak's life and death arena 3 months ago. But even then, it didn't mean that Duan Ling Tian was able to deal with a 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple. As a 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciple, Zuo Qing deeply knew that a 7th level Origin Core stage martial artist was something a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist was far from being able to compare to. There was a divide between the two, an immeasurably vast difference. "It's the Megrez Peak's senior brother Hidong." In next to no time, the gazes moved off from Duan Ling Tian's group of 3, and descended on the young man that was slowly walking down Mizar Peak. This young man was precisely Hidong. Hidong saw Duan Ling Tian and nodded with a smile to him. "Hidong is rather courteous to you." Zuo Qing was slightly surprised when she saw this, but with a quick thought, she quickly came to an understanding. Although Duan Ling Tian might be inferior to 7th level Origin Core stage outer court disciples like her and Hidong now, but how old were they, and how old was Duan Ling Tian? When they were at Duan Ling Tian's age, they seemed to have not even stepped into the 4th level of the Origin Core stage. She could imagine that with Duan Ling Tian's natural talent, when he was their age in the future, his strength would absolutely exceed their imaginations. Duan Ling Tian's natural talent was sufficient to obtain their respect. Before long, the 7-level origin core stage martial artists of the 7-star sword sect's outer court's 6 great sword peaks had arrived one by one. The arrival of these people also caused the Mizar platform to be bustling with noise and excitement. Senior brother Hu Shui Feng has arrived. It was unknown who shouted out. Instantly, on the Mizar platform, gazes gathered onto the proud and aloof figure that was walking over from afar. This was a handsome young man with sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes at the age of around 25. At the moment he appeared, he seemed to have seized the limelight of the other 7th-level origin core stage martial artists, and become the absolute center of attention. Senior brother Shui Feng. Some of the Alcade Peak female disciples even lost their composure as they screamed out. He's Hu Shui Feng. Duan Ling Tian gaze descended onto Hu Shui Feng. Although he didn't know Hu Shui Feng before today, and even had never heard of him, but on his way to Mizar Peak today, he'd heard many disciples discussing this Hu Shui Feng. He also knew that Hu Shui Feng was the personal disciple of the 7-star sword sect's Merrick Peak's master. For the sake of this personal disciple, the Peak Master of Merrick Peak had even asked a weapons craftsman of Darkstone Empire to refine a grade 7 spirit sword that amplified strength by 29%. The love of the Merrick Peak's master towards this personal disciple could be obviously seen. Senior sister, what's wrong? Duan Ling Tian turned around when he heard Li Fei's voice that was moving like the sound of an oriole, and only now did he notice that when Zuo Qing's gaze had coldness mixed within when she looked at Hu Shui Feng. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Although he couldn't be considered as familiar with Zuo Qing, but he was able to discern from Zuo Qing's behavior that she was a kind and pure woman. But now, Zuo Qing seemed to be full of hostility towards Hu Shui Feng. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be bewildered in his heart. Could it be that there was some conflict between Zuo Qing and Hu Shui Feng? This Hu Shui Feng is a complete pervert. Zuo Qing's delicate and beautiful face was covered in a layer of ice, and was extremely cold. Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this, and unconsciously looked at each other. They both saw a trace of a strange expression within each other's eyes. Senior sister, you and him. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zuo Qing and was slightly hesitant. Zuo Qing perceived the strangeness in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, then glanced at Li Fei, and when she noticed Li Fei's expression was similar to Duan Ling Tian, she couldn't help but shake her head. You two have misunderstood. There's nothing between me and him. The reason I said he's a pervert is because he's come to our Alcade Peak to seduce many female disciples. In the end, those female disciples were heartlessly abandoned by him and some even committed suicide because of him. As she finished speaking, Zuo Qing had a face full of rage. Such a person is still able to be warmly received by the Alcade Peak's female disciples. Duan Ling Tian saw a group of Alcade Peak female disciples enthusiastically greeting Hu Shui Feng and had a bewildered expression. Only from his outward appearance, Hu Shui Feng was handsome and extraordinary, with a graceful bearing. He was completely unable to perceive that he was such a person. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help himself from recalling the saying, one may know a man's outward appearance, but not his heart. That's because he concealed it extremely deeply. Moreover, every time something happened to one of the female disciples related to him, he would cleanly wash his hands from the matter at the first possible moment, and his methods are extremely brilliant. Zuo Qing grunted coldly as she slowly responded. Duan Ling Tian could sense that at this moment, the temperature of the air surrounding Zuo Qing's body seemed to have went down slightly. There's actually such a shameless person. Li Fei had a furious expression when she heard Zuo Qing, and angrily stared at Hu Shui Feng, who walked swiftly from afar towards Mizar platform. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Hu Shui Feng as well. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian frowned because he noticed that Hu Shui Feng's gaze had actually descended onto Li Fei. Deep within that pair of clear eyes, a strand of a flowing light of lust flashed briefly. Although Hu Shui Feng concealed it brilliantly, but Duan Ling Tian still saw it clearly. Instantly, he was practically able to be sure that this Hu Shui Feng was exactly as Zuo Qing had said, a hypocrite that only posed as someone gentlemanly. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw Hu Shui Feng's eyes shine after seeing Li Fei, then slowly walking over to them. Zuo Qing's face went cold. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. Zuo Qing, it's been a long time. After Hu Shui Feng walked over, he warmly greeted Zuo Qing. Hu Shui Feng, I'm not familiar with you. Scram back to from where you came. Zuo Qing's face was enveloped in a layer of ice that was extremely cold when facing Hu Shui Feng, as if able to freeze the air. Zuo Qing, Is there any misunderstanding between us? A warm and brilliant smile hung on Hu Shui-Feng's face from start to finish. He looked handsome and cheerful, absolutely a perfect and elegant young master. If it wasn't for Zuo Qing's warning beforehand, Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei might have been deceived by Hu Shui-Feng's refined and courteous appearance. Hu Shui-Feng was too good at acting. Without even the slightest flaw. Hu Shui-Feng, we are neither familiar, nor have any misunderstanding between us. You're just unpleasant to my eye, and I don't want to see you. Scram. As she finished speaking, a wisp of rage appeared on Zuo Qing's face. Hu Shui-Feng instead seemed as if he completely didn't hear as Zuo Qing said and had a warm smile on his face as he looked at the nearby Li Fei, then asked with a light smile. May I know your name, junior sister? Duan Ling Tian noticed that when Hu Shui-Feng noticed his hand holding Li Fei's hand, Hu Shui-Feng swept Duan Ling Tian with a gaze out of the corners of his eyes, and a slight sheen of gloominess and threat was obviously mixed within. Waiting for a chance to swallow Duan Ling Tian. This Hu Shui-Feng thought that he could intimidate Duan Ling Tian like this. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.